It's August, the time for the double harvest. Right now, it's still early morning, and the fields are full of people. Li Jian carries a big basin of clothes toward the small pond. She has two black braids hanging in front of her chest. Her washed, slightly worn shirt and black pants outline her slender figure. The sun has yet to rise fully. Dilly village is very quiet, with only a few dog barks now and then. Li Jian walks past one earthen wall after another, heading to the small pond. There are two ponds in Dilly village. One is in the center, larger, surrounded by two big trees. So many people go there in the morning to wash clothes or in the evening to relax. It's called the Big Pond. The small pond is at the end of the village in a more remote area, closer to Little village, and not many people go there. Li Jian always washes her clothes at the small pond. Sure enough, when she arrives, only two people are there washing clothes. One is a woman with a large birthmark on her face, the new wife of Little village, Zhang Guohua. The other is her mother-in-law, He. Everyone in the village is friendly, even if they don't know each other well. Zhang Guohua greets her with a smile. Big sister, washing clothes too? Li Jian is startled by her greeting and stops in her tracks, quickly lowering her head. Zhang Guohua is surprised, thinking, this girl is very shy. He glares at Zhang Guohua and says, you're washing your own clothes, why so much talk? Then she signals to her daughter-in-law, who understands immediately. Her mother-in-law must want to say something. So Zhang Guohua suppresses her curiosity and continues washing her clothes. After a while, Li Jian lifts her head, her face already red. Seeing that Zhang Guohua isn't talking anymore, she visibly relaxes and quickly moves to the other side to squat and wash. While washing, Li Jian thinks to herself, Mother said I shouldn't talk to strangers. She feels a bit happy, thinking she will tell her mother about this later, and her mother will surely praise her. For a moment, no one speaks, only the sound of clothes being beaten. A gentle breeze blows, causing ripples on the water, as if matching the sound of beating clothes. In the distance, the rustling of wheat being cut, the plopping of hoes digging into the ground, and the cicadas singing from some tree, all together create the summer of 1956. On the way home, Zhang Guohua and her mother-in-law chat casually. Mother, that girl just now is really pretty. Did you see her? He glances at her and says, that girl is your aunt's neighbor, the one with a not-so-bright mind. He older sister, He is Li Jian's neighbor and usually gets along well with Li Jian's mother. He often heard her sister mention Li Jian. She felt sorry for this handsome girl, who was not very smart. She also knew that Li Jian was shy around strangers, so she stopped Zhang Guohua from approaching her too quickly. Hearing this, Zhang Guohua widened her eyes.
What?
She's the fool? So pretty it's really a pity. He nodded. Isn't that true? Someone as beautiful as her mother is just unlucky. Shaoli village. The sun had already risen, and the heat was slowly building. Outside the window, cicadas were singing tirelessly. Zhao Xing was awakened by the heat. He looked down, took a deep breath, and went outside. Walking along a quiet path behind the house, he looked into the distance. His mother was carrying a cloth bag and heading to the town. Zhao Xing kept his eyes on her back until she turned into a and disappeared. After a while, Zhao Xing blinked. A gentle breeze blew, but his heart was as calm as a still pond. Zhao Xing. Just as Zhao Xing was lost in thought, he heard a woman's call. He turned his head, and the first thing that caught his attention was her eyes. She was staring directly at him, completely unashamed. Zhao Xing felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He adjusted his clothes to cover himself. The woman then looked him over from head to toe, finally focusing her critical gaze on his face. After a moment, she looked satisfied. Zhao Xing frowned but stayed still, calmly watching her, curious about what she wanted. Li Mei reached up and brushed her braided hair, smiling slightly. She puffed out her chest and stepped closer to Zhao Xing, whispering, "Tonight, at the broken house near the village entrance, will you come?" Zhao Xing only felt a strong, unpleasant smell around her and took a step back. Seeing he didn't move, Li Mei moved closer again, almost brushing against his chest. Zhao Xing took a breath and muttered a curse. It was a time of youthful energy, and since it was morning, Zhao Xing only felt restless. He glanced at Li Mei's figure and made a dismissive face.
Li Mei cursed herself silently.
Thinking about her goal, she softened her voice and said, "Come on." Zhao Xing smiled slyly and asked mischievously, "How much?" Li Mei's face changed. She forced down her anger. "No money. Just come." After a moment, she added through clenched teeth, "I don't want you to marry me." Zhao Xing snorted softly. "Since you said that, then just go," he thought to himself. Since he didn't have to take responsibility, there was no harm in going. Li Jian finished washing her clothes. Before entering the yard, she heard her big girl crying. She quickly ran inside, set down the basin, picked up her big girl, and gently touched her bottom to check if she was dry. Li Jian thought that her big girl must be hungry, so she decided to find her older sister-in-law. It is the busy harvest season. At dawn, the Li family members went to work in the fields and were still working there now. In the field, Brother Li Xinghua and their father Li Dishao were busy pulling peanuts from the ground with rakes and piling them up. Li Jian's mother, He Wan, and her older sister-in-law, Zhang Guilin, sat on the ground shelling peanuts. When Zhang Guilin heard her daughters crying, she straightened up, wiped the sweat from her face, took her big girl, and went under a tree to breastfeed her. She also hoarsely said, "Bring me a bucket of water." The well was just beside a small ditch in the field. Li Jian quickly fetched a bucket of water and handed it over. Zhang Guilin drank it in a few sips. Wanting more, He Wan stopped her. "You just had your confinement. Don't drink too much cold water." Zhang Guilin usually listened to He Wan, so she said, "All right, and fetch a bucket of water for your mother too." By now, she hadn't drunk a single sip of water, but He Wan didn't mind and went with Li Jian to the water well. "Jian, pour some water on my hands. I want to wash them." While He Wan was washing her hands, Li Jian also scooped some water, rinsed the bucket carefully, and then handed it to He Wan. While He Wan was drinking, Li Jian said, "Mother, I finished washing the clothes, but I haven't hung them out yet." Pingping was crying. She really was disobedient. Li Xinpeng, the big girl, was the one named Pingping, a name He Wan helped choose. Listening to Li Jian complain like a child, a trace of pain flickered in He Wan's eyes, but she smiled and said gently, "You were like that when you were little. When you were hungry, you cried, and I would hold you and feed you milk. And doesn't remember?" Li Jian blushed and whispered, "I've grown up now, so I am very obedient now." He Wan nodded and said softly, "Anan has grown up. She is also my little treasure." Li Jian smiled shyly and slowly leaned into He Wan's embrace. She thought she loved her mother the most. "Mother has dirt on her. Don't get it on yourself." Li Jian reached out and brushed the dirt off He Wan, saying nothing. Just then, Zhang Guilin came over. "All right, and take the big girl back. Hurry and cook. I've been working all morning and am starving." On the way home, Li Jian suddenly remembered she hadn't mentioned washing clothes. She pouted and thought to herself, "I guess I'll just have to say it next time."
"What?"
"Brother Xing, did you really agree to that woman?" Li Daniu couldn't help but shout out loud, feeling puzzled. How could Zhao Xing, a careful man, be interested in that kind of woman? Zhao Xing glared at him, and he shrank back, whispering, "I'm not joking, Brother Xing. That woman in our village is known even in the neighboring Dilly village. Just a couple of days ago, she invited Li Zhu to the sorghum field." Seeing Zhao Xing's expressionless face, Li Daniu rubbed his nose and muttered, "Maybe that woman is quite fierce. I wouldn't mind if she was." "Oh, I mean it sincerely, don't hit me." Li Daniu rubbed his head, which was about to be hit, and continued, "But if others find out, what will happen to you? Such a woman. How can you marry her?" Zhao Xing still didn't speak, but inside, he cursed silently. He knew that woman was unruly. He hadn't expected her to be so bold. Thinking of her just coming out of the sorghum field made him feel sick. Zhao Xing couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Li Daniu unconsciously noticed Zhao Xing's reaction and understood that Zhao Xing must have been holding back, agreeing to this woman who was sent to him, but he didn't expect her to be such a woman. He thought, Zhao Xing is so picky. Even if he played around, he wouldn't choose someone like her. Just then, they passed by Li Widow's house. Li Dania looked at the graceful figure in the yard and said dazedly, "Damn, she's really beautiful." Seeing his useless expression, Zhao Xing clicked his tongue. Li Dania rolled his eyes behind Zhao Xing and whispered, "What are you sighing for? You act like you're so capable. If you were, you wouldn't agree to that woman. What are you muttering about?" Zhao Xing's face looked very unhappy. Damn it, this matter just couldn't be let go. Seeing Zhao Xing clearly in a bad mood, Li Daniu put on a smile and said, "Brother Xing, if you really want a woman, you should find someone like Li Widow. She's sensible, doesn't cause trouble, and she's pretty too." Zhao Xing glanced at him, then looked carefully at Li Widow. She had a round face, big eyes, a big mouth, and a big nose. Her complexion was a bit yellow, which was currently the most popular look. But Zhao Xing somehow didn't like women with that kind of face. However, Li Widow had a good figure, which any man would like. Zhao Xing shot a glance at Li Daniu, who was drooling, and said irritably, "I advise you not to think about Li Widow. If her husband's family finds out, you'll be in trouble." After her husband died, her mother-in-law was very strict with her and didn't allow her to associate with other men. Li Daniu rolled his eyes again. "You provoke that woman, and she ends up causing a lot of trouble for your wife. Do you think you can just walk away?" Zhao Xing slapped Li Daniu on the head and angrily said, "Try saying that again, and see what happens."
Li Daniu smilat pulitelli.
All right, let's go play cards." Zhao Xing and Li Daniu went to Li Erju's house. While playing cards, Li Dania glanced at Zhao Xing's face and asked, "Erju, didn't that woman invite you to the sorghum field? How did it go?" Li Erju smacked his lips. "I don't know about everything, but that woman is pretty tough." "I actually enjoyed it." Hearing this, Li Daniu raised an eyebrow and smirked at Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing kicked him hard under the table. Seeing Li Daniu's face scrunch up, Zhao Xing forced a half-smile, neither happy nor sad. Later, Li Dania learned his lesson and stopped talking nonsense. They played all morning. Zhao Xing was lucky and won a few coins. Walking home, he hummed a song, hands in his pockets, jingling a few silver coins in one hand. People working along the street looked at him and whispered something, but it was probably not nice. Zhao Xing didn't care at all. He was in a good mood and didn't bother about others. Just then, he saw Xiuji, his mother, returning from the town. Zhao Xing straightened up immediately, reached his hand out of his pocket, and shyly called, "Mother." Xiuji's face was sweaty from walking all morning, and her complexion was pale. When she saw Zhao Xing, she only glanced him over once before walking past. Zhao Xing stood still, expressionless. After a moment, he snorted softly, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away, no longer humming. Back home, Zhao Xing crawled under the bed, opened the hole he had dug earlier, placed some coins inside, and sealed it. Then he stood up, brushed off the dust, and headed out again. At noon, Li Dishao and Li Xingwei each carried a basket of peanuts. Because the weather was very hot, they dug out the peanuts in the morning, picking and digging as they went. If they didn't finish, they carried the baskets home. In the afternoon, they could peel the peanuts in the yard. The dried peanut leaves could also be used as firewood. This way, Li Jian could peel peanuts at home in the afternoon. In the kitchen, Huan was cooking, Li Jian was helping to burn the fire, and Zhang Guilin was inside nursing a baby. When they heard the men returning, Huan said, "And go get a basin of water so your father and older brother can wash their faces." Li Jian obediently went outside. But in the next second, Li Dishao entered the kitchen. Li Jian just happened to meet him and softly called out, "Dad." Li Dishao responded and then went to Huan's side. "This afternoon, stay at home and don't go to the fields." Huan sprinkled some salt into the pot and said calmly, "No need. Guilin just had her baby, and her body hasn't fully recovered. Let her rest at home." Li Dishao said nothing more. For a moment, no one spoke. Li Dishao rubbed his hands together and finally left. Huan showed no particular expression, served the dishes, and then took out 2 eggs, preparing to make egg drop soup. The Li family kept about 10 chickens, and usually, they saved eggs for special times, like when Zhang Guilin was pregnant and postpartum, needing to nourish herself. These days, they were busy, and not eating something to boost their energy was hard to bear. After making the egg drop soup, Hyewon made a firm decision, scooped 2 bowls of rice, washed it, and cooked it. The rice was harvested last year. This year's rice was still stored in the granary, waiting to be threshed in a couple of days. Because they used a stone mill to grind the rice, it was quite coarse and broken, but rice was precious. Usually, they wouldn't eat such a big portion. They mostly had porridge before. Looking at the cooked meal, Hyewon felt very peaceful inside. In the past, she often complained about why she had fallen into such a life, but now, just a single egg and some coarse rice made her feel so stingy. After Li Jian was born, she felt even more hopeless. Over time, she gradually came to accept it. It's all fate, and she could only accept it. During the meal, the family sat around the table. As usual, Hyewon served the dishes to everyone. Li Dishao and Li Xinggua's bowls were piled high with rice. Zhang Guilin's bowl was level, and Hyewon and Li Jian had more than half a bowl each. When serving egg drop soup, Li Dishao and Li Xinggua didn't like drinking the soup, so Hyewon scooped some eggs for them. Then she poured half a bowl of soup for herself and Li Jian, giving the rest to Zhang Guilin. After serving, everyone started eating. Li Dishao and Li Xinggua ate while discussing the year's harvest. Li Xinggua picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. You decide, it's fine. Whatever you say, I listen to you. You're already married, and you have a child. You need to act like a real father. Li Dishao glared at him and said gruffly. Li Xinggua replied with his words, but didn't care much inside. Anyway, the land was divided by the government. Now those few acres belonged to his family. His father only had him as a son, so in the future it would all be his. He wasn't worried about food. Besides, his father was healthy now and might live for decades more. What was there to fear? My own son is a good boy, Li Dishao knows this well, but he only has this one son.
There is no worry about that.
Thinking of this, he glanced at Hyewon and Li Jian, sighing quietly. After dinner, everyone was taking a short nap. Li Jian washed the dishes, felt not very sleepy, and took out a torn cloth. Following Hyewon's instructions, she slowly mended it. In August, the weather was still very hot. The cicadas on the trees kept singing loudly, making people feel more irritable without reason. Hyewon was lying on Li Jian's bed, but just couldn't fall asleep. Enin, come here and chat with me, Hyewon softly called. Li Jian went in and sat on the edge of the bed, whispering, Mom, we don't need to chat. You should sleep. Otherwise, you'll be too tired. She reached under the pillow and took out a fan, waving it at Hyewon, urging, Mom, lie down quickly. Enin will fan you so you won't feel hot. Hyewon lay down, turned her back to Li Jian, her eyes already moist. When she was pregnant with Jian, there was an enemy attack on the village. She hurriedly ran away and had a miscarriage. During a difficult labor, Li Jian's head couldn't come out, and it took over 10 hours to finally deliver her. Maybe because of this, Li Jian was different from others, always reacting a bit slow. She also hurt her body and could no longer have children. When Li Jian was about 5 or 6, other children were running around everywhere. Even dogs disliked them, but she just sat quietly, hardly able to say a few words. At 7 or 8, other children knew how to help with chores, but she had just learned to speak, and her speech was still slow. She spent a long time teaching Li Jian simple tasks. If she forgot once, she would try again and again 3 times. Now Li Jian had learned some basic skills, but this was the first time she showed concern for others. Children are like that. Parents' care is very helpful, but they often forget to care for their parents in return. Most women at Li Jian's age were already married. Some even had children, but Li Jian was just beginning to learn to care. Despite this, Hyewon was very satisfied. She believed that one day, Enin would also become an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Hyewon silently repeated in her heart. 20 years ago, she would never have thought that what she wanted was for her child to become an ordinary person, someone capable of living independently. Outside, the cicadas continued their noisy chorus, making people feel irritable for no reason. In the afternoon, Hee-won still went to the fields. There was so much farm work to do, so she worked a little more each day. This way, Lee Jian wouldn't have to work as hard, and others wouldn't complain. Before leaving, she reminded Lee Jian to take good care of Pingping at home and to remember to lock the yard gate properly. In the evening, Li Dishao and Li Xingwa still carried a basket of peanuts back home. After a while, Li Xingwa realized he had forgotten something. "Honey, I dropped the hoe in the ground. Can you go pick it up?" he asked. Zhang Guilin rolled her eyes. "Why don't you pick it up yourself?" Li Xingwa felt a bit embarrassed to be scolded by his wife in front of everyone. He replied gruffly, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you always complaining?" Zhang Guilin didn't take it seriously. She had been lying in the same bed with Li Xingwa for so long. If she still didn't understand her husband, that would be funny. But she still wanted to keep face. She needed to cook, but Hee-won had gone to visit her sister, Hee-ermi next door, and hadn't come back yet. After hesitating for a moment, thinking that their house was nearby, and it wasn't fully dark yet, Zhang Guilin decided to call Li Jian. Li Jian obediently agreed, and went outside. Later, Zhao Xing wandered around the village. When he reached Wang Honghua's yard, he thought for a moment and climbed in. He found an egg in the chicken coop and caught a hen, then slipped out again. Back inside, he processed the chicken, lit a fire, and put the egg in to cook, then roasted the chicken on the grill. Zhao Xing also found a small bottle of wine he had hidden. After thinking for a moment, he sneaked into Wang Honghua's house and took a bowl of shelled peanuts, roasted them himself as a snack to go with the wine. Sipping his wine and nibbling on chicken, Zhao Xing chuckled to himself. Wang Honghua, that wife, always had nothing good to say, and I kept spreading rumors that he liked her daughter. What a joke. With her daughter's temper and looks, did Zhao Xing really like her? Ha, he scoffed. And that wasn't all. Usually, whenever something was lost, she would blame him. If he didn't prove his innocence, how could he face Wang Honghua calling him a thief? Thinking about how Wang Honghua would be heartbroken when she found out she lost a chicken, Zhao Xing felt very happy. As he ate and drank, he started to feel a little drunk. He tidied up the table, but his head was spinning badly. He lay down and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already getting dark. He sighed impatiently but finally got up and headed toward Dilly village. While Wang Honghua worked all afternoon, she returned home to feed the chickens and found one missing. She immediately thought of Zhao Xing. She quickly stepped out of the yard and started shouting loudly. "Which bastard, don't show your sneaky face, stealing my chicken. Uneducated dog, such a big chicken, stolen to eat. Why didn't it die in your mother's belly? Thieving scoundrel. Listen to me carefully, you dog, no sons, no coffin when you die." Wang Honghua's voice was hoarse from shouting, but she still felt it wasn't enough and wanted to keep going. A girl from next door came out and said, "Do you know who stole it? Just go find them. No need to curse here." Everyone in the village knew how badly Wang Honghua spoke about Zhao Xing. It was obvious that Zhao Xing was the one who did it. Although Wang Honghua's words were harsh, Zhao Xing stealing her hard-raised chicken was well-deserved. Usually, Wang Honghua only dared to curse Zhao Xing verbally, but now she was so angry that she asked, "Do you know where Zhao Xing went?" When Zhao Xing arrived at the broken-down house at the entrance of Dilly village, it was almost dark. He still felt a bit dizzy. He saw a woman sitting with her back facing him on the steps, so he thought to quickly go over and clarify things, then go home to sleep. But as he got closer, he noticed that the woman's silhouette looked quite pretty. He shook his head, thinking he must be drunk. However, when the woman turned her head, Zhao Xing gasped and froze in place. The woman had a delicate, small face, big round eyes, a high nose, and slightly parted lips, looking somewhat shy and sweet. Zhao Xing instinctively took a deep breath and moved forward, seeing her more clearly. The sun was setting, and the faint light from the distant mountain tops made her skin look even whiter. The woman stood up, turned around, and looked at Zhao Xing. Her big eyes showed confusion and a little fear, directly meeting Zhao Xing's gaze, like a small bell slowly ringing in his heart. He approached her carefully and looked her over. She was a bit thin, not very full. Zhao Xing became more alert, scrutinizing her carefully, finally focusing on her face. He had to admit this woman was really beautiful. At the same time, he felt that she was staring at him intently. Her piercing gaze silently stirred his heart. Perhaps because of the lingering alcohol, Zhao Xing felt a bit warm. He hesitated for a second, thinking about accepting her invitation from the morning. So he said, "You said I don't need to be responsible, right?" He faintly heard the woman say, and Zhao Xing no longer hesitated. He grabbed her hand and led her into the dilapidated house. During this time, the woman kept struggling. Zhao Xing thought she was just pretending, but he was a bit anxious, so he tried to soothe her with a few words. "All right, it's dark now, no one will notice." Just as they were about to get to the main point, a sharp female voice reached his ears. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xing cursed softly, pulled up his pants, and turned around. He saw a woman who looked somewhat familiar standing in front of him. He frowned, ready to speak, but then saw this woman rush a few steps toward him, suddenly push him aside, and then, like a madwoman, directly charge at the woman who was half-dressed on the ground. In the next moment, the madwoman slapped the woman hard and cursed, "You shameless little troublemaker. You didn't even ask who called him here, and you went and seduced him, even into my Li Mei's territory. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Then she swung her fists left and right without hesitation, and the small room immediately filled with the sound of sharp slaps. Zhao Xing tried to step forward to stop her, but heard the madwoman call herself Li Mei. He suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Li Mei.
It seemed that the person who had asked him out this morning was also called Li Mei. Zhao Xing's brow furrowed even deeper. If that woman wasn't Li Mei, then who was she, and why was she here? The woman was speaking unclearly, with some pitiful crying sounds reaching Zhao Xing's ears, breaking his train of thought. He strode over and pulled Li Mei away. Under the moonlight, he looked at the woman whose upper body was almost naked. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and then took off his coat to cover her. Before he could speak, Li Mei interrupted him.
"Zhao Xing."
"What do you mean?" she shouted loudly, acting like she was crazy. "What's wrong? I just made an appointment with a woman. Do you have to shout so loudly?" "Who do you think I am?" Zhao Xing said impatiently. He was really fed up. What kind of situation was this? "What's wrong? You clearly made an appointment with me." And now, Zhao Xing interrupted her. "I made an appointment with you, but I didn't say when tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? What if I made another appointment? Do you have any right to control me? Now, in front of you, I refuse your appointment. Don't look for me anymore. And stop yelling at me like I caught you cheating." Li Mei looked at him in disbelief, unable to speak for a moment. In the air, only the faint sound of another woman's crying remained. Zhao Xing didn't dare look at the woman, turning his head to the side, facing the window, which was dark and shadowy, as if someone had just passed by. After a while, Zhao Xing walked over to the woman and noticed someone approaching. The woman trembled slightly. "This is a misunderstanding. You should put your clothes on first," he said, touching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Mei rushed forward and glared fiercely at the woman, but because she was dark, only she knew what was happening. "Zhao Xing, aren't you afraid I might tell others about this?" Zhao Xing really wanted to look inside her head to see what she was thinking. As a man, even if something had happened, it would probably just be gossip behind his back. But she was different. A woman, in the end, might not even get married, and she could ruin the reputation of her unmarried sisters at home. Seeing Li Mei like this, Zhao Xing didn't want to say much. Li Mei's plan had failed, and she was naturally furious. She unconsciously touched her belly, then made a bold decision and said, "I don't care. I agreed to meet you today, so even if you touched me, I am yours now. You have to marry me." Zhao Xing couldn't believe his ears. "Marry you? Why should I? Even if I wanted to marry, I would marry that woman. Besides, who would want someone like you? Go back quickly. If this gets out, no one will benefit. There are only the three of us here. If we go out and I say you touched me, then you touched me. Otherwise, how will you prove it? Ha, since you said there are only three of us, then I also touched that woman." Am I supposed to marry both? She gets the big piece and you get the small one? Zhao Xing sneered. You. Li Mei's hand kept holding her belly as she thought non-stop. The woman was there, and now that it was discovered, Zhao Xing could only marry one or none. It seemed the child couldn't be blamed on Zhao Xing anymore. Li Mei shot a fierce glare at the woman. Thinking about what might happen next, Li Mei felt both unwilling and helpless. She could only find someone else. It was best for her to leave now. So, Li Mei sneered and said, "You'd better keep this a secret, or else." Then she gently walked along the wall, afraid of making any noise that might attract attention. Zhao Xing didn't pay her any mind. He knelt down in front of the woman and said, "I don't care how you ended up here. I already said this is a misunderstanding. But I am sorry, and we haven't gone all the way. Let's pretend this never happened." The woman did not respond. She silently clutched her clothes in front of Yu Xiang and wept softly. Her clothes were torn by Zhao Xing. If he gave her his clothes, her family would surely notice. But if she went back like this, it would be even easier to find out. Zhao Xing felt a bit annoyed. He also thought that her family might come looking for her, and he felt very frustrated. Just as Zhao Xing was thinking hard about what to do, the door of the broken house was pushed down, and a burst of fire lit up the entire room. Now Zhao Xing saw what the woman looked like. Her eyes were red and swollen. There were purple marks on her neck, and only key parts of her upper body were covered by his clothes. Her belly was exposed, and he didn't know where her undergarments had gone. Knowing that people had arrived, most likely the so-called kidnappers, Zhao Xing cursed Li Mei silently in his mind. He used his back to block her from view, tidied up his clothes on her, wrapped her up, then stood up and turned around. Zhao Xing. Standing at the front was the village chief of Shaoli village, followed by 2 middle-aged people and 2 young men, Li Mei's parents and brother-in-law. Li Mei's father's face was dark and grim, feeling it was a terrible sin to have a daughter like her. Li Mei's mother looked mournful, and Li Mei's sister-in-law rolled her eyes at her mother-in-law, looking very upset as she walked over and roughly lifted the woman's head from the ground. A delicate face appeared before them. Li Mei's sister-in-law stood there, staring at the tearful woman in a daze, and said blankly, "This isn't Li Mei." Li Mei's mother hurried over, looked carefully, and couldn't help but smile. Her father, "This isn't our Mei." Li Mei's father also turned to look, and his expression slightly improved. Li Mei's sister-in-law said, "I don't know who's spreading such nonsense. This isn't Li Mei. It's ruining her reputation. All right, village chief, since this isn't Li Mei, we'll leave now." The village chief glanced at them, but said nothing. Without hesitation, Li Mei's family left. On the way, Li Mei's father glared at his wife. "It's all your fault for spoiling her." Li Mei's mother shrank back and whispered, "Everyone saw she's not Mei. Those stories before were just nonsense." Li Mei's father snorted but said nothing. Li Mei's sister-in-law sneered silently. Her husband's family was here, and they were still spreading lies. The village chief looked at Zhao Xing, who was shirtless, with a dark face and a cold tone. "Whose daughter is this? Hurry up and propose marriage to bring her home, so this kind of shame doesn't happen again." Zhao Xing didn't speak. He didn't know whose house it was or anything about the woman. He thought, just marry her. But what if she's like Li Mei, a troublemaker? The village chief looked even angrier and didn't want to bother anymore. He said, "I'll go back and talk to your mother about this." Then he turned and walked away, angry. Zhao Xing stood there, stunned for a while, not moving. He wondered if his mother found out. A small hope flickered in his heart. He turned to look at the woman on the ground and touched his nose.
Who are you?
What's your name? The woman seemed scared and sat there stiffly, not moving. Zhao Xing sighed and felt a bit sorry for her. At least, she almost became his person. What are your parents' names? He walked over and crouched down softly. As he approached, the woman trembled again, but she still answered.
My
father is Li Di Shao, and my mother is Huan. I am from Dilly village. My name is Li Jian. Maybe she had cried, so her voice was hoarse and slow. Zhao Xing listened carefully and understood roughly, so he didn't argue. Okay, I'll take you home. Let's leave it at that for today. The woman shook her head and said, I can go home by myself. All right, put on your clothes and give me mine. When Li Jian got home, only Zhang Guilin was there. Seeing how she looked, she was surprised and quickly pulled her inside, closed the door and whispered, And what happened? What's going on? Seeing someone she knew, Li Jian couldn't help but cry. Zhang Guilin was very worried. She had told Li Jian to go pick up something, and now something had happened. What should she do? Just then, Li Xinghua came back. He saw the door was closed and felt confused. Guilin, why did you close the door? Inside, Zhang Guilin glanced at Li Jian, whose crying was easing, and quietly went out. She carefully looked at Li Xinghua's face and asked, Why are you back? Where are your parents? Still looking? She's grown up now, so what could happen? She's just being overly sensitive, Li Xinghua said with some annoyance. She referred to Hewan. Zhang Guilin swallowed hard and whispered, Your sister is back. She's in her house.
But
She had an accident. Hearing the first part, Li Xinghua was about to rush in to check on Li Jian, but after hearing the second part, he froze and asked, What happened?
she
Seems to have been with a man. Before Zhang Guilin could finish, she was interrupted. That's impossible. She wouldn't understand those things. She doesn't understand, so someone must have forced her, leaving marks on her neck. Zhang Guilin said with difficulty. Li Xinghua also became anxious, unsure of what to do. Zhang Guilin pushed him and said, Go call her parents back quickly. Li Dishao sat with a grim face in the main hall, smoking a dry pipe with a loud tap. Li Xinghua and Zhang Guilin stood nearby, both looking upset. All three remained silent. Soon, Hewan came out of Li Jian's room and sat next to Li Dishao.
How is she?
Li Dishao exhaled the smoke, his voice hoarse.
No.
Hewan clenched her fists tightly, feeling angry and unable to breathe properly. Li Dishao's expression slightly improved. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Stay with her. Tell her not to be afraid. Don't tell anyone about this. After speaking, he glanced at Li Xinghua and Zhang Guilin. Zhang Guilin nodded quickly. We understand. We won't tell anyone. Li Xinghua's face turned pale, and he pounded the table, grinding his teeth. Aren't we going to find out who did this to her? Li Dishao shot him a stern look and scolded. Idiot. If this gets out of hand, it'll ruin Jian's reputation and bring shame to our family. If you have the guts, go tell everyone. Li Xinghua shut his mouth, feeling upset but knowing his father was right. He turned away, breathing heavily. Li Dishao opened his mouth to say more but noticed Hewan tilting her head aside, shoulders trembling. He paused, silent. Another quiet moment passed. Hewan didn't need to say anything. Her sadness was clear over her daughter's situation. Li Dishao looked at her grief-stricken face and also thought about Li Jian's future, feeling heavy-hearted. Li Xinghua didn't pay much attention to Li Jian, but since she was his sister and had been bullied, he felt uncomfortable. Still, he was most worried about this matter being exposed and bringing shame to their family. Zhang Guilin felt sorry for Li Jian but knew she couldn't make a big fuss. Li Jian could only swallow her pain. The four of them sat with different thoughts, and the main hall was very quiet, only the sound of heavy breathing. After a while, Hewan suddenly stood up, wiped her tears, and went to the kitchen. Li Jian was covered in dirt and marks, scared and upset, needing a hot bath. Zhang Guilin followed behind and said, Mom, I'll help you boil water. Li Xinghua thought for a long time but couldn't hold back and asked, Dad, are you really not going to find that beast? Just taking this loss now. Will Li Jian still be able to marry in the future? Li Dishao lit a dry tobacco pipe and the smoke slowly rose, covering his face's lines. He responded in a muffled voice, How to find him? Li Jian doesn't even know who he is. If we make a big fuss, what will the villagers think? Li Xinghua took a deep breath but said nothing. Li Dishao raised his eyelids and looked at him, saying firmly, You better keep your mouth shut. Don't let anything slip out. Li Xinghua wanted to find that beast and give him a good beating, but he could only hold back. He felt very annoyed. Li Jian also felt upset. It was almost dark, and she still went to that place. Thinking that she was not very smart, Li Xingwa felt his heart tighten. At this moment, Zhang Guilin came out and said, "Don't go back to your room yet. I'll heat up some food. Let's eat a bit. We have work tomorrow." After Huan left, Li Jian sat alone on a small stool, feeling both wronged and scared. Her mother had told her not to run around at night, but she still went to that broken house to see the strange thing. Not only did she not go home, but she also got into a fight. Although the other person started it, she still got beaten. Li Jian couldn't help but cry. It's understandable why Li Jian misunderstood. Huan thought she was too young to know about boys and girls, so she didn't tell her. Once, Li Jian saw two little boys while washing clothes. One was lying on top of the other, and Huan was nearby, so she told her it was a fight. That's why Li Jian thought Zhao Xing was fighting. As for the strange thing in the broken house, it was a clock. Before liberation, the house belonged to a big landlord. Later, because of the war, the landlord ran away, leaving only that broken clock. Now, most parts of Huagua still didn't have electricity. People mostly used candles or kerosene lamps. Not just Li Jian. Anyone would find a Western clock very strange. But the clock couldn't run anymore, so no one took it. Li Jian wiped her tears and couldn't help but curse Zhao Xing in her heart. Dog brat. That's what she learned from listening to others argue. She wanted to curse more, but Huan came in carrying hot water. Li Jian stood up awkwardly, tiptoed over carefully, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played outside and I shouldn't have fought, and lost the fight." Tears started to fall again. She truly felt so miserable. Next time, I must not lose the fight. Huan stood there, feeling very complicated. She didn't know if Li Jian's way of thinking was good or bad. After a while of silence, seeing Li Jian crying more fiercely, Huan's eyes turned red again. She forced a smile, closed the door gently, and said softly, "And then, come here quickly for a bath and then rest." Li Jian wiped her tears, lowered her head, and walked over. She was about to take off her clothes when she saw Huan still standing there. She paused, hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, "Mom, I'm going to take a bath." In the past, Huan always told Li Jian that she must close the door when she took a bath and no one else should be inside. Now, Huan was just standing there, not planning to leave, so Li Jian felt very confused. "Mom is right here. And then forgot, when you were little, I always bathed you." In the past, when Huan teased her like this, Li Jian would blush. But now Li Jian just carefully looked at Huan, then, as if reluctant, slowly took off her top. Huan held her breath. Besides her neck, her collarbones, and her chest, there were red marks, and even her bra looked wrinkled. Earlier, Huan only looked at Li Jian's upper body. Now, carefully examining her, tears immediately fell. She was so close to crossing a line. According to ancient standards, Li Jian and that man had already shared an intimate moment. Huan felt her blood surge. She wished she could punish that man severely. Worried about frightening Li Jian, she turned her head away. Huan had never thought about letting Li Jian never marry in her life. Women always need to marry. After all, Li Xingwa and Li Jian were half-siblings, and they weren't close. Huan didn't believe he would care for her as a sister. At this time, women had no other choice but to marry. Huan had only planned to gradually teach Li Jian until she was ready to be a wife, then find someone trustworthy to marry her. But perhaps there wasn't much time left. Huan pondered, feeling the heavy stone in her chest growing heavier, making it hard to breathe. Zhao Xing hesitated outside his mother's door, not daring to go in. He moved out when he was 15 and usually didn't visit Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi also rarely came to see him, maybe once a year. After a long time, until he heard a voice inside say, "Come in." Zhao Xing finally lifted his foot. As soon as they entered, they saw Xiaozhi sitting in the main hall with an angry look on her face. "Kneel down." Zhao Xing had no expression and immediately knelt. "I knew long ago that you're not a decent person. Just messing around is fine, but at least keep it quiet. Instead, you let the village chief find out in front of me. Now everyone in the village knows." It's not just embarrassing for me. Zhao teaches in town, and his students will see that his brother is like this. How can they look at his teacher? You're just as bad as him, completely useless. Upon hearing the last few words, Zhao Xing's clenched fists suddenly loosened, and he gave a self-deprecating smile. He knew she would say this. He shouldn't have expected her to say anything caring, even scolding. Deep down, she probably only cares about Zhao. Seeing Zhao Xing actually smile, Xiao Ji became even angrier. Her voice trembled with rage, almost dripping with hatred. I wish I had never given birth to you. From the moment I knew you existed, I should have beaten you. No, I shouldn't have met him. Then you wouldn't have appeared. Xiao Ji's eyes were already red, and she stared tightly at Zhao Xing as if she was glaring through him at someone else. Hearing this, Zhao Xing felt numb inside. He stood up, expressionless, and said, "Then you'll just have to regret it." But regret won't change anything now. Xiao Ji's hateful gaze fixed directly on Zhao Xing, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. They say every son resembles his father. I will become like him. After all, the women he has been with are not necessarily all married. Zhao Xing's face was calm, but his words stabbed into Xiao Ji's heart like sharp arrows. Her nails dug into her flesh, small but clearly heard by Zhao Xing. Why don't you just die? It would be better if you were dead. Zhao Xing's face showed no change. He turned around and said, that would only disappoint you. I will live well now and in the future. Only his clenched fists and tight jaw revealed how unsettled his heart truly was. That night, no one in the Li family slept well. They knew deep down that Zhao Xing would be the one to suffer, and they had to keep it a secret. At the same time, they felt relieved. Luckily, it was in the small pond area, where no one was around. As long as their family kept quiet, no one else would find out. But do walls really keep secrets forever? The next day, the Li family got up a bit later than usual. They went to the fields as usual. On the way, they greeted the villagers they met, just like always. The Li family members felt a little relieved. When they reached the fields, Damei from next door sneaked over, took a quick look at Hewan, and opened her mouth but said nothing. Seeing her hesitant expression, Hewan's heart pounded. She forced herself to stay calm and asked, "What's wrong?" Yesterday, was Jian at your house? Nothing happened, right? Damei rubbed her hands and stared directly at Hewan. Hewan's heart trembled. She avoided her gaze and pretended to be calm. What happened? Nothing much. I heard from someone that Jian and Zhao Xing from Dilly village were in an abandoned house. Is that true? Damei asked anxiously. The news spread so quickly. Was someone there? Hewan hesitated for a moment and asked, "How do you know about this?" Damei clapped her hands loudly. "Oh, I heard from my second sister. Last night, she was out for a walk and passed by the village chief's house. She overheard the village chief and his wife talking. They mentioned a handsome girl, a bit young, with a mole on her nose. When my second sister heard that, she thought of you and told me." Seeing Hewan's face turn pale, Damei looked around and whispered, "I know Anan wouldn't do such a thing. It's probably Zhao Xing who tricked her. By the way, how far have they gone?" "Not that far." Hewan looked tired. The thought that this might get out made her feel helpless. Damei sighed with relief and comforted her. "It's good that it's not that far. Not many people have met Anan. Just keep her from going out for now. Once the fuss dies down, it'll be fine." Hewan sighed deeply and said, "Let's hope so." Damei thought to herself that she still needed to find out more about Zhao Xing. She was afraid that if she didn't, she might end up having to marry him. Indeed, in this world, accidents can happen. Before noon, the news that Zhao Xing and the woman who went to the abandoned house was Li Jian spread throughout Dilly and Shaoli villages. The Li family, working in the fields, didn't know yet. They usually went home at noon, but unlike when they came, people were pointing and whispering along the way, occasionally mentioning Zhao Xing and abandoned house. The Li family's hearts suddenly jumped. Hewan felt hopeless. Since Damei came to her, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Li Dishao looked at Hewan and said quietly, "Let's go home first." Li Xinghua and his wife exchanged worried glances. they all had a bad feeling. Hearing the gossip along the way, the Li family realized the secret was out. Li Dishao thought for a while and finally made a decision. After returning home, they found that Li Jian had already prepared the meal, so everyone sat down silently. Li Jian looked at their serious faces and felt uneasy. She carefully glanced at Hewan, as if asking what had happened. Seeing that Li Jian was clueless, Li Xinghua glared at her, feeling annoyed. Li Jian shrank back in fright and leaned toward Hewan. Hewan gently patted Li Jian's head and forced out a small smile. When her mother responded, Li Jian smiled sweetly, showing 2 dimples. Li Dishao glanced at Li Jian and then at Hewan, saying, "Go find out about Zhou Xing, prepare for this in the next few days." Hewan didn't look at him, only softly replied, and Zhang Guilin understood what was happening. Her father-in-law was planning to marry off her younger sister-in-law. She sighed quietly. Li Jian was already 16 years old, and it was time for her to marry. But she wasn't sure what Zhou Xing thought of Li Jian. After all, who would want to marry someone not very bright? The Li family finished their meal in silence. Little Li village, Li Mei listened to the insults outside about Li Jian and Zhou Xing, her smile growing brighter. Last night, on her way home, she kept feeling more resentful. She happened to meet Aunt Wang, who told her that the woman was Li Jian, the village's simple-minded girl. After hearing this, she went early to the fields and spread the news. She rejected her own match because of a simple girl and ruined her plans. Fine, then she would be with the simple girl forever. Li Mei touched her belly, thinking of someone else. She clenched her fists. This time, she was determined to succeed. Zhou Xing went to bed late last night and was still asleep when he was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. "Xingji, open the door. It's Daniel. Open up." Li Dania's voice sounded very anxious. Zhou Xing impatiently made a tisk sound, knowing what it was about. He grabbed his hair and went to open the door. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, Li Daniu said, "Xingji, last night." Zhou Xing interrupted him, "It's not Li Mei." Without waiting for his reaction, he turned back into the house. Li Daniu looked at the scratches on Zhou Xing's back, but still asked stubbornly, "Who is it then?" Zhou Xing, changing clothes casually, replied, "Maybe." Called Li Ping'an. Li Daniu felt his heart almost stop. He almost cried, saying, "What Li Ping'an? That's clearly a grown man. He's a strong, dark-skinned man in his 40s. Li Daniu truly admires Zhou Xing, but he still holds a slight hope and asks, "Is it Li Jian?" Zhou Xing happens to be going out to wash up. Hearing this, he thinks for a moment and responds, Just as he picks up his toothbrush, he hears Li Dania's hopeless scream from inside the room. Shocked, Zhou Xing shivers and says impatiently, "Li Daniu, did you get your head caught in the door?" Li Daniu rushes out loudly shouting, "Brother Xing, Li Jian, she's a fool." Zhou Xing suddenly turns around. What? Dilly village, Hewan just finished eating and, before resting, went to Hidaime's house. At that moment, her family was still eating. Hidaime's husband, Li Daong, was about to raise his cup. Seeing her arrive, he put down his cup and greeted her. Her mother went to Annie's house, probably coming back soon. "Have you eaten? Want to share some chopsticks?" Hewan hides her inner worry, smiles, and says, "I've eaten. I need to see my older sister about something. Sorry to bother you all. You eat, don't worry about me." Li Daong knows why she's here, but as a man, he doesn't say anything. Seeing this, his eldest daughter-in-law stands up, pours a glass of water, and hands it to Hewan. "Uncle, have a sip of water. Just sit here for now. My mother will be back soon." Hewan takes the water, smiles, and sits on a nearby stool. The eldest daughter-in-law returns to the dining table, exchanges a glance with the second daughter-in-law, and shakes her head. Hidaime returns before Hewan has taken 2 sips of water. She immediately stands up, puts the cup aside, and says, "I'm back. Come on, let's go to my room." Hidaime beckons her, eagerly heading into her own room. Hewan stops her, chiding, "Aren't you going to eat some rice?" Hidaime waves her hand. "I already ate at the second sister's house. Let's go." Hearing Hidaime's panting, Hewan feels a bit touched. She's glad to have such a good sister like Hidayame. Don't skip eating altogether. At least have some water. You look exhausted. Just then, the eldest daughter-in-law pours a cup of water. Hidayame takes it, tests the temperature, and glances at her. So hot, boiling water? You're so reckless. The eldest daughter-in-law purses her lips, about to pour again, but Hidayame blows on the cup and then drinks from it. The eldest daughter-in-law opens her mouth, but says nothing in the end. Oh my, that's boiling hot. Hidayame grimaces as the hot water burns her, but she quickly finishes drinking. Hwon pats her on the back, smiles, and exchanges a helpless look with the eldest daughter-in-law. All right, you go eat first. Your mother-in-law, and I will go in first, Hwon said to her eldest daughter-in-law, then pulled Hidayame into the house. The room was very simple. A bed, a cabinet beside it, and 2 wooden boxes stacked opposite the bed. The small, narrow room didn't even have a stool. Usually they just sat on the bed, so there was no need for a stool. As soon as she sat down, Hidayame started sharing everything she knew. Zhao Xing's family isn't from here. They came to Xiaoli village 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, Xiaoji, his mother, was pregnant with him. She was holding Zhou Lan, his older brother, and they just arrived with some luggage. His father's name is unknown. He never came here. Maybe he's gone now, especially since there was chaos back then. Hidayame didn't notice that when she mentioned chaos, Hwon's expression became deep and thoughtful, as if she was lost in her own thoughts. His older brother is disabled, but he's educated. He works as a teacher in the town and married a girl from there. Now he lives in the town and rarely comes back, Hidayame continued. Who raised his mother? Hwon asked, snapping back to the conversation. That's not very clear. Zhao Xing moved out to live alone a few years ago. His mother lives alone now, and she's in good health. Sometimes she goes to town to see her eldest son. It's a bit early to talk about all this, she added. Moved out? Are he and his mother not on good terms? Hidayame felt her tongue hurt a little. Maybe she had a sore spot? She thought to herself. I heard from my second sister that Zhao Xing has been a troublemaker since he was young. His mother doesn't like him much. Usually, he clings to his older brother and whatever good things he has, he sends to the town. But if it were me, I'd prefer the older brother. He's smart and obedient, unlike the younger one. Hidayame glanced at Hwon's face, realizing she had said something wrong, and quickly added, but Zhao Xing gets along well with his brother, and maybe he'll help out in the future. Hwon was quietly pondering Zhao Xing's mother's name. Xiaoji? Thinking about what Hidayame said, she made a guess. What's Xiaoji's temper like? Hidayame pouted and said, it's not very good. She doesn't like to interact much with the villagers. She's like a proud rooster, holding her head high, acting like she's a fairy. She's not as honest as you. She had met her a few times when she visited Xiaoli village. From afar, Xiaoji looked pretty. When she got closer, she was indeed attractive, but she always had a stern face, making her seem difficult to get along with. Thinking about how she lost her husband so young and never remarried, raising 2 sons alone, Hidayame felt a bit sorry for her. So she said, she's just like that, not much to talk to, but everything else is okay. Hwon nodded, deep in thought. Then they started talking about other things. Really planning to marry Jian off? Zhao Xing hasn't shown up yet. Everyone knows now. If she doesn't marry, people will say worse. He'll come sooner or later, Hwon said calmly. Shouldn't you talk to Jian about those things? Yes, I should. Now's a good time, talk to her more. Now, several nearby villages also know about this, and the talk is getting uglier. If you keep shouting there, I'll tear your mouth apart. I told you my sister-in-law doesn't know anything. She was tricked by that scoundrel Zhao Xing. If you call him again, I'll tear you apart. Zhang Guilin pushed away a group of women, cursing as she headed home. When something like this happens, no matter the reason, women are usually the ones scolded the most. But maybe this time, the main person involved was too special, a simpleton and a troublemaker. So many people cheered for her. Zhang Guilin was so angry, she almost had a heart attack. Even if Li Jian wasn't very smart, she shouldn't be tied to someone like Zhao Xing. But she knew there was nothing she could do. In the past, the Li family was looked down on because they had a simpleton. When Li Xinghua was of marriageable age, that was the reason he couldn't find a good family. It wasn't until last year that she married Li Xinghua. Zhang Guilan sighed. Her sister-in-law was so pretty. If she weren't slow in the head, how could she not find a good family? Now it was noon, and Zhang Guilan yawned and went to sleep. Even though she'd face sneers and mockery if she went outside, the fields wouldn't wait. No matter what, she had to work, and she needed a good rest at noon. Hyewon was chatting at Dame's house until it was time for her family to nap, then she returned home. At this moment, the Li family was quiet. Hyewon looked at Li Jian, who was peacefully sleeping. She didn't disturb her and quietly tiptoed into her own room. She lay on the bed. Just then, Li Disheo turned over and whispered, "Did you find out everything?" "How is it?" Hyewon slowly told him what she knew, then said, "We can only marry her off. If it doesn't work out later, we'll see." Li Disheo covered her belly and said, "Marry her. Prepare the dowry. If not, we still have us." Hyewon looked up at him, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Little Li village, Zhao Xing and Li Daniu sat on a stone bench in his yard. He was feeling very upset now. He had just taken a walk around the village, and everyone was pointing at him and whispering constantly. Clearly, everyone knew about this matter. Li Daniu cautiously glanced at him and said, "Brother Xing, I heard from Li Mei while my mother was washing clothes this morning." Then he remembered the incident between Zhao Xing and Li Mei. How does Li Mei know Li Jian? If she doesn't say it, no one will know which girl it is. You don't have to marry a fool. Seeing Zhao Xing's face, Li Daniu didn't dare finish his sentence. Zhao Xing also didn't know.
He was very annoyed now.
If he had to marry a fool, he would rather just get rid of him. Not marrying her. If so many people found out, it would be hard to handle. Seeing Zhao Xing silent for a long time, Li Daniu looked at him with sympathy. He thought Zhao Xing was really unlucky, having gotten involved with a fool. Suddenly, Zhao Xing stood up quickly, walked into the house, and lay straight on the bed, covering himself with a quilt. Then a muffled voice reached Li Daniu's ears. "Go out and close the door." Li Daniu sighed and, when he left, looked up at the bright sun and muttered, "Soon I'll get heat rash." Zhao Xing lay like that for 2 days. Rumors spread more fiercely, even saying that Li Jian was already pregnant. The Li family went to the fields before dawn and only returned at nightfall. Still, gossip reached people's ears. At lunch, Li Disheo snorted coldly, glanced at Li Jian, and sighed inwardly, but said nothing. Hyewon also felt upset, but forced herself to eat a few bites before pulling Li Jian back to the house. Now, several nearby villages knew about it, and the rumors became more and more exaggerated. Hyewon knew that Zhao Xing would come sooner or later. She took these days to try to talk to Li Jian about what had happened. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, Zhao Xing came very early in the morning, accompanied by Xiuji. It was just dawn, probably, because he didn't want too many people to see him. Zhang Guilan closed the yard gate tightly. When she entered the main house, Zhao Xing was already kneeling. "This is my fault. I am here to bow to you all and ask you to marry her to me." Zhao Xing's face was expressionless. He had thought about this for 2 days. He hadn't slept much during these days, and there were dark circles under his eyes. None of the Li family members spoke. Xiuji sat quietly to the side, expressionless, seeming completely unconcerned about the matter. Li Disheo held a glass of water, slowly blowing on it. Hyewon was carefully observing Zhao Xing, while Li Xinghua and Zhang Guilan stood to the side. After a moment, Li Disheo finally spoke, saying, "Let me be clear first. My family knows well about Li Jian's situation in the nearby villages. I didn't rush to marry her off. It was you who first caused trouble with her. Now that everyone knows, it's your own decision to marry her, right?" Zhao Xing pursed his lips and whispered, "Yes, since that's the case. If you bring up her situation again in the future, I won't agree." Zhao Xing nodded silently. At this point, Xiuji spoke up. "Let's set the date then. You decide the day, I have no objections. But let's do it soon. After all, you know how people are talking about us outside. As for the bride price, $10 and a piece of cloth. It's more than what you'd pay for a girl from a normal family." You guys have no problem with that, right? She emphasized the word normal, causing the Li family members' faces to turn pale. Li Dishao and Hyewon were okay, staying calm, but Li Xingwa clenched his fists, and Zhang Guilin quickly held him back. Since you came so early, we haven't gone to the fields yet. We thought you were ready, but never mind. We've been so busy lately, no time to watch over Nin. Your Zhou Xing is smart, knowing what's important. Now, our two families are meeting. Hyewon's words implied that they were busy recently, and Zhou Xing took the chance to persuade Li Jian, damaging her reputation, which forced her to marry. She was saying it was Zhou Xing's initiative. They weren't in a hurry and had plans to work in the fields, but you interrupted and showed such attitude. Everything hinted that Zhou Xing was acting boldly, responsible but indecisive. Hyewon initially wanted to criticize Xiaoji, but thought she might need her help later, so she only mentioned Zhou Xing. However, she guessed Xiaoji cared a lot about face. Sure enough, when Xiaoji heard this, her face stiffened for a moment before she looked up seriously at Hyewon for the first time. Hyewon smiled back. After a while, Xiaoji lowered her gaze, a flicker of something passing through her eyes. Hyewon then said, Zhou Xing, you should get up now. Just listen to your mother. We'll set the date, and you need to behave better in the future. Zhou Xing said nothing. After Zhou Xing and his mother left, Zhang Guilin rolled her eyes at their backs. Bah, what kind of person, especially that woman, walks into our house with her head held high, looking down on others? As for Zhou Xing, if it weren't for the trouble he caused, who would marry him? After entering the house, Zhang Guilin heard her father-in-law and mother-in-law discussing the wedding date. She listened quietly nearby. Li Dishao said, Let's do it soon. These days are really busy. Once the work in the field slows down, it will be winter, and it might be too late then. Hyewon didn't say much, just nodded. Li Dishao looked at the calendar and finally set the date for the 20th of this month, giving only 10 days to prepare. If you have free time, help your mother sew clothes. These days, you also need to go to town to buy some things, Li Dishao told Zhang Guilin. Zhang Guilin responded with a sound of agreement. Seeing that she had no more tasks, she went back to the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Li Dishao and Li Xingwa went to the fields. Zhang Guilin was sewing a winter quilt for Li Jian. It was the same quilt Li Jian had used before, just filled with some cotton. Hyewon was whispering secretly with Li Jian. Simple chores like washing clothes and working in the fields Li Jian could do, but being a wife was not so easy. It involved social interactions, raising children. These things Hyewon couldn't teach Li Jian now. She could only let her experience them herself. Hyewon accepted Li Jian marrying Zhou Xing mainly because she had no choice. But she also thought it over. Li Jian reacted slowly compared to others, but she learned quickly. She used to be spoiled, so she didn't pay much attention to it. After marriage, no one spoiled her anymore, so she had to learn. No matter what happens with Zhou Xing in the future, at least she would have some ability. Moreover, the two villages were close. If anything happened later, she could help out and life wouldn't be too hard. From now on, when you go to Zhou Xing's house, you can't act like at home. You need to do more chores. Don't appear in front of Zhou Xing unless necessary. Hyewon talked for a long time but noticed Li Jian kept her head down. She softly asked, What's wrong, Anin? Li Jian looked up, tears in her eyes. She cried, Mother, I only stay at home. I won't go to others' houses. She hated that Zhou Xing so much. It was because of him fighting that her mother let her leave. Hyewon's heart ached. She hugged her gently and said softly, And listen to your mother. You're grown up now and should have your own home. But if you miss home, you can come back anytime. Mother will always be here. Li Jian still looked unhappy. Hyewon knew she couldn't explain everything to her now, so she changed the subject. Do you remember how I told you to mend clothes before? Sure enough, Li Jian wiped her tears, smiled, and said, Of course I remember. On the way home, Xiaoji walked ahead alone, angry, while Zhou Xing followed behind as if he had no bones. She was still very upset. Zhou Xing was a scoundrel. Any woman would do, but he shouldn't have married a fool, especially one who came looking for him. It wasn't just embarrassing for him. It also damaged Zhou Lan's reputation. Zhou Lan was a teacher, after all. How would a student see him now? And his wife, she looked down on her in-laws, even more. I wish I didn't have Zhou Xing as a son, Xiaoji thought bitterly. Seeing her mother's back, it was clear what she was thinking. Zhou Xing clenched his fists tightly. Since he was young, Xiaoji always thought he was not as good as Zhou Lan. After Zhou Lan married Zhang Xiaohui, a woman who was ugly and fat but had a city household registration, he decided he would marry a beautiful wife. So, what if she was from the city? She'd still end up married to a cripple. Now, he had married a fool, and there was no comparison to Zhou Lan anymore. Zhou Xing hated Li Mei and Wang Honghua so much he wanted to crush them. When they reached Xiaoji's house, she coldly said, "The bride price is ready. Take it over." Without looking at Zhou Xing, she went straight inside. 2 days later, Zhou Xing still left early in the morning. He walked very quickly, afraid of meeting anyone. But how could he possibly leave earlier than the farmers working in the fields? A middle-aged woman glanced sideways at Zhou Xing, then turned to her daughter and said, "See that? Don't ever be like Li Jian, going after anyone who looks good. Who knows what kind of trouble they might be." After saying that, she snorted at Zhou Xing and pulled her daughter away. Her daughter, meanwhile, took a few quick looks at Zhou Xing when her mother wasn't watching, and her face turned red. Zhou Xing kept walking forward, unaffected by the harsh words. He had heard so many mean things that they no longer bothered him. He just didn't like others linking him to Li Jian. Anyone who ended up with that fool would be humiliated. Zhou Xing snorted coldly. Just thinking about Li Jian possibly being with him for life made him want to hit Li Mei. When he took the bride price to Li's house, Huan told him the date for the wedding banquet and reminded him to prepare the food, the guest list, and the matchmaking process. The more Zhou Xing thought about it, the more annoyed he became. In the end, he still took some things and went to He Ermiai's house at the village entrance. He entrusted the shopping for the dishes to He Ermiai and brought a bottle of wine and a bag of brown sugar to the village chief's house to ask him to arrange the guest list for the wedding banquet. Zhang Xing didn't spend much of his hidden money. Most of it was borrowed from his mother. Since he didn't invite many people, he spent less than 20 yuan in total. After taking care of these matters, Zhang Xing didn't bother with anything else. He continued wandering around every day. Even though it was the busy farming season, he was unusually idle, so much so that Li Daniv didn't even have time to play cards with him. One noon, Zhang Xing went to the mountain behind the village to see if there were any wild pheasants or rabbits. He saw Li Mei talking with Li Erzhu. He sneaked closer and crouched behind a bush to listen quietly. "You're talking nonsense. I've only been with you once, and I definitely won't be the father," Li Erzhu said impatiently. "Li Erzhu, are you still a man? You can't even admit what you've done. I'll tell everyone in the village that I'm pregnant with your child, and you still won't admit it."
Li Mei shouted anxiously.
"Go ahead, no one saw us. I'm not like Zhang Xing. I won't admit to anything just because of some harsh words. Li Mei, I tell you, stay away from me, or you'll see what I do to you." Without wasting more words, Li Erzhu cursed and walked away. Zhang Xing muttered under his breath, "What a scoundrel. No wonder he was told to go to the abandoned house. Turns out he was going to be a father." Now Zhang Xing was even angrier. His eyes flickered as he came up with an idea, then grinned a sinister smile. The day before the wedding, Zhang Xing tidied up his house simply. His home had only 2 rooms, one for sleeping and one for the kitchen, plus a small yard. The sleeping room was very plain, just a bed and a wardrobe. He didn't plan to buy more furniture, not because he lacked money, but because he simply didn't want to. He could chop trees to make furniture himself. Li Daniel looked at the empty bridal chamber without any wedding bedding and opened his mouth in surprise. "Brother Xing, isn't this a bit too bare?" he asked hesitantly. "Even if I set it up, that fool wouldn't understand what it means," Zhang Xing said, scratching his ear. "That's true, but isn't this part of the tradition? Without it, it's not proper. And not having the wedding bedding, won't that be embarrassing? Plus, your mother-in-law and her family will see it and get upset. They might cause trouble on the wedding night." Zhang Xing clicked his tongue, hesitated for a moment, then decided to find Hiermei. Li Daniu watched him walk away, feeling sympathetic. Usually, when people get married, their mothers and close friends prepare the bridal chamber because it's their first wedding and they don't know much about these things. But Zhao Xing's mother, besides giving money, never helped or arranged anything. Zhao Xing's reputation in the village isn't good. Only Hiermei, out of respect for her sister, offered to help. Otherwise, Zhao Xing had to do everything himself. When Zhou Lan got married earlier, his mother had already gone to the town and even bought a lot of sweets for the villagers.
Now,
Li Dania thought, it's not surprising that Zhao Xing has this personality. It's because his mother was too biased. Meanwhile, at Hiermei's house.
what?
You still haven't prepared the wedding quilt? Didn't your mother help you with that? Hiermei couldn't believe what she was hearing. Zhao Xing pressed his lips together and said nothing. Seeing his expression, Hiermei pouted and thought for a moment, then said, "It's too late to prepare now. The wedding feast is tomorrow. Maybe I can lend you the wedding quilt used for my son's wedding." No, that won't do. Before Zhao Xing could speak, she rejected her own idea. The wedding quilt can't be borrowed from others.
Xiaoji is the same.
Zhao Xing often has many things wrong, but that matter was very embarrassing.
It shouldn't be something to argue about now.
If it goes badly, it would be truly shameful. Zhao Xing looked very sad and silent. Hiermei looked at him and said, "You should go home now. I'll try to think of a way." After saying that, she hurried out. She was busy preparing dishes and had a lot on her mind. On his way back, Zhao Xing passed by Xiaoji's house. He saw the closed courtyard gate and smiled self-deprecatingly. She was always like that. Since he could remember, no matter what he did, good or bad, she acted as if she couldn't see him. Even if Zhou Lan sneezed, she would worry terribly. It was only then that she seemed alive again, remembering she was a mother. In rainy weather, Zhou Lan's injured leg would hurt. She would hold him in her arms, soothe him carefully, sing lullabies, and when he fell asleep, she would whisper to herself, "Why isn't Zhao Xing the one with the limp? He was only 4 then, afraid of thunder, craving his mother's warm embrace." But he heard that sentence. He hid behind the door, watching their warm scene, tears streaming down his face. Over the years, her neglect and favoritism had made him understand. Zhao Xing was never what she expected. Zhao Xing had never realized this so clearly until today. Although it was August and very hot, Zhao Xing felt like he was falling into an icy pit. In Dilly village, Hiermei hurriedly ran to her sister's house. Luckily, Hewan was there, so she didn't have to go looking for her. She simply explained everything. Tomorrow, Li Jian will get married. Hewan's mood was already bad, and now she hears that there is no wedding quilt either. Her face instantly changed. Hidame also thought it was too much. How can a wedding have nothing but that? It's so embarrassing to tell others. Hiermei rolled her eyes and said, "It's because her mother doesn't care about anything." Zhao Xing is new to this. He doesn't know much. In my opinion, Zhao Xing is also very pitiful. Sigh. Hewan and Hidame exchanged glances, but said nothing. At noon, when Hewan went home for lunch, she couldn't help but tell Zhang Guilin about this. She felt very upset and had no one else to talk to. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guilin listened and said that her brother's wedding plans fell through. She had prepared a wedding quilt but no longer needed it. "If you don't mind, mother, you can take it and use it first." Hewan gratefully patted her hand and said, "Thank you so much. I haven't even had time to thank you."
Of course, I don't mind.
"If possible, I'll give it to Anan first. After the wedding, I'll make a new one for you. All right, I'll ask about it after I eat." Li Jian's wedding was also something she had not considered carefully. Helping out was the best. Besides, Li Jian's marriage was a family matter. Losing face wouldn't look good for the Li family. "Really, Guilin? Thank you on behalf of Anan." Zhang Guilin waved her hand. "Jian is my sister too. If I can help, I will. Besides, it's not a big deal." After dinner, Zhang Guilin quickly went back to her mother's house, packed the wedding quilt into a bag, and asked Hidame to deliver it to Shaoli village. Luckily, it was laid out before dark. After this incident, Hyewon started to dislike Xiaoji a little. At night, Hyewon and Li Jian shared a bed, whispering softly. And then, tomorrow you will marry Zhao Xing. If he shares your bed, don't refuse, okay? Li Jian didn't answer. Seeing her unhappy, Hyewon felt uneasy too. Li Jian had never been away from her since she was little. Now, suddenly going to someone else's house, she must be scared. But every woman has to go through this. And then, don't forget what I told you. When you grow up and get married, don't be afraid. Mama will always be here. When you get to Zhao Xing's house, be diligent. If he's unhappy, just hide. If you don't know what to do, go find second aunt. Do you remember? The sister of the big auntie next door. Night had deepened. In the small room, Hyewon's gentle voice kept whispering. Li Jian was about to get married tomorrow, so she had to give her more advice. After Li Jian fell asleep, Hyewon gently smoothed the small mound on her forehead. She couldn't help sighing and said, if only there was more time. If there had been more time, she could have taught Li Jian a few more things, instead of being so worried all the time. Now that things had come to this, Hyewon only hoped that Li Jian could get along well with Zhao Xing outside. The sky was dotted with stars, but they couldn't brighten the endless darkness. Inside, a long sigh was heard. At dawn, Li Jian was woken up by Hyewon. Hyewon handed her a set of newer clothes. After Li Jian dressed, she braided 2 pigtails and tied the ends with red rubber bands. Zhang Guilin looked at Li Jian's somewhat plain face and said, why not use a matchstick to draw some eyebrows? Hyewon frowned and said, if you're going to do it, use a proper eyebrow pencil. Using a matchstick looks silly. Better not to draw at all. Zhang Guilin smiled reluctantly and said nothing more. Hyewon then carefully looked at Li Jian. She was pretty, but her simple appearance was a bit too plain for such days. However, when she went to the town a few days ago, she didn't see lipstick or similar items for sale, so there was nothing she could do. Hyewon pursed her lips, thought of something, and sighed inwardly. Finally, she said to Zhang Guilin, I remember when you married Xinghua, you kept quite a few red papers. Take one for an to use. Zhang Guilin glanced at Li Jian's pale pink lips and nodded in agreement. Hyewon brushed Li Jian's bangs and said with a smile, Anin has really grown up. Li Jian glanced at Hyewon, still feeling unhappy. She used to love it when her mother said she was grown up, thinking it was a compliment on her strength. But now she realized that growing up wasn't good at all. When she grew up, she had to marry that annoying Zhao Xing. Growing up isn't good. Hearing Li Jian say this angrily, Hyewon still smiled, but her smile carried a faint bitterness. She muttered, yeah, growing up isn't as comfortable as childhood. Li Jian didn't hear clearly what her mother was saying and was about to ask. Just then, Zhang Guilin came in. Come on, Jian, quickly purse your lips. Shaoli village, Zhao Xing got up early. He changed into a newer set of clothes and went straight to the village chief's house to borrow a bullock cart, then called Li Daniu to go to Dilly village. This was the custom here. The groom used a bullock cart to pick up the bride, then held a feast. In Shaoli village, only the village chief's family had a bullock cart, and they usually lent it out for any occasion. On the way, Zhao Xing remained silent. Li Daniu couldn't stand it and said, Brother Xing, have you eaten yet? Zhao Xing did not answer, only silently drove the ox cart. Li Daniu also said nothing. For the wedding banquet, Zhao Xing asked He to handle it. He then called her sister and a few close friends. Zhao Xing paid for everything, since there wasn't much else to do. The guest list was decided by Zhao Xing and the village chief. There weren't many people, just 3 tables. These days, Li Daniu looked at Zhao Xing and felt uncomfortable inside. He knew Zhao Xing also felt bad, not only because of his mother but also because he married a simple-minded girl. If he had married someone he liked, it would be worth the effort, but unfortunately, he didn't love her. It was really hard to care about someone you didn't like. There was nothing he could do. Not everyone could marry the person they loved. Life is long, and whether you like someone or not isn't that important. What matters is just getting by. So he advised Brother Xing, don't be upset anymore. Life is about moving forward. Before he finished, he saw Zhao Xing staring blankly at him. Li Dania felt a bit awkward. He wanted to keep talking, but Zhao Xing said, "You're talking nonsense, like a woman." Li Dania twitched his mouth and cursed silently. Damn it. Even if he felt sorry for Zhao Xing, he was still a dog. Zhao Xing really wasn't feeling good inside, but he had already come to terms with it. His mother's favoritism wasn't new. As for that simple girl, he'd just give her a bowl of rice first. When he met someone he liked, he'd send her away. Zhao Xing couldn't be with a simple girl for a lifetime. When Li Jian was ready, Huan helped her pack her dowry. According to local customs, Huan prepared 2 basins, each with clothes for spring, summer, and winter, a pair of cloth shoes, a wardrobe, and a wedding quilt. As Sister Demei said, that was the best dowry. But Huan still felt a little dissatisfied. There was nothing she could do, conditions were just like that. In the end, she gave the fabric for the bride price to Li Jian and told her to make a dress for Zhao Xing with it. Even if Li Jian was reluctant, she agreed. As for the money for the bride price, Huan decided to split it in half to Li Jian, half to Zhao Xing. Huan looked at the sky outside and said to Zhang Guilan, "Go boil some eggs. When the groom's side arrives, we can welcome them." The sun was already out and getting warmer. Outside the Li house, a group of people had gathered, mostly elderly men and women, along with a few pregnant women. Li Xingwa stood at the gate, waiting for the wedding party to arrive so he could set off firecrackers. Li Dishao sat in the main hall, slowly drinking water. Huan glanced at the people outside the yard and grabbed some candies to give out. They all smiled and accepted them without saying anything unpleasant. After a while, the sound of firecrackers rang out, and Huan hurried to sit in the main hall. Next, Zhao Xing brought Li Daniu into the house. Zhang Guilan poured a glass of water for Li Daniu, while Zhao Xing knelt down directly and called out, "Father and Mother." Huan and Li Dishao exchanged a look. Huan said, "Hey, you can get up now," and then handed Zhao Xing a red envelope. Zhao Xing looked at her, then took it without saying anything. Huan looked at Zhang Guilan again, who quickly said, "You must be hungry on the way. I cooked some eggs.
Eat a little now."
Jian will be fine soon, and eating now won't hurt." Li Dania held his bowl and ate the eggs eagerly, glancing at Zhao Xing, who was quietly eating his eggs. He felt a little more fond of his father-in-law. After they finished eating, Zhang Guilan pulled out Li Jian. Zhao Xing, without looking, said, "Let's go." Li Daniu secretly took a few more glances. Outside, he thought to himself, he's really good-looking. The firecrackers went off again, attracting a group of children. Zhang Guilan handed out candies, while Huan took Li Jian onto the ox cart. Li Xingwa and Li Daniu went to move Li Jian's dowry. Once everything was packed, Zhao Xing prepared to drive back. Li Jian, however, held Huan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. She looked at Huan with red eyes, tears streaming down her face. Huan felt sad too, but forced a smile. She said, "Anin, be good." Li Jian reluctantly let go, and Zhao Xing whipped the ox's back. The cart slowly started moving. Li Dania took a few steps and jumped onto Zhao Xing's side. The ox cart moved slowly, getting farther from Li's house. Li Jian couldn't help but look back at her mother, softly calling, "Mom." The firecrackers seemed to have finished at some point. The children dispersed happily, and the people gathered around Li's house had also left without anyone noticing. Suddenly, Zhang Guilan called out, "Father, Mother, dinner is ready." Huan stood where she was, her eyes red without her knowing when she started crying. Li Dishao silently stood beside her, saying nothing. Huan silently waved her hand, tears quietly falling. After a while, Huan lowered her hand, wiped her tears, and, with Li Dishao, turned back toward the house. It was already past 11. They had to go to the banquet soon, but there was still some time. They ate a simple meal before heading to the fields. Huan didn't say much. She sat down and slowly ate the corn porridge in front of her. On the other side, listening to Li Jian's intermittent crying behind him, Zhao Xing felt very annoyed. He urged the ox again, speeding up the cart. It was the busy farming season, and he hadn't met many people along the way, so Zhao Xing finally relaxed a little. After a while, they arrived at Shaoli village. Zhao Xing drove the ox cart directly to his yard gate. Li Dania jumped down, carrying the dowry behind him. Li Jian's crying stopped. After hesitating for a moment, she also got off the cart and stood aside. Li Daniu and Zhao Xing carried the luggage into the house, leaving Li Jian standing outside the yard. Zhao Xing then drove the ox cart to the village chief's house with Li Daniu, not even glancing at Li Jian. Li Daniu sat on the ox cart, looked back at Li Jian, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Watching the ox cart grow smaller in the distance, Li Jian sniffed and looked at the 2 tables nearby. She then looked into the yard several times before hesitantly stepping inside. She saw a small, bare yard with a table in the middle and 2 unfinished houses inside. Li Jian thought, why is it so shabby? Only 2 rooms, much smaller than her home. After a while, Li Jian entered the house on the right. She pouted, seeing only a stove and a small cabinet inside, both bare. There was not even enough wood for cooking or heating. What a lazy person. Li Jian cursed silently, then thought about living here with Zhao Xing, and she couldn't help but cry again.
Oh.
Why is she so miserable? The ox cart clattered along. Li Daniu suddenly spoke, not to brag, but that fool is quite good-looking. And she brought a lot of dowry. Zhao Xing thought for a moment. He had already forgotten what Li Jian looked like, but he said indifferently, what's the use of just being good-looking? Li Daniu secretly sneered. He thought Zhao Xing was greedy, liked both beauty and ability. In his mind, he said, dream on in dreams, everything is possible. Zhao Xing didn't say anything more. Hey, Xingji, is your brother coming? Coming. I heard the woman your brother married is from the town. I wonder what she looks like. Zhao Xing snorted with a smile. After returning the ox cart, Li Dania followed Zhao Xing back and happened to meet Hiermei. She pulled Zhao Xing aside and said, finally found you. The time is almost up, the food is ready. You should invite the guests to the table now. Li Jian sat inside the house, listening to the sounds of drinking and eating outside. She couldn't help but touch her stomach. She was so hungry. She only ate a small piece of pancake this morning and hadn't had a proper meal since. Li Jian couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She came here with no food, and it's all Zhao Xing's fault. Outside, Zhao Xing raised a glass of wine to Li Dishao, drank 3 cups, then went to Li Xinghua. Hewan occasionally looked toward the 2 rooms, feeling worried. The men were outside drinking, the women either working in the kitchen or sitting and chatting nearby. Shouji was nowhere to be seen, and she wondered if anyone had brought food to Li Jian. Girl, eat. Why are you so polite? A man sitting opposite her saw Hewan hadn't touched her food and called out. Hewan nodded, smiled at him, and reached to pick a piece of lotus root. It had been a long time since she had such a hearty meal. Everyone ate without looking up, taking bites from the dishes brought out. In just a few bites, the food was gone, especially the meat dishes, which disappeared quickly as soon as they were served. Listening to the constant sound of chewing nearby, Hewan felt a bit annoyed. At this moment, Li Dishao whispered to her, if you finished eating, go check on Jian in the room on the left. Hewan looked at him in surprise, then nodded in agreement. When Hewan entered the room, Li Jian was crying hard. Seeing her mother arrive, she was momentarily stunned, then ran over and hugged her tightly. Mom, I want to go home. This place is no good at all. Hewan stroked her head but didn't reply. Instead, she looked around the room. It was small, and she could see across it in 2 steps. She felt a bit upset but suppressed her feelings and asked, hasn't he eaten anything? Li Jian shook her head, looking sad. No, I'm very hungry. Hewan glanced at where Li Jian had just sat. There was not even a cup of water, which made her angry. She couldn't scold her, so she said, Mom will go see if there's anything to eat. You wait here. She patted Li Jian's head and quickly left the room. Outside, Hewan looked for Zhao Xing and saw him squatting in the kitchen talking to Li Daniu. She approached and overheard Zhao Xing say, forget it. Can you really expect a fool to produce anything good? They're just more fools. Li Daniu was facing Huan. When he saw her, his face changed instantly. He stood up quickly and blurted out, "Mom." "Oh no, Aunt." Li Daniu's face turned red. He didn't dare look directly at Huan and lowered his head, accidentally bumping into Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing's back suddenly stiffened. Then he stood up, turned around, looked at Huan, and then turned away again, lips pressed tightly, silent. Huan felt she was already very angry, but good manners prevented her from doing something embarrassing in public. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, then looked directly at Zhao Xing and said calmly, "Instead of guessing about Jian here, why not just ask me directly? You can also care about your wife, instead of saying meaningless things and letting her go hungry alone." Huan then glanced at Li Daniu, who looked awkward, and asked, "Why did you leave your seats so quickly? Have you eaten enough?" Li Daniu chuckled awkwardly and said, "Yes, I haven't finished eating." "You all continue talking." After that, he looked at Zhao Xing again, and then ran toward the dining table. Huan shot a quick look at Zhao Xing, her eyes full of anger, and her tone very cold. "Let me remind you once more, it was you who provoked my family's Jian, so I hope I won't hear these things from your mouth again. Also, you know very well that if Jian doesn't marry you, you'll be accused of being a rogue. At that time, I want to see what kind of angel you plan to marry." Finally, Huan gave Zhao Xing a deep look before turning to leave. Zhao Xing lowered his head, lost in thought. Li Daniu, hiding nearby, saw Huan leave quickly and hurried over. Before he could speak, Zhao Xing said, "Go eat first. I have something to do." Without waiting for Li Daniu to reply, he left first, leaving Li Daniu standing alone. Li Daniu pouted and carefully thought about Huan's words. He felt even more annoyed with Zhao Xing, muttering, "They don't even bother to check on the new wife, just leave her hungry. Is that how mother-in-law should behave?" Zhao Xing was busy entertaining guests and pouring drinks everywhere. He finally got a break, but was caught by his mother-in-law. Li Daniu thought Zhao Xing was really unlucky, always out of luck. He had once said that the fool was no good, but today he was overheard.
Li Daniu siga.
Then he remembered Zhou Lan and his wife, who still hadn't shown up, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhao Xing was truly miserable. Because Zhao Xing's kitchen was too small, they decided to cook at He Ermiai's house instead. Zhao Xing provided the oil, salt, firewood, and other supplies. Zhao Xing happened to go to her house to get some food to bring to Jian. On his way out, he ran into his brother, sister-in-law, and mother. Seeing Zhao Xing, Zhou Lan, and Zhang Xiaowei all smile. Zhang Xiaowei, feeling a bit sorry, says, "Sorry about this. We should have come yesterday, but Yunyan suddenly had a high fever. We rushed her to the health center, and she only just got better today, so we hurried here." Zhou Qingyan is Zhou Lan and Zhang Xiaowei's daughter, just turned 1 year old. Zhou Xing saw his niece at her full moon celebration. She looks like Zhang Xiaowei, with a round face, very cute and likable. Now, hearing Zhang Xiaowei, he says, "It's good she's better. You can stay at home to take care of her. You don't have to come if you don't want to. It's not a big deal." Zhou Lan looks at Zhou Xing with disapproval. Marriage is such an important thing. How can it not be a big deal? Marriage isn't a game, he says, frowning. He really doesn't like Zhou Xing's attitude. It was okay before, but now that he's married and still acting like this, it's really unacceptable. He wants to say more, but Zhang Xiaowei, thinking today is Zhou Xing's special day, pulls on Zhou Lan's sleeve to stop him from arguing and quickly changes the subject. "Zhou Xing, hurry, and take us to see your bride. I want to see what kind of person she is." Considering that today is Zhou Xing's wedding day, Zhou Lan softens his expression and says, "Shall we go help your mother in the kitchen?" Zhang Xiaowei responds with a nod. Xiao Ji is reluctant inside. She wanted to bring Zhang Xiaowei to her house to chat, but after glancing at Zhou Lan, worried he might be angry, she finally reluctantly takes Zhang Xiaowei and leaves. After they leave, Zhou Lan turns to Zhou Xing and can't help but say, "I tell you, now that you're married, you should be more careful. At least find something to do. Otherwise, how will you support your family in the future?" He isn't usually a talkative person, but he can't stand seeing Zhou Xing act so indifferent, so he speaks up a few words. Zhao Xing shows no change in his expression, still acting as if he doesn't care, and says, "Being a father is different." You sure like to lecture. He's a bit upset inside. He thinks Zhou Lan should understand what it's like to marry someone he doesn't admire. But to his surprise, Zhou Lan just talks nonsense like everyone else. Seeing Zhou Xing like this, Zhou Lan is truly angry. But then he remembers he still needs to greet Zhou Xing's father-in-law and brother-in-law, so he doesn't say anything more about Zhou Xing. All right, go quickly. You've snuck out like this, and you haven't even greeted your father-in-law. Zhou Xing doesn't say anything and follows Zhou Lan back. When they arrive, Zhou Lan goes to toast Li Dishao, while Zhou Xing enters the house. Inside, Li Jian is cuddled in Hewan's arms, and mother and daughter are whispering softly, both with smiles on their faces. When Zhou Xing came in, Li Jian shrank into Hewan's embrace, pouting her lips. Hewan smiled softly and said to Zhou Xing, "You've worked hard. You should go eat now, don't go hungry." Zhou Xing didn't say anything, set down his bowl, and left. Hewan then turned to Li Jian and gently said, "Dinner is here. Hurry and eat. You must be very hungry." Li Jian initially nodded sadly, looked at the rice in her bowl, swallowed hard, but didn't move. Hewan understood her feelings but pretended not to notice and asked softly, "Why aren't you eating?" "I won't eat his food," Li Jian said angrily. Seeing how upset she was, Hewan couldn't help but laugh a little and said, "Someone kindly brought you food.
Why not eat it?"
Besides, being hungry isn't so bad. Li Jian touched her stomach and honestly said, "It feels bad." "Then just eat," Hewan encouraged. "I won't eat. I dislike Zhou Xing, so I won't eat his food," Li Jian said firmly, though her eyes kept drifting toward the rice. "My silly girl, if you're hungry, that's your own problem. In the future you shouldn't do this, understand? Even if you dislike him, you need strength to keep disliking him," Hewan said as she gently rubbed Li Jian's face. Li Jian thought for a moment and realized her mother was right. Only when she's full will she have the strength to dislike Zhou Xing. So she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Hewan watched her eat without realizing how complicated her gaze was. Li Jian was now married to Zhou Xing. If they could get along well, that would be best. At least they could live peacefully. Ultimately, she hoped Li Jian would grow up and have a good life with Zhou Xing. But if Zhou Xing was always careless, Li Jian should have the ability to divorce him. Hewan couldn't help but repeat what she had told Li Jian before. Li Jian kept eating without knowing if she was listening. Outside, most of the guests had finished eating and left their seats. Brothers Zhou Lan and Zhou Liang were chatting with Li Dishao and Li Xinghua, mainly Zhou Lan and Li Dishao talking, but Zhou Liang didn't know much about farming and could only manage a few words. Other guests sat in groups outside the yard, holding jars decorated with national flags or worker images, drinking plain water and chatting. The conditions weren't good, and they couldn't plant tea trees here, so they could only drink water. They didn't complain much. Everything was the same, and the country had only recently been established, so development was urgent. A group of grown men, not fond of gossip, talked about farming for a while, then gradually fell silent. Today, the village chief went to the town for a meeting. "I don't know what it's about," a man in his 40s suddenly said. "Who cares what it's about? Anyway, it's probably good news." "That's true. Since the troublemakers are gone and the land has been divided, it must be good news again." "Yeah, life is getting more hopeful." In the yard, Zhang Xiaohui and Xiuji, along with other guests, finished eating and started clearing the table. Xiuji kept urging Zhang Xiaohui to rest for a while. "Xiaohui, sit and rest for a bit. Go chat with Zhou Lan." She was worried Xiaohui might get tired or upset, maybe complain to her parents-in-law or have opinions about Zhou Lan. "How can I do that? Zhou Xing is getting married. As a sister-in-law, I shouldn't just sit around. We're not guests. Besides, Zhou Lan is busy entertaining guests. Why should I interfere?" Xiaohui was a little confused. Clearly, Zhou Xing was her son, but why didn't her mother-in-law care much about Zhou Xing? Zhou Lan hadn't mentioned anything, so she didn't ask. Not to mention Zhou Lan cared a lot about her younger brother Zhou Xing. As for herself, She was worried about her reputation in Xiaoli village. She didn't want to put on a show or make the villagers think she looked down on rural folks. After all, this was Zhou Lan's hometown. She also wanted others to praise her for being a good wife and say Zhou Lan married the right person. Xiaoji kept persuading her for a while, but when she saw she couldn't convince her, she stopped talking. The cooks, helpers, and Zhou Xing's family waited until the guests finished their meal before eating. Just then, he brought some dishes over. Seeing this scene, she rolled her eyes at Xiaoji. Xiaoji paid no attention to he. She only saw another table being set and said, "Shall we? Time to eat. You've been working so hard all day." After wiping the last table, Xiaoyi washed her hands and followed Xiaoji to the table to eat. She first greeted the helpers, including he. "Thanks so much, aunts. Today, Zhou Xing's wedding, and you've helped so much. No wonder Zhou Lan keeps telling me how kind everyone in the village is. I really felt it today. Thank you all. It's no trouble, no trouble. Just helping out in the village, it's no big deal. Yes, we're all villagers. Why bother with formalities? Honestly, your sister-in-law is doing a great job. She came and helped with everything." Zhou Lan really married a good wife. Hearing this, Xiaoyi felt very happy and smiled more and more brightly. Because of her words, everyone's impression of her improved, and the atmosphere at the table became lively. Looked at Zhang Xiaoyi and thought she was much better than Xiaoji. Zhang Xiaoyi had only taken a few bites when she suddenly remembered no one had brought food to her sister-in-law. She quietly asked Xiaoji, "Mother, which room is my sister-in-law in? I want to bring her some food." Although Xiaoji didn't want Zhang Xiaoyi to see Li Jian and find out she was simple-minded, there was no one else suitable to bring food to Li Jian now. After all, she couldn't let her mother-in-law do it. So she pointed and said, "Just put the food inside and come out quickly, so she doesn't get hungry." Zhang Xiaoyi nodded and said to the women at the table, "Aunties, eat slowly. I'll go bring some rice to my sister-in-law." Those women praised her again, which made Xiaoji a little happy. Praising Xiaoyi was like praising Zhou Lan for finding a good wife. When Zhang Xiaoyi entered the room, Hewan was still talking to Li Jian. Seeing someone come in, mother and daughter both looked up. Zhang Xiaoyi was a bit stunned. Her sister-in-law looked very pretty, especially her big, bright eyes.
But how old was she?
She looked like she hadn't grown up yet. Zhang Xiaoyi wondered silently. She looked at Hewan again and realized why her sister-in-law was so beautiful. Her mother was also quite attractive. She must have been very pretty when she was young. Although she was dressed plainly, she looked like a lady from a noble family. Feeling it was impolite to stare, Zhang Xiaoyi smiled shyly and glanced at the bowl by the bed. She said, "She's already eaten. I thought she hadn't, so I just brought a bowl." Hewan also smiled and said, "Just brought by Zhou Xing. You must be his sister-in-law. That's very thoughtful of him." "Oh, not at all. I haven't taken good care of her. I came late this morning and didn't even offer you a glass of water." The two women exchanged polite words. Zhang Xiaoyi then said, "Your sister-in-law is really good-looking. Which family is she from? Auntie, do you have other daughters? I'd love to introduce my brother to her." Hewan knew she was just being polite and replied, "My daughter is Li Jian. I wish Xian was half as smart and good at talking as you." That evening, Zhang Xiaoyi was applying snow cream to her face in a slightly flowered copper mirror while lying half on the bed reading. She said to Zhou Lan, who was lying nearby, "I didn't expect your sister-in-law to look quite pretty. Her skin is so tender. Besides being a little yellow, she doesn't look like she's from the countryside at all." Unable to hear Zhou Lan's response, Zhang Xiaoyi pouted and looked carefully at her own face, thinking to herself, "Truly, some people are naturally blessed with good skin. That Li Jian also doesn't seem to use any fancy creams, yet her skin is so smooth. She applies snow cream daily, but her skin still isn't perfect." Thinking this, she looked again at Zhou Lan's flawless side profile and then thought of herself, feeling a bit disappointed. The Zhou brothers both look quite handsome, but Zhou Lan is more delicate and scholarly, clearly indicating he's from a literary family. Zhou Xing has sharp features and looks tough. Li Jian is also pretty, quiet, and elegant, like a noble lady from ancient times. As for her, she used to think that her good family background could make her stand out among rural women. But now, when she thinks about both families being together in the future, she feels like she's the one being overshadowed. She's not very happy about it. Also, during dinner, Zhao Xing and Li Jian sat together, which looked so fitting. If only she were a little prettier. Before, she deliberately ignored the details of her past relationship with Zhou Lan. Now, she can't help but wonder, if she didn't come from such a good family, would Zhou Lan have liked her? Probably not. Zhang Xiaohui lowered her eyes, looking a bit lonely. But another voice inside her told her he would have liked her. After all, she's not bad, just not very outstanding in appearance. Moreover, Zhou Lan is also a bit of a cripple. Still, Zhang Xiaohui didn't dare ask Zhou Lan why they were together back then. Just as she was feeling down, Zhou Lan called her. She snapped back to reality but avoided his gaze and asked, "What did you say?" I said, "Are you not sleeping yet?" Zhou Lan's gentle voice sounded in her ear. She felt a little sour inside, but she was glad Zhou Lan was responsible and would work hard to live a good life with her for Yun Yun. Thinking this, Zhang Xiaohui still felt a bit upset. She forced a smile and said, "Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." After she lay down, Zhou Lan blew out the oil lamp beside them. In the dark, neither of them spoke. Zhang Xiaohui moved closer to Zhou Lan, reached out her hand, and slowly moved down from his chest. Zhou Lan paused for a moment to breathe but kept his voice steady. "This house isn't soundproof. Mother is next door." After dinner that night, Xiao Ji suggested they stay here for the night before returning. They thought it was a good idea, so they stayed. Zhang Xiaohui didn't want much. She just wanted to prove something. When she heard Zhou Lan say that, she simply nodded, turned her body away, and faced her back to Zhou Lan. "Go to sleep." After the breathing beside her gradually steadied, Zhang Xiaohui turned around. She looked at Zhou Lan in the moonlight, feeling a wave of sadness. It's been 2 years since they married, but she has only had a few deep conversations with Zhou Lan, and each time, she took the initiative. Zhang Xiaohui thought about how much Zhou Lan disliked her, which was why he was reluctant even to touch her. Outsiders only saw Zhou Lan as gentle and thought they were very happy, but only she knew that her relationship with Zhou Lan was just a suitable choice for her age. She gently brushed her hand over the man's eyebrows and face. Maybe he was tired. He didn't react and continued sleeping deeply. After Zhou Xing and Li Jian left Xiuji's house, they went straight home. Zhou Xing didn't care about Li Jian. He went into the house, grabbed the last bottle of wine, and then left. Li Jian waited until Zhou Xing left, then looked around the house. The main room was empty, with just a table and 2 chairs. The kitchen was even emptier, and Li Jian worried about whether she would have food to eat in the future. She checked all the rooms, then yawned. She wanted to boil water for a bath, but found there was no firewood. She cursed softly, lazybones, and looked at the dark sky outside, sniffing her nose. In the end, she only managed to wash herself with cold water. Although it was summer, the night was a bit chilly. At home, she used to put a basin of water outside in the sun every noon to warm it before washing. Thinking of her days at home, Li Jian sniffed again, holding back her tears for a long time. Then she looked at the only room and the only bed, feeling a bit afraid to lie down. What if Zhou Xing hits her? Last time, Zhou Xing had beaten her so badly. Li Jian was still confused about such matters. Huan had indeed told her about what couples should do, but she only spoke gently at the time, worried that Li Jian would be traumatized by the dilapidated house, so she didn't mention her last encounter with Zhou Xing. Li Jian hesitated at the side of the bed for a long time, then looked at the tightly closed door. Finally, she climbed onto the bed. Being alone in a strange environment was scary, but she woke up early in the morning. After a while, Li Jian fell asleep. Zhou Xing, carrying wine, went to Li Dania's house. "I say, on your wedding night, why didn't you go with your wife and instead came here to do what?" Li Ernia glanced at his mother's door and softly teased, "Mother, it's like sneaking around." It makes me feel uncomfortable. Zhao Xing looked at him irritably and Li Ernie smiled, took out 2 cups, and brought out a dish of peanuts from the kitchen. They drank quietly, with no words, just the sound of snoring heard inside the house. Li Daniu watched Zhao Xing's silent expression and felt both that he deserved it and a bit of sympathy. But perhaps an outsider sees more clearly. Since they're already married, he advised, "Brother Xing, I know you're not happy inside, but think about it. Li Jian is pretty and she's your wife. Isn't it better than finding another woman? Besides, she's your wife now, so don't worry too much about other things. Just give her a bowl of rice. It's not a big deal." Zhao Xing thought the same, but since he was officially married, how could he just give her away? Could he really spend his life with a fool? Right now, in the village, there's no couple who has been married for decades and still argues about everything. Growing up here, Zhao Xing naturally shared the same idea. Once married, you must stay together. He had tried to convince himself before, but if it worked, he wouldn't be here now. Zhao Xing poured more wine into his cup, drank it all in one go, and when refilling, he couldn't help coughing a few times. Li Dania watched him and didn't know what to say, just kept pouring wine and drinking along. Men don't need many words of comfort. Just a glass of wine and a dish of peanuts are enough. After almost finishing a bottle, Zhao Xing was already very drunk, but he still struggled to stand up, ready to go home. When he looked back, he saw Li Daniu had already fallen down, so he pushed him up and staggered out. The countryside at night was especially quiet, except for a few frogs croaking. Looking up, a full moon silently hung in the sky, its water-like light quietly spilling down, making the dark night look like dawn, confusing people into not knowing day from night. Zhao Xing stood there in a daze, unable to help thinking, is this a dream? It must be a dream, right? If it's a dream, I don't want to wake up. He tilted his head, staring at the moon, as if frozen in place, looking a bit silly. Frogs kept croaking one after another, noisy enough to make Zhao Xing withdraw his gaze silently. He stared for a long time, his eyes starting to sting. He stood there for a while longer, then suddenly curled one corner of his mouth. He looked up again at the moon, then raised his leg to walk back. When he reached the gate of his yard, he pushed it open, but it wouldn't budge. Zhao Xing cursed and, losing his temper, kicked the door open and staggered inside. Inside, he was so tired that his eyes couldn't stay open and he didn't wash up. He just lay down directly. At some point, Li Jian woke up. She had moved to a different place and hadn't slept well all night. Because Zhao Xing liked to sleep in, a straw curtain covered the window. She was lying on the bed, not knowing what time it was. She just woke up and didn't realize where she was. She thought she was at home, so she stretched lazily, but her hand touched something. She was startled and quickly pulled it back. She leaned over to look and saw only a black head. She lifted the blanket and saw the man's face. After a night, there was a layer of stubbly beard on his chin. Li Jian wrinkled her nose and let go of the blanket. The bad mood she had managed to suppress last night was back again. She couldn't understand why she had to be with Zhao Xing and she didn't want to be with him. Thinking about not being able to see her mother every day, tears welled up in her eyes. She took a deep breath, found her clothes beside the pillow, quickly put them on, and got out of bed. Her mother had told her to be obedient and not to think only about crying. Li Jian always listened to her mother, so even though she was very sad, she didn't cry. After getting up, she habitually looked for some toilet paper and was about to go to the toilet, but she checked the small yard repeatedly and couldn't find it. She touched her stomach, looked outside the yard a few times, hesitated for a moment, and then went out. As soon as she left the yard gate, she had only taken a few steps when she bumped into an older woman carrying a basket. Li Jian looked at her. The woman had a round face, a slightly yellow complexion, thick lips, and looked very ordinary. Li Jian bit her lip and still walked over. "Excuse me, ma'am. Where's the toilet?" she asked softly. The woman looked at Li Jian, a bit confused. "What do you mean? Where's the toilet?" Li Jian clenched her fists, encouraging herself inwardly. "The toilet is the latrine, ma'am. Do you know where it is?" The woman stretched her neck forward. Oh, the latrine, it's right over there. She pointed with her finger and said, latrine is just a latrine, not a toilet. Such a fool. She pursed her lips, didn't look at Li Jian, and continued walking forward. Li Jian just took a quick look at the bathroom that Annie mentioned. She raised her face and showed a small smile, about to thank her, when she heard Auntie's last words. She pouted her lips, really wanting to loudly tell Auntie that she wasn't stupid, but she just walked away, and she didn't get the chance to say anything. I won't thank you, since you said I shouldn't. Li Jian thought angrily. It was clearly her mother who told her about the bathroom, because her mother said it sounded nicer that way. In Li Jian's heart, Huan was always right, and she would listen to her. When Li Jian returned and was about to wash her hands, she heard someone knocking on the door. When she came back, she casually closed the yard gate. Li Jian's family and Zhao Xing's family both have yards, which is quite rare in the village. Usually, Huan always reminded her to keep the yard gate closed properly. Li Jian had kept this habit. She opened the door and saw an unfamiliar auntie standing there, with no particular expression on her face. Seeing the door open, Xiaoji glanced at Li Jian and said, "Dinner is ready. Come over and eat." Li Jian glanced at the woman's expression, then listened to her words, and suddenly had an idea. Could she be Zhao Xing's mother? After all, her mother said Zhao Xing only has one mother and one brother and no other relatives. Thinking of this, Li Jian softly responded. Xiaoji was annoyed by her reaction, acting a bit shy and delicate, with a touch of petty manners. She didn't bother to say more and was about to leave, but couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up, we're waiting for you." Li Jian closed the yard gate, went to the kitchen, poured some water, washed her hands, then hesitated before returning to her room. Should she wake Zhao Xing? She was a bit afraid. What if Zhao Xing was upset and hit her? Li Jian clutched her clothes and stood by the bed, watching Zhao Xing sleep peacefully, feeling like crying. After struggling for a while, she finally reached out and gently pushed Zhao Xing. She was hungry and wanted to eat. Better to get up than stay hungry. She pushed a few times, but Zhao Xing didn't react. Gritting her teeth, Li Jian pushed harder, and Zhao Xing hummed softly, groggily opening his eyes. Seeing someone standing by the bed, he was startled awake. When he saw it was Li Jian, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. "Are you crazy? Why are you acting so strange, so early in the morning?" Li Jian was scared and took a step back, whispering, "Your mother told you to come eat with me." Hearing this, Zhao Xing paused for a moment, then said irritably, "I know." She picked up a piece of clothing, glanced at the person beside her, and said, "Can't you see I'm changing? Get out." Li Jian frowned, tears in her eyes. Afraid Zhao Xing might really hit her, she felt a little upset and left. She was brushing her teeth when Zhao Xing came out. He didn't look at her and went around to the back of the house. Soon after, he returned. Seeing his expression, Li Jian quickly wiped her face, then poured out the water and moved aside. At the kitchen door, there was a small basin area for brushing teeth, with a tree stump nearby holding a basin for washing the face. Coincidentally, Li Jian's home was also like this. Li Jian didn't dare look at Zhao Xing. She took her toothbrush and basin and went straight back to her room. She folded the quilt and placed the clothes she changed yesterday into a basin she brought, planning to wash them after dinner. Seeing Zhao Xing hadn't finished yet, Li Jian decided to tidy up her belongings. Most of these items were in the cabinet she brought. When Dinyo helped move it yesterday, he placed it directly on top of Zhao Xing's cabinet. She didn't know if there was another place to put them, so she didn't move anything. Her mother had packed everything carefully, her water jar, comb, and a small, slightly scratched mirror. All items she brought with her. Li Jian was afraid Zhao Xing would criticize her for leaving these things inside, so she didn't move anything. Looking around, she realized there was nothing else to tidy up. She pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. Gurgle gurgle, Li Jian rubbed her stomach and couldn't help but peek outside. Soon, she heard Zhao Xing's impatient voice from outside. "What are you doing inside? Come out quickly." Feeling a little wronged, Li Jian pouted and went out. Seeing Zhao Xing had already left the yard, she hurried to catch up. Zhao Xing was walking quickly ahead. He didn't want to be near the fool, and Li Jian also didn't want to get too close, so she followed at a moderate distance. On the road, there were people working in the fields. Seeing the newlywed couple, they all stared and whispered to each other, their voices faintly reaching Zhao Xing's ears. "Hey, isn't that Zhao Xing and his silly wife? Do you think they did anything? Look, that fool is still fine. Can a fool understand those things? Fools don't understand, but Zhao Xing's little rascal does. He's even fooling her into that broken house." Listening to the gossip around them, Zhao Xing's face grew darker, and his steps quickened. Although Li Jian didn't care about what others said, she felt a little scared being stared at by strangers, so she also sped up to catch up. When they arrived, Xiao Ji and the others were already waiting at the table. Seeing them come in, Xiao Ji's face looked a bit unhappy, but since Zhou Lan was there, she only coldly said, "Let's eat." As soon as they sat down, Zhou Lan smelled alcohol on Zhao Xing and thought he was happy. She quietly teased, "I thought you wouldn't get up." Zhao Xing forced a smile but didn't say anything. Li Jian looked at the food on the table and silently swallowed. There was porridge made from rice, steamed buns, a plate of salted vegetables, scrambled eggs, stir-fried eggplant, and, importantly, a plate of spicy stir-fried pork. It was quite a rich meal. Seeing Zhao Xing silent, Zhou Lan thought he was tired and gave him a teasing look but said nothing. Next to her, Zhang Xiaowei drew dong da zhaohu to Li Jian. "You're awake, sister-in-law?" Li Jian didn't know her name and only focused on the food on the table. Zhang Xiaowei looked a little embarrassed at Zhou Lan, who smiled reassuringly at her. Zhao Xing glared at Li Jian, feeling that this silly girl was really embarrassing. But she didn't look at him at all. Frustrated, Zhao Xing kicked Li Jian hard under the table. "Ah!" Li Jian cried out in pain, tears immediately welling up. She didn't dare look at Zhao Xing and shrank her neck in grievance. Zhou Lan frowned and said to Zhao Xing, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" She thought Zhao Xing's temper was a bit too hot-tempered, especially on their first day of marriage. She wondered if the sister-in-law might be shy. Zhang Xiaowei quickly tried to smooth things over. "Hurry up and eat, I'm hungry." Xiaoji glared at Zhao Xing and couldn't help but say, "Making a fuss so early in the morning. You're really a troublemaker. Look at your wife." Zhou Lan cut her off, looking unhappy. "Mom, don't say anything. Zhao Xing just got married. Let's eat. Everyone is hungry." Xiaoji, who usually listened to Zhou Lan, stopped scolding Zhao Xing and hurriedly said, "Eat quickly if you're hungry. You still have to go back to town to work later." She then turned to Zhang Xiaowei. "Shall we eat more vegetables?" Zhao Xing looked away, sour-faced, picked up his bowl. Li Jian kept her head down, only daring to pick at the salted vegetables in front of her, and she didn't dare take much. Zhou Lan watched Li Jian and looked at Zhao Xing with annoyance, but since Zhao Xing was in a bad mood, he didn't look at her either. Zhang Xiaowei kept glancing at her husband out of the corner of her eye. When she saw him look at Li Jian, she looked over too. After thinking for a moment, she swapped the eggs and meat in front of her and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you're shy. When I first came to my mother-in-law's house for dinner, I was the same way, too shy even to pick up the dishes." Zhou Lan also smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't feel uncomfortable. We're all family." Li Jian didn't pay attention to what they were saying. She was just staring at the food in front of her, feeling a bit stunned. She looked up at Zhang Xiaowei and smiled. Zhang Xiaowei saw tears still on Li Jian's face, but she smiled brightly and even showed 2 dimples. She couldn't help but think to herself, this sister-in-law is really lovable. Xiaoji glanced at the swapped dishes, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. The table was small, so it didn't matter where the dishes were moved. Everyone could reach them easily. After that, everyone focused on eating and stopped talking. After the meal, Zhou Lan wanted to say something to Zhao Xing, but as soon as Zhao Xing put down his chopsticks, he left. Zhou Lan could only shake his head and help put the dishes away in the kitchen. Li Jian also followed Zhao Xing. She wanted to stay and help, since she felt a bit embarrassed about eating for free, but she didn't remember the way. If she didn't follow Zhao Xing, she might get lost. Xiao Ji didn't mind whether they stayed or left. She hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiaowei from washing the dishes, saying, "Don't wash them now. Let me do it later. Come on, I brought some dishes. I'll take them back later." Zhao Xing went straight into the house after returning. He took out a bundle of red paper wrap money. These were gifts from guests. There weren't many guests invited. Only a few families from the village, plus his own family, and Li Jian's maternal family. Only Zhou Lan, Li Jian's maternal family, the village chief's family, and accountant Li contributed money. The others were gifts from previous exchanges, mostly vegetables. The current situation was like this. In the village, gifts were mostly vegetables or eggs. Even if money was given, it was only a few cents. Zhou Xing carefully counted each gift. Now that he was married, these gifts belonged to him, and he would pay them back in the future. Many families in the village hadn't divided their property yet. Their mothers managed everything. Li Jian was wandering in the yard. She wanted to wash clothes but couldn't find the pond. She hesitated, looked inside the house, but didn't ask Zhou Xing. Instead, she took a basin and left the yard. It was only about 8 o'clock now. The village was still sparsely populated, with a few people around. Just then, a heavily pregnant woman carrying a basin was heading to wash clothes. Curious, Li Jian looked at her belly and walked over. "Big sister, where is the pond?" The pregnant woman is the second daughter-in-law of the village chief, named Li Xiangjuan, who also came from Dilly village. She is generally easy to talk to. She knows Li Jian and did not show any dislike. Instead, she smiled and said, "I'm about to go. Come with me." Li Jian gratefully smiled and followed her. Neither of them was very talkative, so they walked quietly in silence. Li Jian looked around as they walked, observing the environment of Shaoli village. It was similar to Dilly village, with mud brick houses and elderly people sitting in front of almost every house. Under the sunlight, their silver hair seemed to shine. Li Jian kept looking at them, feeling they looked familiar. The elders noticed Li Jian's gaze and all looked up, showing their wrinkled faces and cloudy eyes. They smiled kindly, revealing their bald gums. A few were dozing in the sun, their heads nodding slightly. Li Jian stared at them, feeling a bit lost and forgetting the way back. Soon, Li Xiangjuan took Li Jian to a pond. Shaoli village, like Dilly village, has a large pond in the center. The small pond at the village entrance is shared by both villages. Actually, these two villages used to be one. But at that time, the village chief and his brother had a disagreement. His brother, in anger, took some people and divided the land, using the small pond as the boundary, creating Shaoli village. Initially, the two villages didn't interact. Over generations, as people were born and grew up, they gradually married each other. When they arrived, the two sat down to wash clothes. It was still quiet, with only the sound of washing. Few people came at this time. If Li Xiangjuan hadn't felt unwell in the morning and vomited, she would have finished washing earlier. Li Jian washed her own clothes and finished quickly. She looked at the clothes still in Li Xiangjuan's basin and waited beside her. Li Xiangjuan sat for a long time, feeling uncomfortable and looking pale, with sweat on her forehead. She was about 5 months pregnant, but that's common now. It doesn't mean she can rest just because her belly is big. Life is just starting to get better, unlike a few years ago when there was war. Now is the time to work hard and improve life. Li Xiangjuan wiped the sweat from her face, put the last piece of clothing into the basin, slowly stood up while supporting her knees, and then patted her waist. Seeing she finished, Li Jian also stood up and asked, "Shall we go?" Li Xiangjuan's face was still pale, and she only nodded. Li Jian didn't notice and only cared about Huan so far. The speed of going back was very slow, and Li Xiangjuan didn't mind. This time, she didn't look around anymore, but walked with her head down, focused on her path. "Hey, isn't that your home?" Li Xiangjuan said, looking at Li Jian, who was walking ahead with her head down. Li Jian came to her senses, glanced around, and saw it was indeed Zhao Xing's courtyard. She smiled at Li Xiangjuan, thanked her, and went inside. She hung her clothes on the clothesline in the yard to dry. Then she went into the house to look around. She didn't find Zhao Xing, so she relaxed. With nothing else to do, she took out the patterns her mother had drawn for her and started to embroider. After finishing a flower, she went outside to check the time. The sun was almost overhead, and she knew it was time to cook, but she hadn't seen Zhao Xing yet. Li Jian didn't know where the food was kept. Thinking about what her mother had told her before, Li Jian hesitated for a moment, but then decided to go into the kitchen. The kitchen was small, with just a simple earthen stove and a cupboard. She looked inside the cupboard. There were only 2 chipped bowls, one for vegetables and one for Zhao Xing, and a pair of chopsticks. Almost every household had similar, one per person. If a bowl broke, they didn't replace it. If there was a celebration, they borrowed bowls from neighbors. Li Jian thought. Luckily, her mother had brought her some bowls and chopsticks. The cupboard had 2 shelves. On the second shelf, there was half a plate of peanuts. Li Jian frowned. There was no food, so how could she eat? Ugh, Zhao Xing is such a lazy person. Because of him, she had no food to eat. Just as Li Jian was scolding Zhao Xing in her mind, he pushed open the courtyard door, put the things he was carrying inside, and then went into the kitchen again. He set down the vegetables and glanced at Li Jian's back, then said impatiently, "What are you mumbling about over there?" Li Jian was startled and accidentally hit her head on the cupboard, feeling pain and tears immediately welling up. Zhao Xing heard a loud bang, rolled his eyes, and mocked, "Fool." Li Jian covered her forehead and slowly stood up. She didn't dare argue when Zhao Xing scolded her, so she quietly moved to the wall. But unexpectedly, Zhao Xing called her back. "Can you cook?" Li Jian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, then shook her head. She only knew how to make simple dishes. Zhao Xing frowned tightly. "Do you really know how?" Li Jian was startled by his tone. Without thinking, she quickly nodded. "Then hurry up and cook." He remembered his accounts and went to town. He had been walking all morning and was very hungry. Zhao Xing went into the house again. He mainly went to buy a gift for the door, and he also bought about 10 pounds of cornmeal and some vegetables. He spent about 10 yuan in total. He felt a bit uncomfortable inside. If he had known marriage would cost so much, he wouldn't have done it. Zhao Xing looked at the bare yard and had an idea. Li Jian came to live here, but she can't do nothing. Marrying a simpleton made him feel uneasy enough. If she did nothing, he would definitely send her back. Zhao Xing looked at the somewhat burnt vegetables in front of him. He glared at Li Jian, took a deep breath, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. His face wrinkled, and he spat it out immediately. "Is this what you call cooking? The burnt smell, no oil, no salt." Zhao Xing was about to get very angry. "You're just a simpleton." Zhao Xing forcefully put down his chopsticks. I'm not a simpleton." "Boo-hoo," Li Jian cried out. She was originally afraid to yell at Zhao Xing, but she hated being called a simpleton. Zhao Xing had been bullying her since morning. Li Jian felt very wronged and finally couldn't hold back her words. If you're not a simpleton, who is? You can't do this or that. You're just a fool, a silly pig," Zhao Xing sneered. He didn't expect Li Jian to talk back. "Boo-hoo. If I say it's not me, then it's not me. I will tell my mother, boo-hoo, and let her scold you to death. Then get out. Hurry up and leave. I don't want a wife like you." Zhao Xing suddenly stood up, grabbed Li Jian's arm, and headed toward the yard gate. After pushing her out and closing the door, he left. Li Jian was so scared by his actions that she cried loudly. She didn't knock on the door and just kept walking forward, planning to go home. But after a few steps, she realized she didn't know the way. She wanted to ask for directions, but saw a group of people standing in front of her, all with unhappy expressions, pointing and talking about her. Suddenly, she was too scared to go forward. Not knowing what to do, she squatted against the wall, buried her head in her arms, and cried. She was kicked out by Zhao Xing, wasn't she? Obviously, she was thrown out. I guess she's just a simpleton who can't do anything, and Zhao Xing is tired of her. Is she a fool? She can't do anything. Zhao Xing is unlucky, marrying such a wife. Who knows what he'll do in the future? He's pitiful, but it's his own fault for being so flirtatious and provoking her. She may be simple-minded, but she's pretty. She was kicked out. Does Zhao Xing not want her anymore? How could he not want her?
She's his now.
The wedding is over. Everything's done. What else can he do? Even simple-minded people have their families. From this point on, the conversation becomes a bit inappropriate for children. Almost everyone present is married, and when they start talking nonsense, they say anything and laugh loudly. The laughter was so loud that Zhao Xing, who was in the kitchen cooking, heard it. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and still went outside. Letting Li Jian stay there would only cause more unpleasant words to come out of those women's mouths. Suddenly, Zhao Xing opened the yard door quickly, looked at the group of women, and saw Li Jian crouching in the corner. He walked over a few steps, grabbed her, and pulled her toward the yard, then slammed the door shut. TSK, Zhao Xing still has some strength. One of the women said with a knowing smile to another woman. Another woman immediately understood and said with a smile, Zhao Xing is strong, but your husband is even stronger, right? The group teased each other as they headed back, occasionally bursting into loud laughter. Zhao Xing pushed her onto the bed, pointed his finger at Li Jian, who was still crying, and said in a harsh tone, "Try crying again and see what I do." Li Jian was startled and froze for a moment, then cried even louder. "If you keep crying, I'll see how I deal with you." Zhao Xing reached out as if to hit her. He really wanted to hit her, but he despised men who hit women and would never do such a thing. Li Jian thought Zhao Xing was going to hit him, so she stopped crying out of fear, watching his hand carefully and quietly sobbing. Seeing that Li Jian finally stopped crying, Zhao Xing took a deep breath and turned to leave, leaving Li Jian alone, silently wiping her tears. She really wanted her mother. Li Jian cried silently in her heart. After cooking, Zhao Xing didn't pay attention to Li Jian. He ate and then took his tools to the mountain behind the house. Earlier, he had a neighbor who was an old hunter. He always went hunting with him. The old hunter didn't hide his skills and taught Zhao Xing some hunting techniques. Over the years, he hunted animals in the mountains and sold them in town to earn some money. Unfortunately, the old hunter didn't pass on all his skills before he died. But Zhao Xing learned a little and could get by. It's said that land is a farmer's life, and the same goes for Shaoli village. Now that peace has returned and the land has been divided by the government, everyone is focused on taking good care of their land. No one is thinking about hunting in the mountains, as it's dangerous and might not even yield much, especially since they're not professional hunters. This made it easier for Zhao Xing, so he didn't farm or work the land. He could make a living just by hunting. When he reached the middle of the mountain, the trees became very dense. Many people came here, and there was a small path he had made. Following it, he saw a rope tied to a tree. He knew his trap was around that tree. Sure enough, when he got closer, he saw a rabbit lying in a hole. Its foot was caught in a trap, so it couldn't jump out. Zhao Xing grabbed its ear, lifted it up, tied it with a rope, then removed the trap and threw it back into the hole. He covered the hole with some grass. He checked several other traps. Besides a cage with a wild chicken, he didn't catch anything else. Zhao Xing wasn't disappointed. He had set these traps a long time ago. Maybe some animals escaped over time, but he could be more careful next time. On the way back with the two animals, Zhao Xing immediately prepared the wild chicken, put it in a basket, covered it with cloth, and took it to his mother's house. As for the rabbit, he decided to keep it and sell it in town later. When he arrived, Xiaoji was sewing clothes inside the house. Zhao Xing could tell at a glance that it was for his niece. Had a wild chicken put it in the kitchen. Xiaoji only glanced at him and then continued sewing, ignoring Zhao Xing completely. Zhao Xing didn't say anything and left after placing the chicken. Now it was the busy season. Li Daniu went to the fields every day. Zhao Xing was proud and stubborn, and he had a good friend, but for a while, he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to stay inside either. Who would want to stare at a fool all day? So, he went to find Li Erzhu. Li Erzhu lived alone. His parents had died. He was self-sufficient, so he wasn't very active in work. Now he definitely had time. Sure enough, Li Erzhu was organizing a card game. It was just one person short. One more. Zhao Xing, want to join? Zhao Xing smiled. I'm right in front of you. What else do you need to ask? They started playing cards. The other two people Zhao Xing didn't know, and he didn't care. He just wanted to pass the time. Li Zhu drew a card. I heard your wife is pretty good looking. How is she? When he heard this, the other two immediately pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Zhao Xing's answer. Zhao Xing acted indifferent. Just so. What can I say? Li Zhu clicked his tongue. You understand what I mean, right? Did your wedding night go badly, so you don't want to talk about it? Zhao Xing was a bit unhappy. He didn't like others asking about his matters, but he still smiled and said nothing. Li Zhu pursed his lips and focused on his cards, saying nothing. The other two exchanged a glance and shared a, "You understand me, I understand you," smile. Zhao Xing played cards all afternoon. This time, luck was bad and he lost a few coins. His mood was already bad, and now it was worse. When he got home, he wanted to drink some water but found the jar was empty. He shouted into the house, "Li Jian, come out." He called several times, and Li Jian finally came out slowly, looking at him nervously. Zhao Xing glanced at her small frame, thought for a moment, and said, "Go get a bucket and bring back a few buckets of water." He's not her mother, so why should he care? Women in the village can fetch water, and he's never seen any big boss go jumping into the water. Anyway, he doesn't like to keep idle people. Li Jian looked at the water jar. I don't know where the well is. Although Zhao Xing was impatient, he understood that today was only the second day. Today, I'll take you there. Remember the way. Next time, I won't bring you. Also, from now on, you need to fill the water jar before dinner every day. Otherwise, don't bother eating. Zhao Xing turned and went into the kitchen, took out a bucket. Take this and hurry up. Li Jian silently followed behind, carrying the bucket, constantly looking around. She needed to remember the way, or she wouldn't have food to eat. Li Jian found Zhao Xing really annoying. She missed her mother. At this time, the people working in the fields were just returning home. Seeing the couple, they started gossiping again. Zhao Xing, in front, frowned impatiently. Going out with Li Jian at this time was a mistake. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. When they reached the place, he stood with his arms crossed, silently watching Li Jian fetch water. There was only one big well in the village, about the size of a millstone. You just used a bucket to scoop water directly. Li Jian fetched more than half a bucket, constantly switching hands on the way, trying to remember the route. Her eyes were already full of tears. Back at the house, just as she poured the water into the jar, she heard Zhao Xing's voice. Fill the water jar. She looked at Zhao Xing, who went into the kitchen and didn't look at her. Li Jian bit her lip and took the bucket out again. At first, she remembered the way because Zhao Xing's house was on a remote path. But after reaching the center of the village, with one adobe house after another, she couldn't tell the way anymore. At this time, some early eaters sat at the door of their houses, eating and chatting with neighbors. Li Jian watched them eat happily, and her stomach grumbled. At noon, she didn't eat anything. After Zhao Xing left, she cried herself to sleep. When she woke up, she was dazed until he returned. She hadn't drunk any water and was already hungry. For dinner, she had to ask for directions. Besides, the two women she met that morning were decent enough. They at least pointed her in the right direction. So, Li Jian didn't hesitate and went over. Ma'am, excuse me, where's the well? The woman was just about to eat her rice. Without waiting to swallow, she simply said, It's right ahead. Just turn the corner. Her voice was unclear and Li Jian still didn't understand. She looked at her with a confused face. The woman didn't seem impatient. She pointed with her finger. Li Jian quickly thanked her and walked over. The woman watched her back as she left, then continued eating and chatting with her neighbor. Almost everyone in the village knew Li Jian. Some felt sorry for her. After all, a simple-minded girl was quite pitiful. Besides, Li Jian didn't bother anyone. Maybe some looked down on her, ignored her, or underestimated her, but seeing such a pretty girl speaking softly, no one felt like insulting her. There was no dislike, just indifference. Li Jian had to fetch water 3 times to fill the water jar. Zhao Xing kept his promise and left her some food. After eating, Li Jian washed the dishes herself. She hesitated for a while, not wanting to sleep just yet, so she splashed cold water on herself and took a shower. Zhao Xing happened to go for a walk. While he was out, Li Jian quickly wiped herself down. When Zhao Xing finished his shower and went back inside, Li Jian was already lying down, almost asleep. Last night, he was drunk and didn't notice much. Today, lying next to a woman, he only felt a pleasant scent wafting into his nose, which made him feel a bit restless. Maybe he was tired from fetching water. Li Jian soon fell asleep, leaving Zhao Xing tossing and turning alone. Until midnight, Zhao Xing was still wide awake, with no sleep at all. He rubbed his eyes, cursed softly, then finally resigned himself. He poured a bucket of cold water into the kitchen. When Zhao Xing opened his eyes again, no one was beside him. He sighed and regretted not building an extra room. The sun had just risen, peeking over the mountain. Zhao Xing squinted and yawned. Li Jian had just finished washing her clothes. Seeing Zhao Xing standing still, she quietly made a face and moved to hang her clothes elsewhere. Zhao Xing turned his head to look at her hung clothes and raised an eyebrow when he saw her underwear. "Hey, starting tomorrow you need to wash my clothes too." Li Jian looked at him and nodded. Zhao Xing didn't say anything and went behind the house to fetch water. Breakfast was made by Zhao Xing, who cooked cornmeal porridge. The only small dish of pickles was still given by Li Daniu. He glanced at Li Jian, who was quietly sipping her porridge and made a tisk sound. He really couldn't find a chance to let her practice cooking. Yesterday's dishes were all he had to throw away. But not giving her anything to do made him feel uncomfortable. Zhao Xing was thinking to himself, while Li Jian secretly looked at him, feeling a bit nervous. Is he going to scold her again? Just as Li Jian was feeling anxious, she heard his voice.
"Can you farm?"
Li Jian choked accidentally and didn't dare to cough loudly. She put down her bowl, covered her mouth, and coughed quietly a few times.
"No."
"I don't know how," she said, her face turning red from coughing. Zhao Xing thought she was embarrassed, snorted coldly, and seemed to think she was shy. After thinking for a moment, he felt there was no chance for her to practice, which made him even angrier. He rolled his eyes at Li Jian. He stirred the remaining porridge with chopsticks, then directly ate it. After wiping his mouth with his hand, he picked up the rabbit from yesterday and headed to town. When he left, Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to sip her porridge slowly. Her mother had told her to chew slowly and swallow carefully. Zhao Xing ate so fast that he was most likely to choke. On the road, Zhao Xing suddenly sneezed inexplicably. "This rabbit isn't bad, just a patch of fur is missing," Lu Tuhu, the old hunter, said as he carried the rabbit and examined it. "It was caught in a trap." "I haven't been to check in a while," Zhao Xing replied. "If you're willing, I'll sell it at the usual price," Lu Tuhu said. Lu Tuhu was introduced to Zhao Xing by the old hunter before he passed away. Whatever he caught, he usually brought here. Hearing this, Zhao Xing had no objection and nodded. Lu Tuhu opened a drawer filled with small change, mostly coins of a few cents. He counted out a yuan and handed it to Zhao Xing, then took 2 pieces of meat with some flesh on them from the rabbit. "Here's your change," he said, handing Zhao Xing the pig bones. Zhao Xing knew he was getting a good deal. He thanked him and took the bones. "No need to be polite. If you get any more wild game, just bring it here next time," Lu Tuhu said as he placed the rabbit in an empty cage nearby and started sharpening his knife. While sharpening, he looked at Zhao Xing. "I heard you got married. When will you bring your wife and younger brother to visit?" Zhao Xing's smile faded a little. "Maybe later," he replied. Lu Tuhu thought he was shy and didn't say anything more. He focused on sharpening his knife. Zhao Xing didn't have much to buy, so he simply left a note saying, "I'm leaving," and headed straight home. That night, Zhao Xing finally slept well because he was sleeping alone. As for Li Jian, she slept on a mat. The wedding bedding they used the night before was also stored in the cabinet before bed, which Zhao Xing found quite annoying. The next day, Zhao Xing took Li Jian to her home. On the way, Li Jian was very excited, happy just thinking about seeing her mother. Zhou Xing walked ahead alone, carrying the return gift, a bottle of wine, some meat, and a bag of brown sugar, following the village customs. They reached a fork in the road where they met Li Mei. Zhou Xing now remembered this woman well. Seeing her pale face and her hand on her belly as she slowly walked forward, he couldn't help but sneer. Just wait, the gift will arrive soon. Li Mei was in a bad situation. Last night, she went to a sorcerer's place in the sorghum field. Today, she felt a bit sick. The man she was with was getting married in a few days to the daughter of the village head of the neighboring Zongjia village. She couldn't afford to offend him. She had to hurry, or she wouldn't be able to hide the truth anymore. Li Mei was thinking about who to turn to, not noticing Zhou Xing's cold gaze fixed on her from a short distance. When they arrived at Dilly village, Zhou Xing didn't quite remember the way to Li Jian's house. He looked back at Li Jian and said, "Lead the way." Li Jian's eyes sparkled. For a moment, she forgot her fear of Zhou Xing and walked ahead to show the way. As they neared her home, they saw Zhang Guilin waiting under a tree. Li Jian ran over happily, grabbing her dress and saying cheerfully, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing here?" Zhang Guilin was a bit stunned by her sudden enthusiasm, but soon understood. They had been together for nearly 2 years, so she was more familiar with her than with Zhou Xing. However, without Li Jian around, she felt quite uncomfortable. Over the past 2 days, her mother-in-law was in a bad mood, and her father-in-law was also unhappy. During meals, she felt stifled.
You've arrived.
The meal is almost ready. Mother asked me to come see you. Zhang Guilin smiled at Zhou Xing. Since you've come, and you brought so many things, it's a bit formal. We're all family now. She was polite on the surface, but secretly quite happy. After all, returning gifts was a sign of respect. Moreover, Li Jian's dowry was quite substantial, and Zhou Xing's bride price had already been spent, with some possibly added by her mother-in-law. No other family in the village had such generous dowries. If Hyewon is truly his man's biological mother, she would be very upset. But now, since there's a layer of separation and only this one younger sister, Zhang Guilin couldn't say much. Now that Zhou Xing has taken some things besides anything else, she can at least have a few bites too. So, although Zhou Xing just gave a polite smile, Zhang Guilin didn't pay much attention. She took the things he brought and cheerfully said, "Come in quickly and have some water." Zhou Xing followed Zhang Guilin into the yard. This was his first time carefully looking at the Li family's yard. At the yard gate on the left there was a peach tree. Next to it was a chicken pen surrounded by a fence. On the right, there were vegetables, and in the corner, there was a simple toilet. The peach tree seemed to ripen late. Most of the peaches on it were still green. The vegetables were seasonal, like eggplants and peppers. After a quick look, Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, pursed his lips, and seemed to be lost in thought. Li Jian also carefully examined the yard and pouted. Her family was better. Why couldn't she always live at her home? Inside the main room, Li Dishao sat on a stool. When he saw them arrive, he smiled but didn't speak. Li Xingwa stood up and forced a smile, saying, "You're here." Zhou Xing still gave a polite smile, called out, "Father," to Li Dishao, then turned to call, "Big brother." Li Dishao nodded without saying anything. Li Jian went straight to the kitchen. Zhang Guilin put down what she was holding and came out, telling them to have a good chat. When she entered the main room, she saw the three sitting quietly and felt it was a bit strange, so she secretly glared at her husband. Guests come, but no one greets them properly, not even offering a cup of water. She hurried over, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Zhou Xing. "Gongzi, have some water." Zhou Xing took it, thanked her, but didn't drink right away. He stroked the slightly yellow teacup and looked at a set of tea utensils on the table, feeling a bit confused. Earlier, he found Li Jian's dowry strange. Usually, no one would prepare so much for a daughter's dowry. But Li Jian was simple-minded, so maybe the Li family arranged it to make her life easier after marriage. That made sense. Now, seeing a complete set of tea utensils, he remembered he had only seen similar ones at Zhou Lan's house, after Zhou Lan became a teacher. But he felt it didn't quite add up. Moreover, after seeing many things like peach blossoms and apricot blossoms and girls called de Nyo and Er Nyo, the name Li Jian seemed very different. Li Jian's mother. Was she from a landlord's family? Zhao Xing only remembered stories about landlords being particular. Sister-in-law, your mother asked you to serve the dishes. Li Jian walked over to Zhang Guilin with a cheerful tone. Zhang Guilin responded with a nod. Today, the Li family's dishes are especially rich. A pork stew with vermicelli, stir-fried cabbage, a plate of spicy stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs, a fish, and a plate of peanuts. This is the standard for celebrating the New Year. Looking at these dishes, Li Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. She had eaten pork the day before yesterday, but at this moment, who would mind having more meat? Moreover, after a few meals cooked by Zhao Xing, she missed her mother's cooking even more. In just 3 days, it was hard to tell if Li Jian had lost weight, but Huan still felt very caring towards her. When everyone picked up their chopsticks, she quickly scooped a piece of lean meat for Li Jian. She knew Li Jian was a bit picky and only liked to eat lean meat. She also scooped a piece of meat from the fish belly, carefully checked it, and then handed it to Li Jian. She used to find ways to get Li Jian to eat fish because she believed that eating fish made one smarter, and Li Jian herself liked fish. Young master, this fish was caught this morning in a creek in the village by Xinghua, Huan said as she tried to serve Zhao Xing some food. Since her husband couldn't speak for himself, and she didn't expect her father-in-law to call Zhao Xing, she occasionally addressed Zhao Xing a few words. But mostly, she was focused on eating herself, as she hadn't seen so much meat in a long time. Zhao Xing didn't really want to drink alcohol. He had something to do later. Seeing that the Li family was focused on eating, he felt a bit relieved. After the meal, Huan took Li Jian back to her room. Zhang Guilin went to wash the dishes. Li Zhao, tired after working all morning, went to rest first. Only Li Xinghua and Zhao Xing remained. Not wanting to stare at each other awkwardly, Zhao Xing said he would go for a walk. Li Xinghua was happy to agree and soon went back to his room. After Zhao Xing left the yard, he looked around and saw no one, then headed straight outside. Huan was chatting with Li Jian in her room. Since she got married, no one wanted to stay there, so it was left empty. She had cleaned it carefully this morning. "Enan, has Zhao Xing been sharing your bed these days?" Huan asked while sewing a quilt cover. This quilt cover was meant to be a wedding gift to be returned to Zhang Guilin's family. Li Jian first nodded, then thought for a moment and shook her head. "Yesterday, I slept on the floor," Li Jian said with a pout. The floor was hard and uncomfortable, but she didn't want to share a bed with Zhao Xing, that sloppy guy. Huan paused, looked at Li Jian and felt a bit relieved. Li Jian was already having a hard time taking care of herself. If she were pregnant, how could she take care of a child? Zhao Xing is only in his early 20s now, so he hasn't settled down and can't support a family. She remembered that Zhao Xing only had one room to sleep in, and she sighed quietly, hoping he was aware of this and that he wouldn't have a child now. However, since the two of them are young, single, and full of energy, anything could happen, which was normal. She then reminded him. "Mom said, if Zhao Xing shares your bed, you must let him. Being more obedient would at least prevent injuries or emotional scars." Li Jian felt unhappy inside but thought that since she finally saw her mother, she said, "Let's not talk about Zhao Xing." "Mom, I want to tell you, you're right. I asked for directions and they really told me." Thinking of this, she smiled happily. "Yes, speak politely and most people won't make things difficult for you. There are more good people in the world. But, you can't trust others too much, you know? There are many scammers out there." Li Jian nodded seriously. She listened to her mother the most. She believed there were mostly good people in the world. She had only met Zhao Xing as a bad person. Next, Li Jian started talking about Zhao Xing's bad deeds to Huan. Huan ignored her slight sadness and felt a bit relieved. She thought she was right. Zhao Xing wouldn't spoil Li Jian, so she had to learn to handle things herself. In the end, it would be good for her. But she also knew that her daughter was saying this to comfort her and to complain about Zhao Xing together. For Li Jian's stubborn nature, Huan felt both helpless and indulgent. She then comforted her a few more words. Zhao Xing is bad. So, just ignore him when he asks you to do something. If you don't know how, ask someone else, understand? I believe that my clever Anin can learn anything. Li Jian focused on the last sentence, smiling proudly. She said she was so smart. How could she be a fool? Zhao Xing was just a bad guy. Anin, has your period started? He once suddenly remembered that Li Jian's period should be coming in the past few days. Since she wasn't with her, she had to remind her. I've prepared the period pad for you. Remember to change it often and keep it clean. Since I'm not around, you can't mess around. She looked at Li Jian and added, if it gets on you, don't let Zhao Xing touch you. Li Jian nodded seriously, showing she remembered. She then took out the embroidered flower she had made earlier and smiled. Mom, look at my embroidery. Is it pretty? Hyun took the needle and thread, looked carefully, and saw that the stitches were very fine, and the color matched nicely. She nodded, thinking that Li Jian was talented in sewing. It's a pity that with the current conditions, she couldn't find any pretty colored thread. She sighed inwardly, noticing Li Jian still looking at her expectantly. Hyun smiled and said, it looks good, of course it looks good. Anin is so talented. Hearing her praise, Li Jian's smile grew bigger, and he felt like his tail was about to lift into the sky. Hyun pinched his nose and said, you're so happy, silly child. I'm not a silly child. I'm a clever child. Mom, you say I'm clever. Li Jian pouted and hugged Hyun's arm, shaking it happily. All right. Anin is my good baby and the smartest child. Oh, stop shaking, you're making me dizzy, Hyun said with a helpless smile. Li Jian quickly let go of her arm, grinning happily. Zhao Xing arrived at the house at the end of Dilly village. The door was tightly shut. He pushed it open and saw Li roasting a chicken. When he saw Zhao Xing, Li quickly stood up, walking the chicken behind him, and asked with a somewhat unfriendly face, Zhao Xing, what are you here for? Li knew Li Zhu from playing cards often. They met at the card table but had never spoken much. Zhao Xing's sudden visit puzzled him, but he was more worried about the chicken. He had stolen it, and as the saying goes, meet and share equally. He didn't want to share with Zhao Xing. How old are you this year? Zhao Xing had just eaten a lot of meat at Li Jian's house, so he wasn't greedy. He glanced at him briefly, and then stopped paying attention.
25.
What's it to you? Li started gambling in his teens. Back then, there were several casinos in town, and many people went every day. Later, after Huaguo was established, most casinos closed. Still, some people secretly gambled, taking advantage of the rural area's lack of oversight. One night, while gambling, Li was caught by the police and was imprisoned for several months before being released. His reputation was ruined, and he lost all his money. No decent girl wanted to marry him, and now he was just a widower with no family. Zhao Xing came to see him because he knew all this. I just want to ask, do you want a wife? Li nodded. Of course I do. So, you're saying you can find me one? In the village, he was quite old, and he already had several sons. He also wanted to pass on his family line. Furthermore, as a grown man, he feels more frustrated without a woman. Without a wife, he can only find widows or similar women. He always asks for money and things from them. If he had a wife, he could save that money and use it for gambling, and she could also give him a son. It must be said that Li is quite dedicated to gambling. Now, hearing Zhao Xing's tone, it seems like someone has chosen a wife for him. But he definitely doesn't want a fool. Li remembers Li Jian from the village. If he marries a woman, she must be able to serve him and not be useless. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered that Zhao Xing was marrying Li Jian, the fool. Li rolled his eyes and thought, what if Zhao Xing is really introducing a wife for him? What if he offends him? So he said nothing. Zhao Xing naturally didn't know what he was thinking. Do you know Li Mei from Xiaoli village? Li curled his lips.
Li Mei.
That nickname. Of course he knew her. She had been with many men. He had thought about her before, but that woman was proud and refused him. I know her well, Li snorted coldly. Although he also thought that woman was promiscuous, he knew she looked good and was proud. He didn't care for her before, but now he wondered why she would be interested in him. Seeing that Li Lizi wanted to ask something, Zhao Xing directly said, "That woman doesn't know who the father of her child is. Now she's out looking for a man to take responsibility." Li Lizi hesitated. In his situation, he didn't care much whether the child was his or not. It was just about raising someone else's kid for free. Think carefully. If you miss this chance, then... Zhao Xing didn't finish his sentence, just silently waiting for Li Lizi's answer. He was 25 this year. If he didn't find a wife soon, he might remain a bachelor for life. Even if Li Mei had many previous lovers, he didn't believe he couldn't control her. Besides, if she could give him a son, that would be enough. But that child... Seeing that Li Lizi was still hesitating, Zhao Xing grew impatient. "If you don't say anything, how do you know that child isn't yours? Besides, once the child is born, he'll be raised by you. You'll still have to call him father. The woman probably doesn't even know or dare to say who the father is. What are you worried about?" Li Lizi thought for a moment and realized that Zhao Xing was right. He asked, "What should I do?" Zhao Xing explained his plan to Li Lizi and then hurried back to the Li family, where they were also looking for him. "Hey, isn't that the young master?" Zhang Guilin was the first to see Zhao Xing, pointing at him. Huan held Li Jian's hand behind her back while gently adjusting her hair near her ear. She softly said, "Anan, go back with Zhao Xing. I told you to listen, okay?" Li Jian pouted, looking unhappy, with tears in her eyes. She knew her mother was serious and didn't dare argue, so she hugged Huan. "Mom, when can I come back?" "Silly girl, people don't usually return home after getting married. But as long as you remember the way, you can come back whenever you miss your mom. I told you I'm not a fool, Mom. I'm your good girl." "Yes, yes, yes. Be a good girl and go back with Zhao Xing. Listen to me." Huan patted Li Jian's head. Li Jian hugged her for a while longer before reluctantly letting go and slowly walking over to Zhao Xing. "Then we'll go now." Zhao Xing slightly smiled and turned to leave. Li Jian silently followed behind him, took a few steps, then looked back at Huan with tearful, pleading eyes. Huan also teared up, but waved her hand. "Anan, be careful on the way." After returning home, Zhao Xing didn't pay attention to Li Jian and went straight to Li Daniu's house. It was around mealtime when people usually came back from the fields to eat. Li Daniu was the only son in the family, unmarried, and no one cooked at home. They ate late, so he probably hadn't eaten yet. Zhao Xing decided to go over since it wouldn't look good to visit during mealtime. Sure enough, when Zhao Xing arrived, Li Daniu was resting outside the house. Seeing him, Li Daniu grinned and looked toward the kitchen. Noticing his mother didn't seem to be coming out, he approached Zhao Xing and lowered his voice. "Brother Xing, why are you here? Isn't it your return visit? The food at your in-laws isn't very good," he teased. Zhao Xing also smiled but ignored the teasing and said, "Can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Tomorrow night, try to get Li Mei to go to the rice field. Something good is going to happen." Zhao Xing's tone was half serious, half joking. Li Daniu had grown up playing with Zhao Xing. He knew Zhao Xing was mischievous from a young age. When he saw Zhao Xing's expression, he guessed he was planning something bad. Now, hearing about Li Mei, he understood what was happening. Zhao Xing was never one to suffer losses, so he wouldn't let this go easily. He asked, "What's the plan?" Zhao Xing was thinking about using the same trick. If Li Mei wanted to find a father for her unborn child and was deliberately trying to catch him cheating, how could he just let it go? So, he decided to arrange for Lizi Li and Li Mei to be caught together. This way, the villagers would catch them in the act. Lizi Li couldn't deny it, which would serve as revenge, find Li Mei a husband, and also fulfill Li Mei's wish. 3 birds with 1 stone. "Brother Xing, you're really clever," Li Daniu praised, giving a thumbs up. Without saying more, Lizi Li owed Zhao Xing a favor. Zhao used to hang out at gambling dens and had some connections. This favor was very important, at least worth a few good things. Li Dania thought Zhao Xing was really capable and was glad he hadn't offended him. "Did Lizi Li give you anything good?" If they caught them in bed, Li Mei would be pregnant, and they could save on the bride price. Li Mei's family probably wouldn't ask for much. It would be a free wife, and Lizy, Li should be grateful to Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing shot him a sidelong glance. The matter isn't settled yet. You're already thinking about benefits? Li Dania chuckled. You know me. Without benefits, would I do this? Zhao Xing kicked him and said with a smile, What are you talking about? I didn't know you knew me so well. Brother Xing, I trust you. I know you'll definitely succeed once you make a move. I just want to see what good stuff you get. Open my eyes. Li Dania grinned widely. Zhao Xing smiled proudly. You're right. Lizy Li has quite a few good things. He even promised to give me half a bottle of Matai. Matai? Li Dania knew about that drink. He'd seen a bottle at the landlord's house once. Li Erzui said it was good wine. Usually, he could only get to taste cheap village wine, which always had a bitter taste. Hearing about good wine made him very happy. But only half a bottle? He was a bit disappointed. Just half a bottle? That's stingy. Zhao Xing couldn't help but kick him again and said annoyed, You're dreaming. Do you think Matai is that easy to get? Lizy Li has been gambling for years and only got one bottle. I had to work my mouth off to get the rest. How much more do you want? I haven't even drunk it yet and I'm already drunk. Li Dania scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. All right, just remember this. Get it done properly, Zhao Xing said, seeing Li Dania's mother come over to look. He left after saying that. Li Dania's mother didn't like Zhao Xing much. After the incident with Li Jian, her dislike grew even more. Li Daniu passed by his mother and was about to go eat. He first playfully pinched his mother's arm. Mother, I want to see when you'll finally find a wife and bring her home for me to marry. Li Dania grinned and said, Don't worry, mother. I will definitely bring a wife home someday. Someday?
When will that be?
I won't even be around to see it if I wait for you to marry someone on your own. His mother glared at her son, and then remembered how close he was to Zhao Xing. She scolded, You good-for-nothing. If you bring home a fool to see me, I'll break your legs. No way, I'm not stupid. Li Daniu quickly walked past his mother into the house. If she kept talking, she could go on all day. Zhao Xing, feeling a bit dazed, was walking home when he suddenly sneezed and cursed softly. Who the heck is behind me insulting me? Suddenly, Li Jian's face appeared in his mind, and Zhao Xing snorted. That fool wouldn't dare. When he got home, Zhao Xing knew that wasn't enough. He needed someone more respected to make things certain.
He had already planned for this.
Recently, the village had finished harvesting the grain, and it would be taken to the fields to dry. With so much grain, the village chief would surely send someone to guard it. Then, no one could steal it. How to get Li Mei involved was Li Dania's problem. Zhao Xing knew Li Dania would do everything he could to make it happen for the sake of this plan. He was just waiting for good news to come. Zhao Xing felt very happy. Even Li Jian, who kept glancing at him, only rolled his eyes and said nothing. Li Jian was hesitating. When they returned home, Huan asked about the piece of cloth and told her to quickly make Zhao Xing a new outfit. Although Li Jian disliked Zhao Xing, he always listened to Huan. He secretly looked at Zhao Xing several times and saw him smiling slightly, so he guessed Zhao Xing was in a good mood. Hesitating, he quietly approached and asked softly, Mother wants me to make you a new outfit. His voice was quiet, but since he spoke slowly, Zhao Xing heard him clearly. He sneered and said, Can you do it? Li Jian lowered his head, not showing his disdain, and seriously replied, I can. Mother taught me. Zhao Xing looked at him with some suspicion. He didn't think a fool could do that, but since he was in a good mood, he casually replied, Then just do it. Li Jian quickly went to the cabinet to get the fabric, needle, and thread her mother prepared, along with a measuring tape. Stand up, I need to measure you. Zhao Xing looked at the measuring tape and raised an eyebrow. You have quite a complete set of tools. A piece of white clothing, whether good or bad, was a profit for him, so Zhao Xing stood up and spread his arms. Li Jian tiptoed and carefully looked at the measurements.
Burat, Zhao Xing Batcha Li Jian.
He was 1.76 meters tall, quite tall in the village, and Li Jian wasn't short either. She reached his chin. From his angle, every part of Li Jian's face looked enlarged, but even so close, he felt there was nothing to criticize. If he had to find something wrong, it was that her lips looked a bit pale, lacking color. Smelling her faint fragrance, Zhao Xing's Adam's apple moved up and down. He couldn't help swallowing hard, then awkwardly turned his head away. Though he couldn't see, his body felt very aware. He felt a pair of hands moving back and forth over his waist, stomach, and arms, like ants crawling all over him, making him itchy and igniting his desire. Zhao Xing's breathing grew heavier, his face expressionless, but inside, he couldn't help but curse a few times. After a while, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Are you done yet?" His voice was a bit hoarse. When it reached Li Jian's ears, she couldn't help but scratch her ear and mutter, "Why does it suddenly feel itchy?" Zhao Xing grew a little impatient. He already felt a faint rise in his lower body, so he pushed Li Jian away, his tone stiff. "That's enough, just like this." Suddenly pushed away, Li Jian almost lost her balance. She pouted and cursed Zhao Xing silently, then secretly laughed. "Humph. I told you not to bother me, and if it turns out badly, it's your fault." Zhao Xing didn't look at her. He immediately ran outside, scooped a ladle of water from the basin and drank it. Glug glug, his Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed the water in a few gulps. After drinking, Zhao Xing wiped his mouth with his hand and took a gentle breath. In the room, Li Jian recorded the measurements and started to compare the fabric. But she wasn't in a hurry to sew, since it wasn't for her to wear. Suddenly, she remembered another thing. The weather was still quite hot. No one in the village was specifically boiling water for bathing. It's too wasteful of firewood. Most people took cold showers, and some only bathed every 2 or 3 days. However, Huan told Li Jian she had to bathe every day and was not allowed to use cold water. "Every year around this time, I pour a basin of water into the yard at noon. After it heats up in the sun, I carry it into the house to wash." A few days ago, Li Jian only took cold showers, just wiping herself briefly. But today, she doesn't want that anymore. She wants to wash properly. She quickly filled a basin with water, placed it in the yard, looked up at the sun overhead, and smiled foolishly a few times. Then she went back inside to make clothes. As for Zhao Xing, who knows where he wandered off to? Since he's not here, Li Jian feels more relaxed. It's very hot now. Where could Zhao Xing go? The mountain has many trees, which makes it a cool place, but he keeps looking at the bumps on his feet, probably bites from earlier, and thinks it's better to stay warm. Staring at his feet, Zhao Xing feels he should ask Li Jian to help him weave a pair of grass shoes. His current ones are almost falling apart after just a few days. But there's nothing he can do. Conditions are what they are. He walks forward without thinking about checking the trap. He went there yesterday, so he's not in a hurry. He finds a spot shaded from the sun, considers the surroundings okay, and then chooses a tree to cut down for firewood. Spit, spit. Zhao Xing rubs his hands together for a while before picking up his axe and swinging it. After a while, he's sweating all over. This weather makes him sweat just by moving a little. He doesn't mind. He swings a few more times, then loosens his grip and pushes the tree to make it fall in the direction he wants. Boom! Wiping the sweat from his face, Zhao Xing throws the axe aside, ignoring the tree, and walks toward the small path. After walking a bit, he sees a small pond, his secret base. An old hunter used to bring him here, and now he's the only one. He usually comes here to bathe. Zhao Xing quickly takes off his clothes and jumps in. As soon as he touches the cool water, he can't help but sigh softly. Then he leans against the shore, squints his eyes, and plans to rest for a while. On this peaceful afternoon, Zhao Xing leisurely takes a nap in the pond. Far away in the fields, most families are working hard, sweating profusely. Even 3- or 4-year-old children carry small baskets, picking up fallen peanuts from the ground. In front of the old, immovable clay houses nearby, elderly people sit in the shade of trees, basking in the sun. Sometimes, life is like that before marriage or near death. Things might feel lighter. Other times, we carry many burdens. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the trees onto Zhao Xing's young face and strong arms. His firm, wheat-colored skin shows the vitality of youth. When Zhao Xing woke up again, he felt a bit cold. He looked down and saw that the light spots shining on his face had quietly moved to his chest. He stretched lazily in the water, then slowly stood up, put on his clothes, and looked back for the tree. He picked up his axe and dragged the tree back as if he had no bones. The sun was almost setting. Smoke rose from the village, adding a warm, lively feeling. The harvest in the fields was mostly finished. The villagers had come back early. After working all day, they finished dinner early and could rest. Everyone was very tired and didn't have much energy to wander around. Still, women's tea parties were common everywhere. Not far away, a group of women sat together. Each held a big bowl, eating rice and chatting. They didn't mind if their rice splattered from their mouths or if others' rice splashed out. They laughed loudly and freely. Maybe they were complaining about their mother-in-law, gossiping about someone's affair, or talking about a couple's private matters, just like they were hiding under a bed. Seeing the women gather closer, Xing frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. But then he thought about how these women might help promote tomorrow's good news. A cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't watch anymore and turned to go into his yard. One woman, who was eating rice, saw Xing's expression by accident. She choked and coughed. Cough. Oh my, Xing's face looked so scary. It scared me to death,
she said.
Hearing her, the women turned to look at Xing again, but saw nothing unusual. A woman holding a bowl with some porridge and pickled vegetables joked, "What scary face?" "I think it's because he's staring at you." Everyone laughed loudly. The woman being teased didn't change her face and joked back, "How could he be staring at me? I don't have that much energy. It seems your husband has been working hard lately. Go to hell. Stop teasing me. I've seen everything." After she said that, everyone burst into laughter again. As the sun set behind the mountain, the group gradually dispersed. In the middle of the night, Li Jian suddenly felt her stomach hurt. Still asleep, she held her small belly and hummed in pain. The pain grew worse, and she woke up from it. Feeling the heat flowing beneath her, Li Jian frowned and looked at Xing on the bed. She gently got up. Before going to bed, Xing felt hot, so he rolled up the straw mat. A little moonlight came in, and the room was not completely dark. Everything was visible. Li Jian tiptoed toward the cabinet, but accidentally bumped into something. She heard a loud bang, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Her knee hurt so much. Maybe because she had slept for a long time during the day, Xing wasn't very deep in sleep. When Li Jian got up, he woke up. He impatiently made a tisk sound, sat up suddenly, and said in a not very friendly tone, "It's late at night. Are you sick?" Li Jian was startled. She already had a stomach ache and knee pain, and now she was scolded. She started crying. But because Xing had scolded her last time when she cried, she only dared to sniffle quietly this time. However, in the quiet night, her voice was very clear. Xing became more annoyed. He turned over, struck a match hard, and lit the kerosene lamp. Late at night, and still causing trouble. "I think you." Xing paused awkwardly and turned his head away. Li Jian was wearing pajamas made by Wan, made of soft fabric in a light color. Any stain on it was very noticeable. After a moment of silence, Xing said stiffly, "Stop crying. Go do something." Li Jian sniffled and reached into the cabinet to get her menstrual pad, preparing to leave, but she froze. "It's dark outside. I'm afraid." There was no toilet or bathroom in the yard. She could only go to the outside toilet, but it had no light, so she couldn't change her pad there. "Just go to the kitchen, boil some water, and clean up," Xing suggested, handing her the kerosene lamp. He didn't look at her and turned back onto the bed. The dim yellow light of the kerosene lamp lit up the small room. As the sound of shoes walking on the floor gradually faded, the room slowly darkened. No one saw Xing's ears turn bright red. When Li Jian returned, Xing was already asleep. She looked at the bed with the lamp to see if she had messed up the bedding. Feeling relieved, she took an old piece of clothing from the cabinet to make a cushion and placed it on the bed sheet before blowing out the lamp and going to sleep. When Li Jian opened her eyes again, It was already bright outside. She listened carefully and didn't hear the rooster crow, realizing she had slept in. She quickly sat up and looked at the bed. Zhao Xing had already gotten up. Li Jian immediately changed her clothes. Her stomach still hurt a little. Usually, her mother would warm her stomach at this time, but now, there was nothing. She couldn't help but sniffle again, feeling that being a mother was better. She missed her mother dearly. When she finished washing her clothes and came back, she saw a bowl of porridge on the table. Zhao Xing was still nowhere to be seen. Li Jian touched the bowl and found it still warm. She hurriedly picked it up and took a few sips, feeling a bit better in her stomach. Just as she stood up after finishing the laundry, she almost burst into tears. That feeling was really terrible. She constantly felt her back and waist ache and didn't want to stay inside. Li Jian wanted to sit in the yard, but when she saw the bare, empty land, she couldn't help but sigh. Then she smiled slyly, imitating her father, raising the back of her hand, arching her back, and sighing as she said slowly, "Zhao Xing, that little rascal. He is so lazy." Li Jian thought to herself. After a while, she went out to find a slightly flat stone. It took a lot of effort, moving and pushing, until she finally managed to bring it into the yard. She squatted down, blew on the stone, then went inside to get the unfinished clothes and sat down to sew. Li Daniu was working in the field. He glanced at his mother and walked over. "Mom, I'll carry those peanut baskets back and bring you some water. It's been a long time. You must be thirsty." His mother suddenly looked up, suspiciously eyeing Li Daniu. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Li Daniu swallowed hard and stiffened his neck. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not being lazy." His mother snorted coldly. "I know you too well. Maybe you're hiding something bad in your heart.
When did you start caring so much about me?
Are you worried I'll be thirsty and want me to drink water?" Li Daniu wished he could slap himself. He wished he hadn't said that last sentence. He pretended to be unhappy. "Mom, you're hurting my feelings. I care about you. And you think I don't?" Seeing his mother raise her hand high, he wisely stopped speaking and smiled. "Mom, I'm going to work now." After saying that, he hurriedly carried the peanuts and ran back. Watching his quick, fleeing figure, his mother shouted, "If you cause any trouble, I'll skin you alive." Li Daniu piled the peanuts in front of the house, went to the well, scooped water into a bucket, drank a few sips, then wiped the sweat from his face. Thinking for a moment, he picked up the bucket and headed toward the well. Li Mei's house was on the way to the well. He pretended to go fetch water. If someone saw him, Li Mei might accuse him again, and he'd have a reason to deny it. Luckily, fate was on his side. He happened to see Li Mei along the way, and there were few people around. Li Daniu immediately put on a sad face and said, "Where can I find a wife?"
Who would want to marry me?
"Honestly, every day they talk about having grandchildren, but no woman wants to have children with me." His voice was soft, but enough for Li Mei to hear clearly. Li Mei had only glanced at Li Daniu and lost interest, walking ahead. But when she heard his words, she stopped. Li Daniu's father died when he was young, and his mother raised him alone. Without siblings to help, it was hard for him to find a wife. At first, Li Mei didn't think much of Li Daniu's situation. But her belly was growing bigger, and now, hearing him, she suddenly had a good idea. She adjusted her clothes to hide her belly, brushed her braid, and turned around with a smile, saying, "Brother Daniu is so capable. How come no girl wants to marry you?" "Huh." Li Daniu looked her over with disdain. "Are you saying you want to marry me?" Li Mei's eyes flashed with disdain.
Who would want to marry you?
Before she could pretend to be shy, Li Daniu said, "You this woman, I don't want you even if you were given to me for free." After saying that, Li Daniu made a move to leave. Li Mei, annoyed but holding back tears, grabbed him. "Brother Daniu, when I saw you for the first time, I liked you. But you didn't like me. Other men aren't real. I like you the most. Even if you don't want to marry me, just once I would." Li Daniu sighed inwardly. No wonder Zhao Xing agreed to go to the broken-down house with her. This woman really knows how to coax people. He looked her up and down with suspicion and asked, "Really?
You look pretty good. Li Mei nodded firmly and said, Really? Just tonight? How about it?
Let's go to the broken house. Li Daniu sneered inwardly, but pretended to hesitate. Come on, brother Daniu. Just this once, I'll be satisfied. Li Mei gritted her teeth and threw herself into his arms. All right. But if not the broken house, then the rice field. It's close to my home, so my mother won't find out, Li Daniu said decisively. Li Mei rolled her eyes and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Li Mei had never liked working since she was young. She was lazy, and her brother never worried about the fields. Her mother managed the household food and drink and didn't care about the harvest, so she didn't know anyone would come to the rice field at night. So they agreed on everything. Watching her walk away, Li Daniu sneered quietly. What he didn't notice was that a woman was quietly watching from the corner behind him, showing disdain. When Li Mei went to the rice field after dark, she saw someone there. She wanted to leave quietly, turning to go, but then she felt someone walking behind her. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. What are you doing? This was the village chief's voice. Li Mei suddenly opened her eyes and saw only a hunched figure of a man. Then she heard the village chief's disbelief. Lousy Li. Zhao Xing had been eagerly waiting for the evening. Before sleeping, he felt a little uneasy. He went to Dinyo's house to remind him not to go see the excitement. Just then, he saw Dinyo's mother coming out to fetch water for bathing. Seeing Zhao Xing, Dinyo's mother's face stiffened for a moment. She said impatiently, What are you doing? Dinyo is already asleep. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard Dinyo inside the house say, Mom, who are you talking to? Is it Brother Xing? Dinyo's mother looked a bit embarrassed. Then she turned and scolded into the house. Little brat, mind your own business and sleep. Zhao Xing smirked a bit sarcastically. I just wanted to ask if Dinyo has time tomorrow. Since he's asleep now, that's fine. He quickly turned to leave. As long as Dinyo was at home, he didn't care about the rest. Annoyed, Dinyo's mother rolled her eyes at Zhao Xing's back, then went inside, placing the basin aside. She grabbed Dinyo's ear. I told you before, stay away from Zhao Xing, don't ignore my words. Dinyo, craving Maotai liquor, suddenly felt his ear being pulled. He cried out, Ouch. Mom, that hurts. Please let go. It's supposed to hurt so you remember, Dinyo's mother said harshly, but she loosened her grip. It hurts, but I can't remember. Dinyo rubbed his sore ear and muttered. What did you say? His mother raised her hand, ready to do it again. Dinyo quickly grabbed her hand, smiling sheepishly. It's nothing, Mom. It's so dark tonight, you should go to sleep. I'll sleep soon. His mother shot him a stern look before going inside. Dinyo lay back down, continuing to savor the delicious taste of Maotai in his mind. Zhao Xing didn't stay. He went straight back to his room. At this moment, he didn't want to come out. If Li Mei found out he was behind everything, he might get into trouble. Staying at home was safer to clear his name. He was just waiting to see the good show unfold. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao Xing heard loud noises outside. He immediately got up, lifted a corner of the curtain and peeked out. A middle-aged man, probably Li Mei's father, was holding his daughter and suddenly slapped her hard, causing her to fall to the ground and stay there for a while. Li Mei's mother, tears streaming down her face, rushed forward and grabbed her husband's arm, shouting, Even if you hurt her, the damage is done. Her belly is big now. Let's go back and discuss the marriage. Discuss what? I've been humiliated enough. From now on, I won't acknowledge this daughter. No matter what she does, she's no longer my child. If you dare help her, I'll break your legs. Li Mei's father pushed away his wife and pointed at Li Mei on the ground, his face full of anger. Li Mei's father was always quick-tempered and cared about his reputation. Li Mei's mother knew her husband's personality well. She knelt on the ground, crying, and dared not say anything more. Li Mei's father then looked at the village chief and said, Village chief, you saw what happened today. This disgraceful thing happened, and I want you to witness it. I won't recognize this daughter anymore. The village chief frowned, but said nothing. Li Mei's father didn't wait for the village chief to speak. He snorted coldly at his wife on the ground, then quickly turned and walked back home. Li Mei's mother cried a little longer, looked at her daughter, and then left, looking back every few steps. She knew her husband would be angry when he got home, maybe shouting or smashing things or even hitting her. If she came back late, he might be even more upset. Thinking of her daughter, she felt heartbroken but had no way to change it. Li Mei's mother was followed by her brother, who, like their father, was quick-tempered and cared about reputation. Knowing his sister had done something so shameful, he supported their father's decision to cut ties. Finally, Li Mei's sister-in-law glared fiercely at Li Mei. That shameless girl, always involved with other men, had ruined her reputation. Now she was cutting ties so she wouldn't drag her daughter down. The village chief of Little Li Village stood there for a moment, looking very upset. This month, the village had experienced 2 such scandals, embarrassing the entire community. He knew there had always been some troublemakers in the village, often ignored in the past. But once things became public, especially involving other villages, it was serious. He looked at the swollen face of the beggar Li and said in a deep voice, "Take her back to your Li village." The beggar Li pulled Li Mei up, but she kept struggling. Frustrated and a little angry, he used some force and roughly dragged her away. After they left, the village chief looked at the group of women on the outer edge and frowned. "Why are you out so late at night? Go back quickly." The village chief acted like a local ruler, and most villagers listened to him. So, the women obediently returned, though they looked excited. Wow, what a good show. Tomorrow everyone will have something to talk about. Only after everyone had gone did Zhao Xing look away and smile proudly. He was sure he would have a good dream tonight. Meanwhile, Lazy Li pulled Li Mei into his house and pushed her onto the bed. Li Mei thought he was about to do something again, so she quickly gathered her strength and tried to back away. Lazy Li touched his face and said in a not-so-nice tone, "Your dad's strength is really something." "My face is swollen now." Li Mei's stomach hurt a little. She placed her hand on it, sneered, and cursed, "Beast. Scoundrel." Then she looked around. The room only had a bed and a broken-legged table. She didn't want to stay in such a place. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and got off the bed, planning to leave. Behind her, Lazy Li's voice sounded softly. "It's already dark. Where are you going? If you run into some trouble again, it would be better not to get into any more trouble." A few sounds of shoes dragging on the ground, and Li Mei's hair was suddenly pulled. She grimaced in pain. "I didn't get hit for nothing. Stay at home and have my baby. As for this bastard..." Li Mei felt hands touching her belly, and Lazy Li's sinister voice whispered in her ear, "I want you to give birth to him. If you dare say anything to him in the future, see how I deal with you. And you're my woman now. If you dare to see other men, I'll kill you." The next morning, Zhao Xing got up early, feeling quite happy as he went for a walk. He wasn't in a hurry to find Lazy Li for wine. He knew Lazy Li was probably busy right now. He hadn't gone far when he saw groups of people heading to the fields. The men carried shoulder poles and walked ahead, smiling and talking. The women behind them walked in groups of 2 or 3, holding hands, with baskets hanging on their arms, chatting and laughing loudly. "Did you see last night? That Lazy Li from Dilly village and the girl from the Li Xing family behind the house got caught in the rice field," one woman said to Hermione. Hermione had gone to bed early yesterday. Her son was watching the rice field, and he was still unmarried, so he wouldn't tell her what he saw. So, Hermione genuinely didn't know about this. Looking at the woman in front of him winking and making faces, he was a bit confused. What's going on? Dilly Village's troublemaker. He couldn't remember her name for a moment. "Oh, hey, sister. Don't tell me you don't recognize the troublemaker. It's that hunchback guy who smokes a crooked cigarette and spends his days playing cards. He's the one with Li Meiyu, you know, Li Xing's daughter." They got caught together. The woman hurriedly patted Hermione a few times, worried she might forget. If she forgot, the story wouldn't be easy to tell. Hermione finally remembered. "Oh, them. I remember now. How did they end up together?" The woman curled her lips. "Who knows? Li Meiyu is that kind of girl." "You don't know, huh?" Li Xing cut ties with Li Meiyu right there on the spot. Li Meiyu just went off with that troublemaker without any explanation. Didn't they throw a party or something? Ermiai was even more surprised. What party? She's pregnant now.
Bah.
Shameless. Who knows when they started sneaking around? The woman looked full of disgust. Ermiai didn't know what to say. Li Meiyu really was restless. Honestly, once you get married, you shouldn't cut ties with your family. Without your family, who knows what hardships you might face later? Ermiai nodded in agreement. That's true. I wonder what Li Meiyu was thinking. Parents are different. She's their daughter. How can they just cut her off? That Zhao Xing thing, Li something, her family didn't cut her off. Li Xing is too proud. No matter how bad a daughter is, she's still part of the family. How could they really give up on her? The woman shook her head. When mentioning Li Jian, Ermiai didn't want to say much. She casually looked to the side and saw Zhao Xing not far away. He was walking slowly with his hands in his pockets, hunched over, looking like a troublemaker. Ermiai frowned but didn't say anything. She followed the woman to the fields. They circled around the village. Zhao Xing was sure everyone in the village knew about what happened last night. Wanting to show off, he went around Li Dania's house. The door was tightly shut. He felt an inexplicable emptiness and suddenly wasn't so happy anymore. He walked a bit more but found there was nothing else to do, so he turned back. Back at the house, Li Jian was nowhere to be seen. The house looked empty, and Zhao Xing felt a little lonely. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned to look at Li Jian and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Spending all day facing a fool. How could he be happy? Feeling annoyed, she rolled her eyes at Li Jian and then, feeling a bit hungry, went to the kitchen to cook. Li Jian, who was carefully hanging clothes, didn't notice her glare. Her stomach still felt uncomfortable, and her back was sore. When she stood up after washing the clothes, it was really
Li Jian sniffled.
When she came here before, her mother would always cover her with her hand and help her wash clothes. Now, even though she was in pain, her mother wasn't here. She missed her mother so much. A few days later, the village started planting crops, and everyone was busy from dawn to dusk. But this didn't include Zhao Xing. That day, Li brought wine to Zhao Xing's house. Zhao Xing was about to go play cards, so he didn't say much. Before leaving, he glanced at Li Jian and smiled. Your wife? She's quite pretty. Zhao Xing was focused on the Maotai wine and didn't notice Li's words. He just responded with a faint, Li looked her over from head to toe, feeling a bit regretful. If he had known the village had such a notable, yet simple girl, he might have. Seeing Li's unfriendly look, Li Jian didn't understand what it meant, but she felt uncomfortable and a little scared. She shrank back into the house. Seeing her timid behavior, Li sighed again. Too bad, she was just a simple girl, he was just playing around. Then he turned to Zhao Xing, thinking he was the real catch, someone worth marrying. Li shook his head and headed to town. Zhao Xing didn't pay him any mind. He placed the wine in a box inside the house and went to find Li Daniu. It was just past noon, and Li Daniu was probably in the fields. When Zhao Xing arrived, Li Daniu was digging shallow pits with a hoe, while his mother followed behind, planting seeds. Seeing Zhao Xing, Li Daniu smiled and cast a quick glance at his mother, then grinned. Mom, we've been working so long, let's take a break for a bit. His mother looked a bit unwell, but didn't say anything. Li Daniu ran over and asked, Brother Xing, what's wrong? Zhao Xing lowered his voice. Li brought wine. It's at the usual spot tonight. Li Daniu smiled. Finally, it's here. I've been craving it so much. Zhao Xing glanced at him and also smiled. What does Maotai look like? I've never seen it before, Li Daniu wondered. He thought, why didn't Zhao Xing bring the wine, so he could see it? Seeming to understand his thoughts, Zhao Xing said with a bit of annoyance, Are you stupid? I'm bringing it out. How do I explain that? Li Daniu scratched his head. He knew the reason, but didn't really want to see it yet. Later, what should I prepare to eat? Yesterday, I caught a chicken and roasted it in the afternoon. Take a look and see what you want to drink with it, Zhao Xing said. I'll prepare some peanuts. That's all I have. Li Dania's family has everything managed by his mother, so Zhao Xing didn't say much. He just nodded and went back. As it got dark, Zhao Xing roasted a chicken. After wrapping it up, he was about to go inside to get some wine when he saw Li Jian beside the kerosene lamp. She was still sewing clothes. The woman looked very focused on her work, carefully stitching. Sometimes, if her stitches were wrong, she would lean in close, look confused, then quickly cut and re-sew. She muttered to herself, though no one knew what she was saying. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Xing tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. Li Jian was startled at first, looked up at Zhao Xing, then stared at the chicken leg, swallowed hard, and quietly asked, "Is this for me?" Zhao Xing nodded. He saw her put down her clothes and walk toward the cabinet. He frowned, unsure of what he was supposed to do next. He looked at the clothes on the bed, waited patiently for a while, then saw Li Jian holding a bowl. She reached out, and Zhao Xing placed the chicken leg inside. He puckered his lips and said, "Pretentious." Li Jian smiled at him and said, "Thank you." Zhao Xing didn't say anything. He took the wine and left, walking while thinking that her voice sounded quite nice. At the same time, he remembered Hewan and was fairly certain she was the landlord's daughter. Without saying much, just from Li Jian's behavior, it was clear that Hewan had probably been taught many rules. Back inside, Li Jian picked up her clothes again to continue sewing, but her eyes kept drifting toward the chicken leg. She hesitated with her needle, not yet sewing. After a while, Li Jian swallowed hard, put down her clothes, and went to wash her hands. She decided to eat the chicken leg. If it cooled down, her stomach might hurt. The first bite made her smile, so much her eyes squinted. These days, she hadn't eaten eggs, let alone chicken. But this chicken was really delicious, even with just a little salt. While eating, Li Jian made a decision. Zhao Xing was no longer the person she liked the least. He was now the second. The person she disliked most was Li Eru. Li Eru was the son of the family behind her house. He always bullied her, either catching bugs and throwing them at her or splashing water on her while she washed clothes. Worse, he called her a fool. However, over the past few years, during the double harvests, Li Eru had been helping his family in the fields, so he hadn't had time to bother her. Still, Li Jian remembered everything he did. Considering the chicken leg, Li Jian doesn't dislike Zhao Xing as much today. After eating the chicken leg, Li Jian feels hungry again because it doesn't satisfy her hunger and makes her hungrier. She goes to the kitchen to cook some porridge. By the time she finishes, it's already very dark outside. She plans to finish her clothes first and decides not to take a bath tonight. She turns on the light and continues working nearby. Today is cloudy, so she can't heat water for a bath. She can only take a cold shower. Luckily, her small troubles are over, or her stomach might hurt again. "Hey, you won't believe it, this wine is really different. No wonder it's so rare," Li Daniu says, picking up some peanuts and then raising his glass. Zhao Xing doesn't reply. He just raises his glass and clinks it with Li Daniu's. "Brother Xing, are you still worried about Li?" Li Jian?" Li Dania hiccups and notices Zhao Xing's distracted look. He asks. Zhao Xing is only thinking about the local landlord from a nearby village, nothing else. He heard that Hewan also came from somewhere else. He remembers his mother. He didn't hear Li Dania's words clearly, so he doesn't answer. "Really, Brother Xing, just accept it. Look at that scoundrel raising a wild kid happily," Li Daniu continues, then gives a sly smile. "Brother Xing, how's Li Jian doing?" Zhao Xing snorts coldly, thinking, "I didn't even hold her hand. How would I know what she's like?" But that night in the broken house, Zhao Xing thinks for a moment, feeling a bit hot. His Adam's apple moves unconsciously. Li Daniu's smile widens as he watches Zhao Xing's ears turn red. He raises his glass and takes a sip. The more Zhao Xing thinks, the hotter he feels. He quickly pours more wine to try to cool down. But his face feels hot, and his body gets warmer. He awkwardly adjusts his pants, glances at Li Daniu, and says nothing. Li Daniu smiles outwardly but curses inwardly. A full man doesn't understand the hunger of a starving man. If Li Jian were his wife. Li Daniu is startled by his own thoughts, quickly shakes his head, and casts a guilty look at Zhao Xing. He's not thinking about Li Jian. That fool isn't worth it. He just...
Oh.
He doesn't know when his mother will find him a wife. Li Daniu takes a sip of wine and falls silent. When Zhao Xing enters the yard, he thinks it's dark again. But he sees a faint candlelight in the kitchen, and the door is tightly closed. He walks over to see what Li Jian is doing. When he opened the door, he saw Li Jian squatting on the ground with her back facing him. She was wearing tight clothes, her braids coiled on her head, and her smooth back was almost exposed. Zhao Xing was stunned. His drunken mind didn't send any commands, so he just stood there motionless. Perhaps hearing the door open, Li Jian slowly turned her head. When she saw Zhao Xing, she didn't call out but simply turned around and hugged herself. Although Li Jian's quick movement to turn around was fast, Zhao Xing still saw the scene she revealed. His pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but step forward half a step. Feeling exhausted, Zhao Xing's shoes dragged on the ground with a squeaking sound. Li Jian was already startled by him, and now hearing him seem to come in, she couldn't help but whisper, "Go out." Zhao Xing paused. A breeze blew past him. He looked down and saw Li Jian shivering. It seemed she just remembered something, then suddenly turned her head and closed the door quickly. After going out, he scooped a bowl of water and washed his face, waking himself up. His mind replayed what he had just seen, and his breathing grew heavier. He looked at the kitchen and made a decision. Immediately, he returned to his room, tidied up, then looked around, remembered something, and searched the cabinet. After a long search, he finally found a white towel. It was given to him by his mother when she handed him the bride price, although her face was not good at the time. She still mentioned it, so Zhao Xing knew what it was for. He quickly placed the towel under the quilt, picked up his change of clothes, and left. It was now dark, and without kerosene lamps, he scooped a bucket of water and went to the back of the house. When he finished washing and returned, he saw Li Jian standing by her bedding with a kerosene lamp, lost in thought. Zhao Xing coughed uncomfortably and said, You should sleep on the bed." Li Jian didn't know what Zhao Xing was thinking. She was just happy to hear she could sleep on the bed. She didn't look at Zhao Xing, placed the lamp on a nearby stool, and lay directly on the bed. Zhao Xing glanced at her and suddenly asked, "Did that thing leave?" Li Jian looked up, confused, as if asking, "What left?" Zhao Xing hesitated. He didn't know what that thing was called. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's your blood from last time." Li Jian pouted, feeling a bit upset. She thought Zhao Xing was shameless. Her mother had told her it was a girl's secret, and how could Zhao Xing just say it out loud? But she was obedient. He had told her to be polite. So she reluctantly replied, "It's a little. It's tired now and will come back after some time." Zhao Xing, a man, didn't know much about women, and he had few ways to learn. He didn't understand much about women's periods, and even found it annoying. He thought it was bad for health to lose so much blood. When he heard Li Jian say she would come again soon, he was quite surprised. She lost so much blood every time. Does she really not get sick? Zhao Xing shook his head, closed the door, blew out the kerosene lamp, and got into bed. "Did your mother tell you about these things?" "It's what husband and wife should do," he asked in the dark. Li Jian was a bit sleepy, but tried to stay alert. She remembered her mother had said she needed a blanket, so she nodded. No response. Zhao Xing couldn't help but speak up. Li Jian then remembered he couldn't see her and said, "I told you." Zhao Xing took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Jian sleeping nearby. He couldn't remember what had happened at first, just feeling a bit of a headache. He only remembered drinking with Daniel yesterday and then going back to his room. Li Jian was thinking of this. He suddenly pulled back the blanket. Zhao Xing opened his eyes wide, speechless. He was about to get up and saw a towel on the stool nearby. He swallowed hard, reached out, and picked it up, then slowly unfolded it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but then he suddenly closed his eyes, feeling very complicated. Should he regret it? Well, it was quite comfortable. Not regretting it? What if Li Jian had a child? Maybe he should ask her mother? Zhao Xing immediately rejected this idea. If he asked, wouldn't he want to find out about them? Or maybe he could ask how it was possible not to get pregnant? He nodded, thinking this was a good idea. As for who to ask, he searched through the people he knew and finally came up with one, Liu Zhu. He had done this many times, but no woman ever came to him. Zhao Xing didn't like him much, but he had no choice. He was lost in thought, not noticing that he looked like a worried woman mourning the fall of spring, tangled in his worries. From Li Jian's perspective, just waking up, he looked like someone who had done something wrong and was hiding in her room, worried about her mother's criticism. Thinking about Zhao Xing's actions made her feel very upset. Li Jian first pouted in frustration, then smiled slyly. Next time she went home, she planned to tell her mother that Zhao Xing had bullied her, so her mother would scold him. Remembering how Zhao Xing looked at that time, Li Jian couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and carefully peeked at Zhao Xing, seeing that he hadn't turned around. She thought he hadn't heard her and continued to laugh. Of course, Zhao Xing heard Li Jian's laughter. He stiffened for a moment, then frowned as he realized what he was worried about. He still placed the towel on the bench, put on his pants, and went outside. Ever since Zhao Xing found some happiness, he couldn't stop. Li Jian was initially reluctant, but gradually went along with him. However, Zhao Xing specifically asked Liu Zhu to be careful every time. Days passed slowly, until one day in mid-September, when a visitor broke the village's peace. It was an afternoon when a man in his 40s, wearing an old but not new Zhongshan suit, appeared. According to Zhang Hohat, who was weaving straw sandals at the village entrance, he's very handsome, like someone from a magazine. At that time, Zhang Hohat was sitting at the door making sandals when she looked up and saw the man standing in front of her, looking very angry, like a stone in a latrine, which startled her. The man looked at her briefly, then his expression softened a little and asked, "Is there someone named Xiaozhi here?" Zhang Hohat was stunned for a moment, then looked at the man suspiciously. Seeing his clothes and that he spoke Mandarin fluently, although he wasn't young, she could tell he must have been handsome when he was younger. Zhang Hohat carefully examined the man and felt she had seen him somewhere before. The man noticed that the village woman was just staring at him and didn't answer his question. He grew impatient and frowned. She looked more familiar. Seeing the man frown, Zhang Hohat was surprised in her heart. After waiting a little longer and seeing that the woman was still staring blankly, the man's patience ran out. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly, ready to turn away. Zhang Hohat suddenly remembered where she might have seen him and hurriedly ran in front of the man to stop him. Are you Xiaozhi's husband?" Zhang Hohat still felt a bit unsure. After so many years, she had never heard any news about Xiaozhi's husband. But this man looked like Zhao Xing. No, it was Zhao Xing who looked like this man, especially those eyes, which looked sharp when he didn't smile. The man nodded and looked a bit happier. "Oh," Zhang Hohat exclaimed, "so he's uncle. I knew it. Zhao Xing really looks just like you. No wonder I felt so familiar." "Zhao Xing? That's a nice name." The man smiled and said, "He's about 19 this year. Yes, he's already 20, according to his age. He got married last month." The man looked a little surprised but didn't say anything. He asked, "And Zhoulan?" "Zhoulan is doing well. He went to the town to teach, and also got married. He has a daughter." The man nodded and said nothing more. Zhang Hohat was very enthusiastic. "Uncle, let's go. I'll take you to see Aunt Xiaozhi." The next day, Zhao Xing only woke up around noon. During this time, he had almost been here every day. It felt really good, but also very tiring. He instinctively stretched and accidentally touched the person beside him. He looked over, then awkwardly turned away. After taking a few deep breaths, he pulled the blanket covering Li Jian on his side and then hurriedly put on the clothes he had tossed on the ground before leaving. As soon as he stepped out, he felt people around him pointing and whispering. Zhao Xing frowned but didn't bother to listen and kept walking forward. Oh my goodness, he really looks just like him. Especially when he frowns. It's like they were made from the same mold. Otherwise, how could I guess that? Zhang Hohot said proudly. The women around her started praising her again. Zhang Hohot waved her hand, signaling them to keep watching Zhou Xing. Having experienced being watched by a group of women before, Zhou Xing just slightly frowned but felt nothing inside. Does he still not know? Xiao Ji hasn't gone out. Should we tell him? One woman looked at Zhang Hohot. Zhang Hohot hesitated. Although the man had gone into Xiao Ji's house and never come out, which was certain, she felt she shouldn't step forward. After all, it was someone else's family matter. If she got involved, what would that be? So, Zhang Hohot just smiled without answering. Seeing she didn't speak, the women didn't say anything more and just watched Zhou Xing walk farther and farther away. When they reached Wang Honghua's house, Zhou Xing continued walking as usual, but suddenly Wang Honghua called out to stop him. I heard your father has returned, Wang Honghua said with a mischievous smile. It's been so many years, I wonder. When Zhou Xing heard the first part, he stopped walking and turned to look at Wang Honghua's face. Being stared at with such fierce eyes, Wang Honghua instinctively shrank back and remembered she was teasing Zhou Xing, so she continued, I say, your father doesn't seem to know what he's doing. After all these years, he hasn't shown up, leaving Xiaoji all alone. At this, Wang Honghua showed some sympathy, understanding the difficulties of a woman whose man was away. But she glanced at Zhou Xing, who was still staring at her, and secretly thought, she doesn't sympathize with Zhou Xing. So she deliberately said, just now I saw Xiaoji walking towards town. She's probably looking for Zhoulan. You know, your father has two sons. One is smart and obedient, the other is a bit reckless. Which one do you think he'd prefer? I heard your father looked very fancy when he returned, clearly doing well. Zhou Xing couldn't hear what Wang Honghua was saying anymore. His mind was only filled with, your father has returned, he's back? He actually didn't die? When Xiaoji was angry, she would point at him and scold, saying, you're just like your dead father. All these years, he thought it was impossible to see him again. Now, hearing that he's back, Zhou Xing didn't know how to react. So, your father must like Zhoulan, Zhou Xing thought to himself, but Zhoulan wasn't his father at all. Wait, he remembered something. How do you know it's me? My father, Zhou Xing asked hesitantly. Wang Honghua was annoyed that he interrupted her. Hearing his question, she rolled her eyes and said, you and your father look exactly alike. I can tell at a glance. By the way, Zhoulan doesn't look like your father. He looks more like your mother, Wang Honghua muttered, then started teasing Zhou Xing again. Zhou Xing didn't listen to her last words. Since he was young, he knew Xiaoji liked Zhoulan more. At first, he thought Zhoulan was the favorite because he always listened to her and did what she said. So, he tried to imitate Zhoulan, sitting quietly on a bench reading. He managed to keep it up for 2 days, but then he realized his mother was still the same, so he gave up in anger. He went out to play every day, causing trouble everywhere. But Xiaoji ignored him as if he wasn't there. Gradually, he got tired and stopped thinking about it. Later, he learned that Zhoulan was the son of Xiaoji and Ai. His appearance and temper were very much like that man, which made Xiaoji especially fond of Zhoulan. He was born unwillingly by Xiaoji. She didn't like his father or him. Zhou Xing suddenly wanted to see what that man looked like and why he appeared now. Wang Honghua was talking excitedly when she saw Zhou Xing walk forward without greeting, pouting her lips and cursing. Returned yesterday afternoon, at your mother's house. Still no sign of him. One look and you can tell you're definitely father and son. Yeah, I heard his father dresses well and is doing pretty good outside. Each sentence drifted into Zhou Xing's ears and then floated out again. He really wondered why there were so many women in the village and why he could hear their gossip everywhere. His face grew more impatient and he quickened his steps, but his mind was very complicated. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender, liked having many men at home. On one hand, it kept the family line going. On the other, with more men, others wouldn't dare to bully them. When Zhou Xing was young, Xiaoji was the only woman supporting the family. Many villagers spoke badly of her behind her back and deliberately isolated her. Many men, seeing she was somewhat attractive and her husband was away, often took advantage of her. He and Zhou Lan were also looked down upon. Zhou Xing dared to fight back when others bullied him, but Zhou Lan was softer and might not. He remembered clearly when he was 5 and Zhou Lan was 6. Xiuji enrolled him in a private school. One day, on the way home, some older boys stopped him, asked for money. When Zhou Lan refused, they snatched his books. Zhou Lan wouldn't give them up, so they all beat him up and pushed him to the ground. He had come to help Zhou Lan but was too young. After being hit on the head, he could only lie on the side, feeling dizzy and weak. When Xiuji arrived, Zhou Lan had already fainted, with his right leg in an abnormal position and their books torn into pieces. Xiuji didn't have enough money to take Zhou Lan to the county hospital, especially since bandits were everywhere at that time, and only the small mountain village was somewhat peaceful. So, Xiuji had to find a barefoot doctor to treat Zhou Lan's leg, but unfortunately, he was left disabled in the end. Later, Xiuji wanted to confront those boys, but they saw her as just a woman with 2 small children and didn't take her seriously or think about paying for the damage. Eventually, the matter was left unresolved. At that time, Zhou Xing wondered, what if his father was around? Would things have been different? Unfortunately, from the time he was born until now, no matter what he encountered, there has never been a person called father by his side. So, why is he back now? He's long past the age of wanting a father. Zhou Xing quickened his steps, his expression growing colder. When he reached the gate of Xiuji's courtyard, he saw it was tightly closed. Through a crack, he glimpsed the door inside wide open. His brow furrowed. He looked away and kicked the courtyard gate open. He had just heard Wang Honghua say that Xiuji had gone to town, so now only that man was here. Zhou Xing took a deep breath, ready to go inside and look around, but then he heard a voice behind him. He turned his head and saw that the man had also looked up. He only glanced briefly, then looked away again, with no visible expression, but inside he felt surprised. Even knowing the man in front of him was his father, Zhou Xing still found it hard to believe because they looked so much alike. If that man were 20 years younger, he could say they looked exactly the same. Pushing down his surprise, Zhou Xing kept a cold face and said nothing. Zhou Ruopei had just finished using the toilet. Before washing his hands, he saw a young man about 20 years old standing in front of him, glaring. A quick look told Zhou Ruopei that this was his own son. Without another word, he turned and went to the water jar to wash his hands. What's so interesting? He looks just like him. Same face, same manner. Feeling completely ignored, Zhou Xing's face darkened. He walked over and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you here looking for my mother?" Zhou Ruopei chuckled softly, but didn't answer. He went straight into the house. Zhou Xing followed, but at the door, he was stopped. "How can you just walk into a woman's room? Didn't your mother teach you that?" Zhou Ruopei pressed against the door, frowning. "This is my mother's room," Zhou Xing said firmly, one hand on the door, speaking clearly. "If I remember correctly, you're already married," Zhou Ruopei said calmly, then pushed Zhou Xing's hand away and closed the door. Zhou Xing clenched his fists tightly, his face turning completely dark. This man hadn't been around for so many years, and now he suddenly returns. Who knows what he's planning? After a while, Zhou Ruopei opened the door, glanced at Zhou Xing standing with his back to him, and asked, "Where does that kid Zhou Lan live?" Zhou Xing suddenly turned around, teeth clenched, and asked sharply, "Why are you back?" Zhou Ruopei's face showed no emotion, but inside he sighed. He's really his son, hot-tempered. He had no desire to argue with him, so Zhou Ruopei stopped speaking and prepared to leave, crossing past Zhou Xing. "Where are you going and what are you doing?" Seeing the person ahead stop, Zhou Xing followed and continued, "No matter what your reason for coming back now, forget it." Zhou Ruopei seemed momentarily stunned, then turned around. Zhou Xing thought he was about to say something, so he unconsciously straightened his back, held his head high, and kept his lips tight. But Zhou Ruopei only said calmly, "Find a chance to bring your wife over to meet." After saying that, he seemed eager to leave the yard quickly. Zhou Xing stood there blankly for a moment, then chuckled bitterly. He went to find Zhou Lan again. Suddenly feeling bored, Zhao Xing decided to go back home. On the way, he couldn't help but wonder if that man was related to Zhou Lan, or if he just thought Zhou Lan was his own. Zhao Xing's mood grew more complicated. When he got home, he didn't see Li Jian's figure. She probably went to wash clothes. Zhao Xing didn't mind and went straight to the kitchen to cook. He looked through the cupboard. Besides half a bag of cornmeal, there was nothing else. Zhao Xing frowned. He really didn't want to eat porridge with grains anymore, so he decided to go up the mountain to check. Sighing, Zhao Xing scooped out a big bowl and didn't bother to make pancakes. Instead, he boiled dumpling soup. There were no vegetables or green onions at home, but Zhao Xing didn't care. He just boiled it. He took the oil bottle, scooped in 2 spoonfuls, then added a ladle of water and a spoon of salt. If other women saw this, they would surely be upset. Just the way he added oil, they wouldn't approve. Making breakfast didn't require so much oil, not even for lunch. No household uses that much oil for cooking. But Zhao Xing didn't care about these opinions. Since there was no meat or fish, and now no oil, what was the point of eating? Besides, he worked so hard every day, he deserved to eat well. He didn't understand the hardships of cooking with basic ingredients. He just wanted to ensure his family wouldn't go hungry. Oh, now there was Li Jian too, but Zhao Xing wasn't worried about her. She didn't eat much anyway. Thinking this, Zhao Xing clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, there were no eggs. After some thought, he decided to catch a few chickens for Li Jian to feed, so he could also get some eggs to eat. Whenever he stopped, he couldn't help but think of that man who claimed to be his father. Zhao Xing felt uncomfortable inside, so he tried to think of other things, preferably to forget that man. He didn't care anymore, after all. Hadn't he been living poorly these past 20 years? Although he didn't want to admit it, the man came back the day after he left to find Zhou Lan, which made him very unhappy. However, he didn't acknowledge that the man was his father. Zhao Xing carried out the dishes, ready to eat, when Li Jian pushed the door open. She was holding a large basin of clothes, walking with some difficulty. Zhao Xing couldn't help but snicker. Every day, it seemed there was always so much laundry to do. After Li Jian entered, she only glanced at Zhao Xing seeing the food in front of him. She swallowed hard. Then, with her legs feeling a bit sore, she went to the clothesline and hung up each piece of clothing. Today, when she got dressed, she noticed the bedsheets were a bit dirty. So she washed the sheets and the quilt cover. She had been working all morning and was truly hungry now. She picked up a bowl of thick soup, smelled it, and swallowed. It seemed she could smell the aroma of oil. The village here mainly grows peanuts, so the cooking oil is naturally peanut oil. Li Jian has eaten peanut oil since she was young and always finds it especially fragrant. Seeing her actions, Zhao Xing pursed his lips. Like a dog, Li Jian, very hungry, paid no attention to what Zhao Xing said. She tested the temperature and started eating. Zhao Xing didn't watch her anymore. He poured the remaining soup into his mouth, then put down the bowl, wiped his mouth with his hand, and took his tools to the back of the house. He left quickly and didn't notice the look of disgust Li Jian cast when he wiped his mouth. Li Jian pouted, thinking to herself, sloppy guy. Zhao Xing carried several animal traps in one hand and a cage in the other, heading up the mountain. He hadn't been to the mountain for a few days. Today, he wanted to check if he caught anything in the traps before and also catch a few wild chickens. This mountain isn't often visited by people, so there's plenty of wild game. Unfortunately, Zhao Xing was only interested in meat. He mainly stayed on the outskirts, where there were more good things, but he didn't want to risk encountering any fierce animals deep inside. After checking the previous traps, he caught 2 rabbits. Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow. He usually only catches wild chickens, but now he hadn't seen any at all. He placed the rabbits in the cage and then set up a few more traps. Since there wasn't much else to do, Zhao Xing decided to go to the town, as his food supplies were almost gone anyway. In the town, Zhang Xiaolui was brewing tea in the kitchen. She secretly glanced into the living room, feeling a bit surprised. She knew when she married Zhou Lan that his father had already passed away. But she didn't realize that Zhou Lan and Zhou Xing didn't share the same father. Now that Zhou Xing's father had come, She was truly confused. Since he's alive, why hasn't anyone seen him all these years? Also, I just saw that her mother-in-law looked quite unfriendly. I really don't know what to say about it. At this moment, Zhao also came in, looking a bit awkward. I remember the surprised expression on his face when that man entered. Zhang Xiaohui almost wanted to laugh. This was the first time she saw her man make such a face. While washing a cup, she asked her man, "Have you said anything? What's going on?" Zhao shook his head without speaking. He had been sitting there just now, not knowing what to say. That man didn't say a word either, just glanced at his mother with his remaining sight. His mother had been unfriendly the whole time. After sitting for a while, he couldn't sit still anymore and ran in. This was really too exhausting. Sitting there, she felt cold sweat running down her back. Not hearing a reply, Zhang Xiaohui wasn't in a hurry. She planned to ask more carefully when she went to bed that night, so she said, "You can bring out the tea." "I'm going to buy some vegetables," Zhao nodded. He really didn't want to go. If possible, he would have liked to go shopping for vegetables together. Seeing the man trying to put on a brave face, Zhang Xiaohui almost burst out laughing. She held back her smile and said cheerfully, "Look after Yunyun." Zhao still nodded and took the tea to the living room. After thinking for a moment, he hesitantly said, "Mother, uncle, have a sip of tea." Xiaoji glared at Zhao and coldly said, "Why do you call him uncle?" He came uninvited. "What are you greeting him for?" Zhao touched his nose. This was the first time he remembered his mother giving him such a stern look. Zhou Rupei smiled faintly, looking a bit mischievous. "If you don't call me uncle, then call me dad? Besides, isn't that what you should call me anyway?" Hearing this, Zhou hand trembled slightly as he poured tea into the cup, looking at Zhou Rupei in disbelief. Xiaoji's expression suddenly changed, and she turned sharply to glare at Zhou Rupei, scolding, "Shameless! You beast!" Zhou Rupei's face remained unchanged, still smiling. "After all these years, why is it still the same? Aren't you tired of it?" Seeing him still acting indifferent, Xiaoji's eyes turned red. "I want to ask you too, after all these years, are you still such a beast? Aren't you tired? Let's stop discussing whether we're tired of each other. The kid is still here. It's not good for him to hear these things, right? I say, let's go back first. Say whatever you want at home. If you want to scold me, go ahead. Just don't do it here," Zhou Rupei said more seriously. Xiaoji finally regained some composure. Since causing trouble at Zhou house was not good, she glared at Zhou Ruopei and turned away, not daring to look at Zhou expression. Her voice was a little low. "Tell Xiaohui not to be busy anymore. I will go home first. You should also go see Yunyun." Zhou was a bit stunned, watching his mother leave, then the man followed closely behind. After a while, he snapped out of his daze, still finding it hard to believe what he had just heard. So, when Zhang Xiaohui returned with vegetables and saw her husband sitting there, still steaming in his cup, her mother-in-law and that man had already left. Mother-in-law and father-in-law, did they leave? "Not staying for dinner?" Zhang Xiaohui asked awkwardly. She really didn't know how to call that man, because as soon as he entered, he said, "I am Zhou Xing, he's father. Looking for Zhou Xing, he's mother." Hearing Zhang Xiaohui's words, Zhou shrank back slightly, speaking softly. "Don't call him that." Zhang Xiaohui smiled. I don't know what to call him either. So, what should I call him?" But Zhou didn't answer. He paused, then mumbled, "I'm a bit tired. I want to lie down." Zhang Xiaohui frowned, thinking, he must have just said something. Feeling worried, she decided to go cook instead, letting the man calm down. Xiaoji returned home with a not-so-good expression, walking quickly, afraid of walking with Zhou Ruopei. Zhou Ruopei followed at a moderate distance, always with a faint smile, but his eyes held complex feelings. He didn't understand why, after so many years, he still kept looking for her. It had been over 10 years, and he had traveled across most of the country, yet he only saw her now. She looked ordinary, not very pretty. Honestly, Xiao Xiao was much prettier than her. But why did he keep thinking of her? In countless nights and dreams, She appeared in his mind. Zhao Ruopei was proud. His family background and looks gave him endless confidence. He had been with many women, but he only thought of her. And she didn't even have him in her heart. He thought maybe it was just his unwillingness to let go. He didn't believe that any woman could still have feelings for other men after knowing him. Xiaozhi felt the same. Zhao Ruopei remembered last night, his most peaceful sleep in over 10 years. Because of that, he wouldn't let Xiaozhi leave. What Zhao Ruopei was thinking, Xiaozhi had no desire to know. She only felt tired in her heart. Back then, it was already wrong between her and Zhao Ruopei. After all these years, she just hoped to spend the remaining days like the past 10 years, without any more interruptions. Returning to the yard, Xiaozhi immediately closed the door, but was pushed back by Zhao Ruopei. He took a few quick steps forward, leaning on the door with his hand, still wearing his familiar smile. That's not good. Why don't you let your man in? Xiaozhi wanted to bite her teeth to pieces. Get lost. You beast. I'm serious. Look, neither of us are young anymore. I've been looking for you all these years. Last night. Can't we just live like this? Zhao Ruopei spoke gently and kindly. Seeing his unchanging smile, Xiaozhi felt exhausted. She was Zhao Ruiming's wife. How could she live with Zhao Ruopei? Unable to hold back, Xiaozhi spoke her true feelings, but Zhao Ruopei burst out laughing.
Haha.
You're Zhao Ruiming's wife.
Ha.
When did you become his wife? I remember clearly in our family tree, Zhao Ruiming's wife is Zhao Songshi. When did you become just a little girl? His words made Xiaozhi's face turn pale. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Her strength failed her, and Zhao Ruopei gently pushed, opening the door. She couldn't help but fall back, but a pair of big hands caught her waist. Then, a voice sounded in her ear. Enough. Why bother about what happened before? Huagua has been established for so many years. Look at this, I only have Zhou Xing as my son. You should give me a few more children. Since then, Zhao Ruopei stayed at Xiaozhi's house. He never mentioned anything about his years of experience. Some villagers tried to find out, but no one could get any information. After 2 months, people's curiosity about this matter faded, and no one kept asking. Winter arrived, and the weather got colder. There wasn't much work in the fields. The chili and eggplant planting was finished, and farm work slowed down. Every household was preparing for winter, cutting firewood, fixing roofs. Nothing was idle. The most free person in the village was Zhou Xing. After it got cold, he never went up the mountain again. He stayed at home, occasionally drinking with Li Daniu or playing cards with Li Erju. One day around noon, he was taking a walk back home. Before entering the yard, he heard the chickens in his house constantly crowing. He frowned, quickened his steps, and went into the kitchen to scatter some corn. He casually glanced at the yard and saw the clothes Li Jian made for him, still wet from the water. Zhou Xing looked unhappy as he entered the house. He saw Li Jian sleeping soundly in bed and felt very annoyed. Recently, Li Jian had been acting strangely. She was always slow when working, and now she was sleeping during the day. She slept during the day and night, and whenever Zhou Xing wanted her to do something, she was reluctant. Soon she would start crying. For several days, she was not allowed to be touched. Zhou Xing was already in a bad mood, and seeing this made him feel like he was about to explode. Get up, he pushed Li Jian hard, but she didn't respond and kept sleeping deeply. His brow furrowed tighter, and he pushed her a few more times, almost shouting. Only then did Li Jian slowly wake up. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. Seeing her red face, Zhou Xing got even angrier. Get up and go cook. Lying around all day makes you silly and lazy. Hearing Zhou Xing's voice, Li Jian seemed startled and quickly got dressed and got out of bed. Zhou Xing grumbled as he left the room. He looked at the chicken coop, frowned, and endured the smell as he took out 2 eggs and placed one in the kitchen cabinet. He sneered to himself, lazy people still wanted to eat eggs? No way. Eggs weren't for outsiders. Just as he was about to start cooking, he heard someone calling Li Jian's name at the door. Zhou Xing thought for a moment, guessing it was her family from her hometown, and put down the vegetables to go outside. As he stepped out, he saw Li Xinghua holding a fish in the yard. Zhao Xing walked over, smirked slightly, and took the fish. Li Xinghua was not very talkative. He handed over the fish and said, "Tomorrow is Dad's birthday. Remember to come," then left without hesitation. If Hyewon saw this scene, she would be furious and want to hit him. She thought at the time that it was good that he brought the message, but mainly she wanted to see how Li Jian was doing. She hadn't seen her for months and missed her, but was also worried. Since she was the mother-in-law, it wasn't easy to visit. She also asked Zhang Guilin to come, but she was pregnant now, so Hyewon couldn't bring herself to ask. She could only ask Li Xinghua, but he was straightforward and simple. Now, Hyewon was just hoping Li Jian would come the next day so she could ask her how she was doing. Zhao Xing glanced at Li Xinghua's back and then carried the fish back to the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, he decided to cook it now. He hadn't eaten fish in a while and was really craving it. After Li Jian got up, she tidied up the house a bit, then had nothing else to do. She didn't dare go to the kitchen and could only sit by the bed, looking at the embroidery she had finished long ago, thinking about when she would see her mother again. After a while, Li Jian's stomach started to growl. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Li Jian blushed and touched her stomach, unable to resist glancing toward the kitchen. When will I get to eat? Recently, I've been very hungry, feeling like I haven't eaten enough, and I even crave meat. Not long ago, Zhou Rupei asked Zhao Xing to take Li Jian to Xiaoji's house for a meal. There were 2 dishes with meat on the table, and she was very happy eating them. Now she wants to eat again. Li Jian sighed softly, glancing at the kitchen again. She saw Zhao Xing already sitting at the table eating, so she hesitated for a moment and then went out. As she left, she cursed Zhao Xing silently in her mind, feeling a bit better. Who told him not to call me when he eats? Li Jian walked over, staring closely at the dishes on the table. When she saw a plate of fish, her eyes lit up instantly. She hurried to sit down, eager to smell the aroma before eating. A strong fishy smell hit her face, making Li Jian's face turn pale, and she couldn't help but gag. Noticing Li Jian's reaction, Zhao Xing frowned tightly, suddenly slammed down his chopsticks and shouted, "What are you throwing a fit for?" Li Jian's stomach had already digested what she ate this morning. Now, her stomach was empty, and she could only vomit acid. Her eyes turned red from retching, tears filling them, but she couldn't stop. Zhao Xing looked at her with some disgust. Seeing her like this, he didn't want to look anymore. He scooped some food into his bowl and then picked up his bowl to eat elsewhere. Li Jian took a long time to calm down, and just as she was about to stop vomiting, she saw the fish again and almost threw up. She quickly got up and went back to her room, as she had no appetite at all. After finishing his meal, Zhao Xing rested for a while before taking some money and heading to town. Tomorrow was his foolish father's birthday, and he had to bring something. The next day, Zhao Xing carried a bottle of wine and a bag of candy in front, walking ahead. Li Jian still followed behind him. The joy of returning home was overshadowed by her physical discomfort. She hadn't eaten much all day yesterday. When she tried to carry water with a bucket in the afternoon, she couldn't lift it properly. It took a lot of effort to fill the tub, and soon her stomach started hurting. She even saw blood when she went to the toilet. Early that morning, she had been dry heaving for a long time, and now she felt sore all over her back and waist. Li Jian sniffed and wished she could see her mother soon. Her mother surely had a way to make her stop hurting. When they reached the gate of the Li family's courtyard, no one came out to greet them. Zhao Xing went in first. The peach tree in the yard was bare and looked a little ugly. Over a month ago, Li Xinghua brought some peaches, probably because he hadn't planted them for a few years, and Zhao Xing thought they didn't taste very good. When they entered the main room, Li Dishao was sitting in the main seat, smoking a dry pipe, while Li Xinghua stood up to greet them. "Father, happy birthday," Zhao Xing said with a faint smile in a calm tone. Li Jian also said happy birthday, and then went into the kitchen. Zhao Xing handed over the gifts he brought, and Li Xinghua loudly called out, "Child's mother, Zhao Xing is here." As soon as he finished, Zhang Guilin came out smiling. "Brother-in-law is here," she said, then reached out to take the things Zhao Xing held. She was 5 months pregnant, with a pointed belly. Everyone said it was a boy, and she had been very happy during this time. Zhang Guilin put the gifts in Li Jian's original room, then sat next to Li Xinghua and started chatting with Zhao Xing. In the kitchen, Li Jian was curled up tightly in Hewan's arms. Hewan's eyes were teary, but she smiled and said, "Oh, mother, you smell of smoke. Don't get it on you." She didn't say much, but when she did, Li Jian immediately gagged a few times. Hewan gently patted her back, her expression not looking very good. She had a feeling something wasn't right. After Li Jian calmed down, she held her hand and asked seriously, "And did Zhao Xing sleep in the same bed as you?" Li Jian nodded unhappily. She had many things she wanted to tell her mother, but didn't like her mother mentioning Zhao Xing. Hewan took a deep breath and asked again, "Didn't tell you if life has been good? Has he come for a few months?" Li Jian thought carefully and held up her index and middle fingers. 2 months. Hewan immediately reached out to touch Li Jian's belly, her eyes blinking quickly without realizing it. When she felt that Li Jian's belly wasn't noticeably protruding, she paused, then withdrew her hand, laughing at herself for being silly. There's no way she'd show this early. Although her mind was complicated, she still smiled and asked, "Does your belly hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Li Jian shook her head. Whenever she saw her mother, she felt no pain.
"Good then.
"Then go rest in your room for a while. Mother will cook first, and after we eat, we'll have a good talk," Hewan said. "I want to stay with Mother." Li Jian grabbed Hewan's hand and shook it. "Listen and then go rest first. You'll have more energy to talk to Mother," Hewan said with a smile, watching Li Jian walk out cautiously, then sighed. Really, this child comes and goes so suddenly. Now that Zhang Guilin also has a child, she can't always go see Jian. He sighed again before gathering his strength to cook. After dinner, Hewan took Li Jian to her previous room. The mother and daughter sat on the bed and talked for a while, mainly with Hewan giving advice on what to pay attention to during pregnancy. When Li Jian was so sleepy, she kept yawning. Hewan told her to go to sleep. Once Li Jian was asleep, Hewan called Zhao Xing in. Li Jian's room was small. It only had a bed and a wooden stool. Hewan asked Zhao Xing to sit on the stool. "Anin is pregnant. It's been over 2 months," Hewan said first. Hearing this, Zhao Xing was stunned and looked straight at the sleeping Li Jian. His eyes showed surprise and disbelief, but no happiness. Hewan frowned and spoke coldly, "If you did it yourself, you should think about the consequences." Zhao Xing didn't reply. He thought the method was foolproof, but it turned out it wasn't. "It's only been 2 months, not very stable. Be careful not to let her do heavy work and pay attention to her health. She also needs to eat more.
And
that thing
should stop now," she said.
Both of their faces looked uncomfortable after hearing this. Hewan couldn't help but worry because Li Jian was her daughter, so she kept giving more advice. Zhao Xing nodded, looking troubled. He looked at Li Jian and then at Hewan, about to speak but was interrupted by her. "Don't worry about An's situation affecting the baby. That's not a problem. But the baby is growing day by day, and as a father, you should prepare well. When the baby is born and you need a lot of things, will you have enough money?" Seeing Zhao Xing, who looked more like a young man than a mature father, Hewan couldn't help but say a few more words. Zhao Xing only nodded, but when he heard Hewan's first sentence, he truly relaxed and even showed some happiness in his eyes. He had a child. He really had a child. He must be a good dad, not like that man. 19-year-old Zhao Xing made up his mind to be a good father. On the way back, Zhao Xing walked behind Li Jian, occasionally glancing at her back. Seeing her still slim waist, Zhao Xing felt full of doubt. With such a slim waist, how could she carry a child? Zhao Xing frowned. He needed to find a way to get Li Jian to eat more. Otherwise, if she stayed so thin, how could the baby grow well? He thought he should go up the mountain several more times, partly to gather some meat, and partly to earn more money to prepare for the baby. Zhao Xing can be seen as full of confidence. He doesn't believe he can't be a good father. When he arrived home, He only managed to tell Li Jian, "You go lie down," before happily heading up the mountain with his things. Li Jian was indeed tired and sleepy. She took off her coat and lay on the bed. Before sleeping, she gently touched her belly. It was still flat but soft. Her mother had told her that in a few months, a baby would come out. She believed that the baby would be very cute. Her mother said it would be as adorable as an, and Li Jian smiled softly and gradually fell asleep. Li Dania took advantage of his mother napping to quietly sneak into Zhao Xing's house. Earlier that morning, he saw a beehive on a tree while gathering firewood and wanted to call Zhao Xing to help get some honey. But when he called out outside the yard for a long time, Zhao Xing didn't come out. Where did he go?
Li Daniu mutarat.
He waited at the door for a while and then called out, "Brother Xing, are you home? Please open the door quickly." After calling several times, just as he was about to leave, the yard gate suddenly opened, revealing Zhao Xing's face. Seeing Zhao Xing sweaty and tired, Li Daniu grinned mischievously. "Brother Xing, the sun's out. Be careful with your health." Zhao Xing rolled his eyes at him, turned around, and went back inside. Li Dania followed and immediately saw some rabbits and wild chickens in the yard. He looked at Zhao Xing in surprise. Having a wife really changes things. "You weren't so active in the mountains before." Although he said that, Li Dania wondered in his mind, does Zhao Xing really care so much about Li Jian? He had prepared so much meat just at the start of winter. But Zhao Xing just smiled and said proudly, "I'm going to be a dad." Li Dania was truly shocked. His eyes widened in surprise.
What did you say?
"You're going to be a dad." Seeing Zhao Xing's happy face, Li Daniu also smiled. He patted Zhao Xing on the shoulder. "That's quick. Good job." The two looked at each other and smiled. After a while, Zhao Xing said, "Since you're here, help me out. I just cut down a few trees. Come and help me carry them down." "Cut so many trees," Li Daniu casually said. Zhao Xing nodded. To make a bed for the baby, the two headed up the mountain together. Li Daniu muttered, "Is it a bit early to make a bed now?" But he didn't say it out loud. Zhao Xing was so happy, like a child, and he didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. When they arrived, they saw over 10 trees lying on the ground nearby. Li Daniu exclaimed, "So many. Your son is like a pig. He can't even sleep on such a big bed." Li Dania had already assumed that Li Jian was expecting a son. Men usually prefer having sons. Zhao Xing naturally hoped the first child would be a boy, but if not, he wouldn't say anything. Both Li Jian and Zhao Xing were still young and had plenty of time. Zhao Xing didn't say much. He had more than just making beds to do. He first went to a tree and crouched down, signaling Li Daniu to help lift it. Once both of them carried a tree each, they headed down the mountain, making 5 or 6 trips before finishing. Li Dania leaned against the kitchen wall, gasping for breath. Zhao Xing went to the kitchen, poured him a bowl of water, and drank from a ladle, making a glug-glug sound. Both of them were sweaty and couldn't drink hot water, so Zhao Xing didn't boil any. After a few sips, Li Daniu finished the water and, without being asked, scooped another bowl from the jar and drank it. "That's enough. Don't drink too much cold water, or you'll get sick," Zhao Xing warned. Last winter, he and Li Daniu went to the mountains for a walk. When they returned, Li Daniu drank several bowls of cold water quickly. Zhao Xing was fine, but Li Daniu got sick. He had a fever in the middle of the night and stayed in bed for days. His mother complained about it for a long time. Zhao Xing wasn't afraid of his mother's complaints. Li Daniu was hard to raise. He often got sick as a child, but he got better as he grew older. Although Zhao Xing usually looked at Li Daniu with some annoyance, deep down, he considered him a brother. After resting for a while, Li Daniu told Zhao Xing what he originally wanted to say. Zhao Xing agreed to go tomorrow. Li Daniu was about to leave when Zhao Xing stopped him, handing him a rabbit and a wild chicken. Li Daniu took the chicken and said, "Your wife is pregnant. Keep this for her to eat. My mother hasn't been feeling well these days. I'll take it home and make soup for her." Zhao Xing nodded without saying anything. When they got home, Li Daniu saw his mother repairing shoes. She glanced at him and asked, you're finally back? Why did you bring a chicken home? Li Dania smiled and said, I helped Zhao Xing with some things. He gave me this. Mom, I'll stew it tonight to help you recover. Li Dania's mother showed no particular expression. After a moment, she asked, the sun is rising in the west. Why is he so busy? He's already preparing winter supplies early. In previous years, they only went up the mountain to gather things right before the new year. Speaking of this, Li Daniu raised an eyebrow. Mom, you don't know. Brother Xing is going to be a dad. Li Daniu's mother was also surprised. She suddenly looked up. What? His wife is pregnant. Li Daniu quickly nodded. That makes sense. They've been married for over 3 months, so it should be about time, she murmured, thinking about finding a wife for her son soon. Li Daniu is half a year younger than Zhao Xing. While Zhao Xing's family already has a child, Li Dania hasn't even found someone to look at yet. No, he still needs to talk to Zhang Xiuzhen from the village and ask her to introduce someone. Seeing his mother's thoughtful expression, Li Dania knew what she was thinking and felt a bit hopeful. He had been hoping for a wife for a long time, and he didn't want to fall too far behind Zhao Xing. As for Zhao Xing, he had processed the rabbits and wild chickens he hunted. Now that it's cold, the food can be stored. Besides, Li Jian has a family now, so he should eat well. No matter what, he can't let his son go hungry. Li Jian was inside the house. She had just woken up, kept yawning, and tears were in her eyes. Day after day, she had little to do. After washing clothes, she would sit in the house daydreaming or embroidering patterns. Before dinner, she went to fetch water. Today, her mother prepared some patterns for her, but her eyes were still a bit tired, so she sat there blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing, who usually had nothing to do, was now very busy. He was thinking about many things for the child and wanted to make them quickly. As for money, he didn't have much saved, only about 50 yuan. With current prices, this amount could last until next summer. After all, if there were no children, they would only buy some grain regularly. But now, things are different. In short, it's better to prepare more. When Zhao Xing learned he was going to be a father, he was very excited and full of energy. But he didn't know how long this enthusiasm would last. After a while, Li Jian came out to fetch water. Seeing her, Zhao Xing asked, "What are you going to do?" When she answered, he immediately stopped her. "No, you can't fetch water. Don't tire my son. I'll go. You stay here." He quickly got up, grabbed a bucket and a shoulder pole, and went to the kitchen. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Xing was so kind today and helping her fetch water, she didn't want to think about it. She was happy and continued to sit in the house, lost in thought. For dinner, Zhao Xing stewed a chicken. Only Li Jian ate well, and her son would grow better. Li Jian also showed good manners, and her appetite was much better than yesterday. She drank 2 bowls of chicken soup. While she was drinking soup, Zhao Xing looked at her with a very caring expression, like women watching their chickens eat, hoping they would eat more today and lay many eggs tomorrow. Li Jian always ate quietly, chewing slowly, which made Zhao Xing a bit anxious. "Eat faster. If you keep eating like that, it will get cold in your mouth." "How can my son absorb it well?" Li Jian didn't understand why Zhao Xing was so anxious. She was simply used to eating slowly, a habit taught by Huan since she was young. She looked at Zhao Xing seriously and said, "Mother said I should eat slowly, or it's not good for my health." Now, "not good for my health," in Zhao Xing's ears automatically translated to "not good for my son," so he stopped saying anything and just looked at Li Jian with that same serious gaze. As he watched, Li Jian couldn't help but gag softly. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xing almost jumped up. Li Jian put down her bowl, covering her mouth, and kept gagging. Zhao Xing was worried, but didn't know what was happening. His hands stayed frozen in midair. After a while, Li Jian felt a bit better. She had just felt nauseous for a moment and almost vomited the chicken soup she had just drunk. But she knew how hard it was to get good chicken, so she endured and didn't spit it out. She calmed down again and told Zhao Xing, "I'm not eating anymore. Do you want to eat? I'm going to wash the dishes." Zhao Xing looked at her carefully and saw she sat back without any other reaction. "Go rest."
I still want to eat. I'll wash the dishes, he said. Now Zhou Xing really treated Li Jian like a delicate porcelain doll, afraid she might get hurt. That night, Li Jian and Zhou Xing lay side by side on the bed. Watching Li Jian sleep peacefully, Zhou Xing hesitated for a long time before pulling back her quilt, sitting up, and leaning his head on Li Jian's belly. Her flat stomach rose and fell with her breathing. Although he couldn't hear anything, Zhou Xing's heart was pounding strangely fast. An inexplicable feeling arose, as if their bloodline was naturally attracting each other. A deep sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Hesitating again, he gently leaned forward and pressed his lips to her belly. Warm and soft. Inside, it was his child. The next day, the weather was nice. The sun was high in the sky, adding a touch of warmth to the winter day. The women of Shaoli village gathered in groups in front of their houses, chatting while mending shoes. The small village's affairs were quickly known by everyone if anyone was a little careless. A few days ago, they talked about the person from Dilly village, Li the scoundrel. I heard he fights with Li Mei every day, and the nearby families can hear the noise of their arguments. Today, they started talking about Zhou Xingjia, and their information is really quite sharp. Have you heard? Zhou Xing's foolish wife has had a baby. It's been about 2 or 3 months, said a woman who is friendly with Li Dania's mother. She also heard this from Li Dania's mother. Really? That was quick, replied another woman nearby. Don't underestimate him. That fool really has some skill. She's truly pregnant, Wang Honghua, sitting in the next room, sighed. It's good if she has a son. Then there's hope for the future, said the first woman. Exactly. If she doesn't have a son, she can't hold her head up in the village or in her husband's family, they agreed. Now, the rule is that whether a woman can have children, especially sons, is the main standard to judge if she's a good wife. By the way, I heard from Chunqing's wife that a few days ago, she saw Zhang Xuelan's husband go into the widow's house and stay all night. He left quietly before dawn, one woman whispered. Does Zhang Xuelan know? Of course she does. She knew right away. She even told Chunqing's wife that she told her husband to go. Wow, she even encouraged him to go, all for the sake of a son. Zhang Xuelan has already had 5 children, all girls and no sons. If she doesn't find a way to have a son, what will happen if her husband leaves her? That's true. Who made her so unlucky, unable to have a son? Wang Honghua nodded. At least, she's not sent back to her parents' house. If she really has a son, Zhang Xuelan will raise him. Her husband wouldn't let the widow come in, right? The widow's real name is not remembered. People just call her that because she married twice and both husbands left her first. The villagers think she's unlucky, cursed to lose her husbands, and can't marry again. After chatting for a while, they saw Hewan carrying a basket and walking toward Zhou Xingjia, passing right by them. The women immediately quieted down and stared at Hewan, watching her move. Hewan felt uncomfortable under their gaze, but kept her face calm and walked on as usual. When she first came to the village, she wasn't used to being watched like that. It felt strange and a bit scary. At first, she thought there was something wrong with her, but later she learned that villagers are used to watching newcomers like that. Now, although she's still not used to it, she can pretend it doesn't bother her. After she walked over, the group of women started talking again.
Who just went over there?
Such a handsome guy, one woman asked. That fool's daughter, Wang Honghua replied. She recognized her because she saw her from afar on the day Zhou Xing got married. No wonder that fool looks so handsome. Turns out he's following his mother. His mother doesn't look old at all. People believe she's in her 20s. She wasn't very old when she had her. They say her family was in trouble back home, so they fled here. She was only about 15 or 16 when they came. Now she's only in her early 30s, Wang Honghua said. Her mother-in-law was still alive and knew a lot about the village. She only heard these stories from her. No wonder she looks different from us. She's from somewhere else. At this moment, He Ermiai brought her daughter-in-law, Zhang Guohua, over and the women moved 2 more chairs to sit for them. After sitting down, He Ermiai asked, "What were you talking about?" Such a lively chat. Not much, just some gossip. I heard that the fool's wife, Zhou Xing's wife, is pregnant,
One woman suddenly remembered that he Ermiai's sister lived next to the fool's family, so she changed her words. He Ermiai didn't notice and said in surprise, "Wow, that was quick." A few women echoed her words. "Why did you go to town so early this morning? Why are you just coming out now?" asked the woman sitting next to her. "I went to buy some things," he Ermiai replied simply, then changed the subject. "Guess what I heard when I came back?" "What?" Everyone leaned in curiously. "I heard Xiaoji arguing with her man. She's pregnant," he Ermiai lowered her voice, sounding excited. "Wow. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are pregnant? My goodness." Everyone was surprised. No one expected Xiaoji, who was already quite old, to get pregnant suddenly. "Absolutely true. I really heard it myself," he Ermiai confirmed. Who would have thought? At her age, her man is still so energetic. The topic shifted to another subject. Zhang Guohua hadn't been paying much attention. When no one was looking, she couldn't help but touch her belly. She had been married for over 4 months now, but there was no sign of a baby. Why was it so easy for others to get pregnant? Even Zhao Xing's mother, who was much older, got pregnant just like that. Why couldn't she? Zhang Guohua was puzzled. When Hewan arrived at Zhao Xing's house, the yard gate was still tightly closed. She frowned, thinking the two young people might still be sleeping, or maybe it was because of last night. She couldn't help but sigh silently. This was her first time becoming a mother, and she didn't understand much. She could only leave more worries to her elders. Thinking of Xiaoji, Hewan's face darkened. If the mother-in-law managed everything, life would be easier. But since the daughter-in-law's days are hard, and the mother-in-law doesn't interfere, life becomes even more difficult. She decided to visit Xiaoji's house. While lost in thought, Hewan knocked on the door. After a while, the door slowly opened. The yard gate was not tall, only about waist-high. As soon as Li Jian stepped outside, she saw her mother and quickly ran over to open the door. Once inside, Hewan gently pinched Li Jian's nose and scolded her playfully, "You're about to become a mother, yet you're still so restless. You can't run and jump like before. Be careful of the baby inside your belly." Hearing her mother mention her, Li Jian looked a bit wronged and pouted. "Baby is delicate. I don't want her." Hewan laughed and patted her head, saying, "Baby belongs to her mother, but it's actually an who is delicate. I said that for your health. Why are you jealous at such a big age?" Li Jian's face turned red, and she snuggled into Hewan's embrace, twisting nervously. "Oh, so you're really delicate. Truly a delicate girl, just like your mother," Hewan said with a smile, gently stroking Li Jian's back. Mother and daughter hugged for a while longer. Then Li Jian took Hewan's hand and sat her down by the bed. Hewan stopped her and sat on a small stool nearby. "Why are you alone at home? Where did Zhao Xing go?" Li Jian shook her head without speaking. When she woke up today, Zhao Xing was gone, and there were only 2 cooked eggs in the kitchen. Seeing that Li Jian still seemed reluctant to mention Zhao Xing, Hewan hesitated for a moment and said, "And it has a baby now. In the future, if something happens or you feel unwell, you should tell Zhao Xing. It's for your own good. Having a child changes everything. It's not just about sharing everything, but not saying anything at all is not right." Right now, Li Jian didn't understand these things. She was still a bit afraid of Zhao Xing and didn't want to talk to him. They were still strangers. Hewan truly didn't know what to say in this situation. Besides, matters between a husband and wife should be resolved by themselves. No matter how much others try to matchmake, if they don't want to, they won't. She decided not to mention it anymore and reminded her again about the precautions during pregnancy. She listened as Li Jian finally started to speak after saving her words for a long time. "My daughter, I need to tell you that Zhao Xing is very naughty. He keeps teasing me, especially at night." Listening to Li Jian constantly talking about personal matters, Hewan felt very uncomfortable. However, she didn't interrupt because many couples have disagreements over such issues, and if the young couple ever get too carried away, she could gently remind them. So, despite feeling awkward, Hewan listened to Li Jian's words and then smiled, patting her head. "Enin, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell Zhao Xing not to touch you. Also, now there's a baby in your belly, so you absolutely can't do that kind of thing. Li Jian nodded seriously, indicating she understood. They chatted for a while longer, and Zhao Xing came back holding a beehive. He put the hive in the kitchen and went straight into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother-in-law. Thinking of something, he immediately turned around and left quickly. Although he moved fast, the two inside still saw the expression on his face. Moments later, Li Jian's laughter could be heard from inside. Although Huan didn't laugh out loud, her smile grew wider. Outside, Zhao Xing couldn't help but curse Li Daniu. He wished he hadn't gone with him to get the hive. Now he was humiliated and embarrassed. Those darn bees also really knew where to bite, targeting his eyes instead of other places, making both his eyes swell. Zhao Xing felt very regretful. After a while, he calmed down and tried to act as if nothing had happened before entering the house. His voice was as soft as a mosquito buzz. Without waiting for Huan to respond, he quickly said, "Mother, sit down first. I'm going to cook." Then he immediately left. Huan wanted to stop him but didn't have time, so she just told Li Jian a few more words. "Mother brought some eggs, not many. Your sister-in-law is also pregnant now, so I left some for her too. Take care of yourself and don't overexert." She also planned to visit Xiuji's house but hadn't intended to stay for dinner. After informing Li Jian, she went to the kitchen to greet Zhao Xing. Li Jian stood in the yard, reluctantly watching her mother leave. She sniffed and finally went back inside. Huan had never been to Xiuji's house before. She asked someone along the way to find the place. Xiuji's house also had a small yard, and the door was tightly closed. Huan knocked and waited a long time before someone finally came to open it. She hadn't heard that Zhou Ruope was back. Seeing a man open the door, she felt a little confused but didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, "I'm Jian's mother." Zhou Rupe nodded and turned to go inside. He had met Li Jian, who always kept her head down and didn't like to talk during meals. He didn't really like this daughter-in-law. He heard Zhao Xing chose her himself, probably because of her looks. After sitting in the main hall for a while, Xiuji finally came out of the room. She looked tired, and her face was not in good shape. The two people across from each other sat quietly, without speaking. Huan was a bit unhappy but still forced a smile. "I arrived at this time. I hope I didn't bother you," she said. Zhou Rupe glanced at Huan but said nothing. Another silence followed. Huan felt her smile was hard to hold and was just barely managing it. "Anan is pregnant. The due date is soon. Since it's their first time, I thought I'd come see if everything was okay. Maybe I'm overreacting, but with your help watching over them, there shouldn't be a problem. Besides, you're much better than me. You've raised two sons so well," she added. Xiuji finally smiled. "Zhou Lan really has done a good job."
Huan was surprised.
"Yes, that's true. But I'm really worried now that Anan is pregnant. I just came to check on them. Please, watch over the young couple. If anything's wrong, you must tell me." Before she finished, Xiuji suddenly coughed and gagged. Huan's expression darkened, and she couldn't smile anymore. Seeing Xiuji uncomfortable, Zhou Rupe quickly patted her back, but Xiuji pushed him away and moved her chair aside. "It seems you're not feeling well, so I'll go first," Huan said stiffly, getting up to leave. Outside, she immediately exhaled sharply.
What kind of people are they?
She had thought Xiuji came from a wealthy family and would know proper manners, but it turned out she was not even as decent as a proper young lady. She shook her head and walked back. Not even saliva was offered. She really didn't understand what it meant. Back home, Huan's face was still not looking good. Zhang Guilin was cooking, so she went over to help. "Mom, how is Anan?" "She's doing well," Huan replied, though she didn't really want to say that. Zhang Guilin noticed and didn't press further. They just chatted casually about family matters. There was some leftover food from yesterday, so today she only stir-fried some greens and steamed a bowl of eggs for Zhang Guilin. During the meal, seeing Zhang Guilin holding Daniel and feeding her eggs, Huan, who hadn't eaten much herself, said, "Give me some." "You eat." Zhang Guilin didn't refuse. She was pregnant and hungry. The young girl is still small, and doesn't have much appetite. After eating a few bites, she's full. Hyewon, feeling a bit worried and not hungry herself, held the girl and walked around the yard. After dinner, Zhang Guilin washed the dishes. She wiped her hands and took the girl back to her room to rest. By then, Li Xingguo was already asleep. When Hyewon returned to her room, Li Disheo was half sitting on the bed, smoking a dry pipe. A crumpled piece of paper was placed underneath to catch the ashes. Seeing her come in, he quickly put out the pipe and asked, "What's wrong? You didn't enjoy your meal?" Hyewon shot him a glance, placed the paper on a nearby stool, and sat on the edge of the bed, sighing. "Can't you guess? I keep thinking about it and I feel uneasy. Do you know? Today I went to Xiaoji's house, and she has a child now too. Can you believe it? Everyone seems to be coming together." Li Disheo was surprised and asked, "Her husband hasn't been around for many years, right? Has he come back?" "Who knows? It's none of our business." But when I mentioned it to her, she didn't say a word. Hyewon got angry just thinking about it. How can she be such a neglectful mother-in-law? She's a stepmother, and she's not this indifferent to Zhang Guilin. It's a shame she's her own mother. Li Disheo, a man, didn't have much to say. He just advised, "Your daughter needs your care.
Just go see her more often." Hyewon looked at him.
"That's what I think too. I just worry that Guilin might feel uncomfortable. You can't go there every day, just visit occasionally. She'll understand eventually." Li Disheo patted her, and then lay down. Hyewon didn't sleep well all night, and got up early the next morning. Feeling a bit tired, she decided to lie down and sleep again. Once both of them were settled, Li Disheo suddenly asked, "She's a few years older than you, right? How can she still have children?" "Who?" Hyewon mumbled sleepily. Your sister-in-law. I think she's a bit older than you." "They want children? That's none of my business," Hyewon said, and then fell asleep. Li Disheo couldn't fall asleep for a while. Nowadays, people believe having many children brings good fortune. He only has one son and one daughter, and he always feels it's not enough. Unfortunately, Hyewon's health was damaged when she gave birth to Li Jian, so she can't have more children. Sigh. Li Disheo sighed softly. But if Li Xingguo had more children, he'd feel better inside. Zhao Xing cleaned the beehive, then filtered the honey through a sieve. He gave half of the honey to Li Daniu. When he left, he saw Li Daniu sitting weakly in front of his house, with his mother's sighs coming from inside. Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow, found a stool, sat down, but didn't say a word. After a while, Li Daniu took the initiative to speak, saying, "Today I went on a blind date, but the girl didn't like me. She thought my family wasn't good enough. Another reason was that Li Daniu's mother was not in good health, so she couldn't help much, and might even hold him back. He was an only child, so it would be hard for him to take care of his parents in the future." Zhao Xing didn't quite understand why Li Daniu was so anxious. He was only 19, so there was no need to rush. If Li Daniu knew what Zhao Xing was thinking, he would probably roll his eyes at him. "You already have a wife, and your son will be born in a few months. Of course, you're not in a hurry. Poor him, all alone, with no one to keep him warm at night." Seeing Li Daniu like that, Zhao Xing felt uncomfortable and said impatiently, "Stop acting so desperate and whiny. If there's nothing going on, come with me up the mountain, so you don't look so miserable." Li Daniu thought he really had nothing to do and felt ashamed to be upset over this, so he followed Zhao Xing up the mountain. In the past 2 days, Zhao Xing had hunted a group of animals, kept a few, and sold them all to Lu Tuhu. Because he was busy with business, Zhao Xing stayed there, and the two of them chatted casually. "I heard your wife is pregnant." Zhao Xing smiled and nodded. "You're quite something. By the way, it seems there are new policies from above. When I went to the county the day before yesterday, I heard the county head went to the city for a meeting. I don't know what's going on. A few years ago, Huagwa set up a cooperative in the countryside. People went there to buy or sell things. Lu Tuhu often went around to pick up goods. Over time, he made some acquaintances in the county and heard some gossip, but nothing detailed. Zhao Xing wasn't very interested in these things, and just nodded indifferently. Lu Tuhu glanced at him. In the past, it didn't matter much, just let it go. Now your son is about to be born. You should work hard. Try to build a big house for your son and find a good wife. Zhao Xing didn't reply. He could also make money from hunting, so why work so hard farming? The harvest was only enough for a year, and it was better to earn more money. Seeing Zhao Xing still didn't react, Lu Tuhu didn't say much anymore. After all, it was someone else's business. After a while, when most of the guests had left, Lu Tuhu counted the money for Zhao Xing, still using bones and sticks to replace small change. Zhao Xing put the money into his pocket, said goodbye to Lu Tuhu, and left. Watching his back, Lu Tuhu couldn't help but shake his head. Still young, huh? For dinner, they ate the chicken soup left from noon, and Zhao Xing also boiled an egg for Li Jian. He believed that only when Li Jian ate well could the baby in her belly grow properly. Li Jian looked at the chicken soup in her bowl but couldn't bring herself to eat it. She thought maybe the baby inside wasn't behaving well, so she gently patted her belly and muttered to herself, "Be good, baby. Just like Anand, be good." Actually, it wasn't entirely due to morning sickness. Mainly, she usually ate only cabbage and cucumbers, eating light and simple. Now, suddenly eating several hearty meals with meat, her stomach couldn't handle it. But Li Jian and Zhao Xing didn't understand much about these things. They had grown up enduring hardships. Having some meat was already very lucky, so how could they be picky? Finally, she finished her meal. She didn't need to wash the dishes and went back to her room. The room was dark, lit only by the kerosene lamp Zhao Xing was using. Li Jian had no choice but to sit quietly by the bed in the dark. When Zhao Xing came in, he saw Li Jian playing with her fingers. There was nothing interesting, just two people staring at each other silently. Zhao Xing sat on the other side, feeling bored. Usually, at this time, he would be playing cards or going to drink with Li Daniu. Sitting here like this, feeling so plain, was unusual. Actually, the two of them and one person weren't much different. He remembered the first night he moved out of Xiuji's house. Lying under the roof he built himself, he felt safe, without a hint of loneliness. He was only 15 then, feeling very free. But late at night, he still couldn't fall asleep. His only company was the occasional bird calls from the mountain, strange and distant, echoing softly into his ears. At that moment, he had to admit he felt a little lonely. So he started to daydream, imagining what his future wife would look like. Maybe she would be similar to the girl in the landlord's painting, beautiful for sure. He also thought about how many children he would have. Not too many, maybe 5, for sounded too awkward. Perhaps because the idea was so sweet, he gradually fell asleep. Before losing consciousness, he thought he should fix up the house a bit more, because with 5 children and a wife, this small house wouldn't be enough. Then he turned 19, married Li Jian, and had children. Zhao Xing suddenly smiled. He decided to just go on living like this. The two people lost in their own thoughts didn't notice that outside the window, under the dark sky, a gentle snow was quietly falling. New Year's Day. The wife of the village chief of Shaoli village put a hat on her husband, her face not looking very happy. "I really don't understand what the town is thinking, having a meeting on New Year's Day. I was planning to prepare a big meal." She glanced at the calendar on the wall, the last page of 1956, which her husband had just torn off, and replaced it with a new one for the upcoming year. The village chief had no expression on his face and spoke calmly. "There should be some policy notices from above. I'm going to town, but I don't know when I'll be back. When it's mealtime, you all can eat first. No need to wait for me." The village chief's wife looked at the portrait of Chairman Hua on the wall but said nothing. She silently saw her husband off as he left the house. The ground was covered with thick snow, and each step sank into it, making walking difficult. She suggested that their second son drive the ox cart to town. After her husband and son left, she went to the kitchen to look at the prepared dishes and sighed. It's a pity they won't get to eat so many good things. Just the two of them. Thinking for a moment, she put back a plate of sliced sausage and meat into the cabinet. Luckily, she hadn't cooked it yet. Since the head of the family wasn't home, there was no need to eat so well now. It could be saved for the little New Year's Eve. At this time, the second daughter-in-law, Li Xiangjuan, started to have stomach pains. She guessed she was about to give birth and quickly called her mother-in-law. The village chief's wife, experienced and calm, first laid an old cloth on the bed, then helped her daughter-in-law lie down, took off her pants, and covered her with a quilt. "Don't be afraid. I'll go call the midwife, Li Pe, to come over," she said, then hurried out of the house. When the village chief and his second son returned from town, they heard the crying of the baby inside. The village chief's wife came out happily, saying, "Father, Lifu, it's a boy. A little boy with a little bit of hair." The village chief also showed a happy expression. This was their family's first grandson. His wife patted her son and said, "Are you so excited? Hurry up and go see your son." Li Lifu finally seemed to realize what was happening and took a few steps inside to see his son. The village chief's wife pulled her husband into the house. "Father, such a good day, and our grandson is born. We're so lucky. What should we name him?" "Which generation does the grandson belong to?" he asked, wiping a faint layer of beard on his chin. "He's from the Zhao generation. Let's call him Zhao. Zhao Tao. His nickname can be Double Happiness." All right, I'll listen to you." His wife smiled and said, "I'll go heat up some good food. Such a happy event. We should have a few drinks." The village chief nodded and added, "Don't forget to get something nice for Xiangjuan." "I won't forget. My big grandson still needs to nurse." His wife happily went into the kitchen. After a while, the village chief remembered what was discussed at the town meeting and looked worried again. He hoped this matter would also be good for him. Li Jian carried a basin and walked to the pond. She was over 4 months pregnant, with a slight bump in her belly, but it wasn't very obvious because she was wearing a coat. Originally, Xing didn't want Li Jian to do laundry. He would go to wash clothes when it was dark and no one was around. But once, Li Zhu saw him and mocked him harshly, causing everyone in the village to find out and talk about it for a while. Xing was so angry that he refused to wash clothes anymore. Plus, he also advised that after 3 months of pregnancy, she didn't need to be so careful and could move around more. Besides, women in the village still went to work in the fields while pregnant, and nothing bad happened. Gradually, Xing became less cautious, so Li Jian continued to do the laundry. When she reached the pond, the surface was covered with thick ice, but some villagers had drilled a hole in the ice. Li Jian squatted by the edge of the hole and started washing clothes. Most villagers only had one coat, and families with many children sometimes shared one. When going out, they would put on their coats, and the rest stayed under blankets. So, villagers rarely washed clothes. Only Huan was particular and managed to make 2 coats for Li Jian so she could change. Because it was cold, clothes dried slowly, and washing too much wouldn't keep her warm. So, Li Jian just washed the dirtiest parts. She could wash at home, but she listened to Huan and insisted on washing at the pond. Her hands touched the water and turned bright red from the cold. She clenched her teeth, scrubbing the dirt on her sleeves, thinking she wanted to finish quickly and go home. The cold wind blew fiercely, directly into her clothes. Her hair was blown into disarray, and she kept hiding her lower face into her collar. Her fingers trembled from the cold as she struggled to lift the waterlogged sleeves and wring out the water. When she finished and was about to stand up, she realized her feet had gone numb. She slapped her hands a few times and shakily stood up, lifting the basin to go home. As she stepped onto the stairs, she slipped because it was slippery and fell flat on her, but dropping her clothes to the side. "Oh my goodness! What are you doing in the middle of winter?" Ermiai was passing by and saw Li Jian fall. She hurried over to help her up. "You too. Why are you washing clothes in the middle of winter? You should be lying in bed." Li Jian stood up with the help of Ermiai. She felt only a slight pain in her bottom and no other discomfort. She smiled at her and said, "Thank you. Still able to smile? With your body like that, you should tell your mother when you get home. How does your stomach feel? Is it hurting?" Ermiai's brow was furrowed. "It doesn't hurt." Li Jian shook her head. Thinking that her clothes were thick and there was a lot of snow on the ground, she believed it wasn't a big problem. Ermiai's face looked a little better. "Not what second auntie said. You must be careful. Don't go out casually anymore and watch your stomach. Li Jian obediently nodded. Ermiai helped her pick up her clothes and put them into a basin, then handed them over. Be careful on the way back. Also, since it's winter and you don't sweat much, there's no need to wash so often. Washing too much can make the cotton inside less warm. Looking at Li Jian's back, Ermiai sighed and thought she should talk to Huan about it. Zhao Xing was in the kitchen, sanding a piece of wood. He had previously thought about making a wooden cradle but gave up after trying a few times. The cradle should be woven from bamboo and supported by a wooden frame, but he wasn't skilled enough. He decided to ask a carpenter in town to do it. He planned to make a bed and use the remaining wood for firewood, so he wouldn't waste the trees he cut down. When Li Jian came in, seeing her red hands, he said, "When to do laundry again?" "I really don't understand what's so special about it." Li Jian pouted and muttered, "Not like you, a messy guy. You don't change your clothes for 10 days. Her voice was soft, and Zhao Xing didn't hear her, nor did he care. Li Jian sat on a small stool beside Zhao Xing. The room had the original earthen floor, but it was smoothed out a bit with some materials. In winter, they could light a fire directly on it to keep warm. Some villagers made mud fire pits and used them to burn firewood in winter. These fire pits required mud and lime, but Zhao Xing was too lazy to bother with that. Instead, he just burned branches directly on the ground. Sometimes there was smoke, making people tear up from the fumes, but after a while they got used to it. Li Jian wasn't used to it yet. At home, she used a mud fire pit for warmth, and this was her first time sitting right next to a fire. She kept tearing up from the smoke. But not having a fire was too cold, and she didn't like lying around all the time. So, she just let the tears flow. At least she could do other things, and it was warmer at night when she took a bath. During lunch, Zhao Xing cooked pork soup with a few slices of radish added directly into a clay pot, which was placed over the fire to cook. He also put a few pancakes in the pot. After cooking, they didn't eat at the table but ate right by the fire. While eating, another clay pot was placed on the fire, filled with water that was boiling and ready to drink. Although they didn't have meat every day these past few months, they almost always had soup. Making soup didn't require much meat, and sometimes they just boiled eggs in water. As a result, both of them gained a little weight, and Zhao Xing's winter pants even became a bit short. Li Jian took a sip of the soup, feeling warm and cozy. She pursed her lips, couldn't help squinting her eyes, and found it quite comfortable. While eating, she suddenly saw a piece of fatty meat. She wrinkled her nose, feeling a bit reluctant to eat it. She secretly glanced at Zhao Xing but didn't have the courage to throw it to him. Since wasting food was not good, she grimaced and ate the piece of fatty meat herself. In the past, when she encountered food she didn't like at home, she would throw it into Huan's bowl. Now, she could only eat it herself. Li Jian pouted, feeling a little homesick. Actually, Huan had come over just a few days ago. She had brought the radishes, and Zhao Xing had even brought back half a chicken. Zhang Guilan's belly was already quite big, and she was about to give birth. When Huan visited last time, she told Li Jian that she wouldn't be able to come for a month or two. Li Jian was a bit upset for a day or two. After finishing the meal, Li Jian washed the dishes. Once done, she drank a glass of water and went back to her room to lie down. As for Zhao Xing, he was still by the fire handling his wood. He worked for a while until he yawned, feeling a little sleepy. He leaned the wood aside, sprinkled some soil over the fire to put it out, and then went back to rest in his room. When he got into bed, Li Jian was already sleeping soundly. Apart from her head, her whole body was wrapped in a quilt, looking very comfortable. Zhao Xing took off his outer coat, slipped into the bed, and moved closer to Li Jian. His hand quietly reached for her belly. Li Jian's thick cotton coat was removed, revealing her clearly protruding belly. Zhao Xing carefully controlled his touch, moving his hand up and down to caress her for a while before withdrawing it, yawning and closing his eyes to sleep. Outside the window, the snow had been falling for some time, drifting down heavily and piling up on the existing snow. The cold wind blew fiercely, but a layer of grass mats blocked the window, separating two worlds. It had been snowing these days. The villagers stayed indoors, sitting by the fire and chatting about family matters. After finishing their own chores, they started gossiping about village news. Although she rarely went out, news still spread quickly. Soon, everyone in the village knew about the birth of the village chief's first grandson. This baby really knows how to pick a good day. He's lucky. That's true. Her mother is resting after childbirth, and it's a good time to enjoy tasty food. Hey, there are quite a few babies born around this time. The village chief's family already has one. Zhao Xing's wife also just had a baby, and Xiaoji too. I heard the second widow also had a baby. She hasn't come out in 2 months, so it must be true. The woman pursed her lips, thinking about her own daughter, who is still unmarried, so she didn't say much. That's nice. Once all those babies are born, the village will be lively. Exactly. After 2 more days, the weather finally cleared, and the snow slowly melted. Li Jian lay in bed, trembling a little, muttering, "Why is it colder now that the snow is melting?" Zhao Xing had already gotten up. Without him nearby, Li Jian couldn't stay warm, so she decided to put on clothes and get up. A few days ago, Zhao Xing had built a roof over the chicken coop. Because it was very cold, the chickens huddled together, and she didn't know if they had laid eggs. Li Jian looked at the coop but saw nothing, so she went into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten eggs for over 10 days and was really craving some. Zhao Xing had already started a fire, and a pot was boiling on it, probably breakfast. Li Jian sat next to him and stretched out her hand to warm herself. While they were eating, they heard some noise outside, and Li Jian paused. Zhao Xing was focused on his food and didn't notice anything. Rice field. Need to talk. It was a woman's voice, but only a rough idea of what was said could be heard. Seeing that Zhao Xing didn't react, Li Jian hesitated for a moment and then nudged him. Did you hear that? Who cares? It's none of our business, Zhao Xing replied casually, without looking up. His attitude made Li Jian reluctant to say more. She listened carefully again, but eventually gave up. If something was really wrong, she could ask her mother later. Thinking this way, Li Jian stopped worrying and continued eating breakfast. Not far away, a group of villagers was already waiting at the rice field. They had been called over by the village chief's wife and gathered here. Why did she call us here so early in the morning? Is there something going on? A man asked. The village chief hasn't come yet. Once he arrives, we'll know. Another man replied with no particular expression. More and more people are arriving. Almost every household has visitors. The rice field is nearly full, filled with chattering voices as everyone discusses what's happening. After waiting a while, the village chief finally appears. He stands on a large rock at the northern edge of the rice field, looking very serious. All right, everyone be quiet. Now I will announce the official policies from above. Quiet. Everyone, shut your mouths. After shouting a few times, the crowd gradually calms down. Cough. The village chief clears his throat.
Well,
the government, based on the current economic situation, has made a new policy. Starting from the first month of this year, shopping cannot be done with money alone. You also need vouchers. That means we can't buy things with money alone. Before he finishes, someone anxious in the crowd interrupts. If we don't need money, how can we buy things? We can't just stop buying everything, right? Yeah, if we don't use money, what do we do when shopping? Tell me, what kind of thing is this? Quiet, quiet. I know you all have a lot to say, but let me finish first. The government's policies have changed, and that's the decision of our chairman. Don't we trust our chairman? The chairman, considering our country's development and learning from the Soviet Union, has made a new policy. It's called the ticket system. That means we will use both tickets and money to buy things. Depending on what we buy, there will be cloth tickets, oil tickets, rice tickets, and so on. In the future, when buying from the supply store, for example, if I want to buy rice, I need to give the seller money and rice tickets, as they say. The speech lasts for about an hour or two before the crowd slowly disperses. After all, the new year is in about 20 days, and everyone is busy preparing for the festival. They're not too worried about the village chief's announcement. The chief himself said that the town meeting only mentioned the use of tickets, how the tickets will be issued, how many tickets each person will get, has not been decided yet and depends on the county's instructions. So, although they say tickets will be used, before the tickets are issued, people will still buy things with money. Li Jian and Zhao Xing have been staying at home, unaware of this matter. In the afternoon, Huan came by again, carrying some potatoes and Chinese cabbage. She knew there was meat available here, so she brought vegetables that are easier to cook either with meat or stir-fried alone. Anin can start preparing clothes and shoes for the baby, Huan said to Li Jian while warming herself by the fire. Li Jian is over 4 months old. Based on her usual growth, she should be about 7 or 8 months old by now. She was born around June or July this year, when the weather was a bit hot. You can prepare lighter clothing like thin belly bands. Also, you should get some diapers ready, or else when you make clothes, there might not be enough fabric. Huan gently touched Li Jian's head. I don't have that much fabric myself. Check if you have any. If not, ask Zhao Xing to buy some quickly, or else when the supplies run out it will be too late. She was always a bit worried inside. Mentioning supplies suddenly, she wasn't sure what the situation was.
But she knew it would be hard to buy things then.
When the country was first founded, the market was very chaotic. The paper money had different denominations, prices were rising rapidly, and it took 3 or 4 years for things to stabilize and production to develop. Although resources were still scarce, life was much better than before liberation. These past few years had been about building, but poverty and backwardness still remained. The recent policy changes were to adapt to the current situation. Life had to go on, and they could only take one step at a time. Huan sighed quietly, looked carefully at Li Jian, whose face still looked very young. She didn't know what to do next. Anin, when the baby is born, you still need to learn how to do chores. Li Jian looked at her mother with confusion. Why can't Anin do chores anymore? She knew how to wash clothes, fetch water, and sometimes cook meals that could be eaten. She even knew how to make clothes. She showed the outfit she made for Zhao Xing to her mother, who had praised her at the time. Huan's voice was still gentle. What I mean is, Anin needs to learn how to cook. When the baby grows up, you'll need to cook for her. Also, you can't just rely on Zhao Xing to hunt for food. You're a family, and everyone needs to share the work. You can learn to grow vegetables, so you won't have to buy them. If I don't bring some vegetables for you, will you have to buy them in town? Look, there's such a big piece of land in the yard. Why do you still need to buy vegetables? Don't you see that no one in the village has to buy vegetables? Huan gently touched Li Jian's belly. Anin, now that you have a baby, I want to tell you, raising a child isn't easy. Not to mention, you need enough money. Do you want your child to spend their whole life working in the fields? Don't you think so? Li Jian nodded as if she understood, but was a bit unsure. She remembered her mother's words. Huan didn't expect her to understand immediately, but she thought it was better to say some things than not say anything at all. She can give Li Jian good manners, at least not behave like a rude woman. But Li Jian's child cannot stay in this small mountain village forever. They should at least learn to read and write. Thinking of this, Huan felt a bit sad again. She is also a noble young lady, and although her education is not very useful now, she has a relatively open mind. Maybe that is somewhat helpful. All right, Anin, remember this. We need to start preparing things for the baby. Just then, Zhao Xing came in from outside. He had just gone to find Li Daniu and had only just returned. Seeing Huan, he greeted her first and then found a small stool to sit on the other side of Li Jian. I saw some wooden planks in the corner. Are they for the baby? Huan asked with a smile. Zhao Xing nodded. Yes, to make a bed. I also asked a carpenter to make a cradle so the baby can sleep. Huan smiled and teased. The man about to become a father is definitely different. He's thinking ahead. Zhao Xing awkwardly touched his nose and said nothing. I just told Anin she can start preparing clothes for the baby. I don't know if you have enough fabric. If it's not enough, we should prepare some more. I heard we need tickets to buy things, but I don't know how many tickets we'll get. Zhao Xing wasn't surprised. He had already heard Li Daniu mention this, so he was mentally prepared. We need to prepare some. Having a baby will really change things. You should also encourage Anin to learn how to work the land. She can't just rely on buying everything. We don't have that much money, and we might not be able to buy everything. Huan also felt sorry for her daughter. She didn't let her work the land at home before, but now she's someone's wife and about to become a mother.
Things are different now.
She wasn't just talking about Li Jian. Zhao Xing also needed to learn how to farm. Growing up in the countryside, if he didn't learn to farm, there wouldn't be many chances to make money. Zhao Xing wasn't like Zhou Lan, who had gone to school and could rely on writing to make a living. Thinking about hunting alone wasn't enough. She couldn't say these things directly, not even as her mother, so she only mentioned that Li Jian had learned these skills from others. Zhao Xing frowned but said nothing. He didn't spend much money when he was alone, and after marrying Li Jian, he didn't spend much either. He really couldn't understand why raising a child was so hard. More than one person had asked him to farm. In the end, Zhao Xing was still a young man who hadn't experienced much hardship and didn't understand the pressure of bearing responsibilities. However, young people also need to grow up eventually. In a few months, he will have more than one responsibility. Currently, Zhao Xing is still considered naive and doesn't take the advice of experienced people seriously. He always thinks that as long as life is manageable and he can earn enough money through hunting to live, that's enough. He-won also doesn't say much. She believes that only she can truly understand certain things, and words from others are useless. After sitting for a while, she prepares to leave. Zhang Guilan's foot has already swollen a bit, and she can't keep asking her to cook all the time. Li Jian feels reluctant but has no choice. She has gotten used to living here without her mother constantly by her side these days. She just tearfully sees He-won off from the yard, watching her for a long time before wiping away her tears and returning to the kitchen to continue warming herself. Zhao Xing still works on his wooden boards with his tools. Li Jian sits for a while, then goes to her room and opens her wardrobe. She listens to He-won and immediately starts looking for fabric. Earlier, she had made clothes for Zhao Xing, and there were some leftover scraps. She considers whether she can make something with them. Li Jian has some experience with children's clothes. When Zhang Guilan gave birth to her first daughter, He-won helped her make some things, and Li Jian watched some of it. Also, after the girl was born, it was during a busy harvest season, and she was mostly taking care of things at home, so Li Jian wasn't in such a rush. Otherwise, she would have been asking He-won questions all the time. Li Jian disdainfully picks through the scraps in her hand, muttering, "Looks like I can only make some diapers." Li Dania watches his mother look so excited and fidgets nervously, feeling it's hard to speak. There's nothing special. His mother has found someone to talk about marriage again, and she said they should go see the match tomorrow. In the past few months, he's been matched 3 times. The first was because the other person didn't like his conditions, and the last 2 times, they simply didn't like him. He thinks he's pretty good, maybe not as handsome as Zhao Xing, but at least not ugly. He can't understand why the last 2 women always look at him with strange expressions. Especially Zhang Hongmei, who always looks at him with disdain. He's honestly unhappy, but he's also come to accept it. If they don't like him, so be it. He's happy being alone. That's right, Li Daniu is no longer in a hurry. What's he rushing for? Marrying a fierce woman who will always control him? The main reason Li Daniu feels relaxed is because a few days ago, he saw the woman next door pulling her husband by the ear and dragging him back into the house. Inside, he could hear her shouting louder and louder. The man next door was okay with his relationship before he got married. Sometimes they played cards and drank together. After he married, his wife kept an eye on him. That man, not to mention drinking, didn't even have a penny in his hand. He told him this himself the next day. Li Dania felt deep sympathy for him. So, he thought getting married a few years later wouldn't be a big problem. Unfortunately, he had a change of heart, but his mother hadn't. Seeing her smiling face, Li Daniu only felt a headache. After hesitating, he decided to speak, but his mother interrupted him. "I tell you, this time the person I introduced is different. She's a distant relative of Aunt Li's, and with your aunt involved, it's very stable." Aunt Li? Li Daniu didn't know which aunt his mother was talking about. Since they were from the same village, and many had the same rank, they all called her aunt. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he asked directly. His mother rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Which one could it be?" "It's that widow, Li's mother-in-law." Li Daniu only then realized, but he didn't understand how his mother knew the widow Li's mother-in-law so well. Actually, it was Zhang Xiuzhen who made the connection. Li Dania's mother had asked the village matchmaker Zhang Xiuzhen to find a match. She introduced 3, but none worked out, which made her angry. Zhang Xiuzhen, worried about damaging her reputation, remembered that the widow Li's family had a niece who hadn't been introduced yet. She suggested trying her, promising that Li Daniu was a good person. That's how the widow Li's mother-in-law agreed to talk to her niece. Li Dania's mother thought that with Zhang Xiuzhen involved, things would go smoothly. After all, Zhang Xiuzhen had repeatedly failed to find a match, so future introductions might be fewer. Zhang Xiuzhen didn't want this to happen either. Moreover, she had genuinely given gifts to Zhang Xiuzhen. If it didn't work out, the gifts couldn't just be given away for nothing. Thinking of this, Li Dania's mother couldn't help but sigh. Their family's conditions weren't great, but they weren't too bad either. She had hands and feet, her son looked decent, and he was strong. Surely, he wouldn't be looked down upon so much. Besides, the women she had seen before weren't that impressive, no matter their looks or family background. She had 5 or 6 siblings, and she herself wasn't highly regarded. She really didn't understand why they were so picky. Li Dania's mother clenched her teeth and decided she must find a good match for her son. Seeing her serious face, Li Daniu sighed. If this one didn't work out, he would definitely make his mother see reason and stop trying to set him up. Li widow's in-laws. When Zhang Sifu was young, her husband passed away. Later, her only son also died. Now, only she and her daughter-in-law, widow Li, remain in the family. They usually get along well. Today, she is sitting by the stove, tending the fire, while her daughter-in-law is cooking. She heard her mother-in-law sigh, and widow Li looked at her and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? How could it be?" "My old friend asked me to introduce Sister Xia to Li San'er's son." "But how can I do that?" Zhang Sifu looked troubled. Her parents had died long ago. Her brother's wife saw her as a widow, and her son was gone, so they thought she was unlucky and didn't want to stay in touch. She also wasn't close to her own family now. How could she bring it up? Who would listen to her? But her good friend asked her to make the introduction. Zhang Sifu sighed again, feeling this was a hard problem. Widow Li paused her hand. "Li San'er's son? Is that the one called Li Daniu?" Her mother-in-law usually looked at her strictly. She didn't like to socialize, so many villagers didn't know her well. "Yes, Li Daniu is Li San'er's son. Li San'er's family is the 3rd in the village. It's been many years, and I don't remember his name anymore. He died early too. He used to be good friends with your father-in-law." Hearing this, Zhang Sifu felt a bit sad. Before her husband and Li San'er died, she had a good relationship with Li San'er's wife. But later, they didn't keep in touch. Widow Li's eyes flickered slightly as she continued to stir the vegetables absent-mindedly. Zhang Sifu didn't notice her daughter-in-law's mood and was still worried about the matter. After a while, Zhang Sifu made up her mind. She decided to try making the introduction. Even if Zhang Xiuzhen wasn't close to her, she used to be good friends with Li Dania's mother. She knew what kind of person he was. Li Daniu was a decent young man. Thinking this way, Zhang Sifu stopped hesitating and focused on tending the fire. Widow Li came back to herself, quietly looked at her mother-in-law, and said nothing. After dinner, Zhang Sifu, feeling tired, went to rest. Widow Li washed the dishes, said goodbye, and left. At the foot of the mountain near Zhang's village, she waited for a while before seeing Zhang Hongmei arrive. Widow Li smiled at her and greeted her first. "How is it?" Widow Li and Zhang Hongmei had known each other for a few years, ever since her mother-in-law took her to worship the earth spirit. They had a good relationship. Last time she went to fetch water, she overheard Li Daniu and Li Mei talking. This time, she also heard that Zhang Hongmei was going to meet Li Daniu for a marriage match. She couldn't watch her good friend marry such a man, so she told Zhang Hongmei what she heard. Now she just wants to hear the details. Zhang Hongmei pursed her lips. "Honestly, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed that Li Daniu is like that. He looks decent, but you really can't judge a person by their appearance.
Exactly, if I hadn't overheard it, I would never have believed such a thing, she replied. The two of them walked up the mountain while talking. Now that the snow has mostly melted, they could go pick up some firewood. Also, I heard that Li Mei was very pregnant when she married the beggar. Maybe it's Li Dania's child. Zhang Hongmei lowered her voice. Probably not. They just started seeing each other. Li Mei married the beggar after that. Li Widow also lowered her voice. Have you heard that they're going to introduce your mother-in-law's niece to Li Daniu again? Shuasian auntie is good friends with my mother-in-law. She asked her, and my mother-in-law couldn't refuse. Li Widow casually picked up some branches from the ground and held them in her arms. Zhang Hongmei pursed her lips. Shuasian auntie really is. Why would she recommend someone like that? She's a matchmaker. If someone asks her, she has to introduce them. Besides, if I hadn't overheard that thing, we wouldn't know what kind of person Li Daniu is. Shuasian auntie didn't know about it either. Li Widow wasn't as angry as Zhang Hongmei. As a widow, many men tried to take advantage of her, but she had seen what most men were like. But you still should tell your mother-in-law about her niece. How can she marry a man like that? It's really frustrating. Someone like Li Daniu should be controlled by women like Li Mei. My mother-in-law's niece is named Xia Mei. She's from her village. I thought you could talk to her, she said. She didn't want to interfere too much, but if Xia Mei really fell for Li Daniu and married him, only to find out about his bad character later and then come to cause trouble at her home, that would be a big problem. Zhang Hongmei nodded. They're all from the same village, and gossip is common. It's mostly women anyway. Marrying a man like that is truly pitiful. She couldn't stand to see it. Zhou Xing took Li Jian to the town, mainly to buy fabric. He didn't know how to choose, so he brought Li Jian along. He still looked a bit uncomfortable. If possible, he didn't really want to walk with Li Jian. But Li Jian's eyes were full of curiosity, and she was smiling. In the past, her mother always took her to the town during the New Year. She thought she wouldn't be able to go this year, but unexpectedly, she still had a chance to visit. Thinking of this, Li Jian secretly glanced at Zhou Xing, pouting her lips. If possible, she would rather go with her mother. Zhou Xing looked so stern. Zhou Xing noticed the woman nearby sneaking a look at him. He pursed his lips but didn't say anything. If he didn't speak, maybe it wouldn't be obvious that Li Jian was simple-minded. After all, just by looking at her face, she didn't seem foolish. Zhou Xing still felt a bit embarrassed to be paired with someone so naive, as if there was something wrong with him, making it seem like he could only marry someone simple. He unconsciously glanced at Li Jian's belly, and his face froze for a moment. At least she's pregnant. Oh well. Zhou Xing sighed silently. What's the use of feeling unhappy? They have a child now, and that's enough. Why should he think so much? Li Jian was unaware of his thoughts. She was just secretly hoping to reach the town quickly. Walking on two legs, it would take at least 40 or 50 minutes to get there. Li Jian, feeling her body heavy, was already exhausted halfway through. She kept panting and didn't dare ask Zhou Xing to rest for a while, so she had to keep going. Zhou Xing was lost in his own thoughts and didn't notice that Li Jian's face was turning pale. He kept walking forward. Li Jian felt like her legs weren't hers anymore. Even lifting them was hard. She pouted, remembering that when her mother was with her before, she didn't feel tired. Now she was so exhausted. If only her mother were here. After walking a little more, Li Jian felt she couldn't go on. She gathered her courage and was about to ask Zhou Xing to stop and rest, but before she could speak, her legs gave way, and she started to fall forward. Oh! Li Jian shouted in fear. Zhou Xing, who was ahead, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. He quickly reached out and caught her just before she hit the ground. He used some strength to help her stand up. When Li Jian opened her eyes, she saw Zhou Xing's face, which looked quite worried. She shrank back and moved away from him. How do you walk like that? Don't you know you're carrying a body? Zhou Xing's tone was harsh, and his brows were furrowed tightly, looking quite intimidating. Li Jian was so frightened she quickly lowered her head, her eyes turning slightly red. She was just tired from walking, her legs didn't listen, and she didn't fall on purpose. Why was he so harsh?
Li Jian sniffed, feeling very wronged. Listening to the woman seem like she is crying, Zhao Xing hesitated for a moment, but his face still looked unhappy. You still feel wronged. Even when you're pregnant, you don't pay attention and just cry. What if something happens to my son? Li Jian paused for a moment, crying even louder, stammering, ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just tired. Ugh. Today the weather was nice and many people came out to the market. Seeing a woman crying here and the man in front of her with a bad expression, like they had an argument, people started to look at them and point, whispering among themselves. Zhao Xing was getting impatient with the crowd watching them. Knowing that if he yelled at Li Jian, she would cry even harder, he forced himself to speak more gently. All right, stop crying. Rest for a bit if you're tired. Listen, don't cry anymore or I'll leave you here alone. Li Jian didn't know the way and knew Zhao Xing might really leave her, so she quickly wiped her tears and tried to stop crying. People still looked at them, but Zhao Xing took a deep breath, wrapped his arm around Li Jian and said, I'll support you, let's go quickly. The sooner we leave, the sooner we come back. He really didn't want to go out with Li Jian anymore. Li Jian didn't dare to ask for a break anymore and tried to follow Zhao Xing's steps forward. Luckily, Zhao Xing slowed down so she wouldn't fall behind. After walking for a while and seeing no one paying attention to them, Zhao Xing let go of Li Jian. He caught a glimpse of her forehead sweating and awkwardly looked away, pursed his lips, and said, Next time if something happens, just tell me directly. Zhao Xing thought he was doing this for the sake of the baby. After all, carrying a big belly was inconvenient. Li Jian looked up at him and softly said, They didn't speak anymore and continued heading to the town. Zhao Xing took Li Jian straight to the cotton cloth store at the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as they entered, he saw 3 rows of tall display cabinets standing along the 3 walls of the shop. Near the door, directly in front, was a half-height counter with several salespeople inside, busy arranging the fabrics on display. Maybe everyone had heard the news that buying cloth with tickets would be difficult in the future. Now, the store was crowded with people eager to buy fabric. To avoid being pushed around by the crowd and considering Li Jian's belly, Zhao Xing protected her in his arms and pushed forward. Most of the customers were women, talking loudly, making the small shop feel like a large hall, bustling with noise. Comrade, I want this one. How much does it cost? Let go. I saw this first. Are there more fabrics like this? Bring out some more. Oh, don't rush. You're stepping on me. Zhao Xing felt hurt from both sides. Not only was he squeezed so tightly he couldn't breathe well, but it also sounded like bombs were exploding near his ears, making him see stars. Still, his hands held tightly onto Li Jian, worried she might lose her balance and fall. After a long wait, they finally reached the counter. Zhao Xing quickly leaned down and whispered to Li Jian, Look quickly and tell me which fabric you want and how much. I'll go buy it. His warm breath brushed her ear. Li Jian instinctively shrank her shoulders and tilted her head to avoid his mouth. Zhao Xing, after speaking, focused on pushing forward without noticing Li Jian's movements. A little while later, Zhao Xing finally touched the edge of the counter and hurried to stand in front of a clerk. The clerk looked unhappy and spoke impatiently. What do you want? Zhao Xing quickly asked Li Jian. Which one? Li Jian, who had been here several times with Yuan, responded quickly. She glanced at the fabrics on the counter and pointed to one piece. This 1 yard. Zhao Xing repeated the request. The clerk's face showed no change. He calmly stated the price. Zhao Xing reached into his pocket, found the money, counted it, and handed it over. The clerk took it, counted again, then began cutting the fabric and handed it to Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing handed the fabric to Li Jian to hold and turned to protect her as they left. Outside, before taking a few breaths of fresh air, they heard a female voice. Zhao Xing. Both of them turned around and saw Zhang Xiaowei. She had just come out of the grocery store, carrying a basket filled with meat and some candies. Sister-in-law, Zhao Xing greeted first, and Li Jian also called out. Are you here shopping too? Since you're in town, come to my house for a meal. Zhang Xiaowei smiled, and then noticed the fabric Li Jian was holding. She casually asked, Oh,
Buying so much fabric. No need. We're heading back now, Zhao Xing declined, not planning to answer her next question. Come on, I just bought some meat today. Your brother keeps mentioning you guys. If you and Jian come, he'll be happy, Zhang Xiaohui said. Seeing Zhao Xing still hesitant, she reached out and grabbed both Zhao Xing and Li Jian by the arms. There's no need to be so polite with me. Let's go, she said, pulling them forward with some strength. Zhao Xing was worried that Li Jian might accidentally fall, so he quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaohui's hand and pulled it away from Li Jian's wrist. Be careful, don't fall. Zhang Xiaohui was momentarily stunned, lowered her hand, and then looked carefully at Zhao Xing and Li Jian. What's going on? She was startled by Zhao Xing's sudden action, thinking to herself that she hadn't used much strength, so it shouldn't have caused such a big reaction. Zhao Xing awkwardly explained, Li Jian is pregnant, so. Really? That's great news. Your brother must be very happy. Come on, let's go, don't be shy, Zhang Xiaohui said cheerfully, pushing Zhao Xing and also inviting Li Jian. Little sister-in-law, let's go, let's go. It's just a meal. What's there to be shy about? Because Zhang Xiaohui was so enthusiastic and she was more energetic than two people, Li Jian and Zhao Xing couldn't refuse, so they followed her back. Her house was assigned by the school. Zhoulan was a Chinese teacher at the town middle school. The school built a 3-story house for staff. The first floor had 2 families living there, while the second and third floors were single teachers' dormitories. Zhoulan was assigned to the right side of the first floor, sharing the kitchen and bathroom. Inside, there was a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a small storage room, which Zhang Xiaohui cleared out to be Zhoulan's study. Later, Zhang Xiaohui had a small disagreement with the neighbor over the kitchen, so she decided to carve out a corner inside the house to cook. Zhang Xiaohui led Zhao Xing and Li Jian inside, asked them to sit down, and put the basket in the kitchen before pouring tea for them. Your brother will be back in about half an hour. He has his last class this morning, she said casually while brewing tea. Zhao Xing didn't have much to say, so he just nodded. Li Jian placed the cloth in her hand on the nearby chair and sat quietly beside Zhao Xing, lowering her head and not speaking. Zhang Xiaohui couldn't help but glance at them again, thinking, people who aren't from the same family really don't get along well. Even the couple doesn't like to talk. To avoid awkward silence, she asked Li Jian, how many months along are you, little sister-in-law? Fearing Zhao Xing might reveal her pregnancy, Li Jian answered directly, more than 4 months. Zhang Xiaohui didn't think much of it, just assuming Zhao Xing and his wife were happily married. She smiled, handed tea to Zhao Xing, and suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, oh, I forgot. I can't drink tea with this pregnancy. Little sister-in-law, wait a moment, I'll get you some sugar water. Then she went to find some brown sugar in the kitchen cabinet. When Zhang Xiaohui handed the sugar water to Li Jian, she took it and replied, thank you. After sitting down and taking a few sips of tea, Zhang Xiaohui spoke again. Is your mother doing well at home? I haven't gone to see her, and I haven't seen her come to town lately. Zhao Xing only heard Li Daniu say that her mother was also pregnant, but he hadn't gone to see her. Hearing this, he showed no expression and replied calmly, she's pregnant again, That man has come back. Zhang Xiaohui knew that Zhao Xing's father had returned, but she didn't know about Xiao Zhi's pregnancy. She looked at Zhao Xing in surprise and opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing in the end. Talking about the mother-in-law with her younger brother-in-law felt awkward. She sat quietly for a while and then said reluctantly, we should pay attention. Zhao Xing slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. After sitting for a while longer, Zhang Xiaohui said, you guys sit for a bit longer. I'll go cook. Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, she added, Yun is in the room. If she cries, please help me check on her. Zhao Xing responded with a sound. Only Zhao Xing and Li Jian remained in the living room. He took a sip of water, glanced at Li Jian sitting silently beside him, and suddenly had an idea. He leaned over and said, go check on Yun. Li Jian was startled by the sudden voice. After a moment of hesitation, she wanted to ask who Yun was, but she saw Zhao Xing walking directly into a room. After thinking for a moment, she followed him. Zhao Xing gently opened the door and saw a small lump on the bed. A faint smile appeared on his face.
He walked a few steps closer and saw his little niece sleeping soundly under the quilt. She was only a year old, curled up in the quilt with a red, rosy face. Her mouth occasionally pouted, maybe dreaming of eating. Zhao Xing's heart softened. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her chubby cheek. The little girl was sleeping so peacefully. Even if disturbed, she only slightly frowned. Playing mischievously, Zhao Xing poked her nose, knowing her tiny hand was stuck in the thick quilt. Sure enough, Xiao Qingyun turned her face away, but still slept soundly. Knowing she would wake up if he kept teasing her, Zhao Xing withdrew his hand and silently watched her sleep. Behind him, Li Jian only glanced at the doll-like child on the bed before turning her head to look elsewhere. Her eyes quietly scanned the room, and soon she was attracted by the photo on the bedside cabinet. She couldn't help but lean in to look. It was a picture of Zhou Lan and Zhang Xiaowei. The background was the capital square. Zhou Lan was wearing a Zhongshan suit, and Zhang Xiaowei was dressed in a linen suit. Her hair was braided into 2 pigtails hanging over her shoulders, each decorated with a bow. Both people revealed their upper bodies, shoulders touching, with smiles on their faces. Li Jian looked at the 2 people in the photo, her eyes full of admiration and envy. This was her first time seeing a photo. She didn't know how it was taken or where, but she thought the clothes on the people in the picture looked very nice. She also wanted a photo like that of herself and her mother. Li Jian quietly remembered this moment, planning to ask Huan next time she visited. She looked closely at the photo, wanting to memorize every detail to tell Huan later. Zhou Xing stared at his niece's sleeping face, lost in thought, wondering what his own child might look like. A tiny bundle, unable to speak yet, only smiling foolishly at him, showing pink gums and maybe drooling. Zhou Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then he remembered something and carefully examined his niece's face. She looked a bit like Zhang Xiaowei, chubby and cute. But what about his own child? Who would they resemble? Zhou Xing thought carefully. His son must look like him. He believed he was the most handsome person in the village, so it would be perfect if his son looked like him. And his daughter? He immediately dismissed the idea that she might resemble Li Jian. His daughter should also look like him. Otherwise, resembling Li Jian would make her seem foolish. Although he thought girls should look softer, appearance wasn't everything. Intelligence was more important. Besides, a daughter who looked like him wouldn't be ugly. Isn't there a word for that? Zhou Xing tried to recall the limited knowledge he had, thinking hard until he remembered. Heroic. Yes, that's it. A girl with a heroic look would be okay. I guess. Zhou Xing sighed inwardly, but then reassured himself. Any daughter of his could look like whatever she wanted. Zhou Lan finished class, packed his things, and headed home. When he arrived, he saw his wife cooking in the kitchen, the smell of meat hitting his nose. Zhang Xiaowei noticed his return and smiled, saying, "You're back." Zhou Lan smiled as well, casually placing his cloth bag on a chair, then went into the kitchen. "Good. We have meat today, that's nice. Your nose is still pretty sharp. I have the lid on the pot, but you can still smell it." Zhou Lan chuckled, went to wash his hands, and wiped off the chalk dust on his sleeves. "Hey, Zhou Xing and his wife are here. They're in the house now, visiting Yuan, right?" Zhou Lan brushed the dust off himself. "It's rare for them to come to town. You just happened to meet them. Why would they want to come?" He knows Zhou Xing's personality well. He had invited him many times to dinner, but he never wanted to come. He was quite polite at first, but I insisted on bringing him here. "By the way, my younger sister-in-law is pregnant. It's been over 4 months. That's so soon." "That's good." Zhou Lan was happy for Zhou Xing, exactly. Look at how protective he is of his sister-in-law. "You're not as caring." Zhang Xiaowei glanced at Zhou Lan with a teasing smile. Zhou Lan also looked at his wife and smiled. Zhang Xiaowei didn't expect her husband to say anything sweet, so she didn't push further. Zhou Lan brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to go out. "I'll check on them." "Okay," Zhang Xiaowei replied, casually lifting the lid of the pot. Just as Zhou Lan was about to open the door, it opened from inside, revealing his daughter, who looked just awake, her eyes still closed. He smiled and pinched her cheek, then turned to look at Zhou Xing, who was holding the girl, and joked, "It's rare to see this. Come on," Zhao Xing said dismissively. He bypassed Zhou Lan and headed toward the living room. Zhou Lan didn't mind and continued to greet Li Jian, who was behind Zhao Xing. "My sister-in-law is here." Li Jian looked up at him briefly, then quickly lowered her head, softly saying, and moved toward the living room. Zhou Lan thought she was shy and didn't think much of it. He turned around to put the cloth bag on the stool into the study, then sat down. "The policies have changed upstairs. Now we need tickets to buy things. You should prepare yourself mentally." Zhou Lan poured himself a glass of water. Zhao Xing was playing with his niece and casually responded. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Zhou Lan felt annoyed. Thinking of his sister-in-law here, he pursed his lips but said nothing. Just as the atmosphere became a bit awkward, Zhang Xiaohui's voice was heard. "Zhou Lan, tidy up the table so we can eat." Zhou Lan stood up, put the teacups back on the tray, then placed the tray next to the hot water jar. He wiped the table with a cloth before heading to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Zhang Xiaohui cooked a plate of meat, stir-fried a spicy egg dish, prepared a plate of vegetables, steamed a dish of preserved sausage, and made millet porridge as the main food. She also steamed half a bowl of eggs for her daughter. The meal was quite good, especially the meat and millet porridge. Even though Zhou Lan only earned 14 yuan a month, they didn't eat much normally, only splurging occasionally. "Come, hold Yun Yun for me," Zhang Xiaohui said. Just then, Zhou Qingyun wanted to see her mother, so she reached out her hands directly. Zhou Xing handed her over to Zhang Xiaohui. After taking the child, Zhang Xiaohui casually checked the diaper under her daughter's bottom. Seeing it was dry, she asked, "Yun Yun, did you wet your diaper when you woke up?" Hearing this, Li Jian looked up at Zhou Xing. He shook his head, and Zhang Xiaohui then carried Zhou Qingyun to the bathroom in the yard. As she left, she said, "Eat more vegetables, Zhou Xing and your sister-in-law. Don't be shy." Zhou Xing didn't notice Li Jian's gaze. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Zhou Lan didn't like to call people to serve food or share dishes. He quietly moved the meat and vegetables closer to Zhou Xing and the others. After Zhang Xiaohui returned, she first fed her daughter some eggs and ate a few bites herself. Once finished, she carried her to the nearby stroller and sat her down. Only then did she return to the table to eat. After dinner, they sat for a while longer. Zhou Lan wanted to chat with Zhou Xing, but Zhou Xing insisted on going back. Zhou Lan couldn't persuade him, so he finally let him go. Zhang Xiaohui's father used to run a restaurant. Later, it was converted into a state-owned enterprise through a joint public-private effort. Her father received some dividends, and Zhang Xiaohui was hired as a sales clerk. Today was her afternoon shift, and Zhou Lan, who had no classes that afternoon, asked him to look after Yun Yun. Sometimes, if both of them had things to do, they would take her to her maternal home for her mother to help care for her. After giving some usual instructions, Zhang Xiaohui left. Not long after she left, Yun Yun started crying. Zhou Lan had to hold her and walk around the house. Usually, Zhou Lan took good care of his daughter. Zhou Qingyun was familiar with her father's scent and quieted down after a while. Zhou Lan placed her in the stroller, then found her usual toys, carved birds and bamboo dragonflies made by a carpenter her father had hired. They looked very lifelike, and Zhou Qingyun liked them a lot. Seeing his daughter playing quietly, Zhou Lan felt relieved. He decided to move both the daughter and the stroller into the study to prepare lessons and read. Zhou Lan spent the whole afternoon in the study. Before he knew it, it was already dark outside. Zhou Qingyun had been playing for over an hour since noon and was now dozing off. Zhou Lan gently picked her up and laid her down in the room to sleep. He went to check on his daughter. She was still sleeping. Looking outside, it was completely dark. He habitually checked where they kept the flashlight. An old, all-brass flashlight stood quietly there. Only then did Zhou Lan realize his wife hadn't brought the flashlight. The state-run restaurant was some distance from their home, and they had to pass through an alley. Without a flashlight, it was nearly impossible to see the way. Zhou Lan quickly grabbed the flashlight, locked the door, and went to pick up Zhang Xiaohui. Just as I reached the entrance of a small alley, I saw a shadow ahead. Not wanting to directly shine my flashlight at the person, I tentatively asked, "Is that Xiaohui?" Xiaohui responded with a nod and then walked over to my side. Why did you come out? You know I didn't bring a flashlight. I slightly frowned. Next time, don't forget. What if I have a class and am not at home? What will you do alone? Xiaohui giggled. People say a woman is a bit forgetful during pregnancy. That's probably why I can't remember things well. I didn't know you before. You used to forget things all the time, even mess up calculations, I said, not looking at her but straight ahead. She was secretly sticking out her tongue beside me. If it weren't for you being here, I wouldn't have made mistakes. But it's just calculations. I've been doing accounts with my dad since I was little, using an abacus at 7 or 8, and I've never made a mistake.
Xiaoyi chuckled softly.
Ha, if I don't do this, how will I catch you? When we got home, I lit an oil lamp. Xiaohui placed 2 metal boxes on the table. She had just packed leftovers from work, so we didn't need to cook and could save some coal. But since it was cold outside, the rice she brought back was already cold, so we had to reheat it. Also, Xing had already stopped nursing, so I needed to make her some soft food. Coming inside, Xiaohui was still shivering. I took out a small stove, put some charcoal inside, and tried to light it. Our charcoal supply was just half a bag, bought through my father-in-law from the supply store, mostly leftover crushed charcoal of average quality, and it smoked a lot when lit. Once I got the fire going, Xiaohui had already heated the rice. We didn't sit at the table but ate directly beside the small stove. Xing was still sleeping. Since I had also boiled water for bathing, her food was kept warm in the pot. Because it was cold outside, we didn't sweat much and didn't need daily baths. Today, we just soaked our feet. Everything was ready by after 9 o'clock. I have an old watch, a second-hand one Xiaohui specially found for me. It's the only way we keep track of time at home. The two of us lay in bed. Xiaohui, exhausted from working all afternoon, was already feeling sleepy as soon as she lay down. Before falling asleep, she was vaguely thinking she might have forgotten something. I was focused on reading, the room very quiet, only the occasional sound of pages turning. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I just heard from Xing that Mom also has news, Xiaohui said. My hand paused as I was flipping the book, and I unconsciously clenched it tightly, causing the corners to crease. Last time, he already knew the relationship between that man and him. According to what his mother once said, his father died before he was born, so his mother and that man were involved after his father passed away. Getting remarried itself isn't a problem, but that man and his father were brothers. Zhou looked a bit ashamed. Logically, this is not ethical, but in the old, corrupt society, it seems. Yes, it was the fault of that feudal era and not anyone's personal fault. Now, since no one knows about this, his mother and that man are at least companions. At first, Zhou couldn't accept this, but over time he understood. His mother was alone in her hometown, and having someone to keep her company was good. Although their relationship wasn't very proper, it was probably a decision made by the elders at that time. Now, talking about these things seems pointless. But now he heard that his mother was pregnant again, and he still felt a bit uneasy. It's not anything else, just worried about his mother's health. Being pregnant at her age is quite risky. Zhou eyebrows furrowed tightly. But for him, as her son, to talk about these things with his mother, it's really hard.
Sigh.
Zhou couldn't help but sigh silently. After a long time without a response, Zhang Shelui opened her eyes, sat up facing her husband. After Xing, her father, came to their house last time, Zhou face looked strange. That night, she asked him, and at first he refused to say anything. After making a fuss, he was forced to reveal that Xing and Zhou father were brothers. She knew this was a family secret, so she never brought it up again. Now, seeing her husband's expression, she suspected he was hiding something again, so she wanted to ask, "What happened? Why do you look like that? Don't hide it from me. You know something." Zhou sighed, looking a bit helpless. He still remembered how angry Zhang Shelui was last time. "Nothing's wrong. I just heard that my mother is pregnant, and I'm a little worried." Hearing this, Zhang Shelui awkwardly said, "Yes, well, mother is also quite old." Zhou didn't want to talk about it anymore. He couldn't focus on his books, so he put them down and prepared to sleep. I'll turn off the light. After saying that, he blew out the candle and pulled the blanket up to his chin, closing his eyes to sleep. Zhang Xiaohui also lay down silently, worried that Zhou was upset. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. If you're really worried, I'll go see Mom tomorrow. You're still working, there's no time, Zhou said as usual. Zhang Xiaohui couldn't quite tell his mood. I would like to take half a day off. Besides, I haven't seen my mother in a while. You really don't need to, we both have to go to work. What about Yun Yun? We can't keep bothering my parents all the time. My mother knows her own situation, and with that man around, nothing serious will happen. Zhang Xiaohui wanted to say more, but then she heard Zhou say, forget about this.
Sleep now.
I have an early class tomorrow. In the dark room, it was so quiet that you could hear breathing. Zhang Xiaohui moved closer to Zhou and then closed her eyes to sleep. For some reason, every winter Zhou's hands and feet are always cold. After they got married, she got used to warming his feet in winter. Zhou thought Zhang Xiaohui was afraid of the cold, so she always moved closer to him. He habitually wrapped her in his arms and held her thighs. Soon, Zhang Xiaohui fell asleep, but Zhou was preoccupied and couldn't sleep until midnight. After Zhou Xing and Li Jian returned home, they quickly built a small fire. They sat by the fire for a while until they felt warm. Li Jian held some fabric and was thinking about how to cut it. Zhou Xing took some money out of his pocket and counted it. He had gone to the mountains several times recently, spending almost 5 yuan in total. This time in town, he nearly spent all his money just on fabric. He also paid a deposit for a cradle, and he still needed to pay the rest once it was finished. Today, at Zhou's house, he saw a bamboo baby carriage. He thought it was pretty good. Putting the baby inside, the adults could free their hands to do other things. Zhou Xing thought he should order one from the carpenter. He still had more than 50 yuan, but he needed to buy other things for the baby. When he added it all up, it still wasn't enough. In spring, he would need to go to the mountains several more times. He had a plan and didn't dwell on it too much. After putting the money away, Zhou Xing continued making his wooden boards. He was already working on the 4th piece, each about the width of his forearm and reaching up to his eyebrows. When he finished 3 or 4 more, he could make a small bed. Actually, there was no rush to make the bed. The baby could sleep in a cradle, but he just wanted to do something for the baby. Thinking about this, he remembered that Yun Yun's wooden toys looked pretty good. She carved them from wood, and he wanted to try making some himself. As he thought, Zhou Xing glanced at Li Jian's belly. It was only 4 months along, so he still had 6 months to wait. He really wanted to see the baby sooner. Hopefully it would be a boy, because he planned to make a slingshot, and that was the only thing he knew how to make. Zhou Xing was lost in thought for a while before continuing to work on his wooden boards. Meanwhile, Li Jian was still pondering her fabric. Neither of them spoke, each doing their own thing, creating a strange sense of peace. That night, Zhou Xing boredly watched Li Jian's sleeping face, feeling not at all sleepy, probably because he had drunk tea during the day. He kept thinking about who their child might resemble. Their son must look like him, that's certain. But what about the daughter? Zhou Xing thought for a moment and moved closer to carefully observe Li Jian's face. Recently, she had been eating well, and since it was winter with little sun, her face was white and tender, with chubby cheeks that looked quite charming. As the saying goes, under the lamp, a beauty is seen. Zhou Xing moved the kerosene lamp on his stool. The faint, yellowish light cast shadows of her long, dense eyelashes on her face. Li Jian's nose wasn't very high, but it suited her face well. Her slightly round and plump lips looked gentle and delicate, matching Zhou Xing's aesthetic perfectly. Perhaps she was dreaming of something. Her mouth moved slightly, revealing 2 dimples. Maybe she was dreaming of eating something delicious. She also had 2 cute little holes on her face. Zhou Xing thought to himself, it's better if the daughter looks more like Li Jian. He had to admit that he looked somewhat stern when he wasn't smiling, but he was very masculine, not quite fitting for a woman. So, She should look like Li Jian, but her brain must be like his. He was very satisfied with the final result. Suddenly, he yawned, blew out the lamp, and lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, Li Jian, dreaming, felt something constantly rubbing against her leg, making her uncomfortable. She frowned and moved to the side, only to find the coldness made her shiver, waking her up. She realized it was Zhao Xing's leg. She reached into the quilt and pushed it away, but Zhao Xing was only wearing shorts, and she felt his leg hair. She pouted in slight disgust and wiped her hand on Zhao Xing's body, preparing to sleep again. But then, the leg was back on her and she pushed it away again. Soon after, it was on her again. She pushed it down, then angrily pinched it, feeling pain. The leg retracted a bit and didn't come back. Li Jian let out a soft and closed her eyes to sleep, feeling her hand on her stomach inside the quilt. Before falling asleep, she was vaguely thinking that her mother told her to protect her stomach, and she would be careful. A few days later, it was still a sunny day, with the warm sun shining on the ground. Early in the morning, Heewon came to Zhao Xing's house, her face full of happiness. At that time, Zhao Xing was just outside in the yard. He had already made the basic frame of a bed, which was a simple wooden bed without many intricate carpentry details. The yard gate was open, but she still stood at the door and called out, "Zhao Xing." Hearing the voice, Zhao Xing stood up before saying anything. He saw a figure rush out from inside the house straight toward Heewon. Li Jian quickly hugged her mother, her face rubbing against her ear, and sweetly said, "Mom, why are you here?" She was making clothes for her doll and was thinking about when her mother might come. To her surprise, her mother actually arrived. But what she didn't expect was that her mother, who usually hugged her gently, pushed her away lightly. Her face was no longer gentle with a warm smile, but looked very serious. Li Jian looked at her mother in confusion, not understanding why she was so angry. "Li Jian, I told you before, no sudden movements because you're pregnant.
You were running so fast just now.
Are you not listening to me?" Heewon's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. If Li Jian usually acted so recklessly, she would be very worried. This was the first time Li Jian saw her mother so stern. Her nose suddenly felt sore, and she quickly lowered her head to hide her tears. Seeing her like this, Heewon felt a bit helpless. She hugged her gently and softened her tone. "I'm just worried about you, silly girl. Can't you tell?" Li Jian snuggled in Heewon's arms and nodded obediently. "Good girl." Heewon finally smiled again. When she knew her mother was no longer angry, Li Jian stopped crying and smiled, acting spoiled. "Mom, I miss you." All right, I know you miss me. I miss you too. But my dear, let's go inside quickly." Li Jian happily led Heewon into the house, walking and saying, "Mom, making clothes for the doll is really hard. I'm almost out of ideas." "Then I'll teach you," her mother replied. The two of them held hands and sat inside. As for Zhao Xing, he was in the kitchen boiling water. Without a thermos bottle, and since it wasn't summer, he couldn't drink cold water. If he wanted hot water, he had to boil it fresh. Li Jian had previously made a long-sleeved outfit and finished a set for her doll. Now she was planning to make a small belly band for the doll to wear when it's hot. She liked to embroider new patterns on it, but because she had never done it before, she kept making mistakes in some places. She took out the belly band and handed it to Heewon to show her, then looked for the needle and thread, handing those over too. Heewon looked over carefully before starting to sew, deliberately slowing down each step so Li Jian could watch more clearly. Li Jian watched very attentively, not blinking at all. After finishing the embroidery, Heewon remembered something and said, "By the way, you also need to prepare a small pillow for the baby, with rice inside. I will go find that for you. Just focus on sewing." Li Jian thought for a moment and asked, "What should I embroider on the pillow? How about a little chick?" This year is the year of the rooster. Actually, few people embroider zodiac signs on pillows for children because one pillow is used by more than one child. For example, Zhang Guilin previously prepared a pillow with flowers on it. Heewon didn't think much about it. She just decided to embroider something different to avoid all the pillows being just flowers, which can get boring to look at. Hyewon had talked to Li Jian before about zodiac signs, so she knew a little about them and thought embroidering a zodiac pattern would look nice. She said, "Then, Mother, you draw it for me first." She had never embroidered a chicken before. Hyewon agreed. Seeing that Li Jian had nothing more to say, Hyewon asked about how she had been feeling these days. Li Jian had eggs almost every day and some meat every other day. Life was much better than before. Her face had gained some flesh, and she looked quite well. But Hyewon still felt a bit worried. Li Jian told her everything she had eaten and done these days. Her speech was a little slow, but every word was very clear. Hyewon listened carefully without any impatience, nodding from time to time. Outside the door, Xing was just bringing a glass of water over. Hearing Li Jian's chattering and seeing Hyewon's serious expression, he felt a bit puzzled. What was so interesting about these things? She was so talkative, yet Hyewon still looked like she was listening carefully. If it were him, he would have been annoyed and unwilling to listen long ago. But he also knew that Hyewon was worried about Li Jian. After all, she was a simple girl who didn't understand much. Thinking this, Xing walked over with the water and handed it to Hyewon. "Mother, drink some water." Hyewon smiled and took it, saying, "Thank you." Li Jian looked at the water and couldn't help swallowing. She had spoken so much and was a bit thirsty now. She wondered if Xing had boiled a little extra water. Noticing her daughter staring eagerly at the water in her hand, Hyewon paused for a moment before handing the water over. "Are you thirsty too? Then you can drink first." Li Jian glanced at the water, then at Hyewon, and finally secretly looked at Xing. The other person's expression remained unchanged. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. "Mom, drink it. I'm also thirsty. I'll pour it myself." After saying that, he went to the kitchen, leaving Xing and Hyewon sitting inside. Hyewon took a sip of water and smiled. "I see that bed in the yard looks nice. Is it for the children?" Xing nodded slightly. "He looks like a good father." Xing smiled but said nothing. "There's only about 10 days until the new year. Did you tell Anin to prepare some food? Not just for the holiday, but also for when visitors come to pay New Year's greetings. It's good to have some snacks ready." She probably doesn't know how to cook. Xing hesitated. "Then teach her. Every year, it's important to prepare. You can't just rely on buying food all the time. Some sweets are quite expensive, after all." Xing didn't say anything more. He understood these things, but Li Jian, forget it. She's not good at cooking, let alone anything else.
I still say the same.
Anin is about to become a mother. She can't be the same as before. Take her to your Aunt Air's house in the village. Ask Aunt Air to teach her. They should be preparing these things now. If she doesn't learn at once, she can at least remember it and then teach her later. Xing hesitated a bit. He didn't want to go either. What kind of joke was that? As a grown man, why was he always doing women's chores? Seeing his hesitation, Hyewon continued. "Sorry, are you worried others will laugh at you?" "It's nothing. I heard Anin say that you still cook at home. You're not afraid of the kitchen, are you? Besides, you're just going along to watch. Just remember the process. No need to do it yourself. No one will laugh at you. And why do you think Anin can't learn? Don't underestimate her. She's very smart. I think it's good for her, for you, and for the baby." Since Hyewon said this, Xing could only nod and agree. Yes, maybe because he wasn't close to Xiuji. Now that someone around his mother's age was speaking kindly to him, he couldn't refuse. He lowered his eyes, hiding a trace of sadness in his gaze. Since he was a child, he longed for his mother to pay more attention to him and speak to him gently, even just for one day. But he never even heard a single kind word. At this moment, Xing suddenly felt a bit envious of Li Jian. Why could even a fool like her be treated so gently by her mother, patiently listening to her talk about nothing, always smiling as she hugs her, softly comforting her? Meanwhile, he couldn't even get a word of concern from his mother. The only things his mother left him were indifference and distant shadows. The gentle, always smiling side of her belonged forever to Zhao. Xing sighed silently, not wanting to think about it anymore. After all, he had already lost hope, hadn't he?
Just then, Li Jian also came in. He pulled her hand and sat down.
Did you drink water?
Did you bring it in?
Li Jian giggled. I drank it with a ladle. She left the house and suddenly remembered she hadn't brought a cup. She was too lazy to go back and get one, so she just used the ladle. Hyewon nodded, then remembered something and said, I came today to tell you both. Your sister-in-law had her baby. She went into labor last night and gave birth in half an hour. It's a boy. Li Jian nodded without saying much. She usually didn't care about anyone except her mother and herself, but now there was one more, her baby doll. Her mother said she should care for the baby just as much as she cared for herself. Zhao Xing looked at Li Jian's belly. All right, I need to go back now. I was just here to deliver the news. I shouldn't have taken so much time. I also need to cook some soup for your sister-in-law. She's postpartum and needs good food to recover. She then gently rubbed Li Jian's face. Mother's going back now. Don't be sad. In a month, you'll see her again. Li Jian was a little upset when she heard that Hyewon was leaving, her lips pouting. But before she could finish, she heard her mother's last words, and she smiled sincerely, nodding. Hyewon scolded Li Jian lightly, and then left. Li Jian watched her mother leave the yard before slowly returning to her house. Before entering, she glanced at the bed Zhao Xing had made. She wrinkled her nose. She thought it looked terrible. Really, she had prepared beautiful clothes and embroidered flowers for her doll, but Zhao Xing only made a plain, bare bed. In that case, her doll would definitely like her more. Thinking this, Li Jian felt happy as she entered the house. Zhao Xing followed behind her, not noticing her series of expressions, and continued tidying his bed. At lunchtime, Zhao Xing mentioned what Hyewon had said. He heard it was his mother's request. Although Li Jian was a little reluctant to be with Zhao Xing, she still agreed. After lunch, Zhao Xing took Li Jian to Hyewon's house. He wasn't sure what they would do, so he brought a small bag of flour just in case. Maybe Hyewon had called ahead, because when Zhao Xing and his wife arrived, Hyewon wasn't surprised. She just smiled warmly and welcomed them inside. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they saw some meat in a wooden basin on the stove. It wasn't much, about 2 jin, a Chinese weight measure, and Hyewon had bought it early yesterday morning in town. Some villagers also raise pigs, but it's not the right time yet. They have to wait about a week before slaughtering. She was eager to make cured sausage, so she went to buy the meat. Your mother told me a few days ago to call you. That's good. I'm quite good at cooking, you know, Hyewon said with a smile, her face full of wrinkles that looked kind and kind-hearted. Li Jian and Zhao Xing both smiled. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xing replied, Thank you so much, Annie. Li Jian didn't say anything, and Zhao Xing wasn't used to talking much with women his age. He just awkwardly expressed his thanks. Hyewon didn't mind. She liked to chat, and as long as someone listened, that was enough. Her daughter-in-law, Zhang Hohot, was by the stove lighting a fire. She only smiled briefly when Zhao Xing and Li Jian came in, then looked down to tend the fire, no longer as chatty as before. She cast an occasional glance at her daughter-in-law, then looked at Li Jian's belly and sighed inwardly. But she kept smiling and said, Today, I plan to stuff the cured sausage. Watch carefully. First, chop the meat into small pieces. I've already marinated it, so it can be stored longer. The small intestines I salted yesterday and soaked overnight. Today, just rinse them with water. She washed the meat, then placed it on a cutting board and sliced it into thick pieces before chopping it finely. Thud, thud, thud. Hyewon held the knife firmly, swinging her strong arm. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board filled the entire kitchen, making it feel festive and lively. The meat must be chopped finely. If it's too thick, it won't taste good. Li Jian watched carefully and nodded seriously. Zhao Xing, however, was a bit distracted. He remembered his first New Year's when he tried making dumplings. They weren't very good, but he thought it was a good effort both then and now. Hyewon finished chopping the meat and put it into a basin. She then added sliced ginger and garlic, followed by salt, chili powder, and sugar. If you're unsure how much to add, you can taste it first. She then took a bottle of clear liquor from the cabinet.
With a pop, she opened the cork and poured some into the mixture. Then she used her hand to mix everything evenly. Okay, put it here to marinate for a while, then we'll prepare the small intestines. She took out the small intestine ends, poured some hot water from the pot, and grabbed a handful of flour to start washing. Li Jian also squatted down, with steam still rising from the basin, along with a slight fishy smell. The smell was a bit overwhelming for Li Jian, who wrinkled her nose and stepped back, almost falling. Zhao Xing stood behind her, and Li Jian accidentally sat down on his feet. He reached out to help her up, speaking sternly. "What are you doing? Be careful." Li Jian felt a bit embarrassed. This was the second time, and she seemed a little careless. She was also a bit afraid of Zhao Xing's angry face, so she moved aside and made way. Ermiai looked at them and smiled. The smell of the small intestine is strong. It can scare people. Then she remembered something and advised, "But Jian, you need to be careful. I saw you fall by the river last time, carrying your body. You must be more careful." After speaking, she lowered her head to continue washing the pig intestines, missing Zhao Xing's momentary stiff expression. After Li Jian went home last time, she didn't mention anything because she didn't feel pain and didn't tell Huan, so Zhao Xing had no idea. Now that he heard about it, his face suddenly turned very grim, and he stared tightly at Li Jian. But, remembering it was someone else's family, he held back his anger. Li Jian shrank her neck, realizing she might have made Zhao Xing angry again. She took a few steps to the side and cowered like a quail. "The intestines must be washed thoroughly, or they'll smell," she said, using chopsticks to turn the small intestine inside out and wash it. Once the intestines were cleaned, they could be stuffed with meat. She took out some prepared strings, a funnel, and a rolling pin. Ermiai quickly called Zhao Xing and his wife over, showing them how to stuff the meat inside. First, she slipped the small intestine onto the funnel opening, then tied it tightly with string. After securing it, she placed the meat inside the funnel and used the rolling pin to push the meat toward the opening. With the force of the rolling pin, the meat was squeezed into the intestine. She repeated this process, gradually filling the intestines and tying each section with string. That's it. Just hang it outside on the beam to dry for half a month. After finishing, Zhao Xing nodded and pulled Li Jian along to leave. As they walked away, Ermiai said, "You can also try making other things like cured meat. Come back in a week or so, and I'll teach you how to make other dishes." On the way, Zhao Xing held a bag of flour in one hand and pulled Li Jian's wrist with the other, walking quickly ahead. His lips were pressed tightly, suppressing his anger. After walking for a while, Li Jian became very tired and started panting. Seeing that Zhao Xing showed no sign of stopping, she had no choice but to muster her breath and shout, "Zhao Xing, slow down. I can't walk anymore." Zhao Xing seemed not to hear her and continued walking quickly, gripping tightly. She called out several times, but he didn't react. Frustrated, Li Jian tried hard to pull away from his hand. Her face turned red from effort, and finally, she managed to break free. She stopped to rub her red wrist. Zhao Xing exhaled and turned his head to the side. Li Jian secretly glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly said, "I just slipped accidentally, but it doesn't hurt at all."
"Sorry.
"I won't do it again." Her speech was slow, but she sounded sincere. Zhao Xing was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw her big eyes staring at him nervously, her nose slightly red, looking quite pitiful. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he turned his head away. His chest gradually calmed down. After a while, Zhao Xing sneered, "You don't need to act like that. Whatever happens later, you'll still be the one in pain. But if something happens to my son, just wait and see how I deal with you." Li Jian nodded seriously.
"Then,
let's go." "There's no need to wait any longer." Zhao Xing touched his nose and took the first step forward. When he turned around, Li Jian immediately made a funny face. If my mom hadn't said I should apologize when I do something wrong, I wouldn't be apologizing to that annoying Zhao Xing. He even said he'd make me suffer and punish me. I must tell my mom." When they entered the yard, they saw Zhao Xing's bed drying in the sun. Zhao Xing stopped to check it, while Li Jian went straight into the house. Inside, There was a piece of wood on the cabinet, carved by Zhao Xing, but Li Jian couldn't tell what it was. It looked so ugly, the doll definitely wouldn't like it. Li Jian thought. When the doll comes out, it will surely cry because of how ugly this thing is. Hee hee. She couldn't help but laugh a few times, not noticing Zhao Xing walking in behind her. He saw the carved bird on the cabinet immediately. When he saw her laughing with her back turned, he knew what she was laughing at. Feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, he said impatiently, "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, a voice startled Li Jian. She turned around and saw Zhao Xing's face. She quickly patted her chest to calm down, not daring to say anything in front of him. She walked to the bed, sat with her back to him, and muttered, "Annoying." Zhao Xing walked over, picked up the wood carving, examined it carefully, then pouted. "Why is it so ugly?" While speaking, she glanced at Li Jian, then put it into her pocket and turned into the kitchen. At night, Li Jian lay peacefully on the bed, her hand moving inside the quilt over her stomach, talking to herself. "I'm sorry, I keep accidentally falling. Are you hurt? I will be more careful next time and won't fall on you again. Please forgive me." She thought that her mother said the baby would be as obedient as she was when she was young, so she shouldn't have fallen and hurt the baby. "Really, I'm sorry," Li Jian yawned. Zhao Xing was taking a bath in the kitchen. He held a kerosene lamp, and now the room was completely dark, perfect for sleeping. Li Jian finished her bedtime ritual and closed her eyes peacefully, falling asleep without knowing when Zhao Xing returned or that someone had touched her belly before sleeping, this time, without uncovering the quilt. A couple of days later, the temperature dropped again. One night, it started snowing, and by morning, everything outside was white. It was so cold that Li Jian curled up in the quilt and didn't want to get up. Zhao Xing sat on the bed, thinking about the bird he was carving. At first, he was worried Li Jian would laugh at what he was making, but later he became confident, thinking it was because Li Jian couldn't understand his work. His fatherly love finally won, and he continued carving with enthusiasm. The wood shavings were collected with a piece of cloth, which Li Jian had prepared as a diaper for the child. Although she was reluctant to use her handmade item to catch a pile of shavings, she said nothing. She wanted to remember this and tell her mother. Last time, she learned how to make cured sausage at Hermione's house. She wanted to make it herself, but Zhao Xing was worried she wouldn't succeed and that it would be a waste, so he didn't let her try. Li Jian felt quite upset about this, but eventually didn't insist anymore. In such cold weather, she didn't want to do those things either. Her hands were already cracked from the cold. She thought she would wait a few more days until the weather cleared up to go see it. She remembered that during past New Year's, her mother always made lots of food, like meatballs, sweet potato strips, and fried dough twists. Li Jian swallowed hard. If only she knew how to make those herself. She really wanted to eat them now. It seemed her stomach echoed her thoughts, making a few growling sounds.
Li zihin sehele tachet herbeli.
It was so quiet. Zhao Xing probably didn't see it, right? Thinking this, she looked up at Zhao Xing, only to see him looking at her teasingly, with a smile on his face.
Ah!
Li Jian quickly snuggled into the quilt. After a while, she peeked out, blushing and stammering. The baby is hungry, not me." Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He put down the wood carving, got dressed, and got up. He couldn't let his son go hungry. As he stepped outside, he felt a sharp sting in his eyes. The sky and ground were covered in white snow, and just after leaving the house, his eyes still felt a bit uncomfortable. The ground was layered with snow, crunching loudly under his feet, and he felt a slight itch on the soles of his feet. When he was a child, he played with Zhou to build snowmen, which looked funny but was quite fun. However, that night Zhou caught a fever, and Xiaozhi never allowed him to play in the snow again. After that, he never built another snowman. If Li Jian really was going to have a son, then in a few years, he could take his son outside to play in the snow. Zhao Xing suddenly looked forward to that day. The snow kept falling, covering the footprints on the ground. They ate in the kitchen, enjoying their meal and the warmth from the fire, feeling quite comfortable. Li Jian held her bowl and looked out into the yard. The yard, which was originally bare, looked much prettier now covered in snow. Because she looked down on Li Jian as a fool, no one wanted to play with her since childhood, except for the boy behind her house. But because he didn't realize she was different from others, they played together once, and his mother saw it. That woman said, "Gooden, come back quickly to mother." When the boy walked over, she grabbed his ear and said, "Who told you to play with that fool? Aren't you afraid of catching her illness? You might become a fool too." Then she pulled her son back home. Back then, Li's family hadn't built a fence around the yard. Li Jian just squatted at the door and played. She couldn't hear what the mother and son were saying, only knowing that her only playmate no longer played with her and deliberately caused trouble. In summer, bugs were thrown on her. In winter, her snowmen were kicked over. Every time, she was called a fool. Li Jian hated him so much. Now, looking at the snow, she suddenly thought of him. She should have told her mother that the boy was bullying her. She had been too naive back then. Hearing Li Jian sigh suddenly, Zhao Xing looked at her with some confusion. Could a fool also have worries? Li Jian, sighing, didn't know that her mother had already found out about the boy bullying her behind the house, and even went to his house. Unfortunately, she couldn't argue with that woman, and everyone watching sided with her. So, she had to endure it. The next day, Li Zhao built a fence, and Li Jian was allowed to play inside the yard. After dinner, both of them went on with their own tasks. Li Jian continued preparing clothes for her dolls, while Zhao Xing worked on his wood carvings. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the little new year, every household was busy cleaning. People used long bamboo poles to remove spider webs and dust from their roofs. Zhao Xing also swept around the rooms, but there was only a bedroom and a kitchen. Usually, they didn't do much cleaning, especially since Li Jian was very clean herself, so there wasn't much to clean. After a quick sweep, Zhao Xing went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Jian taking apart the quilt cover. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "Just washing it." "Isn't it the big cleaning day?" Li Jian replied softly. The weather was nice today, so Zhao Xing didn't say much. When Li Jian carried the quilt cover outside, he still warned her, "Be careful." Li Jian nodded and took a basin out to the yard. At this time, the village was lively. Men were walking around the houses with bamboo poles. Women were either washing bedding or carrying baskets to the town. Elders sat in front of their houses enjoying the sun, and children played happily in groups, all smiling and chatting. It was a very peaceful scene. When Li Jian reached the pond, she saw a group of women also washing clothes. She felt a bit uncomfortable around so many strangers and quickly looked for a quiet spot away from the crowd. The women were focused on washing clothes and chatting quietly, so she wasn't noticed. One woman spotted Li Jian and gave a quick signal to another woman nearby. After the second woman looked away, they exchanged glances and smiled secretly. Their voices were loud without trying, and Li Jian heard them. Her body stiffened, and she hurriedly moved to the side. The women nearby noticed her and just smiled without saying anything. Everyone was enjoying a good day, and no one would be rude or cause trouble. The women who first saw Li Jian only commented on her belly and then started talking about inappropriate topics. Although the sun was out, there was still a thin layer of ice on the water. When she put her hand in, it was freezing and turned red. At first, Li Jian found it uncomfortable. These days, she had been sitting by the fire every day and hadn't touched cold water. She looked up at the women not far away. Their hands were red, some even cracked from the cold, but they still smiled and chatted happily. Li Jian didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. She sighed softly and then started washing. While washing, she made a sighing sound and cold air escaped from her mouth. Maybe because of the noise, soon the group of women looked at Li Jian with amusement. One woman even joked, "You're just getting started." Li Jian focused on washing the quilt cover, thinking to finish quickly and go back home. She didn't notice the women's gazes. After a while, they turned their heads and continued chatting. "I wasn't joking, I started washing clothes by the pond when I was about 8 or 9. It was snowing then, and I was wearing torn clothes. I almost couldn't go back. Who isn't like that? My mother passed away early. When I was 6 or 7, I was standing on a stool cooking for my father and brother. I also went up the mountain to chop firewood when I was young. I accidentally cut my leg, and it bled a lot. When I got home, I had no money for a doctor, so I wrapped it with cloth. That night, I had a fever and almost died. But I was lucky to survive. I still have a scar on my leg. The women shared their sad childhood stories. They said life is much better now than before. After chatting for a while, one woman said unhappily, "During the new year, talking about death is so unlucky." Hearing this, everyone was afraid something bad might happen next year, so they stopped that topic and started talking about other things. Li Jian's fingers were numb from the cold, and she finally finished washing the quilt cover. She rubbed her legs, which had gone numb, and slowly stood up. Her belly was getting bigger and heavier. Her waist was sore, and on the way home, she kept rubbing her aching waist. Li Xingwa carried a bag of candy and a bag of snacks into Zhou Xingjia's yard. At that moment, Li Jian was hanging the freshly washed quilt cover, covering her upper body tightly. Li Xingwa looked into the house but didn't see her. It was only when Li Jian accidentally looked to the side that she noticed him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although their relationship wasn't very close before, Li Jian still felt happy. She went over and cheerfully called out Big Brother. "Hey, you're in the yard." Li Xingwa was surprised. He remembered he had been looking into someone else's house and felt a bit awkward. "Why are you here?" "Oh, your wife just had a baby boy. He's 26 months old now, and we're visiting. I came to invite you." Li Xingwa handed over the things in his hands. Li Jian took them and nodded. She understood what her brother meant. When her brother's wife had guests before, he helped wash dishes in the kitchen. It was probably the same now. Li Xingwa still didn't fully trust her, and thought he should tell Zhou Xing. So he asked, "Where is your brother-in-law?" "Brother-in-law?" Li Jian thought for a moment. Only she and Zhou Xing were at home, so she asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about Zhou Xing?" "I don't know either. He should be inside the house." Li Xingwa nodded and was about to go into the house when Zhou Xing came out from behind, adjusting his pants as he walked toward the water jar near the kitchen. He scooped some water to wash his hands, clearly having just finished something.
Li Xingwu pausa au quarli.
After Zhou Xing finished washing, he spoke. "Zhou Xing, your nephew is turning 1 month old. I came to invite you all." Zhou Xing glanced at what Li Jian was holding, nodded, and after thinking for a moment, added, "Congratulations." Li Xingwa responded with a nod, feeling that everything was settled. He said goodbye and left. Li Jian put the things she was holding into the cabinet. Zhou Xing followed behind her, watching her back and feeling lost in thought. It's only 4 months, and she didn't know when her son would come out. Time was passing so slowly. Zhou Xing sighed inwardly. As the days went by slowly, it was already the 26th. After breakfast in the morning, Zhou Xing carried the things and took Li Jian back to Li's house. Some family members were slaughtering a pig. A group of men pressed a fat pig to the ground. The pig struggled with its short, fat legs, crying out painfully. Li Jian was so frightened she shivered and leaned closer to Zhou Xing. Li's family also raised pigs. When they slaughtered pigs before, she would hide inside, covering her ears. This was her first time seeing a pig being slaughtered, and it looked quite scary. After the pig was secured, another man took a knife and cut its throat. Another person held a bucket underneath to catch the blood. The bright red blood flowed into the bucket, making Li Jian feel sick. A gust of wind blew, carrying a foul smell that hit her face. Her face turned pale, and she almost vomited. Hearing her dry heaves behind him, Zhou Xing looked back and, a bit impatient, put his arm around Li Jian and quickly walked forward. They stopped only after walking some distance away. Li Jian vomited for a while, nearly throwing up her breakfast. She took a long time to calm down. Seeing her eyes red and tears in her eyes, Zhou Xing wanted to say something but swallowed it. As they continued walking, he quietly said, being sentimental. Li Jian didn't care what he said and just followed behind him, gently patting her chest and quietly walking forward. They arrived quite early. Only Zhang Guilan's mother was in the house, keeping her company. Hyewon poured a glass of water for her relative and then continued working in the kitchen. Lee Di-sheo was chopping firewood in the corner of the yard, and Li Xingwa stood at the kitchen entrance, facing the yard gate. Whenever someone arrived, he would go and pour water. Because of this, he was the first to see Zhao Xing and his wife. He quickly went over to greet them. "You're here. Come inside and sit. I'll prepare some tea for you." Zhao Xing smiled at him and still congratulated him. Then he handed over the things he was carrying. Guests could give money or bring gifts. Yesterday, Zhao Xing had just gone to town to pick up the cradle he ordered earlier and bought some additional items to bring. Li Xingwa took the things and led Zhao Xing into the main hall. As for Li Jian, she went straight to the kitchen as soon as she entered the yard. She knew her mother would be there. Sure enough, Hyewon was lighting the stove, and a slightly chubby woman, probably a cook hired to prepare the meals, was standing in front of the stove. On the other side of the kitchen, a table was set with dishes, and a woman beside it was helping to arrange the food. Li Jian was quite familiar with this scene. After her brother's wedding and her cousin's full moon celebration, there had been visitors. She didn't feel shy and immediately threw herself onto Hyewon's lap. But she remembered what Hyewon had said last time, so she carefully protected her belly when rushing over. Careful with the fire. Hyewon put down the firewood, not touching Li Jian's clothes directly, but gently holding her. "Mom, I'm here." Li Jian looked up at her mother with a cheerful smile. Good. Welcome home. Stand up and let me see if you've lost weight," Hyewon said with a gentle smile, looking at her daughter tenderly. Li Jian quickly stepped out of her mother's embrace, stood straight, spun around a few times, then raised her chin. "How about now? I haven't lost weight, right? I've been eating well, just like you told me." Hyewon nodded seriously and asked casually, "Where's Zhao Xing? Has he gone inside?" Li Jian nodded. "Did you see your nephew? He's chubby and adorable. Everyone loves him. Go take a look." Hyewon held her hand and blinked. Li Jian wasn't very eager to go. She didn't see how her sister-in-law's baby was related to her, nor was it her own child.
What was so interesting about it? Just go and see.
Aren't you curious what your nephew looks like? Besides, staying here isn't good. There's too much smoke and you might get choked. Go take a look. Your sister-in-law's room is still burning fire. Hyewon gently pushed her. Pouting, Li Jian still hesitated, but eventually went out reluctantly. After she left, the cook chuckled and teased, "I think your daughter is quite clingy to you. As soon as she gets here, she sticks to you. No matter how old a daughter is, in a mother's eyes, she's still a child." "There's no child who doesn't cling to their mother," Hyewon said with a smile as she added firewood to the stove. The cook responded with a smile. "That's true." Another woman said, "That's not right. Once a girl is married, she's part of another family. She shouldn't act like she's still from her own family, treating her maiden home as her own." Hyewon's expression darkened slightly, but she said nothing. People like this are common in the village. Before marriage, they call her a money loser, and after marriage, she's considered an outsider, someone else's family. Hyewon was too tired to argue with such people. They only think you're wrong, and they are right. The cook only glanced at the woman silently. Although she also believed that once a girl married, she belonged to another family, she wouldn't say this in front of Hyewon. Everyone in the village knew how much Hyewon cherished her foolish daughter, and only fools would do such disrespectful things. Seeing that Hyewon and the cook didn't speak, the woman thought they couldn't reply and felt a bit proud. She raised her voice and continued, "But even if the daughter is married, we can't ignore her family affairs. For example, when her brothers get married, we should chip in with money. Otherwise, would you just watch your brother remain single? My mother raised her after all." Li Jian went to the main hall, where only Zhao Xing was sitting alone. She only glanced at him before heading to Li Xingwa's house. Fearing the door was tightly shut because of the cold, she knocked. Knock, knock. After a few knocks, an older woman's voice came from inside. "Why knock? Just come in." It was probably Zhang Guilon's mother. "Maybe it's my mother-in-law," she thought politely. Li Jian then pushed the door open and went inside. The first thing she saw was a small brazier at the foot of the bed with a few sweet potatoes inside, filling the air with a fragrant, sweet smell. Zhang Guilin and her mother sat there warming themselves by the fire. When they saw her, they looked toward the door. "Little sister is here, sit quickly." Zhang Guilin smiled and stood up to clear a seat. "I'll get another chair." Li Jian also smiled, called out, "Sister-in-law," and sat down on the chair opposite Zhang Guilin and her mother. Zhang Guilin's mother was only in her 40s or 50s, but looked older than her age. Her hair was mostly white, her face was pale yellow, and her skin was wrinkled. She was warming herself by the fire, her 2 hands exposed, showing deep cracks from the cold. "Are you Xinggu's sister? You look very pretty." It was her first time seeing Li Jian. She hadn't paid attention to her during the previous 2 visits, only knowing that the Li family had a silly daughter. She didn't expect her to look quite nice, not at all like a fool. Li Jian slightly lowered her head. She didn't like talking to strangers either, so she just smiled. "Where's your husband?" "Didn't come today." Earlier, she had been talking with her daughter about Li Jian and her husband. Now, seeing Li Jian, she was curious about what her husband looked like, especially since her daughter had just said her brother-in-law was handsome. Li Jian looked at her mother, Zhang Guilin, with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she meant. Her husband? Does she have a husband? Her mother, Zhang Guilin, also didn't understand why Li Jian was staring with wide eyes. She hesitated for a moment, unsure what to do, until Zhang Guilin came in with a stool. She sat down next to Li Jian, seeing her mother look troubled, and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just asked her why her husband didn't come. She just looked at me without saying anything. I don't know what's going on." Her mother, Zhang Guilin, looked at her daughter as if she had found a savior. "Why didn't he come?" "Zhou Xing is sitting in the main hall." "Mom, everything's fine. Why are you asking about this?" "And your husband?" Little sister wouldn't understand that. Zhang Guilin scolded her mother with a glance. Hyewon disliked people calling her husband or man, casually calling it coarse, so she definitely hadn't told Li Jian about it. Her mother, Zhang Guilin, looked annoyed and didn't say anything more. "Little sister, how many months pregnant are you? Any reactions? Do you feel like vomiting?" "About 4 months. I eat well at every meal and haven't vomited." "That's good. The baby must be growing well." Thinking of something, Zhang Guilin added, "Have you seen your nephew yet? He's sleeping on the bed now. Go take a look. He looks just like your brother, carved from the same mold." Li Jian immediately got up and walked to the bed. A round head peeked out from under the blanket, sleeping soundly, with eyes closed. Does he look like her brother? Li Jian didn't know. She only thought the baby wasn't very cute. His upper face was flat, the lower face chubby, with sparse hair on top, a round face flushed red, and his eyes tightly shut. Really not attractive. Li Jian silently sighed, recalling what her mother had once said, but she didn't say it aloud. She guessed her sister-in-law wouldn't be happy if she did. After all, if someone said her baby wasn't pretty, she wouldn't be happy either. Moreover, in sister-in-law's heart, her baby must be very cute, just like in her mother's heart. She is smart and beautiful. Although she is indeed smart and beautiful,
Li Jian shuklat shufli.
Complimenting herself like that makes her a little shy. Zhang Guilin didn't know what she was laughing at and thought Li Jian was happy to see her nephew. She said, "I told you he looks like your brother. He's so loved by everyone." Li Jian nodded perfunctorily. She really wasn't interested in other people's children. Her mother said she could imagine what her own baby looked like, but Li Jian was a bit reluctant. Her own baby must be more beautiful. She didn't want to keep thinking about this baby. After glancing a few more times, Li Jian decided to go back and continue to warm herself by the fire. But after walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where is Nuno?" She had taken care of her niece for a few months and still missed her a little. "She's in her grandmother's room. Her grandma picked her up this morning, but she fell asleep and was just put in her room. Her own mother had just given birth, and before, Hyewon helped take care of Nuno." Li Jian had been focusing on her son. Recently, she hadn't held her niece much. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go see Nuno. Coincidentally, before she even entered the room, she heard Nuno crying. A few steps in, she saw Nuno sitting on the bed, rubbing her eyes and crying.
Oh, it's okay, Nuno, don't cry. Anan is here. Li Jian sat by the bed and gently held Nuno in her arms, softly comforting her. Maybe Nuno remembered Li Jian's scent, or maybe she was no longer afraid when she saw someone come in. She slowly stopped crying and yawned. Li Jian took a piece of clothing nearby and helped Nuno put it on. Nuno, be good. Let's put on clothes and go pee. At the door, Zhao Xing watched the two inside the room silently. He had also heard Nuno crying from the main hall and thought it was from Li Xinggua's room. Since he heard someone inside, he didn't go in. But after a while, he still heard the child crying, and after hesitating, he decided to check. He used to think Li Jian was really clueless about everything. After learning she had a son, he worried for a long time and even prepared for her to be both a mother and a father. But now it seemed she was pretty good at soothing children. Zhao Xing let out a small sigh of relief. He still needed to earn money to support his family. If he had to worry about raising the child too, he might really want to curse. After all, nowadays, women usually take care of the household. He married a wife, and it shouldn't be for nothing. No, wait until spring. Let Li Jian learn more skills and raise his son well. This will be his life. Zhao Xing watched Li Jian's back, his eyes deep and thoughtful. In the past 2 years, Zhao Xing spent the holidays alone, doing things his way. After dinner on New Year's Eve, he would stay up all night playing cards and sleep during the day. He didn't visit relatives. He just carried some gifts to see Xiaoji. Compared to others who were busy from the end of the year to the very end of January, he was quite free. This year, with Li Jian here, they spent the new year together for the first time. Zhao Xing thought it was no different from when he was alone, so he decided to keep doing things as usual. Li Jian used to not worry about New Year's preparations at home. She knew this time of year was the best. Her mother would take her to the market to buy delicious food and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Now at Zhao Xing's house, her mother couldn't go to town with her, so she preferred to stay home and sew clothes. They spent the days quietly, watching time pass day by day. Unlike their quiet life, the village was bustling every day, like a hot oil pot bubbling non-stop. Today, one family was slaughtering a pig. Tomorrow another was making pig fat, and the air was filled with a delicious aroma. On the 28th or 29th of the lunar month, almost every household was preparing fried snacks. Radishes cut into small pieces and mixed with meat to make small golden and red crispy balls, sweet potatoes sliced and fried until crispy, and dough twisted into fried twists. The smell made mouths water. Some people were refining oil from pork fat and lard, and the leftover oil residue was also a tasty snack. As long as their own mother was refining oil at home, a group of children would gather by the stove, waiting to eat the golden fried oil residue, which was crunchy and very fragrant. Li Jian was learning to make these at He Ermiai's house. They discussed and agreed that Li Jian would take some oil from He Ermiai, and the food made there would be shared with her. Of course, He Ermiai provided the ingredients. Zhao Xing also went along, lighting the fire at the stove. His wife, Zhang Hohot, was helping chop ginger and garlic nearby. By the time everything was ready, it was almost dark. After saying goodbye, Zhao Xing took Li Jian home, carrying a basin in his hands. Back home, Zhao Xing put things away and ate a few meatballs. Since he moved out, he hadn't eaten these again. It wasn't a big festival, so no one made them, but now he felt a little craving. After working all afternoon, Li Jian's stomach was already hungry. When they returned, she didn't go inside immediately, but kept wandering around the kitchen entrance, occasionally peeking inside. Now I happened to see Zhao Xing sneaking food, and I couldn't help but pucker my lips. Humph, a little foodie. She didn't eat much all afternoon. Too afraid to say anything, Li Jian could only stand at the door feeling upset. Zhao Xing was also hungry, so he stopped hesitating and started cooking. Seeing him carefully chopping vegetables, Li Jian went inside. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at the bowl filled with delicious food, swallowing her saliva. Sigh, I have to wait a few more days to eat it. At the same time, she silently wished,
Come on, New Year's soon. On the morning of the 29th, after breakfast, Zhao Xing took a stack of red paper to visit an old man in the village. Li Depeng was about 50 years old. His father was a scholar, and he had studied with him for a few years. He could recognize some characters, and his calligraphy was quite good. Every new year, many people asked him to write couplets. Zhao Xing was no exception. He had been asking him to write for years. Maybe the villagers had already prepared the couplets before, so now there weren't many people at his house. Zhao Xing didn't waste time talking and simply handed over the paper. Li Depeng didn't say anything, silently took out his brush. Nowadays, the couplets were quite simple, with 2 auspicious and festive phrases written on red paper, then pasted on both sides of the door. After finishing, Zhao Xing paid 2 mao and left happily. He didn't look closely at the content, as he didn't understand much anyway. The couplets could only be pasted in the afternoon, so Zhao Xing put them aside and didn't care anymore. On New Year's Eve, every household had a table full of dishes, and the family gathered in a circle. Even the children sat down. Although the food might not be very fancy, everyone's face was full of satisfied smiles. Before eating, they set off firecrackers, and the head of each family would offer sacrifices to their ancestors. The others watched nearby. During the meal, the oldest family member took the first bite, and then everyone else could start eating. Once a year, they enjoyed a good meal. They eagerly reached for meat in the bowls, their lips covered with oil, and their eyes shining with happiness. After eating, the men sat by the prepared table, drinking tea and chatting about this year's harvest and next year's crops. The women went to the kitchen to clean up, and the children gathered together, holding firecrackers they had begged their parents to buy, then lit them. Bang bang, with the children's laughter, the night gradually deepened. Zhao Xing's family had fewer dishes compared to others, just some meat soup, a fish, a plate of meatballs, and some greens. Since it was just the 2 of them, there wasn't enough to eat more. Their New Year's dinner was quite quiet and simple. Zhao Xing took out a bottle of wine he had saved and drank alone. In his blurry, drunken state, he looked at Li Jian's noticeably growing belly and felt a bit of hope. Next year, it won't just be the 2 of them. Maybe in a few years, it will be a big family. Perhaps a lively scene with the whole family sitting together. Zhao Xing thought this sounded nice and suddenly chuckled a few times. In the quiet room, a few laughs suddenly broke out. Li Jian looked at Zhao Xing with some confusion and muttered, "Strange." She only glanced once before looking away and continued eating. Today's meal was really good. She wanted to eat more. As she ate, she eventually became full. When she put down her chopsticks, she suddenly covered her mouth with a burp and shyly looked at Zhao Xing. Luckily, he seemed drunk, with a red face, eating happily without noticing her. Since she was supposed to stay awake tonight, Li Jian decided to move around a bit. It was already quite dark outside, and the moon wasn't full tonight. Everything outside was very black. She looked outside with some regret and sighed. It would be nice if there was a bright, glowing thing outside, so even in the dark, she could go out for a walk, though she only wanted to stroll in the yard. Zhao Xing didn't know what Li Jian was thinking. When he heard her sigh, he drunkenly said, "Why sigh during the New Year?" Li Jian was usually a bit afraid of Zhao Xing. Now, seeing him drunk and a bit silly, she wasn't as scared and carefully looked him over. After a while, Li Jian nodded, thinking to herself, "He looks good." After waiting a long time and seeing that the woman in front of her didn't speak, Zhao Xing asked again, "You? Why aren't you talking, huh?" Li Jian ignored him and quietly called him drunkard. Zhao Xing was really drunk. He kept repeating, "Why aren't you talking?" and soon fell over. Since there was nothing else to do, Li Jian used the light in the room to find her unfinished embroidery and continued sewing. She didn't know how long had passed before she rubbed her sore neck and back and decided to go to sleep. First, she tidied up the table and washed the dishes, then boiled water for a bath. While bathing, Li Jian touched her protruding belly and couldn't help but smile. "Baby, grow up quickly. And has already made your clothes." After going out, she looked at Zhao Xing, still sleeping on his stomach, and hesitated before gently waking him up. Perhaps after sleeping for a while, Zhao Xing became somewhat awake. Before Li Jian could say anything, he left. Li Jian didn't stop him and simply got into bed. The bed was cold now, and even though she wrapped herself tightly, she kept trembling. After sleeping for a while, her hands and feet were still cold. Li Jian wondered in her mind, why hasn't Zhao Xing come back yet? This winter, they've been sleeping together, and Li Jian has noticed that sleeping together is warmer than sleeping alone before, even though Zhao Xing doesn't sleep peacefully. Finally, after Li Jian called out repeatedly, a warm body got into bed and lay beside her. Li Jian didn't think much and moved closer to Zhao Xing, trying to absorb some heat. With a faint scent, a soft body pressed against her. Zhao Xing's body stiffened for a moment and awkwardly shifted away. Maybe because he had a little alcohol, Zhao Xing felt a bit warm in the cold winter.
His throat was a little dry.
Zhao Xing swallowed and looked down. Feeling sleepy, Zhao Xing slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Li Jian. After a while, there was no movement beside her. Li Jian couldn't help but look up and realized Zhao Xing was really asleep. Before sleeping, she had given him a stern look, but he still slept soundly, with a faint smile on his lips. Li Jian was even more annoyed and huffed and puffed for a while before finally falling asleep. On the first day of the new year, she went to visit neighbors in the village. The children were full of energy and got up early, carrying baskets and visiting each household in groups. Most people greeted them with smiles and gave them candies or homemade treats. The adults waited until around noon to visit neighbors. Their treatment was not as good as the children's, they just took a sip of water. Zhao Xing was always not very social. That day, he slept until noon and then played cards until late at night. Even with Li Jian there, he didn't change at all. While others went door-to-door greeting, he was just sleeping in. Li Jian had already gotten up. She was woken by hunger. Now she was in the kitchen starting a fire to cook. Maybe because she hadn't cooked in months, she struggled for a long time and only a few wisps of black smoke came out of the chimney. Cough, cough. She was choked and teary-eyed before she managed to light the fire. Seeing the fire grow stronger and stronger, Li Jian finally relaxed. They had cooked many dishes these days, but since only the two of them, they couldn't finish everything. There was still a lot left, and Li Jian just wanted to be lazy and reheat the leftovers to eat. After reheating the food, Li Jian went to look inside the room. Zhao Xing was still sleeping. He thought for a moment, but decided not to wake him and ate first by himself. He didn't know how much time passed before Zhao Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. He shook his head to clear it and recognized that he was in his own room. Waking up from a hangover, he really felt like asking, "What year is it?" After thinking carefully, he remembered drinking some wine last night. Ugh, Zhao Xing said impatiently. He didn't expect his alcohol tolerance to be so low. Just a few drinks and he was drunk with a terrible headache. Plus, he felt so cold. He paused for a moment, then realized he was burning up. He reached up and touched his forehead, which felt hotter than before. Damn, I have a fever. Zhao Xing's body was usually very healthy, rarely getting sick even after many years. He didn't expect to fall ill during the new year. What did he do to get sick? He carefully thought back, trying to remember what happened last night. Some fragments flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp them. After a while, he still couldn't remember. Feeling impatient, he kicked the blanket off his legs and finally closed his eyes in resignation, calling out, "Li Jian, come in." His voice was hoarse and rough, like a duck. Damn, Zhao Xing muttered silently. After a moment, footsteps approached, and the next second, Li Jian stood at the door, looking reluctant. "What do you want?" Li Jian asked. Zhao Xing cleared his throat. "What did I do last night? Did I get drunk and you didn't cover me with a blanket?" Mentioning last night, Li Jian felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Xing anymore and loudly scolded, "Rogue. Bad guy." After the scolding, he turned and left without waiting for Zhao Xing's reaction. Zhao Xing was stunned by the scolding. After a moment, he came back to himself and quickly pulled the blanket aside. Suddenly, a flash of memory hit him, and the details from last night became very clear in his mind. Zhao Xing. That, after a while, his face slowly turned red. He didn't know what else he was thinking about, but his ears also turned pink. Outside, Li Jian didn't care what Zhao Xing was thinking. He just mentally noted this incident, planning to tell his mother later. After some time, Zhao Xing finally came out. Maybe because of the fever, his face was still red. Li Jian kept staring at him, but Zhao Xing kept his eyes lowered and looked a bit uncomfortable. When Zhao Xing sat down to eat, Li Jian went into the room to change the bed sheets and decided to wash them. Zhao Xing saw Li Jian coming out with a bed sheet, looking like she was about to wash it in the pond, and suddenly choked. Cough, cough. He coughed hard a few times and quickly said, "No, no, no, just boil water at home and wash it." Hearing this, Li Jian simply turned and went into the kitchen. Since there was hot water, who would want to wash with cold water? However, as she passed by Zhao Xing, she left a comment, "Why didn't you do this earlier?" If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to wash it at all. Zhao Xing silently lowered his head and said nothing. According to local customs, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, after lunch, Zhao Xing hurriedly packed his things and called Li Jian, who was still boiling water, to go to Li's house. Hearing they could see her mother, Li Jian immediately dropped the firewood in her hand and went out with him. Zhao Xing glared at Li Jian, who happily ran back to get her things, then pinched his lips and put out the fire in the stove, covering it with ash. Li Jian didn't notice his expression and went straight to pick out a few baby bibs and pants she had made for the doll, also asking her mother to help make a long-sleeve shirt. On the way, their pace was slow. Zhao Xing was feeling unwell, and Li Jian, who was pregnant, couldn't walk fast either. Luckily, the two houses were not far apart, and it took less than 20 minutes to arrive. Hyewon was inside cooking, occasionally looking toward the courtyard gate. She had forgotten to mention a few days ago, and she didn't know if Zhao Xing knew about today's visit. Just as she looked outside, she saw Zhao Xing's figure. She waited a few seconds before finally seeing Li Jian enter the yard. Her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she felt relieved inside. After dinner, Li Jian immediately pulled Hyewon into the house to complain. After listening to Li Jian's accusations about Zhao Xing, Hyewon felt both embarrassed and a little amused. But seeing her daughter's half-angry, half-shy expression, Hyewon had to hold back her laughter and pretend to be serious. "Yes, Zhao Xing is really too much. Call him over, and I'll help you teach him a lesson." Hearing that her mother supported her, Li Jian immediately smiled, straightening her chest like a brave rooster. In the main hall, she saw Zhao Xing chatting casually with Li Xinghua. Because he still had a fever, he looked a bit unwell. But Li Jian didn't care about that. Her discomfort was her own fault. Humph. Thinking that she was at her own home and her mother would support her, Li Jian felt she was no longer afraid of Zhao Xing. She walked straight up to him, making a fierce face and tone, and said, "My mother told you to come in." After saying that, he deliberately snorted and immediately lifted his chin high, giving Zhao Xing a resolute back view. Zhao Xing was momentarily stunned. His head still felt dizzy, and he had barely eaten at the dinner table. His vision was blurry, and it was only when Li Xinghua called out to him that he snapped out of it. When he stood up, everything went black, and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. Luckily, his reflexes made him grab the back of a chair behind him, or he would have made a big scene. As soon as he entered the room, Hyewon told him to sit down, and then said to Li Jian, "There's ginger in the kitchen, and some brown sugar in the cabinet. Go make a bowl of ginger soup." In the past, when Li Jian had a fever, Hyewon would brew ginger tea for her and had taught her a few times. Li Jian was familiar with this. Although she didn't like Zhao Xing, seeing him unwell, Li Jian didn't say much and obediently went out. "Anin told me everything. You too. Why don't you pay more attention? I know you're impulsive at your age, but don't go too far. Next time. I understand you're worried about hurting the baby, which is good. Just remember to clean up promptly and don't slack off. Look at you, this time you got sick." Talking about this, Hyewon's face looked a bit unnatural, even a little hard to speak about. But thinking that these young couple lacked experience and might not be very reliable, she could only say a few words. In theory, after the first 3 months, as long as they took care, the couple could communicate normally. But Hyewon was worried they lacked judgment, so she didn't mention that. She was still a bit worried. Zhao Xing was at an age of strong desires, and it was unlikely he could hold back for so long. Young and impulsive, easily tempted. He and Li Jian were together for that reason, and Hyewon had to worry that Zhao Xing might go looking elsewhere. Li Jian was also quite naive about such matters, and their relationship wasn't that close. She was really worried. Hyewon sighed inwardly, thought for a moment, and decided to give a few gentle scoldings. Anin's mind is still like a child. Be more patient if there's any disharmony between you two. After all, you're going to be together for life, and now she's pregnant. Don't cause any trouble outside. It wouldn't look good. To be honest, if something happens to Anin or the baby in her belly, you better think carefully. Although Zhao Xing's mind wasn't very clear, and Hyewon's words went in one ear and out the other quickly, he still understood what she was saying. He has always been confident and indifferent to women who take the initiative. He claims it's because he's protecting someone or simply looking down on them. Although he is now married to Li Jian, he doesn't like her and sees no need to protect her. Without someone he truly cares for now, he might change his mind later. Although Zhao Xing, who is confident, doesn't fully understand what kind of woman he likes, he is sure he definitely doesn't like Li Jian, who is naive. In his future plans, he might have many children with Li Jian, but only because he married her. He would be a good father and raise his children well. As long as Li Jian doesn't do anything wrong, like accusing him unfairly, which is unlikely, he would keep supporting her and provide for her. In Zhao Xing's view, loyalty only applies to two people in love. So, the word doesn't suit him and Li Jian. After all, who would fall in love with a naive person? Seeing Zhao Xing silent for a long time, Hyewon understood what he was thinking. She knows well what most men are like. Even men who seem very honest on the surface often secretly do things behind others' backs. She has heard plenty about men cheating outside. As a wife, what can she do if he cheats? If he dares to act arrogantly, her mother-in-law won't let him get away with it. Besides, he has to support the family. For the sake of the children, she can turn a blind eye as long as he comes home. At least in her view, this is how most people think. In the past, Hyewon accepted the traditional idea of a woman follows her husband after marriage. She couldn't say much about it. But after many years with Li Dishao, she developed her own understanding of marriage. Li Dishao had a wife before, but after marrying her, he only loved her. Over the years, she never worried about his relationships with other women. She firmly believes that marriage requires loyalty. However, Li Jian and Zhao Xing are different. Li Dishao is willing to stay faithful because he genuinely likes her. Besides that, in this era, what does liking or not liking matter? Most marriages are arranged without choice. Marry whoever is available. Li Jian's situation is special. Her relationship with Zhao Xing was accidental. Given her innocent personality now, she wouldn't even think about whether Zhao Xing is cheating or not. Hyewon's only hope for Li Jian is that she can live independently and have a smooth life. No matter what Zhao Xing does now, Li Jian has his child. For the child's sake, Zhao Xing won't ignore her anymore. Although she hopes Li Jian can stand on her own, reality doesn't allow it. Just like when she ran away to Shaoli village before, if she could support herself, she wouldn't want to marry so early, though she doesn't regret marrying Li Dishao. After thinking this through, Hyewon softened her tone. Living the village, the only bad thing is that others influence you too much. If something happens at home, you can't hide it. If people find out, it's like your backbone is being crushed. No matter big or small, being talked about all day isn't easy. When you go out, people point fingers at you. Zhao Xing still didn't speak, and Hyewon didn't say anything more. The two sat quietly. After a while, Li Jian came in holding ginger tea. Before Hyewon could speak, she handed it directly to Zhao Xing and then sat beside her mother. The ginger tea was steaming hot. Zhao Xing held the bowl with one hand, feeling the warmth transfer to his hand, which made him feel a little warm. Didn't go to your mother-in-law's house for New Year's dinner, Hyewon asked Li Jian. Li Jian shook her head. She didn't invite you either. I sent some things over in advance, Zhao Xing said calmly. He looked down, so no one could see his expression clearly. Hyewon nodded but didn't look at him. Instead, she turned to Li Jian. You came a bit late today. Did you spend more time visiting relatives in the village? Li Jian shook her head. She knew she needed to visit the villagers, and her mother used to take her every year, but she didn't realize today was the day. Girl, how can you forget? Didn't your mother tell you to check the calendar? The first day of the Lunar New Year, Hyewon patted Li Jian's back. His family doesn't have a calendar. Li Jian raised her voice, feeling her mother was accusing her unfairly and was scolded in front of others. Silly girl. Why is it his family? It's your family too, Hyewon said patiently.
It's not my family.
This is my family, Li Jian pouted. She grew up here. How can it not be her home? All right, this is your home, your maternal home. You married Zhao Xing, so that's also your home. I told you before. Did you forget? Hyewon said patiently. Did I remember? Li Jian said reluctantly, lowering her head. She only lived at Zhao Xing's house. Though she married Zhao Xing, she is her mother's daughter. So, the Li family is her home, and she only has one home. Remember that, and don't forget. Hyewon gently touched Li Jian's head, recalling something, and then said, Anan, you could change your hairstyle in the future. Maybe try a braid. Now that she was about to become a mother, she still looked like a young girl, which felt uncomfortable. Li Jian didn't understand these feelings. She looked up at her mother with confusion. Hyewon didn't explain further and started talking about other things. Zhao Xing sat quietly nearby, drinking ginger tea with a calm expression. He didn't pay attention to what Hyewon and her daughter were talking about and just sat there daydreaming. This was his first time drinking ginger tea, and he couldn't quite describe how it felt. Typically, during the second year of middle school, students stay at home and don't go out much. Starting from the third year, they visit relatives for New Year. Zhao Xing's family was from outside the area, so they had no relatives nearby. They enjoyed a relaxed life, sleeping during the day and playing cards at night. On the third day of the new year, Zhou Lan's family visited Xiao Ji's home. In previous years, they came on New Year's Eve. After marrying Zhang Xiaowei, they agreed to visit one family each year. This year, since they celebrated at Zhang Xiaowei's mother's house, they came back only on the third day. Around noon, Xiao Ji came to call Zhou Xing and Li Jian for dinner. Zhou Xing was still asleep because he had played cards the night before, almost all night. Li Jian went to open the door and saw that Xiao Ji's belly was also round. She stared blankly for a few seconds, making Xiao Ji's face turn darker. Without saying much, she coldly said, "Come eat," and turned away without hesitation. Li Jian couldn't help but touch her belly and looked at her back for a long time. Does she also have a baby? She is Zhou Xing's mother, so this baby must be Zhou Xing's. Li Jian thought about a serious question. Could her mother also be pregnant? What if she stops loving her? These thoughts filled her mind. Early that morning, Li Jian frowned until Zhou Xing woke up. She suppressed her unhappiness and immediately told Zhou Xing what Xiao Ji had said. After hearing this, Zhou Xing's face remained unchanged. He simply nodded and then got up to wash. The atmosphere at the dining table was a bit awkward. Xiao Ji usually tried to talk to Zhou Lan, only initially serving him some dishes, but later she stayed silent. Zhou Rupei's expression was normal. He occasionally served Xiao Ji some food. Because the children were present, she didn't argue with him. However, he didn't eat a single bite of the food he served her. Zhou Rupei's face showed no change. He didn't even frown, silently serving Xiao Ji more dishes. This time, he served her a piece of fish. Before placing it in her bowl, Xiao Ji smelled it and started to vomit. Zhou Rupei quickly put down her chopsticks, patted her back, and then asked Zhou Xing to pour a glass of water. Zhou Lan looked unwell and slowly put down his chopsticks. Seeing his expression, Zhang Xiaowei also felt a bit awkward. Next to them, Li Jian was eating happily as Xiao Ji's cooking was much better than Zhou Xing's. But now,
Hearing Xiaoji vomiting non-stop, her stomach was churning, and she felt a little like throwing up. Ugh, Li Jian quickly covered her mouth. Oh dear, sister-in-law is also reacting. Zhang Shelui hurriedly sat beside Li Jian and patted her back. At this moment, Zhou Xing just came over with a glass of water. Zhou Rupei didn't look at him and silently took the water, handing it to Xiaoji. Drink a few sips to soothe your stomach. Xiaoji's face had turned pale. She didn't show any attitude but silently took the water and sipped it little by little. Zhou Xing frowned as he watched, not noticing that Li Jian was also feeling unwell. It was Zhang Shelui who called out to him. Zhou Xing, sister-in-law is feeling a bit sick too. Zhou Xing turned his head to look at Li Jian, who was also dry-heaving, her face scrunched up, with a few tears in her eyes. He looked at Xiaoji again, and finally decided to take Li Jian back home. Xiaoji took a while to recover and no longer felt like eating. She told Zhou Lan and then went back to her room to lie down. The meal ended like this. Zhou Lan watched as Zhou Rupei helped Xiaoji into her room, blinking slowly, and then, thinking of his wife nearby, a smile returned to his face. Eat some more. You haven't had much. Seeing that the man's face showed no unusual expression, Zhang Shelui suppressed her feelings and also smiled. Sit down and eat too. Later, I need to make some food for Union. They had gotten up early and hadn't yet reached the village. Before they arrived, Zhou Qingyun had fallen asleep in her father's arms and was still sleeping. Zhou Lan nodded and sat down. Wait until Mom feels better, then we'll send her some food. Let's eat first. They continued eating, but Zhou Lan had little appetite, mainly worried that Zhang Shelui was hungry, so he sat with her and ate a little. Zhang Shelui knew her husband didn't want much to eat, but still scooped a piece of fish into his bowl. Zhou Lan had loved fish since he was young. The couple ate quietly. After the meal, Zhang Shelui fed some food to Zhou Qingyun, and Zhou Lan washed the dishes. They had planned to stay here overnight, so there was no rush. Once everything was settled, the family of 3 played inside the house. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing took Li Jian home. On the way, they breathed in some fresh air, and Li Jian gradually felt better, no longer wanting to vomit. Neither of them was full, so Zhou Xing still made some food when they returned. Li Jian held her bowl, sighing silently in her heart. It's a pity about that big table of food, which was much tastier than what Zhou Xing usually makes. Why did she suddenly feel like vomiting? After dinner, Zhou Xing looked at the dishes in the house, thought for a moment, and decided to go buy some more. He had previously visited Zhou Lan's house for a meal, and today he returned the favor. Tonight, he planned to invite them over for dinner. Usually, he could handle eating alone, but in this situation, he needed help. Now, most families had guests, so who had time to help him? Thinking of this, Zhou Xing felt a bit annoyed. He let out a deep sigh, looked at Li Jian, and frowned tightly without speaking. After searching his mind for a while, Zhou Xing decided to visit Li Daniu's house. Since Li Daniu's father left, there were fewer relatives visiting. Now, probably no one was at his home. When he arrived, Li Daniu's house was indeed empty of guests. Only his mother was there. She didn't know where Li Daniu had gone. Zhou Xing asked directly. Although Li Daniu's mother didn't like Zhou Xing during the New Year, she simply replied, he went to his uncle's house for dinner. Relatives usually visited Li Daniu's uncle, and she used to go help out there. But after her husband left, they thought she was unlucky and stopped visiting much. So, every year, she just let Li Daniu go there, and she enjoyed her peace. Zhou Xing nodded. He looked at Li Daniu's mother and still forced himself to speak. Auntie, tonight I have guests at my house. You know about Li Jian's situation. Could you please help us by cooking a meal? Li Daniu's mother glanced at Zhou Xing, seeming to see right through him inside and out. Zhou Xing felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, but couldn't show any displeasure. Fortunately, she finally agreed. Have you bought the ingredients? The meat is at home, but there's not much vegetarian food. Now, the supply shop in town probably had little stock. Li Daniu's mother knew Zhou Xing didn't farm or grow vegetables, so she said, we stored some vegetables for winter. I'll just get them from my place. Of course, it wasn't free. Since he was helping with the cooking, he'd at least need to cover the meal. Zhou Xing nodded and thanked her.
After settling this, Zhao Xing returned to his room to see what other ingredients he still had at home. That evening, Zhou Lan, Zhang Xiaowei, and Zhou Qingyan also came to Zhou Xing's house. Xiuji wasn't feeling well and stayed home, accompanied by Zhou Ruopei. After Li Dania's mother finished cooking, Zhou Xing invited her to eat with them. She didn't refuse and sat down directly. Zhou Xingjia didn't build a main hall. They ate in the kitchen. Luckily, there was already a table in the kitchen, though not very big. It was just enough to sit at. At the dining table, no one talked much. The only lively person was Zhang Xiaowei, who was holding a crying Zhou Qingyan, but she didn't speak much either. The table was quiet. Only the soft sound of chewing could be heard. Li Dania's mother was thinking about her son and quickly finished eating and said goodbye to go home. After she left, Zhou Lan finally spoke. "Mother, it's been a few months. Why is your appetite still not good?" "I don't know," Zhou Xing replied, lowering his head to pick at his food. Zhou Lan knew that his mother and Zhou Xing weren't very close, so he didn't ask more. He thought it would be better for his wife to talk to his mother. After finishing the meal, they chatted in the kitchen for a while before Zhou Lan took his wife and daughter to Xiuji's house. The light was still on in Xiuji's house. The warm yellow glow cast shadows on the paper windows, and a tall figure was especially clear. Zhou Lan pursed his lips and silently returned to his room. Happy days always seemed to pass quickly. After the Lantern Festival on the 15th day, the festive atmosphere temporarily disappeared, retreating into the background. The village gradually grew quiet. After the new year, important matters came to the forefront. Starting from the 16th, the village chief often drove an ox cart to town. Everyone knew it was probably about the household registration certificates. Although they were anxious, they knew you can't rush good things. They had to wait for the village chief's meeting to finish. Besides, it was already late February in the Gregorian calendar, and spring planting had begun. Spring planting and autumn harvest were the busiest and most important times for farmers, directly related to feeding their families. They had to seize this opportunity. However, Zhou Xing still had no plans to farm. Instead, after the snow melted in spring, he went hunting in the mountains every few days. Li Jian remembered her mother's words and took some seeds herself, thinking of growing some vegetables. Huan praised her with a smile and gave her a small packet of bok choy seeds. She didn't need to ask Xiuji for land. Li Jian simply cleared a small patch in the corner of the yard. Because Huan was busy taking care of her grandchildren, she only visited once and didn't come again. She was worried Li Jian might not know what to do, so she told her to ask Ermiai to teach her. Since Zhang Hohat finally got pregnant, she valued this hard-won child very much. Thinking that Li Jian had nothing urgent and that both women were pregnant, they could exchange experiences. She asked her daughter-in-law to come over. Zhang Hohat was not a hot-tempered person. After her wish came true and she got pregnant, she was always cheerful. She got along well with Li Jian. After helping Li Jian plant the seeds, the two of them sat in the yard chatting while mending shoes. She was naturally talkative. Maybe to make up for the time she spent worrying about not being able to have children and not saying much, she always had plenty to talk about with Li Jian. Although the other person just listened quietly, she felt it was nice. Over a week later, the village chief called everyone together at the rice field for a meeting to explain the plan for issuing ration tickets. Since they all had rural household registration, they couldn't get tickets based on urban registration, so after discussion, everyone in the village received tickets according to their household. Each type of ticket had a fixed amount. For example, cloth tickets were 7 feet per person per year. This was enough for children but not for adults, so they had to save for several years to make a few clothes. There were also oil and grain tickets, but each person received only a small amount, not enough for daily use. Luckily, they could grow some sweet potatoes and other crops. Although conditions were tough, people didn't complain. Being poor was better than going to war. They believed that life would get better over time. This time, Zhou Xing was also there. He touched the few tickets he had received, but he didn't have many thoughts about it. Li Jian happened to be with Zhang Guohua, and the two of them looked closely at the tickets together. Zhang Guohua couldn't read, so she didn't know what was written on the tickets. She could only look at the numbers and sigh repeatedly. Besides, we can at least get some grain and oil ourselves, but with so few cloth tickets, what'll we do when my child is born? Li Jian nodded in agreement. She had also made clothes before and knew how many tickets were needed. The ones they received now were simply not enough. Zhao Xing wanted to complain a little more, but he called out to Li Jian from nearby. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go back. When Li Jian walked over, Zhao Xing frowned and said, What are you wandering around for? Then turned and left. Li Jian made a quick face behind his back, then tiptoed and followed quietly. The tickets had already been distributed, so there was no use in saying more. The villagers were more concerned about spring planting. Days passed quickly, and they did whatever needed to be done. Nothing was delayed. By the end of March, the villagers began planting rice. They first planted seedlings in the fields, and when the seedlings grew, they transplanted them into water fields. By mid-April, they could start planting peanuts in the fields. After finishing these tasks, it was almost late May, and summer was gradually arriving. This year, there was especially a lot of rain, especially after Qingming Festival, with several heavy storms. The villagers were quite happy about it. Rain before and after the grain rain was good for crops, so this might be a good harvest year. During this time, something happened. Li Jian had a premature birth. In April, there were several heavy rainstorms, making the roads muddy and easy to slip on. One night, Li Jian went to the bathroom. Because it was very dark and the kerosene lamp didn't work, she slipped while going down a small slope. Now that the weather has warmed up, she has already taken off her thick coat and put on lighter clothes. This time, she fell hard and started bleeding soon after. Li Jian struggled for a while but couldn't get up. Her stomach hurt more, and soon her pants were wet. Feeling something was wrong, she mustered her strength and called out for Zhao Xing, Zhao Xing. Her stomach hurt terribly, as if someone was stabbing her repeatedly and then pulling out the knife. The sharp pain made her face scrunch up, sweat covered her forehead, and she gasped for breath. She hurt for a long time, but didn't see Zhao Xing. She softly cried, Mother. It hurts so much. She wanted to cry loudly, but the pain was too much to make a sound. After a while, her eyes started to close because of the pain. It hurt so much. Maybe if I sleep, the pain will stop? As her consciousness began to fade, Li Jian opened her mouth and whispered, Mother. Hewan from Dilly village was about to go to bed. Just as she lay down, her heart suddenly pounded a few times, and she felt uncomfortable. She sat up quickly, patting her chest. Next to her, Li Dishao looked at her worriedly. What's wrong? Is your heart bothering you? I don't know. I just feel uneasy. Do you think something is wrong? She looked at him with deep concern. Isn't it about to give birth? Li Dishao patted her back to comfort her. What could go wrong? Zhao Xing is nearby. Besides, Jian still has 2 months before her due date. It's too early. Don't scare yourself. Seeing how worried Hewan still looked, Li Dishao smiled and helped her lie down. It's probably just from overworking these past 2 months. There's nothing serious now. Just rest at home and relax. Hewan forced herself to close her eyes and sleep, but her mind kept telling her, Li Dishao is right. Anan still has more than 2 months. Nothing will happen. I shouldn't scare myself. But after lying there for a long time and seeing that Li Dishao had fallen asleep, she was still awake. She checked her heartbeat, which had returned to normal, and sighed. It was already dark, and there was nothing she could do now. She decided to wait until tomorrow to check on things. Lying on her side, Hewan had a bad feeling in her heart. Meanwhile, Li Jian was lying in bed with a pale face, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, sweat dripping down, blurring her vision. There were constant shouts of, push harder, and someone was pinching her arm, worried she might faint. When Li Jian was found, she was already close to losing consciousness. The midwife worked hard to wake her up, but she still couldn't push properly. The midwife kept wiping the sweat from her forehead, watching her lower body carefully. It had been over an hour of struggling. Besides the bleeding, she hadn't even seen the baby's hair.
Push.
You're almost there, the midwife shouted loudly. Oh, what a tragedy. How did she fall? Li Jian had a piece of wood in her mouth, biting down hard with veins bulging on her forehead. Her hands clenched the quilt tightly, trembling from exertion. Li Jian was in so much pain she almost lost consciousness, thinking to herself, so this is what childbirth feels like, so painful. When she was about to faint again, Li Dania's mother pinched her arm and shouted, "Don't faint, push harder." She was awakened by Zhao Xing's voice, which was trembling at that moment. Seeing Li Jian covered in sweat, with veins bulging and trembling constantly, she sighed inwardly, hoping both mother and baby would be safe. Almost another hour passed, but the baby still hadn't come out. The midwife looked at Li Jian, who was nearly unconscious, sighed deeply, glanced outside, and then left the room. Outside, Zhao Xing stared blankly at the midwife, who looked unwell. He opened his mouth but made no sound. His ears seemed to be damaged. He could only watch her mouth move, opening and closing without understanding. Big or small? Zhao Xing stared intently at the midwife's mouth, his eyes watering as he slowly realized what she was saying. Is the baby big or small? He looked around blankly. The sky was dim, neither bright nor dark. Everything was very quiet, only his hurried breathing could be heard. Inside, Li Jian's screams of pain seemed to amplify tenfold, piercing his ears and jolting Zhao Xing awake. He looked at the pale-faced midwife and hoarsely shouted, "Big!
Big!"
Bauda! Bauda!" His face warmed with 2 tears. They felt hot and warm, making Zhao Xing involuntarily shiver. The midwife had already gone inside.
Sorry.
Zhao Xing slowly squatted down, hugged his head with both hands, tears falling one after another. He didn't know how long it had been. Occasionally, he heard voices from inside. He couldn't help but look up, his eyes full of bloodshot streaks. Cluck cluck. Far away, the sound of chickens crowing echoed one after another. It was dawn. Li Jian felt like she was in darkness, surrounded by chaos. In her hazy state, she seemed to see her mother. Her mother still looked at her with gentle eyes, as if she could accept everything about her. "Enin," her mother softly called, with a familiar smile on her face. Li Jian wanted to answer, but couldn't move. What was happening? What was wrong with her? She felt an invisible force holding her still. "Enin, wake up quickly," her mother continued to call. "Wake up?" Li Jian desperately wanted to run into her mother's arms. Suddenly, she felt a surge of strength and struggled to open her eyes. It was bright outside. After a moment of dizziness, she focused her eyes and saw her mother truly standing in front of her. "Mother," Li Jian whispered. "Hey, Enin is awake." "That's wonderful," he once smiled warmly, leaning in to gently brush her damp hair from her forehead. Li Jian, lying there, saw the redness in her mother's eyes, and tears nearly burst out.
"Mother."
"I hurt so much," she said with full of sadness and confusion. She listened to her mother talk about making clothes for her unborn baby, but she was in so much pain. "Enin is so brave. She's given birth to a lovely little girl who's so adorable." Hyewon's eyes were full of love and concern. The panic she felt last night was real. She had come early this morning and just met the midwife returning home, learning that her daughter was born prematurely. When she entered the room, she smelled blood. Seeing Li Jian pale and lying on the bed with wet hair, she was so frightened she almost couldn't stand. Her hands trembled as she checked her daughter's breathing. Fortunately, mother and daughter were safe. Thinking of this, Hyewon trembled with fear but kept her gentle expression. "Are you hungry? I've made fish soup. It smells so good. Would you like a bowl?" Li Jian nodded, trying to smile, but her face showed her exhaustion. "Mother, I want to see the baby. Last night had been very dangerous." Now, Li Jian was too weak to lift herself properly, speaking in a breathy voice. "It's in the cradle. I didn't want to disturb your sleep. I'll go get her now." The newborn baby, just a little while old, looked wrinkled. She had a big head with sparse hair, her eyebrows and eyes squeezed together, looking like a tiny old man. Maybe her grandmother's movement had woken her. The baby softly whined, sounding like a gentle hum, which was very cute and completely different from her appearance. But these adorable sounds couldn't ease the worried heart of her mother, who had just survived a life-and-death situation. Li Jian frowned with tears almost in her eyes, sounding very upset. Why does it look so ugly? Is this really the baby she gave birth to? It doesn't look like her at all. It's so unattractive. It must resemble Zhao Xing. Perhaps sensing her mother's dislike, the little old man made some grumbling sounds, a bit louder. Hyewon held her and comforted her a few times before she fell back asleep. Suddenly, Li Jian let out a small cry. She had been so angry earlier that her movements were a little rough, causing her body to feel sharp pain. Hyewon's face changed, looking worried. What's wrong? Does it hurt again? Li Jian sniffled and nodded sadly. Let me check. Hyewon gently placed the child inside the quilt, then lifted the blanket to look carefully. The bed sheets had already been changed, and for easy cleaning, an old cloth was placed underneath. That's good. And don't be afraid. It'll be better in a few days. Mom is here with you. If you feel uncomfortable, don't hesitate to tell me. Zhao Xing came in carrying a bowl of fish soup he had prepared. Hyewon took it, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and then offered it to Li Jian. After giving birth, you need to eat light food. The soup might be a little bland, but hang in there. Seeing that Li Jian was uncomfortable drinking, Hyewon said to Zhao Xing, who was standing nearby, get another pillow for Anin to rest on, so she can drink more comfortably. Before half the bowl was finished, Li Jian's eyes were already starting to close. That's enough. Sleep a little more, Hyewon said softly. During the postpartum period, you can't see water. If you really can't stand it, you can wipe yourself quickly, but do it fast, or you'll feel uncomfortable, Hyewon said while chopping vegetables. It's said that giving birth is like passing through a ghost gate, exhausting most of your energy and blood. You need to recover, or you'll develop health problems later. Also, stay off the ground as much as possible, avoid going out, and don't let your heels show. Now that Li Jian was asleep, she couldn't find a chance to talk about these things. Afraid she might forget if she said too much, Hyewon decided to remind Zhao Xing a few things. Worried Zhao Xing might be unhappy about having a daughter, Hyewon added, there's a saying that flowers bloom first, then bear fruit. Focus on nourishing Anin's health first. It's not too late to have a big, chubby boy later. Don't rush. I am quite happy, Zhao Xing said as he added a piece of firewood. He was truly happy. He had thought this baby wouldn't survive, but now mother and daughter were safe. At that moment, he felt so overwhelmed with happiness that he was stunned for a long time. I was just feeling a little worried inside. This child is still less than a month old, only about 7 months. I don't know. Seeing through Zhao Xing's complicated feelings, Hyewon comforted him, saying, it's okay once they are born. 7 alive, 8 not alive. With careful care, they can be raised. Besides, some children survive even at 6 months. Hearing this, Zhao Xing suddenly looked up, eyes filled with surprise. At that time, a ghost entered the village. I followed a group of older women running, and on the way, the baby moved inside her. We hurried into a cave, and I gave birth to Anin there. She was only about 6 months old then. It was also divine luck. Such a tiny child, like a kitten, somehow survived and grew up well to this day. Tears welled up in Hyewon's eyes. She quickly looked up, trying to hold back her tears. At that time, she was holding her faintly breathing daughter, feeling hopeless, thinking she wouldn't survive. In despair, she could only pray to the gods, constantly kowtowing, hoping her daughter would be safe. Her forehead even swelled from all the kneeling, but luckily, her daughter survived. Every time she remembered that despair, she felt like she couldn't breathe. So, even though life is still very hard now, she never complains. After all, those days were even worse, and now at least it's peaceful. This month I come every day, thinking that you and have no experience. I want to help you, Hyewon said, suppressing her sigh. Zhao Xing's expression was complicated.
Thank you,
Mother. The baby has been fed goat milk, which can last a little longer. When Anin wakes up, she still needs to be breastfed, or she'll have nothing to eat. Zhao Xing went to ask a family in the village that kept 2 sheep for some goat milk. The family was very kind. When they heard it was for a child, they refused to take anything from Zhao Xing and just gave him a bowl for free. But maybe the smell was too strong, and the baby initially refused to drink. Only when she was really hungry did she take a few sips. Mentioning this, Zhao Xing awkwardly rubbed his nose. In the evening, Li Jian woke up again after sleeping all afternoon. His energy had slightly recovered, and his appetite was better. He drank more than half a bowl of soup and ate a steamed bun. The buns were specially steamed by Hewan in the afternoon, made with fine flour to avoid irritating his throat. There were only 3 small buns, made just for Li Jian. Given the current conditions, this was the best they could do, even if it hurt to see. After eating, Hewan prepared to give Li Jian some milk. In the late afternoon, the child was crying loudly from hunger. It took a while before he finally drank some goat milk, crying and wailing all the while, sounding very pitiful. Hewan just wanted to quickly breastfeed, or else the child would be upset tonight. Hewan asked Zhao Xing to bring in a basin of hot water. She wanted to say something else, but he hurriedly left as if something was chasing him. She chuckled softly and shook her head, then got up and grabbed a clean towel. She applied hot compresses and massaged for a while. After some time she called out, "Zhao Xing, come in." Li Jian quickly covered her face with her hand, showing a look of refusal. "Still so shy? Don't worry, your mother is here." Zhao Xing hesitated outside for a few seconds before cautiously entering the room. It was getting dark. Zhao Xing carried a kerosene lamp to escort Hewan home. When he turned around, Hewan suddenly spoke. "Anin has a gentle personality. Although she's different from most people, she's not stupid. Be patient and teach her. She will understand. You are already married and have a child. You need to care more about her so this doesn't happen again. If you had stayed with her last night, maybe things would have turned out better." Zhao Xing went home alone, his face no longer warm. After hearing Hewan's words, he felt heavy-hearted. He had already taken a shower and gone to bed. He lay there for a while before feeling something was wrong. The person who had been sleeping peacefully beside him was gone. He suddenly got up and went outside. His house only had 2 rooms, and the yard was empty. It was obvious. He searched everywhere but couldn't find Li Jian. He started to worry and hurriedly went out to look around. Usually he and Li Jian hardly talked. He only reached out to greet his son when she was asleep. Luckily, Li Jian didn't like going out and stayed at home most of the time. The places she went were few. He suppressed his worry and calmly analyzed where she might have gone. By the pond? No, it was dark now, so she wouldn't be washing clothes. Himei's house? No. She didn't know the way. It was Zhang Guohua who went to find her. Where could she be? Toilet? Zhao Xing quickened his pace toward the small outdoor toilet nearby. Under the faint moonlight, he saw a figure lying unconscious on the ground ahead. He rushed over and saw Li Jian was covered in blood. His body trembled suddenly. Without thinking, Zhao Xing picked her up and hurried home. His movements were so forceful, he almost hurt his back. He remembered the screams he heard outside and the midwife asking whether to save the mother or the baby. Zhao Xing felt scared and didn't dare to think about it carefully. He thought this time he was at fault. He shouldn't have left Li Jian alone. However, he promised to pay more attention in the future and said he would be a good father. Of course, he would also watch over Li Jian carefully because a child needs both a good father and a good mother. During her month of rest, Hewan almost every day went to Zhao Xing's house. Today was fish soup, and tomorrow would be pork knuckle soup. This was almost obvious to everyone passing by. Almost 2 villages knew about it. They all admired how much Hewan cared for her daughter. A few days ago, Zhang Guilin didn't think much about it. Since her sister-in-law was in such a situation, it was right for her mother-in-law to visit. But later, seeing her take things from her own home every day to help her daughter recover, she felt unhappy. She loved her daughter, but why should she use her own family's supplies to help her? Life was hard enough, and even buying meat required a ticket. All the supplies went to her daughter. What about the rest of the family? She was still breastfeeding, and that was her family's first grandson. Before, when Hyewon gave Lee Jian something, she thought they were all family. She only had one daughter, so she didn't say much. But now, things were different. She had a son now, and everything in the family would belong to her son in the future. When Zhang Guilin was chatting with her sisters, she was full of complaints. One sister even said, "Your mother-in-law just doesn't see things clearly. In the future, you'll have to rely on us to take care of you. Why does she only think about that foolish daughter?" At first, she didn't want to complain openly. She was worried about others hearing her. But her sister's words really hit her heart. She thought, being a stepmother without a son, she should have a good relationship with her daughter-in-law and plan for the future. But instead, her mind was full of her married daughter. Zhang Guilin no longer held back. She and her sisters poured out their frustrations. Unexpectedly, once she spoke her mind, she felt a little better. But that evening, when she told her husband about it, he said she was being petty. Who was she being petty for? It was all for their sons. Was she having an easy life? Li Xinghua also felt uncomfortable inside. He didn't have his family constantly sending gifts to his daughter-in-law, but what could he say? His father was still in charge of the household, and his father listened to Hyewon. What could he do? He was already annoyed, and her constant nagging only made it worse. Li Xinghua turned over impatiently and closed his eyes to sleep. Seeing her husband like this, Zhang Guilin felt very upset. She sat with her neck stretched out for a while before finally falling asleep. Hyewon returned home only after staying at Zhao Xing's house until it was dark. Now Li Jian's spirits have improved a lot, and she is gradually recovering. She can sit up now, but her milk supply isn't very much. Fortunately, it's enough to feed one child. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Li Dishao pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. When he faced her, his expression wasn't very good. "What's wrong?" Hyewon asked first. Li Dishao, though usually serious and not very expressive, always looked at her with kind eyes. Today, however, he seemed unhappy. She sensed what was going on and wasn't in a hurry. She sat down on a nearby stool and slowly brushed off the dust from her clothes. "What do you think is wrong?" "I just heard that my wife is very upset with you, constantly complaining about your son. You know how talkative the villagers are, one says something then another." That's how her resentment grew. Li Dishao looked worried when he saw Hyewon acting so indifferent. It's not that he objected to her sending something to Li Jian, but it shouldn't be so obvious. This would disturb the peace of the family. "Let others talk if they want. I don't care," Hyewon said casually. "I have enough meat, but the main issue is that your wife has a problem with you," Li Dishao said, patting his hands together and frowning deeply. "So what if she does? It's just a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They're not even related by blood. It's normal for them to have disagreements. Besides, I'm not her real mother-in-law. Of course she'd have opinions," Hyewon said, feeling a bit amused. She understood what Zhang Guilin was thinking. She just wanted to hold her son and stand tall. She didn't care much because he wasn't her real grandson. Even if he were, in her heart, he wouldn't surpass her own daughter. But on the other hand, she didn't care what Li Xinghua and Zhang Guilin thought about her, but she had to care about their opinions of Li Jian. After all, they were her brother and her child's uncle, and they would have to interact in the future. "Enough, don't think too much. I just want to take care of Inan. You know what kind of mother-in-law she is. As for the things I sent over, don't worry, Zhao Xing will return them. It's not a big deal. Now, meat needs a ticket to buy, and Zhao Xing can't get one for now. I only kept a pig's hoof on purpose, just in case he couldn't buy it. When he gets it, he'll return it to me." Seeing Li Dishao get genuinely anxious, Hyewon explained seriously. "I understand. I have no objections."
"But your daughter-in-law does," she said.
Can they really think about all this? Li Dishao sighed helplessly. "All right, don't worry. I'll just be careful," Hyewon said, waving her hand. "Is there still hot water? I want to take a bath. I'm a bit tired." She yawned as she spoke. "There's still a pot of water. I'll go pour some for you." Seeing that Hyewon was not in a hurry, Li Dishao didn't say anything more. Over the past few days, his wife had been worried that Li Jian often couldn't sleep well, and her eyes looked dark and tired. He had noticed this himself. He was glad that Hewan understood what to do. The next day, Hewan didn't go to Shaoli village. She even cooked lunch specially. Zhang Guilin lit the fire for her. Usually they would chat a few words, but today she was silent. Hewan didn't mind and continued cooking. During the meal, Hewan brought a meat voucher and some money. She said, Zhao Xing's family didn't prepare pig's feet or other things to help with milk. I happened to have one left, so I sold it to him. Yesterday, I just delivered it, and he gave me the voucher and money. I want you to see it, so you won't worry. I won't take the voucher and money. I'll give them to your father. She handed everything she had to Li Dishao. Then, casually glancing, she saw that Zhang Guilin and her husband looked a bit better. Mother, you don't need to say more. We all know. Even if it's a gift for my little sister, we have no problem with it, Zhang Guilin said with a smile, though her words carried some sincerity. Everyone present understood. Hewan also smiled.
That can't be.
Anin is part of Zhao Xing's family now. It's not good to always take advantage of her family. But, speaking of which mother doesn't love her daughter? Using her private money to help her out is fine. Even if someone talks behind her back, I don't care. I'm just worried that you brothers and sisters might overthink. We are all family, so let's not let outsiders stir trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Guilin's smile froze for a moment. She forced a nod. Mother, you're right. We are all family. Hewan didn't look at Zhang Guilin's fake smile. She looked down at her child in her arms and continued, Oh, I hope my grandson won't have any objections. When he grows up, I hope he won't blame me for being a biased grandmother. It's best to only love your own daughter. That can't happen. Zhang Guilin hugged her son tightly, her smile even more stiff. But Anin only has one real brother and one sister-in-law. Their bond is unbreakable. You treat her well, whether before or after she gets married. I truly see it. Anin also told me yesterday that when she grows up, she will take good care of her uncle. After saying these words, Hewan felt her mood settle a bit. She didn't care about others' expressions and ate her meal quietly. She still had to go to Shaoli village this afternoon. All right, everyone eat. We're all family, Li Dishao finally said to sum up. Listening to this, Zhang Guilin didn't feel entirely good or bad. After all, she wasn't the one in charge of this family. She hadn't been wronged openly, and she hadn't lost out in the big or small matters. Inside, she sighed that having a man supporting her behind the scenes made a difference. She was a second wife who only had a daughter, yet her father-in-law still listened to her. In this family, she was truly the one in charge. But Hewan was a strong person herself. She was handsome and had an indescribable aura. They said she came from a refugee background, but she probably used to be from a wealthy family. After lunch, Li Jian went to take a nap. Zhao Xing wanted to spend more time with his daughter, so he placed her in a cradle and gently rocked her. Watching her eyes slowly close, Zhao Xing felt his whole heart fill with tenderness. Isn't it strange? Before she was born, he wanted a son most. But after she arrived, he thought the girl was just as good. He wished he could keep her close all the time. When she was away, he missed her terribly. Zhao Xing thought, this is a child we fought hard to save. I must take good care of her. He carved a bird, which was quietly placed on the cabinet. It was his fifth piece, not perfect, but he made it for his son to play with, so it didn't need to be very detailed. Now he thought it should look nice for his daughter. He decided to practice more, confident he would carve a beautiful one someday. Having made up his mind, Zhao Xing's eyes started to spin with ideas. Earlier, he had built only one small room for sleeping to save effort. But as the child grew, that wouldn't be enough. He had already made a bed and placed it inside, but it would soon be inconvenient. He needed to build more rooms. And the toilet, he had managed to keep it this time, but what about next time? To prevent similar problems, he decided to build a toilet. There was still space in the yard. Although he raised chickens and planted a small garden last time, there was enough room for a toilet. All these things cost money, and he didn't have much left. He needed to save some for the children's future. Zhao Xing thought, I still need to go up the mountain more often. In late April, spring had not yet left. The branches were lush with green, and the view was filled with vibrant green, dotted with a few light pink and yellow flowers, full of life. The afternoon sunshine bathes the land. Insects and birds sing happily, but the people in the village are very quiet. They are taking a nap in the good weather, and then going to work in the fields. In a small, unnoticed corner of the village, a young father is thinking about the future. Wei Wan helped organize the baby's full moon celebration. Zhao Xing only paid for the food and invitations. After this event, he had even less money, but luckily he could go hunting in the mountains. This time, Li Daniu went with him. After the new year, Li Dania's mother kept arranging blind dates. The girl she promised him last time didn't like him, which made her very angry. She kept nagging him every day, which annoyed him a lot. So he decided to come out and find some peace. When Zhao Xing went to the mountains, he followed along. They walked and talked, mainly Li Daniu complaining about the blind date. I don't know what my mother is thinking. She's in such a hurry. I don't have any family background, so what kind of woman would like me? Maybe because he now had a daughter, Zhao Xing's attitude changed. Before the birth, he didn't feel this way, but now he felt comfortable having a little girl to care for. Your mother just wants to see you pass on the family line, have children, Li Daniu said, noticing Zhao Xing's involuntary smile. It was the first time he saw Zhao Xing smile so brightly silly. TSK, Li Daniu raised his eyebrows deliberately, squinting at Zhao Xing. Having a daughter is different. Zhao Xing just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. It's a bit of a pity, though. I wish it was a son. Li Daniu shook his head. A daughter is also good. First bloom, then fruit, Zhao Xing said calmly. Yeah, you're still young, Li Daniu nodded. By the way, I haven't seen your daughter's face. What does she look like? More like whom? Zhao Xing thought for a moment. Definitely more like me. Li Daniu turned to look carefully at Zhao Xing's face, then shook his head after a while. No way. If she looked like you, she'd be something else entirely. What kind of? Zhao Xing looked at Li Daniu expressionlessly. Nothing. Just kidding, Li Daniu quickly laughed, then thought to himself. What kind? A fierce, intimidating look, someone not to be messed with. Li Daniu and Zhao Xing shared the same idea. Girls should be gentle. They didn't talk much more and continued walking forward. Zhao Xing thought that with one more person, he would go deeper into the mountains, hoping for a better harvest. Li Jian gently placed the baby in the cradle and waited until the child was asleep before starting to cook. The small bok choy she had planted was ready to eat, so she eagerly picked some to try at lunch. If it tasted good, she wanted to share some with her mother too. With small hopes, Li Jian washed the vegetables and just finished when she heard the baby crying from inside the room. She had to put down the vegetables and rush in. Over the past month, she had learned her baby's habits. She knew that when the baby was hungry, she would close the door and feed her milk. At first, she felt very uncomfortable and even hurt when touched. One time, she cried from the pain. She realized that babies could be quite annoying, but this little one was her own daughter, and she loved her just like her own mother loved her children. After feeding the baby, she gently rocked her in the cradle until she fell asleep. Li Jian tidied up a little and then went back to the kitchen to cook. Her mother had told her before that now she was a mother, she needed to be different and take good care of her child. She had learned to plant vegetables, do laundry, and mend clothes. In the future, she wanted to learn how to cook many delicious dishes so she could make them for her daughter when she grew up. Li Jian used to be spoiled by her mother, and whenever she learned something new, her mother would coax her. Sometimes she would pretend not to know how to do it if she didn't want to learn. Now, she understood that her baby, who came from her belly, needed her care, and she had taken on this responsibility. When Zhao Xing returned, there was a dish and soup waiting on the table. She tried a bit, it wasn't bad. After a busy morning of going up and down the mountain, she was hungry. Without talking much, she picked up a cornmeal pancake and started eating. Seeing that Zhao Xing didn't say anything, Li Jian also relaxed and sat down to eat. Did you feed the baby? Zhao Xing asked proactively. Yes, before cooking, she replied. Did she pee? You need to change her diaper. I know, I just checked, she said. Zhao Xing didn't say anything else and focused on his meal. Time passed quickly. The couple, who used to not speak much during the day, now often talked about their child. Zhao Xing had gotten used to this, and recently, he noticed Li Jian's progress. One evening, he looked at her peaceful sleeping face and then at their daughter, feeling that life like this was quite good. One afternoon in June, Xiuji's labor suddenly started. Perhaps because she had experienced giving birth before, her baby was born in less than 2 hours, a daughter. Zhao Xing was still on the mountain when Li Jian came to tell him. The weather in June has already become quite hot, and there are many mosquitoes in the mountains. I don't know why, but they kept biting Zhao Xing's face. When Li Jian found him, his face was already covered with bites. At first, Li Jian didn't notice his face and only seriously told him that Xiuji had given birth. Zhao Xing was stunned for a moment and then immediately ran down the mountain. As he turned around, he suddenly asked, "Where is Man Man?" Qiu Man Man is the name Zhao Xing gave to his daughter. At that time, he was borrowing a dictionary from the village's calligraphy family. He didn't expect to fall asleep after just a short while. He couldn't help it. When he saw a book, he felt sleepy. When he woke up, he saw the character Man, looked up its meaning and thought it was nice, so he named her that. Only then did Li Jian see his face clearly. She stared blankly for a moment. After Zhao Xing asked again, she replied dazedly, "Sister Ho Hot is watching over me." Only then did Zhao Xing fully turn around and rush down the mountain. Li Jian couldn't hold back her laughter for a while and finally giggled softly. Hee. First a quiet giggle, then she burst out laughing loudly. Ha, like a toad covered in bumps. Zhao Xing's body stiffened for a moment. He then realized and touched his face, feeling the bumps and scars. Embarrassed and annoyed, he said, "What are you laughing at?" Li Jian was so frightened, she quickly stopped laughing and covered her mouth with her hand. Even so, her eyes still showed her amusement. When the laughter stopped, Zhao Xing's face looked a bit better. He sniffed and continued walking forward. Li Jian quietly made a funny face behind him and softly cursed, "Toad." Suddenly, Zhao Xing spoke, startling her. She lost her footing and fell to the ground. Luckily, Zhao Xing didn't hear her answer. He glanced over and saw her falling, so he reached out and caught her. "Be careful," Zhao Xing said irritably. Li Jian was too scared to look at him and silently used his support to stand up, then stood firm. Once she was steady, Zhao Xing let go and continued walking ahead. "Just now, what did you say?" Li Jian asked softly.
Is
Mom okay? Zhao Xing was silent for a moment. Ho Hot said she's fine. She had a daughter, Li Jian answered seriously. Zhao Xing didn't say anything more. When they reached the house, Zhao Xing put down his tools, first checked on his daughter, then headed to Xiuji's house. Li Jian didn't go with him. She had asked Zhang Ho Hot earlier, who said she didn't need to go. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't really want to go to crowded places. Not going was just right. She could stay and keep company with Man Man. At that time, Zhou Rupei sat in the main room holding a swaddled baby. Her usually serious face was now bright and flower-like as she looked directly at her daughter. "Where's she?" Zhou Xing asked. "She's tired and sleeping now," Zhou Rupei replied simply. In fact, just a moment ago, Xiuji looked at her daughter and tears filled her eyes. She was so exhausted from crying that she fell asleep. Zhou Xing didn't say much more, didn't even look at the baby, and turned to leave the room. Zhou Rupei didn't lift her head and carefully watched her baby's peaceful face. After a while, she softly said, "Little girl, be good, just like your mother." When they reached the house, Li Jian was holding the baby and smiling happily as she talked to her. She occasionally nudged the baby's tiny nose with her own, making the baby open her little mouth and show her tiny teeth. Zhou Qingman was almost 3 months old now and had become familiar with her mother's scent. Whenever Li Jian held her, she would smile foolishly. Mother and daughter whispered to each other, and seeing this, Zhao Xing's heart softened, and he couldn't help but walk closer. But as soon as he entered, Li Jian's smile faded, and she looked a bit guilty as she held the baby and moved aside. Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow and said nothing. In these days of being together, he had realized that Li Jian wasn't as innocent as she seemed. She had many little tricks. But he didn't really want to understand her, so he didn't pursue it. It was no big deal. He simply went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Behind him, Li Jian quietly turned the baby around, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Look, is he a toad?" Then she giggled softly. Qingman didn't understand what her mother was laughing at and twisted uncomfortably, making sounds like AAA to urge her mother to change her position because she couldn't smell the familiar scent or see the familiar face anymore, which made her a little scared. Li Jian misunderstood her and proudly said, "You think he looks like a toad too? Then we won't look at him." After saying that, she carried her daughter back into the room. Qingman didn't know what her mother was saying, but lying comfortably on the bed with the familiar smell made her very happy. Her happiness was so great that she couldn't hold it in. Soon, her diaper was wet.
Oh.
"Why didn't you tell me?" Li Jian exclaimed in surprise, quickly changing her diaper. The dampness under her bottom made Qingman uncomfortable, and she let out a few aha sounds, as if urging Li Jian to change her to a dry diaper. Li Jian understood her, urging, and took a clean cloth to change, saying, "You're not as obedient as I was when I was a child." The warm feeling under her bottom made Zhao Qingman very happy, so she stopped fussing and quietly held her mother's braid. Li Jian reluctantly took a piece of her daughter's braid, then put the wet diaper into a basin, planning to wash it later. The weather was hot, so it would dry quickly. After finishing the meal, Zhang Ho-Hot arrived shortly after. Their relationship was getting better, and they always did things together. At first, Zhang Ho-Hot thought Li Jian was really simple-minded. She didn't know much, but unexpectedly, she was quite clever and learned quickly. This time, she wanted Li Jian to go up the mountain for a walk. At this moment, chrysanthemums were blooming on the mountain, covering the whole hill in yellow, which looked quite pretty. But she didn't really appreciate flowers. She was used to seeing them since childhood and was bored of them. Her main reason for taking Li Jian was to pick chrysanthemums. Dried chrysanthemums could be sold at the supply store to help with household expenses. However, others had already been doing this, and most of the nearby mountains had been picked clean. Only the half of the mountain behind Zhao Xing's house was left, and since it was far away and less visited, they thought it was safe. Both of them took cloth bags and ran up the mountain, leaving Zhao Xing alone in the yard, holding the child and enjoying the sun. As they left, Li Jian looked back at her daughter with some reluctance. When she turned around, she accidentally glanced at Zhao Xing's face, remembered something, and quickly went back inside to find a cloth to cover her head, only revealing her eyes. She didn't want to turn into a toad. Zhao Xing was busy bonding with his daughter and missed Li Jian's series of actions. Otherwise, he would have definitely given her a stern look.
Hey, I didn't think of that.
"You better go find one for me too, or my face will be all covered and look terrible," Zhang Ho-Hot said outside the yard, seeing Li Jian come out, patting her own head and smiling. Li Jian went back to get another cloth, and the two of them started walking forward. Originally, they could have gone up the mountain from behind Zhao Xing's house, but Zhang Ho-Hot, who was pregnant, wanted to take a slower route, so she took a different entrance ahead. As they walked, they chatted, mainly with Zhang Ho-Hot sharing gossip she had heard. The village was small, and there weren't many stories. She and her friends had already talked about everything. Now, telling Li Jian, she enjoyed seeing her surprised and amazed, which made Zhang Ho-Hot very proud. That night, Zhao Xing lay alone on the bed, with Zhao Qingman sleeping soundly in the cradle beside him. Li Jian was still in the kitchen taking a bath. After entering the house, Li Jian lay down directly and blew out the kerosene lamp, preparing to sleep. Zhao Xing woke up to bright daylight. Summer is approaching, and the days are getting longer. Around this time in winter, he would still be sleeping soundly under the covers. Li Jian, who was nearby, was sleeping deeply. Last night, The child cried several times in the middle of the night, so he didn't sleep well. He sensed the child's crying last night, but when he saw someone get up to check on the child, he didn't move. During the day, he still had to go up the mountain. Anyway, Li Jian didn't do much during the day, so taking a nap was convenient. When he left the house, Zhao Xing specifically looked at the baby in the cradle. He guessed that the baby was tired from crying last night and was now sleeping very peacefully. Seeing the chubby, red face, Zhao Xing couldn't help but bend down and give a gentle kiss. The kiss was light, and the little one probably felt ticklish and reached out to brush it away. As the weather got warmer, Zhao Qingmen only had a thin quilt over her. Because of his recent movement, the quilt slipped down a bit. Zhao Xing reached out to adjust it, then left reluctantly. After a while, Li Jian was awakened by the baby's crying. Before opening her eyes, she reflexively got out of bed, picked up the baby, and started feeding her. Zhao Qingman enjoyed her first morning meal in her mother's arms. One arm was still lively, waving around as if encouraging herself to eat more. Pa! The baby accidentally hit the other side, waking Li Jian immediately. She couldn't help but pat her daughter's little bottom a few times to feel better. Bad kid, just like Zhao Xing, a little troublemaker. Li Jian sighed and focused on feeding her daughter, not thinking too much. When the baby finished eating, she pulled out the bed's chamber pot to pee. The weather was really hot now. After just one night, there was a smell, so she had to pour it out quickly. After washing the chamber pot and putting it back under the bed, Li Jian held her daughter and walked around the yard. They used to raise a few chickens, but during the New Year, postpartum period, and the full moon celebration, they slaughtered and ate them. Li Jian thought she should raise a few chickens again so she could feed her daughter in the future. In another corner of the yard, there were eggplants and cucumbers growing well. In a few days, they would be ready to eat. Zhang Hohat noticed the yard was bare and asked her to plant some seeds. At that time, Li Jian felt it was not good to take things from others without asking, so she hesitated. Zhang Hohat said she would embroider a flower on her apron as a gift. Li Jian thought it was for her baby and agreed. When she received it, she realized it was actually for Zhang Hohat to wear. It's not a big deal. Girls like to look pretty. Her belly band has beautiful embroidery, which was actually sewn by her mother. While she was sewing, Zhang Guohua suddenly made a playful joke that was not suitable for children. At first, Li Jian didn't understand, but Zhang Guohua explained with a smile, and only then did she realize, turning red in the face and neck. Yesterday, she picked some wild chrysanthemums and laid them out on a cloth to dry. When you get close, there's a nice fragrance. After a while, Li Jian finished washing up, mainly because her daughter woke up and refused to lie down, insisting that her mother carry her around. Otherwise, she would keep fussing and whining. Luckily, at this age, children have limited energy, and soon she got tired and sleepy. Li Jian took the chance to do some cooking. During her postpartum period, Zhao Xing bought some rice. Even if it was a bit coarse, it was better than cornmeal. Now, there was still a little left. Li Jian boiled some porridge, made flatbreads, and stir-fried a vegetable dish. Just as they finished eating, Zhao Xing came back, carrying a small tray on his back. Li Jian didn't ask what he was doing, quietly took out bowls and chopsticks and prepared to eat. After washing his hands, Zhao Xing's first action was to check on his daughter. Zhao Qingman was still sleeping, her cheeks rosy and plump. He felt that his daughter had been sleeping a bit too long. Frowning, he asked, "Is she still sleeping? Why don't you wake her up? She woke up earlier." "I fed her once and took her around the yard," Li Jian replied naturally. Zhao Xing asked almost every day, and she was used to it, giving detailed reports daily. "Okay, be careful not to catch a cold. Still, put on her a jacket this morning," Zhao Xing said with a softer expression. When the weather got warmer, he moved the table from the kitchen to the yard so they could eat in the cool. "Got it," Li Jian answered. After saying these words, both of them sat down to eat, and no one spoke anymore. For the past 2 months, Li Jian had been doing most of the cooking. Her cooking skills improved and was now almost as good as Zhao Xing's. After finishing the meal, Li Jian went to wash the dishes, while Zhao Xing took a short nap on the bed. Once everything was tidied up, Li Jian carried the dirty clothes and her daughter's cloth diapers to the pond to wash. When she arrived, only a group of children was playing nearby. Li Jian didn't know them and moved to the other side to squat and wash clothes. Since her postpartum period, she had been mainly responsible for laundry, cooking, fetching water, and washing dishes. Compared to women working all day in the fields, her chores felt relatively light. On the other side, a group of children seemed to have seen something interesting and gathered around the pond, craning their necks to look at the water. The water in the pond was deep, and usually women in the family would strongly warn children not to go near the pond. Now they were taking a nap, and a group of children took the chance to run out. These children were almost tall enough to reach their necks, eager to get as close to the water as possible. If other women saw them, they would definitely shout, "Come back quickly, kids! Don't play near the water." When walking home, they would loudly remind everyone to watch their own children. People in the village liked to gossip, but they were also very caring. At this moment, Li Jian saw them. Because of her childhood experiences, she didn't like talking to strangers, whether men, women, old, or young. In her mind, only her mother and herself mattered. Now, she also had a daughter, but besides that, she ignored everyone else. Her mother had told her many reasons why she shouldn't play with water, but Li Jian didn't understand why she should care about others. She only pretended to understand so her mother would praise her. Actually, she didn't understand at all. She didn't feel sympathy or the need to do good deeds. She didn't see why she should help others. Maybe her mother had told her many times not to play in the water, so she only watched for a little while before the children went far away to play somewhere else. Li Jian didn't care about their coming and going. She focused on washing clothes, hoping to finish early and go back home. In the afternoon, she had already promised Zhang Hohat to go mountain climbing and pick chrysanthemums. Zhao Xing didn't sleep for long before he heard his daughter humming and fussing. Without hesitation, he turned over and got out of bed to pick her up from the cradle. As soon as his hand touched her, he felt a dampness. Zhao Xing frowned. He quickly changed her diaper, but the girl kept crying and fussing. Although Zhao Xing had held her many times, he was still more familiar with Li Jian's smell. In his arms, the girl was a bit restless, twisting and turning. Oh. Zhao Xing tried to comfort her, holding her bottom with one hand and her head with the other, spinning around the room. At first, he was afraid to hold her tightly, worried he might hurt her. It was only after some guidance from He-won that he dared to hold her properly. Under his comfort, the girl finally stopped crying. Thinking she was okay now, Zhao Xing let out a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, the girl started crying again. Her small face scrunched up tightly, tears sliding from her closed eyes, her wide mouth crying out sharply. Zhao Xing felt like his head was about to burst. "Are you hungry? Be good, mother will be back soon." Zhao Xing guessed that Li Jian went to wash clothes, so he had to hold the child and walk back and forth in the yard. When Zhao Qingman received the message that she was hungry, she didn't understand what her father was saying and just kept crying to show her displeasure. Fortunately, after a while, she saw Li Jian's figure. Zhao Xing didn't care about anything else and shouted, "Hurry up, my daughter is hungry." Hearing this, Li Jian ran quickly. After a few steps, she reached Zhao Xing, put the basin on the ground, and took the child inside the house. If it had been another woman, she might have fed the baby while walking, but Li Jian didn't like doing that. Her mother had told her that her body shouldn't be seen by others and that she could only unbutton her clothes when no one was around. Zhao Xing picked up the basin and headed home. When he reached the yard, he hung the basin up. Li Jian was inside feeding the baby, so he couldn't go in. After feeding the baby, Li Jian placed the child in the cradle. The baby was comfortable now and spent most of the day eating or sleeping. "I will go to the mountain to pick chrysanthemums with Sister Hohat," Li Jian said before leaving, worried that the baby might get hungry and she wouldn't find anyone. Since she planned to go to the mountain in the afternoon, Zhao Xing didn't say much and simply responded with a faint nod. Only then did Li Jian feel at ease to leave. Wild chrysanthemums bloom for a longer period, from June to November. During these months, Li Jian almost went to the mountain every day with Zhang Hohot to pick flowers. However, in November, Zhang Hohot's belly grew big, and with the cold weather, they stopped going. Over nearly 5 months, they collected about 300 jin of chrysanthemums, which sold for around 7 or 8 yuan. But Zhang Hohot exchanged some cloth tickets, and the money she earned was confiscated because her family was still run by her mother-in-law and second sister-in-law, who arranged the ticket exchange. Li Jian didn't need to think about these things. She planned to keep the money herself and give it to her daughter when she grew up. To save money, she made a cloth bag and kept it at the bottom of the cabinet, ensuring that no one else knew about it. Zhao Xing was busy with his own affairs and didn't care how much money Li Jian had. In his eyes, picking chrysanthemums wouldn't earn much anyway. He even thought that with her intelligence, Li Jian couldn't make money. As long as she took care of household chores well, he had no high expectations for her. They just needed to raise the child together. In July, Xiuji's child had a full moon celebration. She was very reluctant at first, but Zhou Rupei insisted on holding it. Xiuji couldn't refuse and had to agree. This was the first time Zhou Xing saw his younger sister, who was 20 years younger than him. She looked very similar to Xiuji, with delicate features. Interestingly, Xiuji didn't like Zhou Rupei or her children. Originally, she didn't like her daughter, but the more she looked at the girl, the more she saw her own resemblance, and she couldn't help but like her. She had 2 sons, both looking like their father. She actually wanted a daughter, preferably one who looked like her. Now that she had a daughter, her dream was almost fulfilled. As for her relationship with Zhou Rupei, she didn't want to dwell on the past anymore. She decided to raise this daughter happily. Xiuji didn't enjoy socializing much. Her baby's full moon celebration was just a small family gathering. Zhou Lan brought Zhang Xiaohui and her daughter Zhou Qingyan back, and Zhou Xing also brought his daughter. As soon as they entered the house, Zhou Rupei gently rocked her baby and hummed a song. Zhou Xing didn't speak to her. Instead, he turned and took the daughter from Li Jian, saying, "Go help in the kitchen." Zhou Xing's feelings for Xiuji were complicated, but at this moment, his worries were real. Xiuji had just given birth and was not young anymore. She might not recover as quickly as younger women. Even Li Jian had taken a month and a half to recover after her confinement. Li Jian nodded silently and went into the kitchen without asking why. Zhou Xing sat down holding his daughter, not planning to speak, just watching his sleeping girl quietly. "Your daughter looks good, but not as pretty as mine." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Hearing this, Zhou Xing looked up at his sister, sneered slightly, and said nothing. In the past few months, Zhou Qingman had grown up a lot, resembling Zhou Xing more, especially her eyebrows and eyes, like they were carved from the same mold. This made Zhou Xing feel a little disappointed, but he still liked his daughter very much. Now, Zhou Rupei said his daughter wasn't as pretty as her sister, which wasn't just about her looks, but also implied that Zhou Xing himself wasn't handsome. Zhou Xing strongly disagreed with this. Moreover, although he didn't want to admit it, he and Zhou Rupei looked almost identical, so she was indirectly criticizing herself. Zhou Xing curled his lips in disdain. After saying this, Zhou Rupei didn't speak again, and continued to look at her daughter, head bowed. For a moment, both bowed heads seemed completely absorbed, as if nothing else could distract them. After a while, Zhou Lan and his wife arrived with their daughter. Zhou Qingyan was the oldest among the 3 children, already over 2 years old. At the dinner table, Zhou Qingyan kept calling out, "Dad," and asked Zhou Lan to serve her food. When Zhou Lan put the food into her bowl, she would give her father a sweet smile, making the 2 fathers nearby feel eager, wishing their daughter would call them Dad and smile sweetly next. Of course, this is impossible. Just not crying would be good enough. Perhaps because she smelled the delicious food, Zhou Qingmen also wanted to eat and started crying loudly. Zhou Xing, who was focused on watching his niece's sweet smile, was startled. Zhou Qingman's crying also woke up Zhou Yao, who was sleeping soundly. The 1-month-old baby twisted uncomfortably and made soft sounds like a little kitten. Zhou Ruopei looked at Zhou Xing with a displeased expression, as if to say,
Take care of your daughter. She's disturbing my daughter, Li Jian responded quickly, immediately picking up Zhao Qingman and preparing to go inside. After walking a few steps, she hesitated and stopped. She didn't know which room to go to. Zhao Xing also got up and took Li Jian to his previous room. After Zhou Lan and he moved out, the house was completely empty and stayed vacant since others had moved in. After Zhou Xing and his wife entered the room, Zhang Xiaohui smiled at Zhou Lan and said, "Are all new dads like this? I remember you were the same. When Yunyan cried, you got so anxious, like you couldn't focus on work, wishing you could keep her attached to your waist all the time." Zhou Lan looked a bit embarrassed and thought he had been like a fool then, acting so silly. Zhang Xiaohui then asked her daughter, "Yunyan, is dad silly?" 2-year-old Zhou Qingyan didn't understand that her mother was joking. When she heard her mother scolding her dad, she shook her head like a rattle, with a serious expression on her chubby face. "No, dad is a good dad, not a silly dad." Seeing her daughter believe her and honestly argue back, Zhang Xiaohui laughed happily and couldn't help pinching her face. "Good girl, Yunyan. Why are you so adorable?" Hearing her mother praise her, Zhou Qingyun's young face was full of pride. She hummed a few times and continued to fight with the meat in her bowl. Zhou Lan looked at his daughter with a gentle smile. "Now that school is on holiday, stay at home a few more days to save on travel tickets," Xiaozhi said to Zhou Lan. "Right now, everything requires tickets, especially in the city, where supplies of coal, meat, and vegetables are limited. Living in the village is a bit better. You can chop firewood and grow vegetables." Without her saying anything, Zhou Lan also wanted to stay here for a while. In a few days, he could harvest the peanuts. This year, Xiaozhi planted a piece of land, and he could help with that too. "Okay, then we'll stay a bit longer. What about Xiaohui? How will she get to work if she stays here?" Xiaozhi suddenly remembered that Zhang Xiaohui works at a state-run restaurant and currently has no days off. "I borrowed my dad's bicycle. I can ride it to work every day," Zhang Xiaohui replied. A few days ago, Zhou Lan had discussed with her about staying in Xiaoli village for a while. He originally thought it would be inconvenient for her to work, so he didn't want her to come. Xiaoli was worried her daughter wouldn't like being far away, so she didn't agree and just borrowed a bicycle instead. Hearing this, Xiaozhi nodded but said nothing more. After a while, Zhou Xing came out holding his daughter, with Li Jian following behind. Later, no one spoke. They just ate quietly. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohui hurriedly rode her bicycle to the town, while Zhou Lan took his daughter for a nap. Xiaozhi, who had a restless night and didn't sleep well, also went to rest, with Xiao Rupe naturally holding the baby along with her. Li Jian was bathing her daughter. Since the weather was hot and she was worried about her daughter feeling uncomfortable, she bathed her almost twice a day. Before going to Xiaozhi's house for dinner, she had poured a basin of water outside to sun, and now it was warm. After bathing, her daughter could take a nap. Zhou Qingman, who had been over 3 months old, was especially brave. Li Jian was so happy when she put her into the water. Her hands and feet kept flapping, and she smiled so broadly that her pink gums showed. Li Jian also had a smile on her face. She supported her daughter with one hand and gently bathed her with the other. Zhou Xing was nearby working with his wood, occasionally glancing over, a faint smile on his face. On a hot July afternoon, despite everyone sitting in the shade, they still felt the heat after a while. Qingman had enough of playing with water and, under the bright sun, looked wilted. She quickly called out a few times, signaling her mother to take her inside. Li Jian dried her daughter with a towel, then put on a small vest and carried her into the house to rest. Inside, the window curtain had been pulled aside and a gentle breeze blew in, bringing some coolness to the mother and daughter on the bed. Li Jian covered her daughter's belly with a thin quilt, gently patted her, and hummed a lullaby. This lullaby was taught to her by He-Wan, who said she had used it since childhood to soothe Li Jian. Now Li Jian also wanted to hum it for her daughter. Outside, the cicadas chirped, blending with the soft lullaby inside the house. Qingman gradually closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. Zhou Xing worked under the blazing sun, peeling the clothes off the wood, then sawed it into pieces. He planned to build a simple toilet in the corner of the yard.
Behind the house, there was a toilet bowl, and everything was solved there, but it wasn't very private. Zhao Xing was okay with it, but Li Jian definitely wouldn't be. Also, when their daughter grew up, not having a proper toilet would be inconvenient. He really didn't want that situation to happen again. After a while, Zhao Xing wiped the sweat from his face, set down the wood, brushed off the sawdust from his clothes, and prepared to take a bath. His bathing place was simple. At night, he just poured water from a bucket in the yard, and during the day, he found a small pond to soak in. Now he was too lazy to go to the small pond in the mountains, so he decided to just fetch water and wash behind the house. When he returned inside, he saw Li Jian lying on the bed, turned away from him, holding a bamboo fan gently fanning Zhao Qingman. Knowing that his daughter was asleep, Zhao Xing tiptoed over, sat nearby, and quietly watched his daughter. Li Jian was drowsy and almost asleep. Her fan slowly stopped moving. Just before it fell, Zhao Xing reached out and caught it, continuing to fan her. Li Jian, peacefully sleeping, lay quietly with her hands neatly placed beside her pillow, her belly rising and falling gently. Zhao Xing accidentally glanced at her and noticed that the mother and daughter had surprisingly similar sleeping postures. Looking more closely, Zhao Xing finally saw that his daughter's mouth looked like Li Jian's, a small, red cherry mouth that gently pouted in deep sleep. He had thought his daughter only inherited his looks, but now it seemed she also resembled Li Jian. Zhao Xing examined her carefully again and found that at first glance, his daughter looked like Li Jian, especially her face shape. But upon closer inspection, her eyebrows and eyes resembled his. It was a strange feeling. Zhao Xing chuckled softly, feeling his heart soften unexpectedly. He thought for a moment, then covered Li Jian's belly with a quilt and lay down beside her, still fanning her gently, bringing a cool breeze to the three of them. That noon, Li Jian slept especially soundly. In her dream, she returned to her childhood. It was also a summer afternoon. Her mother held her in her arms and used a bamboo fan to cool her, singing a lullaby as she fanned her. Cricket, cricket. The crisp, long cicada calls sounded outside the house. It was the happiest childhood. In the early afternoon, Zhao Xing went to find Li Daniu to help. He was free at home with nothing to do, so he told his mother and happily came out to help. The two men worked until sunset before they finished. Tomorrow, Zhao Xing just needs to tidy things up. Along the way, Zhao Xing told Li Jian that Li Daniu could stay here for dinner tonight and asked her to cook. Under the glow of the setting sun, Zhao Xing and Li Daniu ate in the yard, while Li Jian carried the baby inside to feed her. They each held a cup of wine, clinking glasses now and then, chatting while eating. Li Daniu thought to himself that, even though they were the same age, Zhao Xing had already settled down with a wife and children, living a happy life, while he had tried many times to find a match but never succeeded. Now, his reputation in the village was ruined. After all, no matter if it was a man or a woman, if you tried many times to find a partner and failed, others would just say you were picky. Even the matchmaker refused to introduce him anymore. After the last attempt with Zhang Xiuzhen failed, she politely declined his mother's request. He wasn't in a hurry inside, but seeing his good friend already ahead of him and watching his mother sigh every day over his marriage prospects, he felt uncomfortable. This frustration showed on his face. Li Daniu looked worried, sighed softly, and drank his wine silently, saying nothing. Zhao Xing couldn't stand to see him like that. Annoyed, he said, "What are you doing looking so gloomy? It's bad luck." Feeling already upset, Li Daniu was a bit annoyed by Zhao Xing's tone. "I didn't want to come either. It's your fault calling me here, you dog." Knowing Li Daniu's temper, Zhao Xing tried to comfort him gently. "Don't worry. These things can't be rushed. Worrying won't help. Just go with the flow. Damn it, why do you have to talk so fancy?" After feeling a bit sentimental, Li Daniu decided not to dwell on it. Seeing Zhao Xing rarely spoke kindly, he scolded him with a smile. Zhao Xing also smiled but didn't reply. They clinked their cups again. Li Daniu then asked, "It's been a few months now. When do you plan to have another son?" "Later, when Man Yang is a bit older."
She needs to be taken care of too, Zhao Xing replied calmly. Hewan had said before that it was best to wait a year or two, which was good for both adults and children. Zhao Xing also thought that while the kids were still young, they could save some money. Later, when they had more children, it would be easier to manage expenses. So, he and Li Jian paid close attention. Although it wasn't 100% safe, they had no other options at the moment. Yeah, having too many kids at once is hard to raise, Li Dania said as he took a piece of meat into his mouth. In my opinion, you should plant some land. The harvest this year was pretty good. A few days ago, he went to check the fields. Not to mention other things, but at least the peanuts were quite large. When he pulled one out, the peanut inside was full and healthy. Zhao Xing was not moved at all by what he said and simply shook his head. Forget it. I'm not cut out for that. When he was staying at Xiuji's house before, Xiuji had planted several plots of land just for Zhou to study. He also had to help out, working so hard he felt like a dog. Now, he completely didn't want to do it anymore. Li Dania just mentioned it briefly. Seeing that Zhao Xing wasn't interested in talking about it, he changed the subject and started talking about something else. The two of them drank until it was completely dark. They wanted to turn on a light nearby, but were afraid of attracting bugs, so they didn't. After a few words, they parted ways. Zhao Xing tidied up and went inside. Li Jian was already lying on the bed playing with his daughter. From time to time, Zhou Qingman's voice could be heard saying, "Ah," and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Getting closer, he saw that his daughter was holding a wooden bird he carved himself and kept stuffing it into her mouth. Zhou Xing was amused and felt a little proud. It seemed that he had carved it too realistically, so his daughter thought it was real and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. If Li Jian knew about this, she would definitely laugh out loud and scold him. Shameless. Perhaps sensing the shameless aura around Zhao Xing, Li Jian suddenly reached out and snatched the wooden carving from her daughter's hand, then disdainfully threw it aside. Before he could say anything, Zhao Xing, feeling a bit annoyed, said, "My daughter likes my wooden carvings. Why did you take it away?" Li Jian turned her back to him, pouted, and said reluctantly, "It's all drool and sweat on it. It's not clean." Zhao Xing. Alright, he couldn't let dirty things go into her mouth. His daughter was still so young. What if she got sick because of something dirty? Without saying more, Zhao Xing turned and left to take a shower. He hadn't rested well at noon and was feeling a little sleepy now. The next day, Zhou Qingman was sick, but not because she ate something dirty. For some unknown reason, she had developed many red bumps about the size of a thumb on her legs, one after another, looking quite frightening. He was the first to notice. At that moment, Li Jian was out washing clothes. Zhou Xing had just picked his daughter out of the cradle and was changing her diaper when he saw it. When Li Jian returned, she was greeted with Zhou Xing's angry face. "What did you eat? Why does our daughter have so many bumps on her body?" Zhou Xing's brows furrowed tightly, and his voice was full of anger. Zhou Qingman still doesn't know how to eat or do other things. Now, she only drinks milk from Li Jian. It must be that Li Jian ate something strange to cause this. Li Jian looks confused and doesn't understand what happened. She sits there holding a basin, feeling lost. "Are you deaf? I asked what you ate that was strange." Zhou Xing says this almost through gritted teeth, with veins bulging on his neck. The weather is already hot, and seeing his daughter like this makes him very uncomfortable. When he sees Li Jian acting clueless and silly, he gets very angry and wants to scold her. I didn't eat anything. I just ate like you." Li Jian looks at Zhou Xing's fierce expression, feeling scared. She steps back a few paces. "You didn't eat anything? How could the child be like this? Could she be eating something else?" Zhou Xing steps forward and reaches out to pull Li Jian into the house. His strength is uncontrolled. He grabs Li Jian's wrist like a clamp. Li Jian can only follow his force and move forward. Zhou Xing walks quickly and almost makes her fall. "Look for yourself." Zhou Xing pushes her toward the bed. Li Jian forgets everything else and looks over. At this moment, Zhou Qingman is lying on the bed, perhaps uncomfortable because of bumps on her body, crying loudly.
She waves her arms like rowing, trying to reach her legs but can't because she's small and her arms are short. Seeing the bumps on her daughter's legs, Li Jian feels anxious. She frowns slightly, touches one bump, and feels a noticeable swelling.
I
don't know either. Maybe it's a mother-daughter connection. Seeing her daughter so distressed and crying, tears come to Li Jian's eyes. She sniffs and bends down to pick up her daughter, ready to leave. Where are you going? Zhao Xing asks impatiently. To find my mother. She must know, Li Jian replies with a heavy nasal tone, without looking back. Zhao Xing thinks for a moment. He knows he once has had children before and has experience. Plus, she's the daughter of a landlord, so she might know more. So he doesn't say anything and silently follows. Along the way, Li Jian holds her child tightly, walking quickly, afraid that if she stops, the child will feel worse. She forgets her own tiredness. Zhao Xing watches her legs trembling, unsure if she's scared or exhausted. He doesn't care. After a while, worried she might drop the child, he walks over in a few steps and reaches out. Give me the child. Li Jian doesn't hesitate. She thinks Zhao Xing is walking faster, so she hands the child to him. Originally, staying in the familiar embrace of her mother, Zhao Qingman gradually calmed down. Now, being in Zhao Xing's arms, she couldn't smell the familiar scent and felt a bit uncomfortable. She twisted and turned, unwilling to stay quietly in Zhao Xing's arms. Zhao Qingman was quite upset, patting her father's shoulder to show she was very unhappy. Zhao Xing remained calm, only reaching out to protect his daughter and continuing to walk forward. After a while, Zhao Qingman, seeing she still wasn't back in her mother's arms, used her ultimate move to achieve her goal. Unfortunately, she wailed loudly but only received a worried look from her mother. Even when they arrived at Grandma's house, she was forced to stay in her father's arms. Li family. He had just finished washing clothes and was hanging them in the yard. She faintly heard children crying. After a moment of surprise, she said to Li Dishao, who was holding a hoe on the bench nearby, "Listen, whose child is crying?" "I think it's Man. The connection between the hoe's blade and handle was loose." Li Dishao was stuffing a piece of unused cloth into it when he heard her, paused to listen carefully and then replied, "It's a child's cry, probably from the back room." "It can't be the granddaughter. She's in Little Li Village," Huan nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, it had been over a month since she last saw her daughter and granddaughter. She didn't know how they were doing. Although Li Jian had taken care of the big girl before, he only changed her diapers and carried her around. It was not the same as proper child rearing. No, she had to go see them. Huan made up her mind and planned to visit Little Li Village in the afternoon. Just then, she saw her son-in-law carrying a crying child into the yard, with her daughter behind, looking like she wanted to cry, but holding back. Huan's heart skipped a beat. Everything seemed fine. Why was everyone here? She asked worriedly. What happened? Before Li Jian could speak, Zhao Xing spoke first. The child has a lot of red bumps. We don't know what caused it. Huan took the child and carefully looked at her two big legs. At that moment, Li Dishao called out from inside, "Daughter-in-law, pour a glass of water for the son-in-law." Zhang Guilin responded and after a while, brought out a glass of water. When handing it to Zhao Xing, she said, "Son-in-law, have some water." Zhao Xing waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to drink. Zhang Guilin then went to Li Jian, handed him the water, and softly said, "Little sister, drink this." Li Jian took it and quietly thanked her. At this moment Huan spoke, "It's nothing. Maybe it's a bug bite, or perhaps the weather is hot. Just go home and wash with mugwort and it will be fine." She turned to see Zhao Xing still looking worried and added, "When Enan was little, she also had these bumps. Washing with mugwort a few times helped. If you ask me why this happened, I don't really know. I'm not a doctor." Zhao Xing looked at the bumps on his daughter's skin and nodded silently. "Also, you should use mugwort to fumigate the house. Look at the bump on her forehead. Doesn't it itch?" Zhao Xing kept this in mind, but said nothing. He hadn't specifically used insect repellent before. It was just a bite after all. Now he realized that since the child's skin was so delicate, he needed to be more careful. Hee-won then looked at Li Jian, who was looking upset, and beckoned her over. Come here and come to Mom. Li Jian thought she had caused the bumps on her skin. Hearing Hee-won speak, she felt a big sigh of relief, but soon felt wronged. Zhao Xing had really scared her just now. When her mother called her, she immediately ran into her arms, sniffling sadly and silently crying. All right, there's nothing wrong. Why are you crying? Hee-won gently wiped Li Jian's tears, her tone as warm as always. She cried in her mother's arms for a while before gradually calming down. She then shot a quick, resentful look at Zhao Xing. Hee-won saw this and remembered that when Zhao Xing came in earlier, his face was very sour, probably because he argued with Li Jian. Couples arguing is normal, but given Li Jian's condition, it seemed Zhao Xing was just shouting at her alone. Hee-won knew Zhao Xing was worried about his daughter, which was understandable, but Li Jian hadn't done anything wrong. Why are you still crying? Your daughter is unwell, and all you do is cry? You're such a crybaby. Hee-won tapped Li Jian's forehead gently. Li Jian opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. In the end, she pouted, looking a little upset.
She
seemed to cry easily. But wasn't she worried about her doll? You're quite clever, coming to find Mom. But remember, next time, if something happens, you can't just cry. Crying won't help, Hee-won said, patting her daughter's head. Recently, Li Jian seemed to have grown taller. She used to be shorter than Hee-won's eyebrows, but now she was about the same height. Hee-won felt a complex mix of emotions. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhao Xing, you're too impatient. When something happens, you need to be patient. Don't be like a firecracker, just arguing all the time. What's the point? Don't blame me for being nosy. I am a parent after all. When something happens, the first thing I do is shout for Anan. How can I teach my child like this in the future? Anan's mind is slow, but she's not stupid. I speak kindly to her. She understands. Zhao Xing listens quietly, without speaking. Hee-won sighs softly. Just stay and have lunch. No, I need to go find mugwort. Zhao Xing declines. All right, I won't keep you then. Hurry back and wash the child early. Hee-won pats Li Jian's back. Go back quickly, boil some water, and soak the mugwort. Li Jian nods, hands her cup to her mother, and follows Zhao Xing back home. She feels reluctant to leave her mother, but her child's needs are urgent, so she can only talk to her mother next time. She glances back once more as she turns the corner, then finally pulls her gaze away, hugs her daughter tightly, and walks quickly home. After returning home, Zhao Xing hands the child to Li Jian and goes out to find mugwort. Li Jian holds the child in one arm and starts a fire with the other. As soon as she lights the fire, Qingman begins to cry loudly. Since morning, she has only had a little milk before Li Jian went out to wash clothes, and her stomach is already growling loudly. Li Jian has no choice but to put down the fire tongs, carry the child inside, and close the door before feeding her milk. Li Jian feels a bit hurt but can't push her away, so she grits her teeth and endures. Once her daughter is full, her skin is already chafed. Bad person, stinky baby. Li Jian playfully pinches her daughter's face, her mouth puckering high, almost like a hanging oil lamp. After eating and drinking happily, Qingman feels satisfied and thinks someone is touching her, thinking it's a game. She immediately smiles happily, revealing her pink gums. Admittedly, although the newborn baby was quite ugly at first, she is becoming more and more adorable now. She looks very soft and cuddly. Li Jian can't bear to be angry anymore and gently pinches her daughter's cheeks again. I won't kiss you anymore because you bit me. She used to cuddle her daughter and kiss her chubby face from time to time, but today she's a bit upset, so she decides not to kiss her. Qingman, over 3 months old, doesn't understand what the familiar person in front of her is saying, but she responds enthusiastically. Don't bite me next time, okay? Li Jian places the child in front of her, looking serious. I'll take that as you agree. After a while, Zhao Xing comes back holding a bunch of mugwort. First, I washed the water once, then put it into the bath basin, preparing to soak in hot water later. During the bath,
Zhao Qingman kept struggling and was crying out, "Ah, ah, ah." Li Jian felt confused, thinking that her daughter used to love baths, so why was she so unwilling today? "Is the water too hot?" she muttered, then reached out to feel it. "It's not hot at all." Li Jian tried to put her daughter in, but Zhao Qingman kept spreading her legs and refused to go in. "Oh no," Li Jian exclaimed, then held her daughter in her arms, and after thinking for a moment, she poured a cup of cold water in. This time, Zhao Qingmen finally didn't resist, and even sat down actively once her feet touched the water. Zhao Qingman indicated she was happy. Li Jian washed her daughter while noting this incident, so she wouldn't have trouble next time. Zhao Xing dried some mugwort leaves, planning to use them to scent the house once they dry. He watched the mother and daughter playing happily, and his mind kept thinking about what Hyun had told him. He was a first-time father and didn't understand many things, so he was very worried when he saw the bumps on his child's skin, though maybe he was overthinking. He scolded Li Jian, but it was only because he was too anxious. Li Jian spent more time with the child and should know more. Besides, since she was a mother, she should care more about her child's health. However, Hyun was right. He shouldn't just be angry at Li Jian. The child's health was more important, and any delay could be serious. When Zhao Xing snapped out of his thoughts, he found the room empty. The mother and daughter had gone back inside and were lying on the bed. When he entered, Li Jian was just taking out a diaper. Seeing him, she immediately lowered her head, stepped aside, and moved along the wall to leave. Watching her tiptoe like this, as if she had seen a cat and was scared, he knew she was probably frightened by Zhao Xing earlier in the morning. Zhao Xing pursed his lips and walked into the room. A part of his heart, unnoticed at first, suddenly filled with a strange sense of guilt. The annual autumn harvest had begun, and everyone was cheerful. This summer had unusually heavy rains, and the harvest was better than expected. Each acre yielded about 10 more jin than usual. The village chief of Shaoli stood at the edge of a field, under the noonday sun shining directly on his dark face, making the lines on his face look especially prominent. He wore a satisfied smile and said with cracked lips, "This year is a good year." Looking into the distance, you see each person's dark bronze back facing the sun. Beads of sweat drip down, watering the land that sustains and nurtures them. The most relaxed person in the village is probably Zhao Xingjia. Others leave early in the morning and only return at night. But he only goes up the mountain to hunt and gather firewood every few days, sleeping in each day until he wakes naturally. No matter what others say or gossip about him, he ignores it and lives his own life. Time passes quickly, and another new year arrives. People are still celebrating a good harvest when the village chief of Shaoli village brings big news from the town. In May of 1958, the village chief gathers everyone at the rice field and announces that the whole village must work together on the Great Steel movement. At first, no one understood what it meant, but after the village chief explained, they realized it was about making steel and iron. Because the country needs to develop and catch up with white country, everyone must contribute either effort or money to develop the steel industry. This means building steel plants across the country, with some providing labor and others funding. When they heard this, all the villagers supported it wholeheartedly. Most villagers were born before liberation and grew up during times of war. Their past hardships made them long for peace and a strong nation. We're willing to help, but we don't have much money. We can't just work without pay. Exactly, we only have a little strength and that's not worth much. We should first find a way to build a steel plant so we can produce steel. The villagers talked excitedly, full of enthusiasm. The village chief cleared his throat and loudly announced, "Dear villagers, I know your enthusiasm for building the country is high, and I won't take up more of your time. Now I will tell you about the arrangements from the town. Chia town has more than 20 villages with many fields. The plan is to build 15 steel plants in total. Since the villages of Shaoli and Hijiawan are very close, they decided to build one steel plant at the junction of these 3 villages. Because there are mountains around these villages, they can directly gather firewood from the mountains for steel production. So, the village chiefs of these 3 villages made a plan and set the rules for steelmaking.
Thus, summer of 1958 was lively and bustling. Women went to the fields to work and harvest crops, while men went up the mountains to gather firewood and help build the steel plant. Even children followed their parents to work in the fields, loudly shouting, "Hurry up and work hard." After the steel factory was built, villagers supported the effort by bringing iron items from their homes, such as pots and knives, to the factory. They deeply wished for the country to become strong. After donating their iron pots, villagers built a large dining hall so everyone could eat together. Because of this, villagers who contributed their iron items became even more eager, willing to dig out all the iron objects in their homes. While the village was bustling with activity, Zhao Xing's family remained completely unaffected. Li Jian only needed to do her usual chores each day, feeding the chickens, planting vegetables, doing laundry and cooking, and taking care of her daughter. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing went to the mountains once every few days to hunt, selling the game at Lu's butcher shop in town and saving the money. In June, wild chrysanthemums bloomed all over the mountains, which looked even barer than before because many trees had been cut down. Li Jian still remembered picking flowers that could earn money and took Zhang Hohat up the mountain. Zhang Hohat's child was born and was a boy, which completely washed away the shame of some gossiping women in the village who once mocked her as a mother hen that can't lay eggs. This year, she was very proud. Since giving birth, she had become even more fond of visiting Li Jian, always talking about my son. My son is chubby and white, he looks lucky. My son is so smart, he smiles at me when I tease him. Most of the time, Li Jian just listened to her talk and thought of her own daughter. At this moment, Zhao Qingman was over a year old and needed to be carried out every day, as she couldn't go alone. Today, Li Jian took her out during her daughter's nap, worried she might wake up and start crying, so she hurried. Hohat, let's go faster. Man will cry if she wakes up. Hearing Li Jian, Zhang Hohat paused her story about her son and asked, "How old is your big girl now?" 1 year and 2 months. Time flies so fast, Zhang Hohat exclaimed, then asked, "Can she talk yet?" Li Jian hesitated briefly, then shook her head. She spent every day playing with her daughter outside and talking to her, though she was the only one doing the talking. As for Zhao Qingman, she still only said words like, and huh. Recently, he hasn't come to Shaoli village, so Li Jian doesn't know what a 1-year-old child can do. Then what should we do? Li Jian asked anxiously. She really wants her daughter to speak, so she wouldn't have to talk all the time herself, and she could share her thoughts with her daughter. What else can we do?
Teach her.
She can't say full sentences yet, so start by teaching her to say Dad and Mom. Li Jian nodded thoughtfully. Next to her, Zhang Hohat said, "Hey, your big girl is already this old. Why not have another one? Hurry up and have more while you're young, preferably a son." Hearing this, Li Jian wrinkled her nose, showing her reluctance. She was in pain when she had her daughter and didn't want to have another one. Zhang Hohat didn't notice Li Jian's expression and continued talking about the benefits of having a son, then started saying, "My son." Li Jian wasn't really listening to Zhang Hohat. She was focused on teaching her daughter to speak. That night, mother and daughter sat face to face on the bed, both serious and looking at each other. Li Jian said sternly, Man, you have to call me Mom." Li Jian pouted, not understanding what her daughter was saying, and continued, "Mom, call me Mom." Zhao Qingman reached out and grabbed Li Jian's hand. "Mom, repeat after me. Liang Mom, Mom." "Young, it's Mom. Call me Mom." Li Jian wanted to teach her daughter a little more, but she had been picking chrysanthemums all afternoon and was a bit tired. She yawned repeatedly. "Huh." After a long yawn, Li Jian rubbed her eyes and said, "All right, let's sleep. I'll teach you again tomorrow." Then she changed her daughter's diaper and lay down to sleep. Next to her, Zhao Qingman, still full of energy, kept her eyes wide open, her pupils darting around. When Zhao Xing finished his bath and came in, all he could hear was Li Jian's steady breathing. He sat on the edge of the bed, leaning over Li Jian, and looked at his daughter. Zhao Qingman was already a bit sleepy. "Huh." Zhao Xing chuckled softly, then leaned over to kiss her, and lay down to sleep peacefully. The bed wasn't very wide, and worried that Li Jian might accidentally press on her during the night, they left a larger space for Zhao Qingman. Now, Li Jian and Zhao Xing were almost pressed together. Summer evenings are usually hot, and with two warm bodies close together, Li Jian, who was asleep, unconsciously kicked the thin blanket. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing, who was still awake, had a hard time sleeping, tossing and turning until late at night. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, Li Jian didn't think much and quickly grabbed her daughter to sit up and teach her how to speak. Man, call me mom. Li Jian, with her messy hair, said to her daughter. Unfortunately, Zhao Qingman was distracted by the crowing outside and started to imitate the rooster's call. No, you should call me mom. Seeing her daughter distracted, Li Jian felt a little upset. Zhao Qingman, who was over a year old, didn't care whether her mother was happy or not and kept imitating the rooster. Li Jian tried to teach her for a while, but gave up. Her stomach, making gurgling sounds, urged her to cook, so she had to change Zhao Qingman's diaper and then lay with Zhao Xing in the bed. Since Zhao Qingman was born, she and Zhao Xing had separate blankets. The daughter shared her blanket, and Zhao Xing had his own, to prevent the blanket from being too short and the child from catching a cold. Zhao Xing only fell asleep late last night and was still sleeping deeply. The little one in the bed didn't wake him. In the early morning, Zhao Qingman was quite well behaved. While her mother went to cook and her father was sleeping, she lay quietly, staring with her big eyes, lost in thought. In the afternoon, Hyewon came over and mother and daughter sat in the yard chatting. Recently, the village has been busy cutting trees and smelting steel. Zhao Xing didn't go. Although Hyewon had read some books, they were mostly useless and didn't help with current development. She didn't understand if what they were doing now was right, but since higher-ups had spoken, it must be correct. Nearby villages were also busy cutting mountains and smelting steel. Almost everyone was involved. Zhao Xing didn't go, probably because others might have opinions about him. Li Jian also knew that the village had been very busy lately. People were everywhere on the mountain and in the fields, transporting logs, and even building a house, though she didn't know what it was for. Hearing her mother ask, Li Jian could only shake her head. Hyewon didn't press further, but turned her attention to her granddaughter. Man is over a year old now. Haven't you taught her to speak? I have, but she hasn't learned yet, Li Jian pouted. Just teach her a few more times. You're so smart. Man must be very clever too, Hyewon said with a smile, reaching out to hug her. Li Jian also smiled because she liked being praised by her mother. Oh, look at these two little tips, so white and small, like tiny rice grains. So adorable. Hyewon gently pressed Zhao Qingman's chin and carefully examined her newly emerging teeth. Not at all good. When I feed her milk, she bites me. It hurts so much, Li Jian sighed as she spoke about this. She was happy when she saw her daughter growing teeth, but her happiness didn't last long. During feeding, she was bitten so deeply that it turned purple later. Such a troublemaker. Teething can make children itchy. You can try to distract her with something else. Also, look at how many teeth she has now. She can start eating other foods, and you can stop breastfeeding. Li Jian nodded. Whenever you have free time, go out more and see how others raise their children. Your mother can't always be with you, so you need to learn on your own. I heard there might be new policies from above, but I don't know what they are. Thinking about this, Hyewon always felt a bit worried. Ultimately, it was because they were too poor and needed development. Li Jian didn't understand these things either. She just listened quietly and didn't take it to heart. Just as the two were lost in thought, distant black smoke started rising into the sky, gradually covering the blue sky. At the same time, a strong, unpleasant smell drifted with the wind toward everyone, making people feel very uncomfortable. Such a bad smell. Li Jian wrinkled her nose and waved her hand in front of her face. That's from the steel factory. It's normal to have a smell. If you can't stand it, you can go inside or walk somewhere else. They chatted for a while longer and then Hyewon left. After she went, Li Jian moved the stool back into the house and played with her daughter inside. Today, after lunch, Zhao Xing went somewhere and hasn't come back yet. Now, She could only stay at home with her daughter, since she couldn't go up the mountain to pick chrysanthemums. This year's harvest was much harder than usual. Not only did she have to take care of her own fields, but she also had to help at the steel factory. Luckily, they were all farmers who had experienced hardships before, so they gritted their teeth and managed to get through. In late September, several village heads went to the town for a meeting, as previously announced by the town. It was the first time such a meeting was held at this time, and no one knew what it was about. People in the village kept discussing it, guessing endlessly, but unable to figure out anything. They could only wait quietly for the village chief to return. Finally, just before sunset, they saw the village chief coming back. As the sunset glow faded, it highlighted the village chief's slightly hunched figure, making him look a bit weathered. People sitting outside eating quietly stopped their chopsticks and stared blankly at the shadow of the village chief passing by, feeling a little worried. The next day, the village chief called a meeting to explain what had happened. It turned out that some places received news earlier from above. During spring planting, they had already prepared well. This year's harvest was truly good. 1 acre of rice yielded 20,000 pounds. People who farmed couldn't believe it, but the numbers were there, and they had to accept it. The town even showed them some newspapers with reports of good harvests from different areas, including photos and stories like a radish weighing 1,000 pounds and a pig big enough to carry a family around. This news was a big blow to the village chief. The harvest was good this year, and he was initially happy. But when he compared it to these reports, he felt disappointed. His face turned green with frustration. However, the harvest was already over, and there was nothing he could do about it now. The village chief sighed, his silver hair becoming more noticeable. Village chief, do they have some secret method? How else could they get such a big harvest per acre? Asked a young man in the rice field. Most families had farmed for generations, so they knew what a normal harvest should be. But there's a saying, there's always someone better, and beyond the sky there's always more. Maybe other villages really had some secret to increase yield? The village chief thought the same, as did the town mayor. They criticized the village leaders of several villages for not finding ways to increase land productivity and for not actively participating in socialist development. He felt unfairly treated. If they had any good method, their village would be living a better life. Why were they still so poor? Even though he felt uncomfortable, the village chief didn't argue with the mayor. In the end, the mayor announced he would go to the county for a meeting and discuss the harvest at the end of the year. So, this matter was temporarily settled, to be revisited next year. Still, the village chief felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his heart, and he couldn't relax. He wished there was a good solution. He'd even be willing to exchange money or vouchers for it. The new year of 1959 was less lively than usual. It was as if a large curtain was slowly falling over the sky, covering everyone and making them feel trapped and breathless. In this situation, Zhao Xing's family was especially relaxed and carefree. I have been learning how to make things for the new year for 2 years. Li Jian now works very quickly. When the sun was strong at the end of the year, he finished curing the sausages and started drying them. He also marinated a lot of meat to eat during the new year. Zhao Qingman, who is almost 2 years old, is very lively now. She runs around every day, and at night, she clings to her mother and chatters for a long time before she will sleep. Li Jian follows her everywhere every day and has no time to do his own things. Zhao Xing doesn't know what he's thinking. Before the child was born, he was always hoping for her like she was a treasure. Now, he only talks to his daughter a few words before bed, and he hardly sees her at other times. But Zhao Qingman is more attached to her mother. She is really indifferent to her father. In the morning, when Zhao Xing gets out of bed, she is unhappy for a long time. Only after Li Jian holds her and comforts her for a while will she be okay. At that time, Li Jian taught her to call her mother every day. Zhao Xing was unhappy to hear this and insisted she should call her father first. But unfortunately, his wish was not granted. One ordinary morning, when Zhao Qingman woke up, she gave her mother a warm kiss and sweetly said, "Mom, now, Zhao Xing can't be jealous anymore because his daughter simply prefers her mother more. Right after the new year, the village chief went to the town for a meeting and brought back what was said to be a good way to increase production. What is a production team? Each level sets up a production team. Everyone works together and eats together. They earn work points for the daily tasks, and at the end of the year, they get money, grain, or tickets based on their points. All the land in the village belongs to the team, and private ownership is not allowed. The village chief didn't explain many details. When he heard about this policy himself, he was stunned for a while before understanding what it meant. Many villagers couldn't read or write, so they got even more confused if he explained too much. Then, the village chief talked about a series of arrangements for several hours, speaking until he was dry-throated before finishing. On the way back, everyone was confused. They said everything would be done together, claiming it was fair. They had no objections, but when they heard that private ownership of things like land, pigs, and chickens was not allowed, and everything had to be handed over to the collective, they felt reluctant. How could they give up the chickens and pigs they worked hard to raise? But their reluctance didn't matter. The higher authorities had their rules. No matter how unwilling they were, the villagers couldn't say much. They could only choose a day to hand over their private belongings. Even Zhao Xing's family was no exception. Li Jian carefully left behind 2 chickens and a small patch of vegetables she had planted at the beginning of the year. Although she didn't understand why, she didn't dare ask and could only wait silently for the village to make arrangements. Until spring arrived, the village chief called another village meeting. This time, he announced a series of plans, starting with the name change. Due to policy changes, village names related to family names were no longer allowed, and there were no longer small villages named after families. Now they were called large teams. I think we should call it the forwarding team. Keep moving forward. Yeah, that works, I agree. The village chief saw many people agreeing and, since he had no objections, he approved the name. All right, then we're the forwarding team now. After deciding the name, the next step was to choose the team leaders. The team leader would be the current village chief, and they also needed 2 deputy leaders, an accountant, a treasurer, a women's director, and a militia captain. These positions had to be filled today. When people heard about choosing leaders, the place became lively. Everyone was talking loudly, filling the air with noise. Li Jian didn't pay attention to the busy rice fields. She usually didn't like being in crowded places. At this time, she was just at home with her daughter. As for Zhao Xing, he already knew what had happened recently. He thought that he couldn't go to the mountain behind his house anymore, so during the village meetings these days, he went up the mountain every day to gather as much as he could. Because of the tree cutting and steel-making activities, nearby mountains had been deforested quite a bit. People kept going up the mountain to cut trees, which disturbed the animals, causing them to run everywhere. During this time, many animals were caught: wild chickens, rabbits, and even 4 or 5 wild boars. After several months of hunting, there were hardly any animals left. It was unclear whether they had moved deeper into the mountains or escaped elsewhere. Even the mountain behind Zhao Xing's house was no exception. He had been walking for a while but hadn't seen any animals. Aside from a few birds flying overhead now and then, he saw no living creatures. After wandering for a while and empty-handed, Zhao Xing sighed. He had no choice but to head back home. He took a few more steps but stopped again. He was reluctant to go back empty-handed. After some thought, he decided to cut down a few trees to bring back. Since the entire mountain would belong to the large team in the future, it was inconvenient to gather anything from there now. Fortunately, he took an axe with him when he went up the mountain, or he would have had to go back again. Zhao Xing stretched lazily and carefully looked around, unable to help but sneer. Most of the thicker trees had already been cut down, leaving only some crooked, thin trees. TSK. In the past, Zhao Xing would never have looked at such trees, but now he had no choice. Better to pick one than none. Thinking this way, Zhao Xing still chose the less ugly tree, quickly swung his axe, and started chopping. In March, the sun was shining brightly, and it was time for spring planting again. In Xiaoli village. No, it should be the rice fields of the Forward Brigade. Almost everyone in the village was gathered there. all watching the slightly weathered brigade leader in the middle. Spring planting is just around the corner. For the country's development, we must work hard, work tirelessly, deeply cultivate the land, actively participate in the revolution, and aim for a good harvest this fall. The brigade leader shouted loudly to motivate the workers. Village chief. No, brigade leader, will we get work points if we plant rice? Asked a woman below. Recently, the village chief had been holding meetings often, making many arrangements again and again. But she had never heard of such a plan before, and she was still a bit confused. Of course. As long as you work, you'll earn work points. The harder the work, the more points you'll get. At the end of the year, your points will be tallied, and you'll be given money and grain, the brigade leader patiently explained again. Do we need tickets or money to eat at the canteen? Will it deduct work points? Another person asked. Eating is the same as before. Everyone shares from the big pot. No money, no tickets, and no points deducted. Each person gets the same amount. That's fair distribution. During steelmaking, almost everyone's pots were turned in. Now, even the poultry and vegetables from their homes had been collected. Basically, everyone was concerned about food. As for the ingredients for the communal meals, they still came from the grain contributed by the members. After this year's collective labor, the brigade would distribute grain to the canteen. Problems kept arising from below. At first, the brigade leader was quite patient, but as more questions came in, he grew worried about delaying work, so he frowned and called a halt, then announced it was time to start working. Because no private property was allowed, even the farming tools had to be handed in and kept in a single room. A designated person registered them, and each day the team distributed the tools. After finishing work, everyone had to return them. The team leader asked people to work, so everyone stopped asking questions and hurriedly crowded into the tool room to pick up their tools. Then they all headed to the fields together. On the way, they often saw peach trees in bloom, with pink-red spots decorating the branches, adding a touch of spring. Sometimes, tired little birds paused briefly on the branches. In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, a few wild pear trees were blooming with white flowers, charming to see. But the most common sight was the pink and white wildflowers, now in full bloom, buzzing with bees, creating a lively scene. Everyone walked forward happily, chatting along the way, paying no attention to the beautiful scenery beside them. After many years, they had seen it all so often that they were bored. Li Jian, who was in the middle, rarely went out and found the spring scenery very new and interesting. Her eyes, like apricots, were full of curiosity. Her nearly 2-year-old daughter, Zhao Qingman, was also very interested in the surroundings. Her eyes darted around, and she kept making EAA sounds, while her little hands kept patting her mother. Knowing her daughter wanted to see the flowers, Li Jian occasionally stopped to point at something and explained it carefully to her. The little girl was very active now. Although her words were still a bit unclear, she was excited to communicate with her mother about what she saw. Mom, flowers want. Li Jian, feeling her arms a bit sore from holding her daughter, gently put her down, planning to let her walk a few steps. Suddenly, she heard her daughter pointing at the wildflowers on the ground and saying to her, "Is this it?" Li Jian crouched down, pointed to a pink flower nearby, and softly asked her daughter, "Flowers want, Mom." Zhao Qingman looked at the flowers on the ground without blinking, urging her mother. Li Jian didn't hesitate. She picked a flower and handed it to her daughter, then stood up and continued walking forward, holding her. Since it was a group work session, even though she hadn't done much farming before, she had no choice. Except for the elderly, the sick, and the disabled, almost everyone had to work. Zhou Xingtian had gone up the mountain before dawn, planning to secretly cut down a few trees. So he asked Li Jian to bring her daughter to work. When they arrived in the field, the team leader announced the day's tasks and started checking people. The goal was to prevent laziness. Everyone had to work. Each plot had a scorekeeper who not only kept track of work hours, but also supervised the workers. Now, they were also helping the team leader count the number of people. Before long, everything was checked and confirmed. Today was the first day of group work. People were very eager, except for those who truly couldn't come. Almost everyone else showed up. Hearing this, the team leader was pleased. Just as a smile appeared, he heard a scorer say, "Captain, there's one missing here." The team leader immediately wiped the smile off his face, frowned, and asked, "Who?" "Zhao Xing," the scorer answered without hesitation. Then, a group of people looked toward that area and immediately saw Li Jian, who looked particularly fair-skinned, holding her daughter. "Zhao Xing is usually lazy. I know he doesn't farm or go to the fields. But he also said before that, during collective work, if you don't work, you don't earn points, and during the new year, you won't have income. Even worse, you're not allowed to eat in the cafeteria." He thought that telling him this might make Zhao Xing change a little, but it didn't. He's still the same, so he made his wife and daughter come to work. What kind of man is that? For a moment, people started gossiping. After all, there's always someone to gossip. Zhao Xing really didn't come? He's not at all eager. This is for national development. It's shameful. Exactly. Even that fool came, but the young guy didn't. He's really holding everyone back. Yeah. Such a lazy man. What will happen to him at the end of the year? He might as well wait for the wind to blow him away. Noticing everyone's eyes focused here, Li Jian felt uncomfortable. She hugged her daughter tightly, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, He's not feeling well. Today, Zhao Xing had specifically told her not to say he went up the mountain, just to come up with any excuse. Li Jian thought for a moment and came up with this reason, though she wasn't sure if they believed her. Would they believe her? Of course not. Zhao Xing is a young man who does nothing all day. What illness could he have? Laziness, probably. That can be cured. If he just comes over and works for a few days, he'll be fine. So, the captain said without hesitation, "Someone from Zhao Xing's family, go call your man over to work." What's the matter with missing him? His face was very serious. Having been a village head for over 10 years, he looked very authoritative. Li Jian didn't dare meet his gaze. She quickly nodded, hugged her daughter, and started to walk back. Behind her, a woman watched her back intently, her eyes flickering with a sly look. Then she said, "Captain, I'll go with her. With more people, it's easier to call someone." Her family lives closest to Zhao Xing's house. She observed carefully and naturally knew what he did every day on the mountain. In the past, when she saw Zhao Xing occasionally carrying game back, her eyes would sting, but she couldn't do anything. Now it's different. Everything on the mountain belongs to the public, and anything Zhao Xing brings down must be confiscated. She needs to follow and see for herself. The captain looked at Li Jian's weak little body and nodded, agreeing to the woman's suggestion. Zhao Xing has a bad temper and probably wouldn't listen to his foolish wife's words. If he gets angry and makes a move, it would be good to have someone to hold him back. So, the three of them hurriedly headed toward Zhao Xing's house. Li Jian carried the child in front, looking a bit anxious. She was worried, not sure if Zhao Xing had come down from the mountain. Now, someone was following her. What if they recognize her later? She knew what the woman behind was thinking. Li Jian was very easy to read. She always showed her feelings on her face. The moment she turned her head, her worry was obvious. She still wants to steal from the public. Let's see what he says later. The woman smiled proudly and quickened her pace. As they neared the courtyard gate, Li Jian's heartbeat quickened, and her legs trembled. If she was discovered, Zhao Xing might face punishment. It would be best to give Zhao Xing a warning and let him hear someone approaching. Li Jian deliberately slowed her steps, her mind racing. Seeing her slow down, the woman immediately asked, "What's wrong? Can't walk with the child?" Li Jian was thinking about something and only nodded perfunctorily. But then the woman said, "Come on, give me the child. I'll help you hold her." She reached out her hands, trying to pick up Zhao Qingman. Although Zhao Qingman was small, she had a strong temper. It was unclear who she inherited it from. She was very stubborn. Wherever she was, if her mother held her, she sometimes refused even her father's arms, sticking only to her mother. Seeing the woman reach out to hold her, she reluctantly hummed and quickly turned her face away, hiding her small body in her mother's arms. "You little one, I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Come, let me hold you." The woman got closer.
No.
Zhao Qingman shook her head firmly, her little face scrunching up like a steamed bun. Li Jian knew her daughter didn't want to be held by others. She quickly stepped aside, secretly glancing at the woman's expression, and softly refused. Man only wants me to hold her. I can hold her." After being rejected multiple times, the woman's expression was not good. Hearing Li Jian's words, she snorted coldly. "Just a silly girl, can't see her worth, not fit to be on stage." Li Jian didn't care what she said. She bypassed the woman and kept walking forward. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes brightened, and a small smile appeared on her face. She secretly glanced at the woman cursing behind her, then quietly leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered, Man, call Zhou Xing loudly, quickly." Qingman has always listened to her mother. Hearing this, she smiled happily and called out, "Zhou Xing." The usually quiet path now carried Qingman's soft, childish voice clearly. The woman immediately grabbed Li Jian's elbow, looking fierce, and said harshly, "Trying to give your man a message? Dream on, no talking now." Before Li Jian could react, she tried to pull Qingman away. Her face suddenly twisted in a fierce expression, startling both mother and daughter. Li Jian forcefully shook off her hand, hurriedly moved aside, and before she could check on her daughter, she heard Qingman's high-pitched crying. Qingmen cried sadly with her mouth open, her eyes squeezed shut, tears constantly falling from the corners, looking very pitiful. Not far up the mountain, Zhou Xing had just finished chopping a tree and was about to carry it down the hill when he faintly heard crying. He paused, remembered something, and quickly headed downhill. Li Jian took a handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiped her daughter's tears, and softly comforted her. Man, be good. Mommy's here, don't cry." After a while, Qingmen slowly stopped crying loudly and started to sniffle. She buried her small head into her mother's neck, trembling. "All right, man, don't cry anymore. Mommy will take you back." Li Jian soothed her, patting her back and carrying her back. The woman behind seemed to have touched something dirty, quickly shook her hand off, pouted, and followed behind. Li Jian felt very angry inside. Although she usually appeared gentle, shy, and quiet, that woman was so rude just now, scaring her and her daughter. Her daughter was crying because of her, and she really disliked her. She thought angrily, what a hateful person, just a bad thing. She hurried into the yard, closed the gate immediately before the woman could come in, ignoring her calls, and went straight into the house. Damn it, she's such a fool. The woman waiting outside was getting impatient and scolded loudly when Li Jian still didn't open the door. Just as she was about to close the door after entering, a hand suddenly stopped her. Li Jian's heart pounded as she thought it was the woman outside. She used all her strength to try to shut the door. But no matter how hard she pushed, the door wouldn't move. She quickly changed her position, hugging her daughter and pressing her back against the door, leaning back as hard as she could. While she was still pushing, she heard something from outside. Li Jian didn't catch what was said, but she thought it was an insult and kept pushing against the door. After a while, she felt the outside person might have given up. She hesitated, then relaxed her grip and leaned quietly against the door, gasping for breath. Li Jian opened the door. "It's Zhou Xing." A slightly deep voice came through the thin door panel, making Li Jian freeze for a moment.
Zhao
Xing? Her body reacted faster than her mind. Before she could think clearly, she quickly moved aside. Zhou Xing pushed the door open and saw her daughter with red eyes. He looked at her with a stern face, then glanced outside the house and took a step forward, reaching out to take her daughter. No, Zhou Qingman turned her face away, not wanting to leave her mother's arms. Zhou Xing didn't insist. His eyes then looked at Li Jian, who was still catching her breath. Her face was flushed, her head slightly lowered, and she seemed unsure where to look. "What's wrong?" His tone wasn't very kind, but it sounded somewhat patient. "That woman bullied man.
Man was crying, Li Jian said, sounding a little upset. She had made up her mind before going out to work today. She had never been around so many strangers before. Standing in the field was already nerve-wracking, and being watched by a group of people scared her. Now she felt like crying, but she tried to hold back in front of her daughter. Zhao Xing pursed his lips, silently noting this. Bullying his daughter? That won't be the end of it. Then he asked, "Did the village chief ask you to come back and tell me to work?" Li Jian nodded silently. "Humph." Zhao Xing snorted, then looked at her still lowered head and said, "All right, I got it. Let's go." Time to work. He decided to stay for a few days first. If he really angered the village chief, that wouldn't be good. When Zhao Xing arrived at the field, everyone was already working. They were all full of energy, busy and focused, with no time to notice whether Zhao Xing had come or not. Occasionally, a few old, lazy folks who didn't like working looked up and saw him, but they only glanced at their scorekeeper, then turned away, pretending not to see him. The team leader standing on the ridge saw him early and glared at him coldly, but didn't say anything. He simply waved his hand to signal Zhao Xing to start working. The tasks had been decided earlier. There were 3 options. One was plowing and weeding, mainly pulling the team's oxen. Another was gathering firewood, mostly done by children around 7 or 8 years old, pregnant women, or elderly folks. The last was planting seeds, such as corn, sweet potatoes, or pumpkins. Besides spring planting, there were other jobs at the steel factory, mostly for young, strong workers. But the work points earned there had to be discussed and agreed upon by several teams. Zhao Xing thought for a while and decided that Li Jian would work in the same field. One would dig small holes with a hoe, and the other would plant seeds. Zhao Qingman was told to sit on the nearby ridge and play. She even brought an old cloth to sit on, to make herself more comfortable. At this moment, Zhao Qingman was the most relaxed. She held a carved bird made by Zhao Xing in one hand and a bamboo dragonfly in the other, playing happily. Since it was her first time going so far away from home, she kept looking up to see where her mother was, then greeting her with mom over and over again. The 2 women closest to her couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her tiny body whenever she sweetly called out mom. "This girl looks quite pretty and smart," one said. She didn't seem to inherit her silly mother's looks at all. She looks like her father, especially her eyes and eyebrows. They're like copies of each other. Because Li Jian was very clean, she bathed her daughter every day. When the weather got hot, she even washed her twice a day. Her clothes were changed daily, so Zhao Qingmen looked much fairer than most children in the team. The 2 women chatted happily, sharing the latest gossip. Little Zhao Qingmen wasn't interested in their conversations and kept playing with her toys. Near the ridge, wildflowers of unknown types, pink, white, and yellow, bloomed, attracting bees that buzzed around, filling the air with a buzzing sound that surrounded Zhao Qingman. She thought it was some kind of bug and couldn't help but stretch out her chubby, tender little hand. She waved it over her head, trying to chase away the tiny insect. But no matter how much she waved, the buzzing sound still lingered. Zhao Qingman frowned, looking a bit impatient, and finally angrily yelled, "Bad bug." This was clearly something she learned from Li Jian. She played for a while longer, but the annoying buzzing became too much. She stood up with a huff and looked around for the pesky bug. After walking a few steps, she saw a bug resting on a nearby flower. Zhao Qingman, still missing some teeth, clenched her toy, put it aside, and slowly walked over with her small hands outstretched, trying to catch it. Yow! Zhao Qingman lunged fiercely, thinking that once she caught it, she would stomp it to death. While she imagined what would happen after catching the bug, she didn't notice her feet. She accidentally tripped over her left foot on her right foot and fell forward onto the ground. Thud! In the next moment, Zhao Qingman lay on the ground, stunned, not moving at all, just like a little turtle. The small girl didn't understand what had happened.
Despite falling, she didn't cry.
She just stayed there, staring blankly with a pout, looking quite wronged. Zhao Xing and Li Jian, working nearby, hadn't noticed their daughter's actions. Li Jian was bending over, working carefully, while Zhao Xing, who was being mischievous, looked around,
trying to find the woman who had scared his daughter earlier. "Hey, Li Jian, where's that woman from earlier?" he asked, avoiding the team leader's gaze, lowering his head as if he was busy working. Li Jian paused for a moment, then looked around and lowered her voice. "That one. Which one? Just point her out. Over there." Li Jian pointed in that direction. Zhao Xing followed her finger and saw the woman working diligently, looking quite serious. But her mouth smelled a little bad. Zhao Xing wrinkled his nose. There were quite a few people working in this field, most of them focused on their tasks. So, Zhao Xing quietly slipped behind the woman, buried each of her dug holes, and stepped on them a few times. After finishing, he quietly slipped back and stood next to Li Jian, pretending to work seriously. Soon, they heard the woman shouting and scolding. "Idiot. Can't watch where you're going? You just stomped on my freshly prepared land again." Seeing her angry and frustrated, Zhao Xing chuckled softly to himself. Li Jian did not notice Zhao Xing's good deed. Now, hearing his inexplicable laughter, she shook her head and quietly moved a bit farther away from him. Compared to other skilled farm workers, the two of them were quite unfamiliar with the work. Their movements were slow, and after working for a while, their backs ached terribly. They felt very exhausted. Finally, at noon, they both relaxed and took a deep breath, then went to find their daughter. After the scorekeeper announced that the time was up, most people had finished their tasks. Only these two, who were slow and still had one row left, were told they could continue working in the afternoon. The scorekeeper recorded today's work points and then went to the cafeteria with the other villagers. Behind them, Zhao Xing carried his daughter, and Li Jian held the farming tools. They walked slowly, not in a hurry for lunch. Zhao Xing kicked his sore leg and couldn't help but curse quietly. He used to hunt well, but now he had to work in the fields. After just half a day, he was already exhausted. However, no matter how many complaints or thoughts he had, it seemed there was nothing he could do. The new system had just started, and it was strictly enforced. Maybe things would change in the future. Zhao Xing didn't think this control would last long. To him, the idea of no private ownership and fair distribution sounded too fake. People always have selfish desires. Even a little rice or a vegetable can cause disputes, let alone important food supplies. He didn't want to give up what his family had grown and raised. It was his own effort. Why should he share it with others? Li Jian, foolishly, had given everything away without keeping any for herself. "TSK, TSK, TSK," Zhao Xing muttered with some disgust. The village canteen. It was originally a landlord's house that had been converted. The dining area was the main hall, about 20 square meters, with 3 tables. Now it was full of people, mostly older men. Women and children stood at the door or in the kitchen, holding bowls to eat. All the tables had the same dishes: a pot of pickled vegetables, a pot of cabbage and radish with a few pieces of meat inside, and finally, a bowl of steamed cornbread, which was the main food. Zhao Xing and Li Jian had never eaten here before. They looked around curiously, examining the inside and outside of the house. This house was indeed left by the previous landlord. There were carvings on the beams, and the roof was tiled. Although some tiles were broken, it was still better than most houses in the village. After looking around, Zhao Xing chose a table, carried his bowl, and picked out some food. Li Jian still stood at the door holding her daughter, waiting for Zhao Xing to return so she could go. In the cafeteria, everyone must bring their own bowl. Luckily, Li Jian knew this, so she brought hers when she left this morning. When Zhao Xing came back, the two of them sat on a stone under the tree in front of the house. He handed his daughter over to Zhao Xing, and Li Jian took her bowl and went inside. Zhao Xing quickly found a piece of meat in the small gaps, very fatty. Knowing his daughter didn't like it, he didn't give her any and ate it himself. Then he picked a steamed bun for his daughter. Xiao Man threw down her toy and happily took the steamed bun from her dad, immediately stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing her daughter eating happily, Zhao Xing turned to start eating himself. After a few bites, he couldn't help but make a sound of disapproval. The big pot of rice didn't taste good, not even as good as Li Jian's cooking. But he had worked all morning and was very hungry, so he had no choice but to eat. When his bowl was almost empty, Li Jian finally returned. Her face looked a bit bad, and her bowl didn't have much food left. Zhao Xing pouted and looked at her bowl, which contained something he couldn't tell what it was. He thought to himself, "Is this enough to fill her up?" Li Jian couldn't possibly be full. She had worked all morning, but when she went to serve herself, she saw some people using chopsticks to scoop food from the pot or rummaging through it, trying to find meat, or talking while eating, with saliva flying everywhere. She couldn't eat like that. Finally, she gathered her courage and went to the kitchen. Luckily, the cook had made some porridge with bits of rice, so she scooped out more than half a bowl. Otherwise, she would have gone hungry. Li Jian sat next to Zhao Xing and saw him almost bury his face in his bowl, eating happily. She couldn't help but make a face of disapproval, turned away in disgust, and then saw her daughter holding a steamed bun and eating happily. Her expression instantly changed. She puffed out her cheeks and furrowed her brows tightly. "Zhao Xing, did you wash Man's hands?" Zhao Xing had just finished his last bite and wiped his mouth. He looked at Li Jian in surprise. This was the first time he saw her so angry.
No, I didn't.
"What's the matter?" he said impatiently. "What a fuss." Zhao Xing disdainfully pouted. His mother insisted on washing hands before meals. Was it really necessary? They had chopsticks. They didn't eat with their hands. Why wash? Such a neat freak. So dirty and sloppy. Li Jian glared at Zhao Xing, then immediately took her daughter's steamed bread and casually threw it into Zhao Xing's empty bowl. Li Jian, having been deeply influenced by her mother's strict teachings for over 10 years, was very obedient to Huan's words, unlike Zhao Xing. Humph! Zhao Xing rolled his eyes, picked up the steamed bread from his bowl, and without caring about his daughter's saliva, swallowed it in one bite. Li Jian was very angry about Zhao Xing's actions, so she decided not to speak to him anymore. She also didn't want her daughter to be around Zhao Xing, or else her daughter might become messy too. Qingman ate a little of the steamed bread but wasn't full, so Li Jian and her daughter finished the porridge together. After eating, everyone gradually went home. They could rest for a few hours at noon, so they took the chance to lie down for a while. When Li Jian returned home, she boiled water and gave her daughter a bath. She also wiped herself down before lying down in her room. As for Zhao Xing, he needed to finish stacking the firewood he cut in the morning. When he was done and ready to rest, Qingman was already sleeping soundly. Li Jian was also feeling sleepy and almost drifted into dreams. Suddenly, she smelled sweat from the person beside her. Li Jian immediately woke up, wrinkled her nose, moved into the bed, and turned her back to Zhao Xing. Before falling asleep, she thought to herself, "Tomorrow, I need to wash the bed sheets." In the afternoon, they continued working. While others were full of energy, Zhao Xing and Li Jian looked tired and sluggish. The team leader, watching the couple's exhausted state from afar, shook his head with some helplessness. In the evening, the three of them took baths early and went to bed. According to Zhao Xing's plan, they were supposed to have a conversation today, but unfortunately, he was too tired from work and lacked energy. Zhao Xing sighed regretfully, and then he remembered the phrase, powerless despite willing. The night patrol was very quiet, with only occasional barking of dogs. That night, almost everyone slept peacefully. They went to bed with hopes for a good future, believing that this year's harvest would be very successful. After working like this for 3 days straight, Zhao Xing couldn't hold back anymore. His back and waist ached all day, and he couldn't eat well. But he was afraid of the stubborn team leader catching him everywhere, so he still went to the fields daily and worked with others. However, he learned his lesson and started to make a point to visit the team leader just to let him see he was there. Then, when no one was paying attention, he could slip away to urinate secretly. As for whether to deduct work points, he didn't really mind. Anyway, he wouldn't lose all of them, just a few points would do. Moreover, Li Jian was working diligently every day. Sometimes being a bit simple-minded can be helpful. Like Li Jian, he listens well and just gets on with his work, making things easier for himself. Apart from him, Almost everyone in the forward brigade was full of enthusiasm. As soon as there was a task, they participated eagerly, showing great energy. A few leaders in the brigade gathered in the yard for a meeting. They were all very confident about this year's harvest. Just the fact that everyone worked together was enough to ensure a better harvest than previous years. There's a saying, unity is strength, and they all believed this year would be a good one. However, the militia captain didn't look as cheerful as the others. His face showed a hint of worry. Hearing the happy chatter and laughter of the other leaders, he held back his concerns and said, "Well, the spring planting just finished. It's too early to be so sure about the outcome." Although they were all leaders in the team, everyone was a local farmer with experience in the fields. He looked at the fewer rains this year compared to last year and felt a sense of unease. The deputy captain glanced at the brigade leader's unhappy expression and frowned. "What are you saying? This is an order from above. Haven't you seen the newspapers?" They reported that in some villages, after trying this method, the harvest increased several times. Even higher authorities praised them. "Since we've adopted the same approach, how could it not work?" The deputy captain was the brigade leader's younger brother. He always listened to the leader. Many things the leader wanted to say, he could tell just by looking at his face. Hearing his brother's words, the brigade leader finally showed a slight smile and nodded. "That's right. We must trust the chairman." Hearing this, the militia captain's worries eased a bit. After all, they trusted the chairman the most. By April, around the Qingming festival and grain rain, it rained lightly 3 times. It wasn't as heavy as the storms 2 years ago, but it was enough. This made everyone more confident. By June, there was little work left in the fields. Except for the steel plant, the forward brigade was only growing seasonal vegetables. When the wild chrysanthemums bloomed all over the mountains, the team organized a flower-picking trip to gather chrysanthemums for work points, which the team then sent to the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Jian, who had been picking herbs for 2 years, was very familiar with this task. When the team gave the order, she immediately joined in. As for Zhao Xing, after the spring planting ended, he almost stayed at home every day, with little to do except take care of his daughter. Zhao Xing suddenly realized that taking care of a child was as tiring as working, even more exhausting. The little kid was lively at this age, full of energy every day, wanting to go everywhere. He followed his daughter all the time, which was very tiring. Zhao Xing leaned against a tree, watching his daughter on the ground, deeply sighing. Soon, after finally resting, Zhao Qingmen followed a line of ants on the ground. Zhao Xing silently watched her back, waiting until he couldn't see her anymore before he stood up and caught up. Every day, Zhao Xing followed his daughter. Even as the weather grew hotter, he still ran around with her, turning darker and darker. One day at lunchtime, while Li Jian was bathing her daughter, she noticed the obvious difference in color on her daughter's face and body and couldn't help but glare at Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing, who had just fetched water, looked confused at the woman who suddenly looked angry again. He shrugged his shoulders. "Why are you glaring?" Zhao Xing said irritably. "Don't take Man out to play when it's so sunny. Look at her. She's like this now." Li Jian was furious. Really, her usually fair and clean daughter had become like this after Zhao Xing took care of her for a month or 2. Zhao Xing looked at his daughter again, surprised. He thought, "Wow, my fair daughter has turned like this, almost as black as charcoal." Thinking this, he couldn't help but speak out, earning identical annoyed looks from mother and daughter. Li Jian also shouted loudly, "You're the one who looks like charcoal." Zhao Xing rubbed his nose, feeling guilty, and didn't say anything more. Li Jian glared at the back of his head again, then looked down at her daughter's tightly furrowed face and softly said, Man is the most beautiful. No matter what, she's beautiful. Don't listen to him, he's just mean." "Hey, how can you talk like that? I'm her father. How can you say that? What if she remembers it?" Zhao Xing immediately turned to look at Li Jian. Since he was talking to his daughter, he was smiling a little, with his lips slightly upturned. His dimples showed faintly, looking far less fierce than when he was scolding her. This woman really changes her face quickly. Zhao Xing twitched his mouth. "You know she will remember, so why do you call her?"
Aren't you the bad one? Li Jian looked up at Zhao Xing, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. This was the first time Zhao Xing looked so seriously at Li Jian's face in such clear light. The hot summer weather made the woman's forehead glisten with a thin layer of sweat, which slowly slid down her flushed cheeks into her slightly tanned neck. Zhao Xing swallowed hard and unconsciously met her dark eyes, which now held some anger. For some reason, her eyes looked moist, and with her slightly pouted little mouth, she seemed very stubborn. Did she cry because she was upset? A strange feeling of embarrassment rose in Zhao Xing's heart, and he quickly looked away. Li Jian was unaware of his thoughts. After giving her daughter a bath with a fierce look, she continued to wash her daughter. Zhao Xing, who caught a glimpse of her expression, felt uncomfortable and swallowed hard, clearly seeing his Adam's apple move up and down. After bathing her daughter, Li Jian stayed with her to sleep. Although she hadn't played with her for a month or two, her daughter was still very close to her mother. Despite the hot weather, she stubbornly wanted to cuddle in her mother's arms. Li Jian smiled as she held her daughter, gently patting her back with one hand, and to prevent her from overheating, she used a fan with the other hand to cool her down. After a while, when mother and daughter had fallen asleep, Zhao Xing got into bed. The weather was already hot, and since his body temperature was usually higher, he deliberately kept some distance from the woman beside him. Occasionally, a cool breeze blew in at noon, bringing a moment of relief. The cicadas outside the window sounded like lullabies, making people feel sleepy. Zhao Xing faintly smelled the fragrance on the woman next to him. His mind became clearer, and he turned over to lie on his side, staring directly at Li Jian. She was wearing summer clothes, a thin shirt revealing her arms. Although tanned by the sun, her skin was smooth and free of any hair. Zhao Xing, whose arms were covered in hair, thought, well, he's a man, so having some hair isn't a big deal. As he thought, his gaze fell on her legs. He wondered if her legs had hair. Zhao Xing didn't know what was happening to him today. He had been acting so strangely, constantly looking at Li Jian. But his curiosity was now piqued, so he decided to see for himself. Knowing that his next actions might not be good, Zhao Xing looked nervously at Li Jian, then sat up. He moved closer to her leg, reaching out. Before touching her, he glanced at Li Jian, who had her eyes tightly closed and was sleeping deeply. Very well. Zhao Xing extended his guilty hand and gently lifted her pant leg, revealing a small part of her leg. It was very white, with not a single hair on it. Could it be on her thigh? Unbelieving, Zhao Xing remembered his own legs, which looked like they were wearing thick woolen pants, and was sure everyone would have hair there. He wanted to look again, but just then, "Why are you doing that?" The voice, hoarse and surprised from just waking up, sounded in Zhao Xing's ear, making him shiver in fright. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked nervously at Li Jian, whose eyes were full of surprise and anger. Rogue. Bad guy. Li Jian, now fully awake, immediately pulled her leg back and looked at Zhao Xing angrily. What's wrong? I just looked and touched a little. You're my wife. Why can't I touch you? Zhao Xing said stubbornly. Shameless. Li Jian scolded, blushing. TCH, short and stubby legs. Do you think I care? Zhao Xing shouted angrily, but he didn't dare look at Li Jian directly. He quickly returned to his original spot and lay with his back to her. Humph. Bad guy. Li Jian pouted and glared at Zhao Xing fiercely. Then she pulled her pants down and lay back down, still angry. It took her a while before she fell asleep. Zhao Xing, however, didn't sleep the whole afternoon. The first thing Li Jian did after waking up in the afternoon was to find the bed Zhao Xing had made earlier, place it next to her current bed, and cover it with a mat. Although the room was small, it was still possible to fit two beds, just without space between them, and one side was pushed against the wall. Zhao Xing's actions during noon made Li Jian very angry, so she decided not to sleep with Zhao Xing anymore and let that annoying man sleep alone. It wasn't until nighttime that Zhao Xing found out about this. Honestly, he didn't mind. Sleeping alone was actually more comfortable. Really, this woman was getting bolder and more temperamental lately.
Enjoying a bed alone, Zhao Xing, a normal man, firmly refused to give in. So, after a week of stubbornly sleeping alone and enjoying the freedom, one night he saw Li Jian coming out of the shower. After a tough struggle, he decided to give in. After noticing that her daughter was asleep, he climbed onto the original bed, ignoring Li Jian's protests, and took the daughter to another bed. "Why are you doing this?" Li Jian stared at him. "Sure. I need to tell you something seriously," Zhao Xing said, holding back Li Jian's struggles with a serious face. Honestly, Zhao Xing's stern look was quite intimidating. Although Li Jian, because she was a mother, wanted to be a good example for her daughter, like her own mother, which made her temper sometimes short, she still felt a little scared when she saw Zhao Xing like this. So, even though she was reluctant, she lay down and listened to Zhao Xing. "I looked at your leg. I don't mean anything else. I just wanted to see if you have any hair on your leg." "No hair because my mom said I inherited her genes, so I don't have any," Li Jian explained kindly. Despite being a little upset by Zhao Xing's serious explanation, she still kindly clarified. "Okay, I understand." Then, remembering something, Zhao Xing's eyes darkened slightly and he whispered, "I have hair on my leg. Do you want to see?" "No, I don't want to. My mom said that's inappropriate and I won't look at you, and you can't look at me either," Li Jian firmly refused. "It's okay. We are married now," Zhao Xing said seriously, trying to persuade her. "Still no," she replied obediently. "Hey, Li Jian, what more do you want?" "I've apologized." Zhao Xing opened his eyes wide, a little impatient. "You haven't apologized. You haven't said sorry." "That's not an apology," Li Jian said seriously. Zhao Xing clenched his teeth. For his happiness, he finally said, "Sorry." "Is that okay now?" "Yes, that's fine. But remember, you can't just look at others." Li Jian was about to remind him what her mother had told her, but he interrupted her. "I'm turning off the light," he said, before Li Jian could reply, and he blew out the kerosene lamp. "What are you doing?" "Be quiet. Don't wake up our daughter." "I already apologized. What more do you want?" It was August, extremely hot, but it was also the harvest season. Li Jian worked every day, her face and neck sunburned quite badly. Because she hadn't been in the sun much before, and now she was exposed to it intensely, her face was slightly sunburned. She didn't know what to do. During this time, her mother was busy and hadn't been seen for a month or two. Li Jian could only think of her own ways to handle it. One day, when she went to work, she carefully observed the people working around her. She noticed that most of them, regardless of gender, wore straw hats. Some women even had towels draped inside their hats. This gave her an idea. She decided to make a hat for herself and also for her daughter, who went out every day to play and was often sunburned. In the afternoon, on her way home from work, she specifically looked for Zhang Hohot and walked with her. "Sister-in-law, do you know how to make a straw hat?" Li Jian asked, holding a basket. Zhang Hohot wiped the sweat from her face. Seeing this, Li Jian offered her a handkerchief from her pocket, but she refused. Zhang Hohot waved her hand and smiled, saying, "No, no, no. I'm just a simple person. I don't need that." Then she took off her straw hat and fanned herself with it, saying, "I can make these. When I was at my parents' house, I learned to make many things like straw hats, straw shoes, grasshoppers, and even bracelets. Just this alone, many people can't do it as well as I can." She smiled, revealing her white teeth, her face slightly darkened from the sun. Li Jian stared at Zhang Hohot with admiration that she couldn't hide. "You're so talented. I can't make these at all. Sister-in-law, can you teach me? I want to make a hat for Man and myself." Being looked at like that for the first time, Zhang Hohot felt a bit shy. Luckily, her skin was darker, so her face and ears didn't turn bright red. She thought to herself, "Really, I've seen so much in my life, but why am I so easily embarrassed now?" She kept smiling and said, "Okay, come to my house tomorrow afternoon and I'll teach you. Remember to bring some straw, like wheat straw or watergrass." Li Jian nodded to show she remembered. When they reached the bend where they parted ways, she greeted Zhang Hohot again and prepared to go ahead. Zhang Guilin, worried she might forget, reminded her again, Remember to bring some wheat straw or water grass. If you have string, bring that too. I can also teach you how to make straw shoes. Got it. Okay, Li Jian replied, and then went home. She didn't know much about wheat straw because He-won had never used it for anything. Even the straw shoes Zhang Ho-hot mentioned, she had never worn. At home, Zhao Xing had already boiled water. Luckily, he hadn't exchanged the family's pot, or they wouldn't even be able to boil water for bathing. However, after that, things became uncertain. Today, he heard from Li Daniu that recently they started catching people who secretly set fires in the team. But no matter what, he would never send the blame to the steelmaking factory. You're just like your mother, always fussing over small things. The little girl can't do much in a day, so why wash so many times? Zhao Xing said as he bathed his daughter. Bath, fragrant. Daddy doesn't bathe, he's dirty. Zhao Qingmen giggled, splashing water on the surface, causing droplets to fly onto Zhao Xing's face. You really are my good girl, splashing bath water on your dad's face. Zhao Xing, soaked from the water, was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and pinched his daughter's nose. He, help daddy take a bath. Zhao Qingmen grinned happily, showing her teeth. Are you silly? Just then, Li Jian pushed the door open. Seeing his daughter bathing, he immediately closed the door and went to find her change of clothes in the cabinet. Mom. Zhao Qingmen saw Li Jian and immediately called sweetly, reaching out to be hugged. Unfeeling little thing, Zhao Xing said to his daughter. La 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 la. Zhao Qingmen immediately stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Since Li Jian had come back, Zhao Xing got up, letting her continue bathing his daughter, while he went to the kitchen to see what was there. Man, what did you play with today? Li Jian sat on a small stool in front of her daughter, smiling and asking. Catching bugs, lots of bugs. Man caught many, Zhao Qingmen said excitedly, her words flowing vividly as she tried to describe her activities with her limited vocabulary. She finally got stuck, anxious to show Li Jian a bug right away. Good, I knew Man was the smartest. But bugs are so scary, they bite and hurt. Li Jian frowned, puzzled why her daughter liked catching bugs so much. Just thinking about bugs made her afraid. Bugs are fun. They make noise, chirp chirp. Zhao Qingmen earnestly imitated the sound of bugs, determined to make Li Jian like bugs too. So, it's a cicada? That's okay, cicadas don't bite. Li Jian sighed in relief, but suddenly paused. Cicadas are on the trees. How did you get up there? She looked suspiciously at her small daughter, worried. Climbing trees is dangerous for kids. What if she falls? I don't climb high. I catch bugs on the ground. Zhao Qingmen replied innocently, unaware of her mother's concern. Sighing with relief, Li Jian then wiped her daughter's body and helped her get dressed in bed. After both had finished their baths, mother and daughter lay side by side on the bed. Li Jian fanned her daughter with a bamboo fan, while her daughter told her funny stories she had encountered. Mom, there's so many bugs on the ground. Why don't they go home? Will their mom come looking for them? Bugs like Man like to go out and play. When the sun sets, they will go home. Mom, the clouds in the sky are so white. Can I eat them? I want to eat. Clouds can't be eaten. They like to play with their friends in the sky. Mom, why doesn't Yun play with Man? I want to play with Yun. Li Jian opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. At this age, children ask many questions. Why? What? Everything. Just then, Zhao Xing finished his bath and came in. He heard his daughter's last question and thought she was talking about Zhou Lan's daughter, Zhou Qingyun, so he said, Man, do you know Yun? Do you want to play with her? Yes. I want to play with Yun. Can daddy help? Hearing her father's voice, Zhou Qingmen immediately stood up, looking at Zhou Xing with anticipation. Of course, wait a moment, he started to say, but Li Jian interrupted. Man, ask Zhou Xing to pick a cloud for you to play with. Oh, daddy, pick a cloud for me. I want to play with Yun. Zhou Qingmen exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Xing was confused about what the mother and daughter were up to. He looked at Li Jian with suspicion but saw her mischievous smile. What's that? Isn't that Zhou Qingyun? Zhou Xing frowned slightly.
It's the clouds in the sky. You should go pick one for Man to play with, Li Jian said, unable to hold back her laughter. He. Before Zhou Xing could react, Zhou Qingman shouted, pick a cloud for me to play with. A rare flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhou Xing's face. He couldn't fulfill his daughter's request and could only scratch his nose awkwardly. Seeing Li Jian laughing more and more, Zhou Xing felt a bit annoyed and said, what are you laughing at? Time to sleep and lay down. Remember to pick a cloud, Li Jian added playfully. Mother and daughter chatted for a few more moments before yawning. Li Jian covered her daughter's belly with a thin blanket and began to lull her to sleep, humming a lullaby she used to sing as a child, what Heewon used to sing. Soft melodies slowly filled the air, making everyone feel sleepy and drowsy. Soon, Zhou Qingman fell asleep, and even Zhou Xing nearby gradually closed his eyes. Li Jian yawned, ready to sleep, but suddenly remembered something. She patted Zhou Xing's arm, causing him to shiver in fright and open his eyes quickly. What are you doing? His voice was a bit hoarse. He looked very fierce. Li Jian timidly retracted her hand and suddenly didn't dare to speak. What are you really doing? Zhou Xing turned over, glaring at Li Jian, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Li Jian hesitated, glanced at Zhou Xing, but still didn't dare to say anything. He looked really scary. Would he hit me? But he didn't hit me. Having lived under the same roof for nearly 3 years, Li Jian no longer felt as afraid or annoyed by Zhou Xing as she once did. So she took a deep breath and said, tomorrow help me find some straw or water plants. I want to make a straw hat and straw shoes for Man and me. Just about to say, go away, Zhou Xing heard her daughter's name and agreed. Got it. Then he glanced at Li Jian with a quick look, and his gaze froze for a moment. The next morning, Li Jian and Zhou Xing went to work. When she bent down to pull peanut leaves, trying to extract the peanuts, she felt her waist and legs ache clearly. She couldn't help but glare at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing also looked bored and was secretly lazy, rubbing his waist quietly with one hand, avoiding others' eyes. No, I must find a way to rest and recover, or my waist will be bad at such a young age. How embarrassing. At noon, they went to the cafeteria for a meal. Because it was harvest season, the dishes were a bit richer, with meat visible in both pots. Zhou Xing quickly grabbed a few pieces to eat and also ate 4 or 5 steamed buns, almost choking. Li Jian watched him eat so greedily with some disgust and pursed her lips. After working all morning, her mouth was dry, and she couldn't eat the steamed buns. She specially made a bowl of porridge with crushed grains and drank it with her daughter. Although her throat was a bit sore, it was better than gnawing on steamed buns. Zhou Xing was also thirsty, but more than filling his stomach, he cared about satisfying his hunger. Because the village's last peanut field was harvested this morning, they could rest for the afternoon. After eating, Zhou Xing didn't rest, but went straight to find Li Daniu, asking him to go look for some grass. He knew what kind of grass was suitable because Li Daniu almost wore straw shoes all year round. When Zhou Xing returned with the grass, Li Jian washed it several times with water, then dried it in the sun for a while, preparing for a nap before going to find Zhang Ho hot. While Zhou Xing carried a bucket of water, he prepared to wash himself before going to bed. As a grown man, he didn't need to hide inside like a woman. He could simply pour water over himself directly. He finished washing quickly, but Li Jian, standing by the window, watched Zhou Xing's feet get wet from the water, turning the smooth, dry soil into uneven mud. He slightly pouted and lay down unhappily. Really, the ground is wet, and stepping on it dirties the shoes. Li Jian was lost in thought, unaware of Zhou Xing. After his shower, Zhou Xing climbed into bed to take a nap. Li Jian turned his back to him, deciding not to look so he wouldn't be annoyed. After the harvest, several team leaders held a few meetings. The accountant and cashier calculated this year's yield. Compared to last year, there was a slight increase, but it still didn't reach the record of 20,000 jin per mu set by some communes. The team leader took a puff of dry tobacco and exhaled slowly, sighing deeply. This is only the first year. It's a little better than last year. Next year, it will definitely be better. Yes, we are experienced farmers. We know that progress takes time. The deputy team leader quickly agreed. That's right. The team leader nodded. Everyone worked hard during the harvest. Let's ask the cafeteria to prepare some good dishes to help everyone recover, and then we can start planning for winter. A few days ago, I checked the cafeteria and asked the cook. He said the meat and vegetables are mostly leftover cured meat from the first half of the year, not enough. Team leader, do you think we should slaughter a fresh pig? The deputy suggested. No, pigs also have quotas. We need to give some to the collective for the new year. The pigs are still growing. Who knows if they'll meet the quota? Then, there's no other meat or vegetables. Hey, isn't there a pond in the village? The fish inside must have grown. Why not catch some fish to eat? The militia captain suggested. That works. Let's find a few willing to go into the water. If they catch fish, they'll earn work points. The team leader pondered after a moment. Okay, this plan was settled. After the meeting, the team leader announced it to everyone, and immediately, many people wanted to join. Of course, catching fish in the water just for work points on such a hot day is a real bargain. Me, team leader, I'm good at catching fish. Don't listen to him. I'm the real expert at fishing. Team leader, pick me. I'm fast and good at catching fish. A group of people pushed and shoved, crowding around the team leader, shouting loudly to get his attention. Zhao Xing happened to pass by, overheard something, and his eyes flicked around. He smiled slightly and moved closer. Relying on his height advantage, Zhao Xing easily squeezed in and nudged the team leader's back. Leader, I'm going. Although there were many people pushing and shouting in front of him, the leader immediately felt the touch on his back and looked to the side. Seeing Zhao Xing standing in front of him was already surprising enough, but he actually volunteered to join, like the sun coming out from the west. The leader didn't say anything but looked at Zhao Xing with suspicion. Why is this kid so eager? Is there some trick? Zhao Xing's personality was familiar to him. He wouldn't do things without a good reason or without gaining something. After thinking for a while, the leader finally agreed. It was rare for him to take the initiative to do something, so he didn't want to discourage Zhao Xing's enthusiasm. Maybe the other young men in the village would also start working if they saw him trying. Work hard. Having received permission, Zhao Xing turned and walked away. The leader's forehead twitched, and he immediately called out loudly. Besides Zhao Xing, the leader also called 3 others. The 4 of them split into 2 groups, each going to one of the village ponds. Before the leader assigned him, Zhao Xing said directly, I'll go to the one at the end of the village, near my home. It's closer, and I can go back easily. The leader didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. The scorekeeper the leader had chosen was still in a meeting. On the way there, Zhao Xing took the opportunity to go to the pond. He stripped completely and jumped into the water, swimming to the other side. Another man, about 2 years older than Zhao Xing and unmarried, was usually honest and quiet. Seeing Zhao Xing go to the other side, he silently stayed on this side, fishing. Zhao Xing glanced back quietly and saw the man focused on his work. He secretly caught a few big fish and hid them in the grass by the shore. Just as he finished hiding them, he heard footsteps from the other side. Looking up, he saw the scorekeeper approaching. Zhao Xing kept his expression calm and moved toward the middle of the pond, pretending to be busy catching fish. There were quite a few people in the team. The leader had specifically ordered them to catch good fish to make up for their work points, not just a few fish for a quick soup, which wouldn't be enough for a proper meal. So, everyone spent the whole afternoon in the water, catching several baskets of fish. On Zhao Xing's side, another man caught more than half a basket of fish, earning more work points. But Zhao Xing had hidden some of his catch and didn't care much about the points. That man was very honest. He spent the whole time seriously fishing and went home empty-handed. Looking at the man's back, Zhao Xing clicked his tongue a few times. Why be so honest? After working all afternoon for just a little bit of work points, it doesn't seem worth it. After everyone left, Zhao Xing quietly hid the fish in his clothes, then put on his pants and slowly walked home. Thinking about the meat at the team's canteen, Zhao Xing asked Li Jian to marinate the fish so it could be stored for a while. When there was no more, he could take it out. Hey, wash my clothes later. They smell like fish. Zhao Xing carried a bucket of water,
planning to rinse himself in the yard. He caught sight of Zhao Qingman squatting at the kitchen door and said, "Go inside and find your mom. Don't come out." Zhao Qingman made a funny face at her dad, then happily ran into the kitchen. But her steps looked unsteady, like an old little person, trembling slightly. After a while, Li Jian took out the marinated fish to dry in the sun. But as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Zhou Xing's bare body. "Ah!" she screamed in fright, nearly dropping the fish. "What are you yelling for? Are you seeing ghosts?" Zhou Xing shivered at her scream and turned around irritably. But when he turned, Li Jian clearly saw everything. "You shameless! You've seen it before. What are you pretending for?" Zhou Xing said. Li Jian muttered a few more words quietly, then avoided him and headed toward the clothesline. "Why are you so stupid? If you take that outside to dry, everyone will see. Do you know how I brought it back?" Zhou Xing put down the scoop, crossed his arms, and glared at Li Jian.
"Oh."
"I didn't know," Li Jian mumbled, then looked up at the person standing there completely naked, but quickly lowered her head. "Hurry up and put on your clothes. It's not good if others see. Got it? You better take that back inside," Zhou Xing urged, glancing unconsciously outside the yard. Watching her walk away, Zhou Xing suddenly sneezed. He quickly wiped himself and put on his clothes. That night, after finishing work, Zhou Xing and Li Jian lay side by side on the bed resting, while Zhou Qingman slept soundly on another bed. He got up, pushed aside the grass curtain in front of the window, and a gentle breeze came in, bringing some coolness. After resting a while longer, Zhou Xing got up and took a shower. Li Jian, unable to stand the sweat, washed herself with a basin of water. When they lay back down together, it was late at night, and they could faintly hear the roosters crowing. Before falling asleep, Li Jian softly said, Man has grown up now. You shouldn't bathe in the yard anymore. If she sees, it wouldn't be good." The boy and girl shared a gentle kiss, but her mother had told her many times that she shouldn't casually watch others bathe or do other private things. Zhou Xing's voice was a little hoarse, sounding like he was about to fall asleep. Li Jian yawned and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, Zhou Xing found a few trees he had secretly cut down before and planned to build a small house in the corner of the yard for bathing. Although the autumn harvest was over, work continued non-stop. Now the team was preparing for winter, planting seasonal vegetables and going up the mountain. There were many things on the mountain: mushrooms, tea oil seeds, hawthorn, persimmons, and chestnuts. The plentiful ones were sent to the cafeteria, and the fewer ones could be eaten directly. Li Jian went up the mountain with Zhang Hohot. She was initially worried about the mosquitoes and that it wouldn't be convenient to bring her daughter, but Zhou Xing was busy with his own work, so she had to take her daughter herself. Fortunately, Zhang Hohot knew a lot and wrapped Zhou Qingman in a piece of cloth, tying her to Li Jian's chest. Now she could free her hands. Li Jian looked at her daughter with curiosity, smiling with her almond-shaped eyes. Mom, Zhou Qingman, for the first time, stayed quietly in her mother's arms and happily clapped her hands, calling Li Jian repeatedly. Man, and Mom are going up the mountain together. Saying this, Li Jian carried the basket on her back and walked up the mountain with Zhang Hohot. Zhang Hohot pulled the cloth covering her son's head and then turned to Li Jian beside her, saying, "The little one's skin is tender and easily bitten by mosquitoes. Be careful to cover her up and don't let her be exposed." Li Jian nodded and also adjusted the cloth on her daughter. Recently, they had been chopping trees, and the sky was filled with black smoke all day, with a foul smell in the air that made people uncomfortable. Li Jian frowned and adjusted the cloth on her daughter again. The mountain was now mostly bare, and Zhang Hohot clicked her tongue but said nothing. Fortunately, they had previously hunted some larger game, so there was little danger in the deeper parts of the forest. Zhang Hohot thought for a moment and decided to take Li Jian further into the woods. "Why do you always wash the bedsheets at home? I mean, Man is already this old. She shouldn't be wetting the bed all the time." They chatted while working. Zhang Hohot remembered the sheets hanging in Li Jian's yard. She had noticed they were almost always drying outside. Hearing this, Li Jian remembered something and felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head and focused on her work. Sheets can't always be washed. If they are washed thin or torn, they need to be replaced. Do you have so much cloth? Zhang Hohot was unaware of her daughter's expression and continued speaking. She then looked at Zhou Qingman's exposed foot. I'm not saying anything bad, but she's just a young girl. If you keep putting shoes on her, they'll be too small soon. You might as well make a pair of straw sandals to save cloth. Besides, in this hot weather, you don't need to be so particular. Not wearing shoes is even better and cooler. It's not worth the trouble. I wonder if your cloth ration is enough. Your Zhou family doesn't seem to talk much about you. If this keeps up, how will you get by? Li Jian instinctively reached out to touch her daughter's shoe and then remembered how dirty other children in the team's children were. She couldn't help but shake her head. Actually, Zhang Hohot was right. The current situation was like that, only a limited amount of cloth ration each year. Families with many members simply couldn't use it all. Not just shoes, even pants were shared among family members. Adults needed clothes and pants for work, but children didn't care so much. Some went barefoot and with no clothes and nothing bad happened. In her view, Li Jian was just too particular. She was young and didn't understand much. Once she had more children, she wouldn't be so careful. Li Jian listened somewhat to her words. She knew how hard life was now, but she really couldn't stand seeing her child run barefoot on the ground or lie directly on the bed at night. Her mother had always taken care of her like that. Many of her childhood clothes were kept by her mother, some given to Zhang Guilin, and the rest brought to her. The shoes on her daughter's feet were the ones she had worn as a child, carefully kept by her mother, and still looking new. So she didn't think much and made a few pairs of shoes. At worst, she'd learn from her mother and keep the shoes well, so they could be saved for Man's children in the future. Because of that, she didn't think too much about cloth. Isn't it good for Man to stay clean all day? Even if there wasn't much cloth, she could just not make new clothes for herself. She had enough clothes already. After saying a few words, seeing that Li Jian wasn't paying attention, Zhang Hohot stopped talking. She decided to mind her own business and not interfere with others. As the new year approached, the team really had no work to do. Everyone was preparing for the celebration. Since they all ate together from a big pot, there was no need to prepare food. Just buy some candles and prepare couplets. This was the first year the whole village ate New Year's dinner together. Everyone was a bit excited. On that day, everyone's face was full of smiles. On this day, there was rare fine wine, 1 bottle per table, truly a grand gesture. After the meal, the men, almost all blushing and staggering, went home. Li Jian finished eating and went home with Zhang Guohua. As for Zhou Xing, he just told Li Jian and then ran outside, not knowing where he went. Li Jian didn't care about him. She washed up and went to sleep. Zhou Xing went to find Li Daniu. He quietly took half a bottle of wine and some food, then went to their usual spot with Li Daniu. They chatted and drank together. This year's harvest was good, and the work points were announced. Everyone received money or tickets. The place was filled with joy and laughter. People stayed up late, looking forward to the future, then lit firecrackers. They held their heads high, watching the flames light up the dark sky. Every smiling face was especially clear in the glow. It felt like time froze at that moment. All the happiness was silently recorded, and in the years that followed, it remained very clear. On the first day of the new year, it was usually a good day. Before people could even wake up and smile, bad news arrived. An elder in the team had passed away. The elder was in his 70s, having lived through the late Qing dynasty to the liberation. Usually healthy and strong, with no serious illnesses, it was probably just natural old age. He likely passed away in the early hours of the morning. According to their saying, natural old age is the easiest. So, although it was sad that he died on such a good day, there was no other particular feeling. When someone in the team passed away, all the members had to help. Suddenly, the team became busier. Li Jian stayed at home and didn't socialize much, so she didn't know about this. She just got up, packed her things, and prepared to go back to her mother's house.
Zhao Xing had stayed up late playing with Li Daniu and others last night and was still asleep. Li Jian first woke her daughter, dressed her, and fed her a steamed egg. After a while, Li Jian was about to wake Zhao Xing when she heard crying outside. Whoa! It sounded like a group of people crying together, very sorrowful.
Li Jian shibarat.
She vaguely remembered hearing such crying once before, probably when her grandmother passed away. But she was young then and couldn't remember the scene clearly. Knowing it wasn't good, Li Jian didn't go outside to look. Instead, she went into the house to wake Zhao Xing. She pushed a few times, with more force than usual. Her strength had grown from daily chores and holding the child. After a while, Zhao Xing opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him with a bit of confusion. "Get up, I am going back to my parents' house." Zhao Xing mumbled in response, then stretched out his arm to cover his eyes. After 2 minutes, he finally sat up with effort. Once he was ready, Li Jian was already waiting outside the yard, carrying some things. Zhao Xing glanced at what she was holding: a bottle of wine, a fish, and a bag of candy. Very typical gifts for visiting family. Zhao Xing didn't say anything and walked over to take the items. "Let's go." The family of 3 headed toward the Hengqi Brigade, formerly called Shaoli Village. On the way, they passed by the house of the elderly person who had left earlier. Now, a group of people was gathered in the yard, and muffled, sad sounds came from inside the house, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Zhao Xing only glanced at it and silently quickened his pace. Behind him, Li Jian held her daughter, covering her eyes to protect her from the upsetting scene, then hurried along. When they arrived at the Li family's house, the meal was already laid out on the main hall table. Since they usually ate at the cafeteria, visitors brought their own dishes or exchanged work points for food to cook at the cafeteria. At the door, they were greeted by Li Xinghua and Dinyo. Seeing them, Li Xinghua smiled and greeted them, then took the items from their hands and invited them inside. Li Jian first looked for Hewan but couldn't find her after searching the house. Finally, feeling a bit puzzled, she went to the main hall. A few men were sitting and talking in the main hall, not noticing Li Jian. However, Dinyo saw her young sister-in-law standing there blankly and went over to her. "Little sister, what are you looking for?" Dinyo was almost 5 years old, spoke very fluently, and was nearly as tall as Li Jian. "Where's my mom?" Li Jian, holding her daughter, asked softly. "Are you talking about Grandma?" "She and my mom went to the team's cafeteria. They took 2 dishes and they'll be back soon," the little girl said happily, with 2 pigtails bouncing on her head. Li Jian smiled and patted her head, saying nothing more. "Is this your little sister?" Dinyo looked curiously at Zhou Qingman in Li Jian's arms. At home, she only played with her brother, but her brother loved to cry. When he cried, her mother scolded her, so she didn't like playing with him. Plus, her brother was always dirty, with snot on his nose, which she found gross. This little sister was different. Her face was clean, and she looked very pretty. Her clothes were also very clean and new. Dinyo looked at Zhou Qingman's clothes with some envy and couldn't help but glance down at her own clothes. "Her clothes are full of patches." Li Jian nodded, then put her daughter down and crouched to support her. "I'm taking my sister out to play." The older girl wanted to hold Zhou Qingman's hand but was avoided. Zhou Qingman doesn't like to be with strangers. She didn't recognize the person in front of her and immediately tried to shrink into Li Jian's arms.
"I'm Daniel."
"Call me older sister, okay? Let's play together." The older girl took a few more steps forward. After a while, Hewan and Zhang Guilin came back together. Once everyone was there, they started to prepare the meal. At the table, Zhang Guilin cheerfully called out, "Eat the dishes," and the men occasionally clinked their cups. After eating, Li Jian followed Hewan to her room. Her original room was now occupied by Daniu. After spending some time together, Daniu had become good friends with Zhou Qingman. After finishing their meal, she held Zhou Qingman's hand and was about to leave when her mother called out, "Take your brother with you." Although reluctant, Daniu didn't dare disobey her mother and could only pucker her lips and take her little brother out. Inside, Hewan was holding Li Jian's hand, and mother and daughter whispered quietly, Anan looks thinner. Is she working too hard? Hard, but I can work. I think I'm very capable, Li Jian said proudly. Seeing her daughter grow more mature, Hyewon's feelings were very complicated, but overall she was happy. Good, and keep studying and become even better. Hyewon smiled and pinched her nose. Li Jian kept talking about some things, and Hyewon listened quietly. After a while, Hyewon suddenly said, "And your sister-in-law is pregnant again.
How about you?"
Li Jian was stunned for a moment before understanding and blushed instantly. Mother, I have Man now. Mother knows. I just wanted to tell you. There's no rush. You and Zhao Xing are still young.
Take your time.
I just want you to think carefully and have a plan. I understand, Mother. It's okay to talk to Zhao Xing often. Have a plan for the future. Man is growing up every year, and she needs more money. They changed the subject, and mother and daughter continued talking for a while. Zhao Xing then came over holding Zhao Qingman's hand. Li Jian reluctantly said goodbye to Hyewon and prepared to go home. This is the local custom. The funeral doesn't happen until the third day after death. Li Jian had been hiding inside the house and hadn't gone out, so she didn't see what happened at that time. After this event, just when the villagers thought the bad luck was over, unexpectedly, within a few days, several elders in the team passed away. This seemed very strange, especially since people were generally superstitious at that time. When they heard that others in nearby teams also had deaths, they immediately consulted the local fortune teller to predict the future. Soon, many rumors spread throughout the team, but most of these stories were not very good. However, death is final, and the living still have to carry on. Despite a lingering bad feeling, spring planting in 1960 went ahead as planned. People temporarily put aside their worries and focused on farming. With last year's harvest still fresh in their minds, they were quite confident about this year's crop. If people had been more aware, they would have known that many provinces hadn't had a good harvest for a year or two, and some were even suffering from famine. But even without full information, the team members were worried about this year's harvest. The main reason was that there had been very little rain this year. From the snow before the new year to the Qingming and grain rain seasons, only a small drizzle fell. This drizzle was so fine that it looked like soft fluff, drifting gently and stopping before even wetting people's hair. This situation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making them feel uneasy for a long time. By summer, the weather became very hot, with the sun blazing like a furnace, scorching the land. Everyone clearly felt that this summer was especially hot. In previous years, although summers were hot, there were often heavy rains that brought some relief. This year, not a single drop fell. The sun kept shining, and even the water in the rivers and ponds decreased, exposing bare rocks. Despite this, the team leader arranged for people to water the crops every day to protect the fields. This continued until the harvest season. Although some people watered the fields, the crops still didn't grow well. Several officials from the team stood in the fields under the blazing sun, looking at the crops with worried faces. They held another meeting and decided to wait 10 more days before harvesting, hoping these days might help. Unfortunately, when harvest time finally arrived, there was still no rain. The crops, which hadn't grown well, could only be gathered. After nearly a month of busy work, they finally finished harvesting all the crops. But looking at the granaries, it was clear that this year's harvest was poor, only about 2/3 of last year's. The team leader smoked a dry pipe, the smoke curling up along his deep facial lines. Thinking about the year's hardships, he sighed deeply. When going to the town for a meeting, he learned that the harvests of several nearby teams were also poor. This made him feel even more worried. In the end, after discussion, they decided to lower the quota for each team this year. The shortfall would be considered a loan, to be repaid when the harvest improves next year. If the grain supply was really too low, they could apply for food aid. However, these teams heard that other teams in different areas faced even worse problems. Moreover, this year, not only their region but also other provinces experienced poor harvests, and there wasn't enough aid available. So, they decided to hold on a bit longer, hoping next year would be better. After this meeting,
The leader of the forward team went back and held another meeting with some team officials. He mainly advised the cooks to be careful with the food, saving as much as possible for emergencies. He also called on all team members to go up the mountain and look for edible plants. So in 1960, they lived frugally. Although it was a tough year, they managed to get through it. When the calendar turned to 1961, people hoped the new year would bring better times. But unexpectedly, conditions worsened. During a drought when rain was badly needed, not a single drop fell. During harvest time, a heavy rainstorm flooded several fields, and almost no grain was gathered. In the first half of the year, they relied on last year's grain to survive. When that ran out, they even caught fish from the ponds to eat. By the second half, cooking every day became difficult. At first, they ate wild vegetables, but soon the mountains were stripped clean. With nothing left to eat, they resorted to eating tree leaves, fruits, bark, roots, and even the bran meant for pigs. Later, the trees on the mountain were all cut down, leaving nothing but bare branches. With no food, they even ate clay from the ground. The grain was so scarce that only the young workers in each family could eat a little more. Children and the elderly ate just one meal a day. When they were starving, they drank water. In such conditions, simply staying alive was a luxury. Some elderly people, to save food, hanged themselves from the beams at night. The next day, people found their shriveled bodies, stiff and dried like jerky, hanging motionless. Eventually, people even resorted to eating human flesh. Nights had no entertainment. Most people went to bed as soon as it got dark. Without any birth control measures, children were born easily, like blowing up balloons. Many children were born but couldn't be raised properly, so they let them grow and use them for work. It is probably understood that such matters are not meant to be seen by others. People wait until nightfall, then use the faint moonlight to see a few hunched figures, holding something in their arms, hurriedly moving to a certain house. When they return home, they still hold something in their arms. Soon, a little smoke rises from the chimney, accompanied by the sounds of sobbing and swallowing inside the house. The dark night sky covers the land for a long time, and no one knows when tomorrow will come. Li Jian lies on the bed, breathing softly. Her increasingly thin hands gently touch the slight bump on her belly. She doesn't remember when it appeared. She didn't notice at first, but now it has grown large. Zhao Qingmen quietly lies beside her mother. Her once soft hair is now dry and rough. Her tiny hands, like chicken claws, rest lightly on Li Jian's body, feeling no weight. "Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? I'm so hungry." Suddenly, Zhao Qingman speaks. Her voice is very faint, as if she might run out of breath at any moment. "Wait a little longer. He'll be back soon." Li Jian gathers her strength and pats her daughter's head. They don't know how long it has been when Zhou Xing hurriedly returns with a root that looks like a plant. He dumps it all into a clay pot, adds some bran, and pours several ladles of water, then lights a fire to cook. The dim yellow firelight makes his big, shiny eyes look especially dark and bright. Zhou Xing swallows hard and stares intently at the pot. After a while, the pot begins to steam. Zhou Xing first serves a bowl to Li Jian. She seems too weak to move much, struggling for a long time before managing to sit up halfway. When Zhou Xing hands her the bowl, Li Jian's hand trembles fiercely, almost dropping it. Zhou Xing quickly steadies her hand and carefully hands it over. He only presses his lips together, saying nothing. "Come, Dad will feed you." He picks up his daughter and places her on his lap, then feeds her spoonful by spoonful. The food has no oil, only a little salt, and tastes terrible, but it's better than nothing. Both mother and daughter endure the urge to vomit and swallow the food hard. After they finish eating, Zhou Xing picks up the clay pot and starts eating hungrily. He searched outside for a long time to find so little, but even after finishing everything in the pot, he still feels hungry.
I
will go look for food with you later," Li Jian says. Zhou Xing looks at her gaunt, pale face and feels something in his heart.
He sighs softly.
"You're still pregnant. How can you go out? Moreover, the outside situation is very frightening now." Just a few steps away, He can see a mummified corpse on a beam or white bones in a water ditch. Even he doesn't dare to look again, let alone Li Jian. Thinking of this, Zhao Xing couldn't help but reach out and touch Li Jian's belly, muttering, "This child really came at the wrong time." He was already very careful, but he still got pregnant. All he could say was,
Sigh.
"Once it gets dark, I will go out again to look for something to eat. You stay at home and watch Man," he said after a while. Then he took off his shoes and lay down next to Li Jian, closing his eyes. Next to him, Zhao Qingman was already drowsy. Her stomach wasn't full, and she was weak all over, so she could only sleep. When she slept, she didn't feel hungry anymore. When night fell, Zhao Xing quietly got up, feeling his way in the dark and heading up the mountain. The nearby mountains had long been bare, but if he looked carefully, maybe he could find something. After walking for a while, Zhao Xing felt a bit dizzy, probably from hunger. He shook his head hard and kept walking, not taking it seriously. There was a small pond on the mountain. He used to go bathing there in summer, but he didn't know if it was still there now. He decided to check his luck. When he arrived, he let out a small breath of relief. Because it hadn't rained for a long time, the pond was almost dry, with only a shallow layer of water showing the mud underneath. Zhao Xing took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and stepped into the water. It was late autumn, and the night was a bit cold, but he didn't hesitate to walk in. As soon as his feet touched the water, he shivered, but he didn't stop. He hunched over and reached into the water with both hands. He fished around for a while, but all he found was mud. Zhao Xing took a deep breath and kept searching. After a long time, he finally caught a small fish, about the size of his little finger. Usually, he would have thrown it back, but now, since he had something to eat, he carefully placed the small fish on the shore and continued searching. Persistence paid off. After a while, he caught a slightly larger fish, about the size of his palm. Thinking he should come back again, he decided to stop and head home. On the way back, he rummaged through the grass for a while before finally finding some roots. Under the moonlight, he hurried home. As he neared the house, he saw a person coming out of a nearby room, hurriedly carrying something and heading home. When the person passed by, Zhao Xing hid in the dark nearby. The person was focused on going home and didn't notice. Zhao Xing stared at the bundle in that person's arms, lost in thought for a long time before turning to go home. Zhou Wan's father, Zhou Rufeng, lost his wife early and was in poor health. He married Xiaozhi to bring good luck, but because Xiaozhi came from a humble background, she was only a concubine. Zhou Rufeng was handsome and gentle, enjoyed poetry and writing, and had a scholarly aura. Xiaozhi liked him and loved everything about him, including Zhou Wan. On the other hand, Zhou Ruopei was very different from Zhou Rufeng. He behaved like a rogue, which Xiaozhi disliked. She hated and resented Zhou Ruopei because she believed deep down that she was Zhou Rufeng's wife, but she had to have Zhou Ruopei's child, Zhao Xing. This relationship felt shameful and unacceptable. Her affection and care for Zhou Wan stemmed from her love for his father and her guilt and shame for betraying Zhou Rufeng. Her dislike and indifference toward Zhao Xing came from his resemblance to his father, which reminded her of her betrayal. It also stemmed from her resentment of being a woman with 2 children, living hard in a remote mountain village. Once, she was a girl full of hope for love and a happy life with her beloved. But Zhao Xing's existence, a symbol of their forbidden relationship, and over 20 years of hardship almost destroyed her original self. People have complex personalities. Zhao Xing was not a good mother, but she had good qualities too. For example, despite the hardships, she supported Zhou Wan's education, giving him a better future. In this way, she showed her strength as a woman. Xiaozhi was probably one of those who are both hated and pitted at the same time. Regarding Zhou Ruopei, before liberation, the Zhou family was wealthy and well-born, with good looks. Zhou Ruopei was proud of his background. He had many admirers, but when he first saw a woman with a gentle smile and calm demeanor, he liked her. However, he never took love seriously and didn't understand what loving someone should involve.
He believed that liking someone meant teasing her, so he often played tricks on Xiaoji. Later, he found out she didn't like him and preferred Zhou Rufeng. His pride and moral values prevented him from approaching her again. He tried to stay away, but sometimes secretly watched Xiaoji and Zhou Rufeng's daily life. As he watched more, he grew more annoyed, but his remaining rationality stopped him from acting on his feelings. So he kept his distance. Eventually, Zhou Rufeng passed away. Zhou Rupei's feelings for Xiaoji reignited. This time, with no obstacles, he became involved with her. Later, due to the chaos of war, they were separated. He worked hard to maintain the Zhou family's business, while Xiaoji took the children to hide in Xiaoli village. 20 years passed. He kept searching for her and eagerly had Zhou Yao, showing his love for Xiaoji and trying to comfort himself for the regret and frustration of those 20 years. He didn't pay attention to Zhou Xing because he disliked his helpless compromise with Xiaoji at that time, even though Zhou Xing was his and Xiaoji's child. Meanwhile, this man, who was almost halfway through his life, never learned how to truly love someone. He only knew he liked Xiaoji, so he tried to please her. Since Xiaoji didn't like Zhou Xing, he stopped caring and believed that having another child would prove his and Xiaoji's love. It was as if he was saying, "See, she still likes me because she gave me another child." In short, these two would keep entangling until one of them died. Despite Zhou Xing's efforts to find food and save a little for Li Jian, the child still couldn't be saved. At first, he didn't feel much, but when Li Jian saw some blood on her pants in the bathroom, her heart started pounding when she returned. After hesitating and ignoring her shyness, she told Zhou Xing. His face changed. He was worried and immediately went to Hongqi Commune to call Huan. Huan immediately knew what was happening. The child couldn't be saved, likely because she hadn't eaten well, so the child stopped developing. Given the situation outside, going to the town hospital was impossible. After thinking they could only use old methods to abort the pregnancy. Afraid of frightening his daughter, Zhou Xing carried Zhou Qingman out. At first, it was just Li Jian's muffled groans, but after a while, her sounds grew more intense, as if she was suffering great pain. Zhou Xing's face turned stiff as he stood outside, feeling his limbs grow cold. Not far away, the sky darkened. Tonight, even the moon hid behind thick clouds, unwilling to show itself. A cold wind suddenly blew, making people shiver. It was a fully formed child, a boy. Huan handed the blood and unknown fluid-stained baby to Zhou Xing without saying a word. Zhou Xing stared blankly for a moment before taking him, wrapping him in a cloth. The smell of blood was sharp and overwhelming. Zhou Xing gently held him, not daring to squeeze too hard, standing still and motionless. "Just bury him far away." Huan's voice choked with emotion, and she couldn't finish her words. She silently turned and went inside. The smell of blood in the room lingered for a long time. Li Jian was covered in sweat and had already fainted. Seeing her daughter like this, Huan shed a few tears suddenly. After a while, she forced herself to suppress her grief and began to clean her daughter. Outside, Zhou Xing didn't listen to Huan's words. He placed the child on a stool, silently lit a pile of fire, and then put the cloth-wrapped bundle into the flames. Crack! The dull yellow flames ignited and immediately devoured the small cloth bundle. A smell of roasted meat mixed with a strong, sweet, greasy aroma rushed into the air. Zhou Xing stared blankly at the fire without blinking. Suddenly, a tear fell heavily, softly hitting the ground as if carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. After a long time, Zhou Xing found a piece of cloth, wrapped the ash inside, and silently walked away. Zhou Xing walked for a long time into a deeper part of the forest. He dug a hole, placed the cloth bundle inside, and buried it. The forest always had an inexplicable wind that kept blowing his clothes, and strange sounds echoed, each more mournful than the last. Zhou Xing stood silently, seeming unaffected by the surroundings. "Sorry." After a long pause, a gentle voice drifted from his mouth into the night. The wind rustled through the trees. When he returned, Li Jian was already awake.
Her thin face still bore dried tears, and she looked very small, curled up in Hewan's arms. Zhao Xing only stood at the door for a moment before turning to the kitchen. There was still water boiling on the stove. He raised his hand to scoop a basin of water and then gestured to his daughter in the corner. "Come here, Dad. We'll give you a bath." Zhao Qingman had been quietly waiting in the kitchen. She was still too young to understand what had happened. When she saw her father wanted to give her a bath, she immediately smiled and ran over. Zhao Xing felt as if his soul was missing a part. He silently finished bathing his daughter and then placed her beside Li Jian. The smell of blood in the room had almost disappeared. It was already late at night, and Zhao Qingman was almost asleep as soon as she lay down. "Take care of yourself in the next month. Don't let yourself get cold. It could cause health problems," Hewan finally advised. Zhao Xing responded with a sound and turned to send her back to the Red Flag Brigade.
Child.
"You." Hewan was walking ahead. Zhao Xing showed no change in expression, appearing very calm. "I burned it and buried it deep in the forest." Hewan nodded, saying nothing more. These days, life is hard for everyone. Many are starving or hanging themselves. At first, she was very worried when she learned her daughter was pregnant again, but now, with even adults struggling to survive, it's even harder to think about an unborn child. Just now, seeing her daughter in such pain, her heart felt like it was being cut with a knife, yet she also felt a sense of relief. At least Li Jian was still alive. As for that poor child,
Don't be sad.
his arrival wasn't the right time. "You're still young, and there will be other chances." Hewan tried to comfort her, forcing herself to stay strong. Zhao Xing didn't speak. This wasn't something that could be fixed with just a few words. Hewan understood this, but she also knew that everything would pass and life wouldn't stop even in such difficult times. Zhao Xing went back into the house. Li Jian was still awake, sitting quietly on the bed with her hand resting on her flat stomach, unmoving. When she saw him enter, she immediately looked at him, as if asking or pleading. Zhao Xing looked into her eyes, silently walked over, and sat beside her. "I found a place far away where no one will find him," she said. She was stunned for a moment, then tears started to fall. After a while, as if she had come to her senses, she nodded gently and sniffled, like a small animal that had lost its shelter. Zhao Xing watched her trembling body and felt a strange coldness pass over his face. He reached out and put his arm around her shoulders, silently resting her head on his neck. Soon, he felt her wetness, as if she had been caught in a heavy rain. "Everything will pass," he told himself. 3 years later. It was the harvest season in August. Zhao Xing was swinging his hoe nonstop, sweat beads the size of beans rolling down his face. He didn't bother to wipe them, just kept working. After a few hours, a scorekeeper shouted from the field, "That's enough, break time." Everyone in the field stopped and headed home. Zhao Xing also put down his hoe, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked home. Because of the famine in previous years, the large dining hall was closed last year, so everyone was now eating their own food. Passing by the pond with the team, Zhao Xing called out to a group of children under a tree, "Zhao Qingman, come home now." Hearing someone call, the girl sitting alone under the tree immediately looked up. Seeing it was her father, she quickly stood up and ran over to hug Zhao Xing. "Dad, I want you to carry me home." 7-year-old Zhao Qingman loudly shouted, as if she was doing it on purpose. "I've worked so hard today. I don't have the strength to carry you. Walk back by yourself." Zhao Xing, still holding his hoe, refused without hesitation.
Dad.
Zhao Qingman looked back at the group of children and angrily shouted. The children, not knowing what to laugh at, kept giggling haha. Annoyed by their laughter, Zhao Qingman suddenly shook off Zhao Xing's hand and rushed forward. Humph. Zhao Xing didn't stop her. He turned to look at the children, who were clutching their stomachs and laughing, and scolded impatiently, "Stop laughing, will you?" The children were startled and quickly ran away in a swarm. Zhao Xing didn't say anything else. He walked home with heavy steps. When he entered the house, Li Jian was just bringing out some dishes. Seeing him return, she said, "Wash your hands and come eat." Zhao Xing leaned his hoe against the wall, washed his hands, then sat at the table. Li Jian brought out the food. Seeing only Zhou Xing at the table, she turned to Zhou Qingman's room to call her for dinner. Last year, Zhou Xing built an extra room nearby for Zhou Qingman to use as her own. When Li Jian approached, the door was tightly shut. It seemed Zhou Qingman was upset again. Recently, she had been acting strangely, happy when she went out, but always unhappy when she came back, not talking to her at all. Feeling worried, Li Jian knocked on the door, but got no response. She knocked a few more times. After a while, Zhou Qingman's impatient voice came from inside. "What do you want?" Li Jian pursed her lips and smiled. Man, dinner is ready." Got it, stop calling." Suddenly, the sound of shoes deliberately stomping on the ground came closer. The door was pulled open forcefully by Zhou Qingman. She didn't look at Li Jian at the door and walked straight into the yard. Li Jian was bumped slightly and took a few steps back. Not knowing why her daughter was angry again, she felt helpless, bit her lips silently, and followed quietly. "This is so disgusting. Can you even cook?" When she sat down, her daughter immediately slammed her chopsticks on the table and said irritably. This sudden question left Li Jian feeling very confused. She looked at her daughter with doubt, opened her mouth, but said nothing. Seeing Li Jian just timidly staring, Zhou Qingman pouted, took a deep breath several times, then picked up her chopsticks and ate a bite of food. The taste was very plain, and Zhou Qingman chewed it listlessly, as if she had a sore throat and found it hard to swallow. "How come I ended up with a mother like you?" Zhou Qingman whispered. Li Jian's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, then she lowered her head shyly, her eyes quietly turning red in a place they couldn't see. Zhou Xing looked at both of them silently, eating his meal quietly. "I'm cursed for 8 generations," Zhou Qingman said more and more angrily, almost shouting. Li Jian's shoulders trembled slightly, tears falling into her bowl. Zhou Xing frowned and said coldly, "Zhou Qingman." Zhou Qingman was still a bit afraid of Zhou Xing seeing her father angry. She softly huffed, then pouted unwillingly and lowered her head to eat. After that, no one spoke at the table. After dinner, Li Jian went to wash the dishes, while Zhou Xing went straight to his room to lie down. He had worked all morning and was too tired to move. Zhou Qingman also went back to her room, silently crying on her bed. She used to play happily with Niuniu and Xiaohua, jumping rope, feeling very joyful. But later, Eru and Daba, along with Zhutu from their team, came and told Niuniu and Xiaohua not to play with her. They even said her mother was a fool, and she was the daughter of a fool. As a result, Niuniu and Xiaohua really stopped playing with her. They said playing with the daughter of a fool would turn them into fools too. So Niuniu, Xiaohua, Eru, Daba, and Zhutu all left, leaving her alone, and without anyone to play with. Ugh. Zhou Qingman wiped her tears hard and suddenly got up to find her father in Zhou Xing's room. As soon as she entered, Zhou Xing was lying on the bed, drowsy. Zhou Qingman climbed onto the bed and pushed him a few times to wake him up. Before he could react, she asked, "Dad, is my mother really a fool?" Zhou Xing, who was still a bit dazed, immediately woke up and looked quietly at his daughter, but didn't speak.
"Dad, talk to me."
"Is my mother really a fool?" Zhou Qingman kept shaking her father's arm, her face full of disbelief.
"She
knows a lot of things, and she treats you very well." Before Zhou Xing could finish, Zhou Qingman interrupted him. "So, is she really a fool?" Zhou Qingman looked at her father in disbelief, tears slowly filling her eyes. Zhou Xing said nothing, but nodded in agreement. Why are you with a fool?" "Dad, I don't want a fool to be my mother," Zhou Qingman cried, clutching her father's sleeve with a tone full of sadness. "Why is everyone else's mother not a fool? But her mother is. She gave birth to you, so she's your mother. Other people's mothers aren't better than your own," Zhou Xing said calmly, then reached out to wipe the tears from his daughter's face. "I don't want it. No one wants to play with me. I don't want it," Zhou Qingman shouted. "All right, stop crying. I heard that you can start school in the second half of the year. Then you'll have friends to play with," her father reassured her.
Zhou Qingman's attention immediately shifted, and she stopped crying, asking anxiously, "What is going to school?" "When I go to school, will I have many friends to play with?" Zhou Xing nodded. "Going to school means going to the classroom, learning knowledge, and in the future finding a good job. You won't have to farm anymore. Just like Little Hu from the village. Little Hu is a village scorekeeper who doesn't need to work in the fields every day. She just watches them work and records their points." When Zhou Qingman was delivering water to her father in the fields, she saw Little Hu comfortably resting under a tree and felt very envious. Yes, after receiving her father's confirmation, Zhou Qingman immediately smiled through her tears. "Then I want to go to school. When do I start?" "After the autumn harvest." "Great. I want to go to school." Zhou Qingman happily jumped on the bed, making it creak loudly. Fearing that his daughter might break the bed, Zhou Xing said annoyed, "Go back to your room. I want to sleep." Thinking about going to school soon, making many friends, and not having to work, Zhou Qingman was very happy. She no longer cared about her father and obediently went back to her own room. After Li Jian finished washing the dishes, she first checked on her daughter and saw that she was still awake. After hesitating for a moment, she went in. Man, why aren't you asleep yet?" Li Jian asked softly. "Humph." Zhou Qingman was in a good mood and didn't ignore her mother. She just hummed softly. Seeing her daughter's attitude, Li Jian knew she wasn't angry anymore and sat on the bed with a smile, asking, "Why are you unhappy today? No one wants to play with me." Zhou Qingman lay on the bed, looking at her fingers, speaking reluctantly and unhappily. Li Jian has played alone since she was young. She naturally doesn't think there's anything wrong with playing by herself, but her daughter enjoys playing with others, so she is happy too. "Why don't you play with Man? She's so well-behaved." Li Jian gently pats her daughter's head. "Ah, don't touch my hair. What if it gets messy?" Zhou Qingman tilts her head to avoid Li Jian's hand. "It's all because of you." "Because of me? Why because of me?" Li Jian asks, a bit confused. "Because you're a fool." "Why are you a fool?" Zhou Qingman, who had briefly forgotten about this, suddenly remembers and feels very angry and sad. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Jian stands there in shock, staring at her daughter with disbelief. She tries to speak, but can't say anything. She reaches out to hold her daughter's hand, but is avoided. Feeling helpless, Li Jian clenches her fist and slowly lowers her head. "Humph, go outside. I don't want to talk to you." Zhou Qingman pouts and shouts. Li Jian looks up at her daughter again, but she is already lying on the bed pretending to sleep, ignoring her. Li Jian bites her lip, looks at her daughter a few more times, then finally turns and leaves. When she enters the house, Zhou Xing is already asleep. In the quiet room, her snoring can be clearly heard. Li Jian doesn't go over but quietly takes the sewing kit from the cabinet and leaves the yard. She knows she is different from others.